Give me some juice, baby!
Somebody's got to make a play, and maybe it's Pierce. Kickoff return at the 2, left side, over the 5, 10, 15, 20. Pierce still going, 25, 30, out to the right side, 40, 45, 50, to the right sideline, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, rock and roll, yes! Coast to coast, Dameon Pierce. And this place has exploded. Yes! First and goal at the 7. Flacco shotgun, 2 receivers left. Flacco to throw. Here's the rush over the middle, and he's got Cooper for the touchdown. In front of Stingley. Beautiful throw by Flacco. And we've got a Texan player down. Rankins, he gets up. He's okay.
Maybe that's just Cleveland fans saying Coop and not boo.
It didn't matter at that point. Sean Pendergast is on a little mini vacation. We've got Sean Bajani, and that never leads to problems when I've got 2 Seans in my life, one imaginary and one actually in the studio. Sean Bajani, let me ask you, at the time that Dameon Pierce hit that 98-yard touchdown return, that brought the score to 14-7?
Yeah.
Did you feel like, oh, okay, that maybe it's not as ugly as these 2 first scores look? Did you feel like there was hope at that point?
Yeah, 100%, because a game like that, even before the way that it started for the Texans, you kind of felt like they were going to need a special play either from special teams or the defense was going to have to score that game to really give them an opportunity to win.
Yeah.
That was just my lack of confidence in the offense already before we saw what we saw.
That's right. That's exactly where, at that point, I don't know, man. It feels different when C.J. Stroud's not out there. That's what I keep reminding myself. Man, everything is different when C.J. Stroud's not out there. This was another brick in the wall for C.J. Stroud for Rookie of the Year, because like you see just how obviously bad they are without C.J. Stroud, that they don't have any hope or chance. And I guess at that point you were thinking special teams. It was exciting to see Dameon Pierce and Joe Flacco throwing interceptions like he has. The one thing where I feel jilted in this game, despite all of the injuries and everything else, was that Joe Flacco's he threw 2 interceptions, but one was an arm punt and one was on the last play of the first half. Yeah. Like neither one of them were the kind of interceptions that you could really do anything with.
Right, you could see the disgust in Derek Stingley when he caught that interception in the end zone. It was like, well, damn, there ain't nothing
they can do nothing. He could have returned it 100 yards, I suppose. Yeah, that was you know what, honestly, Sean and I get a little like grumpy old manish when Derek Stingley is tweeting out, to vote for him for the Pro Bowl and everything. He's only played half the season, so there's a part of it where we're like, we don't get the self-promotion of the youngsters. So that same grumpy old man in myself, I was happy to see Derek Stingley not overly thrilled to get the interception. It's going to look nice on his stats at the end of the year, but he knew that it was I don't want to call it a garbage time interception. He was still making a nice play and everything, but it wasn't necessarily a meanthought interception. It was almost like getting an interception on a Hail Mary. It's just dumb luck.
No, you're absolutely right. You just played I thought this. You just played on the heels of the Pierce 98-yard return, the Flacco touchdown to Cooper there.
Yeah.
Did you hear? It was almost like when the ball is in the air. Did you hear Andre on the call go?
Yes.
That's the one thing that stood out. I was just like, oh, come on. And that's the way I think we all felt. You and I watched the game. We were right next to each other. We all felt almost all day. Anytime the ball left Joe Flacco's hands, it was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Because you look up and you see, if it's not D'Angelo Ross on one of the best receivers in the NFL still in Amari Cooper, then it was guys flashing wide open for chunk plays or the easy little slants that the Texans absolutely couldn't hit on to save their lives that day.
That's what the injuries obviously hurt you on defense, but this is turning into a theme, and so much of this, it felt like a more substantial version of the Jets offense, where, okay, when the Texans had that huge letdown to the Jets, a lot of it was blown assignments, but some of it was just simply Zach Wilson making some nice throws. This was a career high 265 yards to Amari Cooper on 11 catches, and some of those throws were easier than they should have been, but some of them were just perfect connections between Joe Flacco and Amari Cooper. So it was the perfect storm. Jonathan Alexander in the Chronicle pointed out just how bad the Texans have been with letting up explosive plays. 4 plays of 40 yards or more against the Jaguars in Week 12. They gave up 2 40-plus yard plays against the Broncos in Week 13. Week 15 against the Titans, they let up 2 pass plays of 30 players or more. They saw and 2 pass plays of 50 yards or more. Amari Cooper had 5 plays of 20 yards or more by himself. And that's where, honestly, as much as this team has improved, sometimes this is the most frustrating thing because whenever there's huge broken plays like that, it's usually some element of mental error there, and that's where it's frustrating because you feel like they're playing above their pay grade in so many respects on this football team, and yet the simple stuff, especially for a team in the Texans that plays so much zone defense. That very first play from scrimmage, that 57-yarder to Amari Cooper, it's just the Ravens had 2 guys out on routes. The Texans are playing zone. They're either in cover 3 or cover 4. But basically, Amari Cooper had both Steven Nelson and Jimmy Ward devoted to him with nothing underneath to distract them, and they couldn't get it done. Nelson's just staring at it. Jimmy Ward's a spectator. That part of it is just, it's so frustrating because they should be better than that.
They were getting skewered on social, as they should, rightfully so.
A lot of still shots of those two just sitting watching.
One of the best comments that I saw on that play you're talking about where Ward and Nelson just got skewered was that, the coverage of that play was really good, but you really needed Steven Nelson to have a GoPro on his helmet because he would have had the best shot of the whole thing ever. He was he's just standing there watching this happen. What are you doing? Undercut the ball.
I would take that. When the Ravens score as many touchdowns as they do in that game, you notice things like, wow, I can really evaluate this goalpost cam that they have. And I don't like the production value. It looks like a Ring camera almost, It looks like, oh, look, and David Njoku stole your packages off your porch or something. It's...
Yeah.
I don't like the goalpost cam. I much prefer the Steven Nelson. Okay, that's the other thing. From our perspective, in the press box, it's weird. We're way up there, so sometimes things are a little bit askew, and you go back and you try to watch the cameras to figure it out. And from every angle, I watch that play, that 57-yard reception by Amari Cooper on the very first play from scrimmage. It looks like Steven Nelson. At first I was like, did he lose the ball? You look at him no, it looks like he's tracking it perfectly. And all I can think is he assumed that Jimmy Ward was going to make a play on it. And so this, I can cut him an excuse if he felt like, oh, well, Jimmy Ward's definitely right here on the other side of me because there's nobody else on this side of the field. The other receiver on that side of the field stayed in to block Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah.
So Jonathan Grenard got double-teamed by an offensive lineman and a wide receiver on that play. I know a lot of people are upset because they thought it was a blatant hold on Jonathan Grenard. I know how it looked. That
I didn't
call,
see it.
Yeah, he sunk a rip in. And as long as the offensive tackle stays in front of the dude, when you put a rip in, they almost never call holding.
Yeah.
You got to get past him to where he's pulling you from behind.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So and it looked bad, but he just got corkscrewed down. That part of it was tough. I think that's the other part of it, man. Jalen Petrie getting benched. There's a part of you that wants to, if you've been frustrated with Jalen Petrie all year, you want to say, okay, you're good, learn your lesson. At the same time, I'm just like, what the hell's going on with this kid? D'Amico didn't say there was anything to it. He played 19 snaps.
Yeah.
He hasn't played any fewer than 51 or 52 in any other game where he wasn't injured this year.
Yeah.
The first game of the year he got injured, so he didn't play as many. But there's something going on there. And on the one, the Amari Cooper play down the sideline where D'Angelo Ross, who hadn't played defense all year, got both a penalty and burned. You saw Jalen Petrie trailing him at the end there. There's no way in hell I think that the call was that there was no safety help over the top.
No, and that's the reason right there.
Yeah.
What I've noticed from Jalen Petrie all season long is when the play's in front of him and it's generally something underneath where he can come up, and that's almost his natural instinct is to come up and make a play where he's not finishing. We're still seeing a lot of missed tackles, a lot of unfinished plays, where he could have had a number of TFLs this season. It's crazy the amount of big-time plays that he just hasn't made.
Yeah.
But I've noticed him in pass coverage just looking completely unsure.
Yeah.
And that play you're talking about where I think we were all hot at NRG that day when you look down, you see D'Angelo Ross, who's listed at 5'9", and if he's 5'9", I'm going to identify as 6'1", because that dude's no taller than 5'7" in cleats standing on concrete. And when you're matched up like that with a 6'1", 215-pound receiver in Amari Cooper, there's no way in absolute hell you're not double-teaming him.
Right,
and so Petrie bites down on that underneath out route, and that's why he's trailing that play. And that is just another, mark against him this season in his failure to identify logic.
Just simple. Well, that's where we were talking before the show. I was trying to think of because it's Christmas time and all. I was thinking of the positives, and we got some really nice stuff from Dameon Pierce coming in.
God bless you.
That's that's my Christmas present to everybody else. But even in the positives, you look at the Texans held the Browns to less than 2 yards per carry in the run game, including the running back. So that would be a good thing, except that you feel like that was all just part and parcel to them biting on enough play action to let up all these deep plays underneath, which leads to some questions. There's a lot of people have had. I felt like listening to the post-game show, looking on social media, people coming up to me at HEB, I feel like D'Amico Ryans has received the most criticism from the fans that we've seen so far this season. He addressed some of the concerns in the postgame, and we'll play those, but there are some lingering questions. We'll discuss D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick coming up next. If you've got lingering concerns in the month of December, whether you should
Presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
First half, Cleveland after 25, offset eye after motion. Flacco looks over a four-man front, and Flacco fakes the give. Little mini boot to the left, plants, and he guns it long down the left side. Wants Cooper, and Cooper's got the catch at the 30. He's free. 20, 10, 5, touchdown Cleveland. And a flag is down along that sideline, could be on the Texans.
I think it's going to be on D'Angelo Ross. This is going to stand.
Yeah, and it was on D'Angelo Ross. That was a play action, which torched the Texans. Everything that D'Amico had warned his team about, had talked about in the media beforehand, the ability of Joe Flacco to hit deep strikes. The Texans' defense just pretty much wholesale ignored. That was, if I recall properly, that was the defensive end on that one, too, also got bit on the run fake and wasn't containing on the boot. And the linebackers were all up. The safety was up. Nobody was helping out poor D'Angelo Ross, as we discussed earlier, who had just entered the game on defense for the first time all season. Yeah. It was ugly. We'll discuss that in a little bit. I guess the big questions when it comes to coaching decisions in this game revolved around the quarterbacks and some of the decisions on defense. The biggest complaint I heard from one guy at HEB, several people in my DMs on Twitter, social media in general, and then one guy at the airport was, why didn't they bench Keenum earlier in this game? And I try to go back and think realistically, okay, was it that they thought Keenum was potentially going to get better, they were going to fix some of the things with the pass protection, or was it that they just hate Davis Mills that much, and that they only wanted to use him as slash Mills when he would come in and try to pretend he's Taysom Hill or something? I think it's
fair questions.
I think it's a combination of the two. I left that game not to sit on the fence, but just completely underwhelmed with both quarterbacks. I know that. I know some people thought that Davis was impressive in the fourth quarter. He averaged 4.6 yards per attempt in the fourth quarter against a defense that was specifically designed to allow 4.6 yards per attempt when they were holding a huge lead.
They were down by 29 points. It was garbage time. To try and take away, much of anything substantial from what Mills did in the fourth quarter, those are very difficult situations for me because I don't know how to grade that on such a significant curve, particularly in this situation that that we're about to get into, I think, in regards to just how, comfortable, learned is Davis Mills in this new system versus what he should be looking like against a very soft coverage and a Browns defense in garbage time.
Yeah. They were, because the Browns, you were pointing out all the first half how aggressively the Browns were playing defensively in their coverages, and they were coming up and challenging receivers. That fourth quarter, they were all backed off. Linebackers, defensive backs, everybody was like 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage, at the snap. They were playing super, super soft. And Mills was lucky not to have 3 interceptions in that fourth quarter. I do not see at all where people were impressed by that. I'd love to see exactly what he would have looked like in the first half, just so we could have some comparison. D'Amico was asked in the press conference why he didn't bench Keenum earlier in the game. This is what he said.
Yeah, we had both guys rolling there. That was our plan going into the game, to have both guys rolling. That's what we did, right? We couldn't get moving on offense. So no matter what happened, who was at quarterback, we couldn't get moving. When we had positive plays, we ended up having a negative play, right? So it seemed like we just couldn't get out of our own way. And when you continue to hurt yourself, right, the self-inflicting penalties, all right, negative yardage, sacks, those plays just keeps you behind the chains, and it's hard to keep up versus a very good defense.
Okay, so I know you're not a huge fan of the 2 QB system, and this is where I don't. This is where it's a question of, okay, D'Amico and Bobby Slowick. Sean Bajani, by the way, everybody who's in for Sean Pendergast this morning. The criticism of both Slowick and D'Amico, to me, this week comes down to, not whether the Texans won or lost the game. I don't know if they could have won that game versus that defense with either of these backup quarterbacks. But the fact that it was a blowout in general, the fact that it was just a non-contest, can we put that at least partially on Slowick and D'Amico's decision to apparently prepare 2 quarterbacks all week instead of just rolling with one and giving him the lion's share of the focus?
It wasn't even really a quarterback combo on Sunday. It was almost as if I think Mills only came in twice during the first 2 series. So it was like Slowick was setting something up, or at least trying to embed in the mind of the Browns defensive coordinator that, hey, you better look out for this at some point today, just even if it's for one play. But for me, you have to scrap being cute like that the moment that your team gives up a 53-yard bomb on the first play. And then especially 3 series later, that 75-yard touchdown pass again to Cooper, who continued to barbecue the Texans all day long. You got to throw that crap out the window. Then it becomes, okay, let's recognize one thing that we haven't been able to do consistently at all this season, that for whatever reason it seems to be working right now with Motor back there. We can run the football. Let's establish the run. Let's control the clock. You've got to be able to pivot. You have to be able to adjust. And I don't think that's an area for Bobby Slowick that he totally grasps yet.
Yeah. Like how to change on the fly when things when your best laid plans aren't working out. The biggest thing too, I wonder in just evaluating their own talent. Spillane, as soon as Mills tried to run the ball on the Mills cat there, he brought up Jeff Driscoll, and I thought, oh yeah, Like Jeff Driscoll, remember how they would gush about how athletic Jeff Driscoll was? Yeah. And then you would actually watch him have to do anything athletic at all, and you realize, all right, this is a combine guy. He's really, really fast, but he cannot change direction. He's got no sense for how to read a defense or anything. He's not a genuine running back / quarterback. And, like, Mills is the same thing. Yeah, I mean, credit the Browns defense for just swarming him immediately, but he looked awkward as hell in that role. He's not Taysom Hill.
No, but the Driscoll thing worked legit like once last year, and because of that, it was like, woo,
yeah.
You know, what can we do with this? You know, and you can't do that with Davis Mills. My biggest issue with the idea of going duo quarterback system on Sunday was, you tell me right now, Mr. Slowick, you know, Mr. PFF, Mr. Student of the West Coast system, orchestrating the greatest hits thereof. What is the discernible difference between Davis Mills and Case Keenum? What does one do significantly better than the other in which you think you could employ this duo quarterback system and make the defense even blink a freaing eye at it?
Yeah.
And that's what I didn't get.
Well, and then the whole oddity, and I've like, I'd say 75% defended some of the strategy of the oddity of Davis Mills being the number 2 quarterback all season, but then when you really need a number 2 quarterback, then all of a sudden it's Case Keenum. The part where I'm okay with that in terms of like a general strategy is, all right, they're trying to develop Davis Mills and see what they have in him, whereas they feel like, okay, Case Keenum, if you need to break glass in case of emergency, he can step in when he needs to. It's just, man, you had mentioned it during the game, you know, and you're a Coug. You've watched a lot of Case Keenum, and then his first year here with the Texans. There was a lot about that game that looked like rookie Case Keenum.
Yeah.
Where, man, he's taken like an 11-yard drop to where Charlie Heck wasn't having a great game at all, but then even when he was having a good pass rush, a good pass protection rep, Keenum's backing out of the pocket, and like all these old habits came up where I just don't. He wasn't seeing exactly what the defense was doing. They were confusing him, and he would panic and roll out the back of the pocket and make things even worse. That was a surprise to me.
It was that was vintage bad case. You know,
yeah.
That you saw exactly the reason why he'd never been able to be a solid answer for any franchise that he's ever been with. To breed longevity. You know, there's a reason why he'd never been looked upon as a long-term solution for teams. And I really believe that. I love Case. I think he's a great college quarterback, but he's a guy that's, you know, going to get you a game, 2, maybe 3 max, but then he's a backup for a reason. Holding the ball too long, trying to make a play when there wasn't simply one to be made, not taking what the defense gave him. But you know what? There were plenty of opportunities early on, especially, where go up and down the list, Seth, whether it be John Mechie, Hutchinson, Collins, they didn't make the plays that we'd seen them make all season long. Like, the ability to get the ball out quick, that was going to be key regardless of how this game shook out, in my opinion. And when Case did, and he tried to hit those slants, I mean, it was bouncing off a guy's chest, leading Robert Woods just maybe a hair too far. But when you get 2 hands on the ball, you ought to catch the dang thing. And it was just, it was almost as if the Browns were deliberately taking away anything short to intermediate, especially in the flat and middle of the field, particularly with those slants. And Case did a hell of a job trying to fit some of those balls in there. It's just those plays weren't being made, and it was a snowball effect.
The other big complaint people had, and I think a legitimate question, it was, okay, once Steven Nelson was injured especially, why don't you have Derek Stingley travel with Amari Cooper, given the damage that he was able to do down the left sideline away from where Stingley always lines up. He's on the defense's left, but Cooper made some good plays on the offensive left sideline. This was D'Amico Ryans when asked that question.
No, that's not what we do. When we talk about following guys, it's not a matter of following him. It's a matter of guys playing the coverage well. We got a guy double team and he still catches the ball, and that's a problem. We got to play ball better.
So you know what, honestly, there were at least two notable instances in that game where that could have been a play he was talking about. One, obviously, was the first play of the game where it wasn't a double team per se, but Amari Cooper was running down into right between the safety and the corner in deep zone coverage, and both of them declined to try to make a play on the ball. The other was when D'Angelo Ross, the play we talked about and we played when we came in, got a penalty and blew the coverage versus Amari Cooper. I think that's probably the one that D'Amico was talking about because Jalen Petrie was not helping over the top. Jalen Petrie, I don't know if he came in the game after that. He only played 19 plays in this game, and there's a really good chance that was just a blown coverage right there. Because there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell, is there, that they sent D'Angelo Ross out there and didn't give him safety help over the top with Amari Cooper on that side of the field?
Right, and I think that's the impetus. I mean, you'd have to go back and look. I mean, it
wasn't a blitz,
No, but it wouldn't matter if Petrie came back in and played another defensive series. I mean, at some point in time, you have to just teach ball. And you got to teach a guy a lesson. You'd be like, look, these are the things that are just inexcusable. These are the things that you're expected to know that, one, we're not matching up a 5'7" player on a 6'1" player on the edge when he's already torched us today. And you've got to help there. I mean, everybody knows he's supposed to be double-teamed in that particular coverage look. Everybody knows that you're not making a play biting down on a 10-yard out, which was pretty well covered, to be honest with you, which he bit down on. I can't remember the receiver who was actually in coverage. It might have been Nelson at the time. I'm not sure, but that was just one of those inexcusable plays, and I think they sent a message, to Petrie in that game. Whether it's received or not, I don't know. He's one of the most disappointing players for me this season for the Texans because of how unsure he's looked and in coverage.
We're going to talk about that a little bit later, just who's really let us down this year. As we're going to have our list of grievances as we approach the end of the year. All this good time jolly Christmas stuff is over, Sean. Oh, which by the way, that reminds me.
Merry Christmas?
I flew yesterday. Yeah, Merry Christmas. I flew yesterday and I felt bad because there was this guy. It was like 7 a.m. By this point, where was I? I was at O'Hare, which is a stressful airport to begin with. But I'm sitting on my computer, and this guy comes strolling down the corridor. I'd found like kind of a quieter place of the airport to get a coffee at the coffee stand across from me, and he's wearing a bright green Christmas suit with a Santa hat. And he was a really lean, svelte guy, but you could tell he was drunk as hell because he was like singing a song and slurring. And if I had to guess, he was probably coked up too. He started talking to the person next to him in line about how this was his 5th flight of the day. Mind you, it's 7 a.m. So I know he's probably been flying all night from like some foreign country, and he's all excited because he's going home to Detroit. But he just starts like going around the gate where I'm at, and the first person he really approached was me. He danced over to me. He was like, "Hey, buddy, what are you grateful for?" And I looked at him and I'm like, "You son of a bitch." I'm just thinking like, I don't want to give a cliche answer, and I don't want to bring this guy down off of his high, but man, you're at a different level right now than the rest of us at 7 a.m. on Christmas Day. And I told him food, and he turned around. He's like, "Well, I guess I'm going to be the jackass today." And then he goes around and starts asking everybody else. But I feel guilty in hindsight that I couldn't participate in his coked up drunken joy on Christmas morning.
I think you probably came up with the best possible answer to get him the hell out of there, though.
Yeah, it was a genuine answer too, because at the time I was kind of hungry and I was waiting. I needed to finish writing something on my computer before I ate, and I think he wanted a more insightful answer or something like that, and I'm like, no, I gave him an honest answer, and that wasn't good enough for him. So you can go die.
I never know how I'm going to react in those situations. I probably would have said something like, "You, man, thanks for being you," and then that would have prompted him sitting down and sharing a heart-to-heart with me in a situation in which I couldn't get rid of him.
You didn't want it, right? Yeah, yeah. My first inclination what I was going to answer was that I'm grateful that I'm not going to Detroit. Because I was like, that was my first thought. I was like, thank God I'm not on this flight with you. I had already heard that he was going to Detroit. But I'd be like, oh, no, I'm not going to be snarky. So that's why I felt let down. I felt like I actually gave the nicest answer I could give in that moment, given what I really wanted to say. So, headlines coming up next. We've got reason for optimism, everybody. As bad as you might feel about whichever presents your family disappointed you with in the game on Christmas Eve, there's reasons for optimism this week. D'Amico told us why before the game yesterday.
It's a Reaction Tuesday.
98.98.
It's Reaction Tuesday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Hey, Sean Pendergast is on a mini vacation for the next couple days. I've got Sean Bajani in for him. Sean Bajani, have I messed up the Sean Bajani, Sean Pendergast
Not yet.
Thing yet? Okay, good.
You're
I've
good.
had a hard time with three quarterbacks in play for the Texans. Getting C.J. Stroud, Davis Mills, and Case Keenum straight. Like I've been just flip-flopping names all over the place.
I'll say this. If you have, I haven't caught it, but that's
Okay.
I am on like 2.5 hours of sleep.
Oh, are you? Oh, God bless you. Okay. We'll get into that later for sure because my ADHD won't allow me to not veer into something like that. But at some point, look, the Texans lost 36-22 on Sunday. I know a lot of you took a hiatus from sports yesterday other than to maybe talk about some of these games we'll talk about in a little bit. It felt like a bazillion to nothing, more than 36-22. The Texans scored a couple touchdowns with Davis Mills in the fourth quarter, but they never, ever really made it close. It got interesting after the Texans recovered an onside kick, and there was potential for it. But I think the headline number really is that Joe Flacco connected with Amari Cooper for 265 yards on 11 receptions. It was after a week in which everybody, sports radio hosts, D'Amico Ryans himself, players on the Texans defense had talked about the importance of limiting big plays by Joe Flacco because he could still throw the deep ball. It was really disheartening to see Joe Flacco destroy the Texans defense with the deep ball.
Yeah, and I guess to some degree we should have maybe saw at least a pretty good game coming from Flacco, just given what he did the week prior against the Bears where he threw for 374 or something like that.
Yeah.
But not just once, I think. I looked this up the other day after the game. You know, when you're sad and you're trying to find, just even some more difficult stats to digest, I found this one for Flacco. This was just the second time in his entire career, spanning 11, 12 years, right? Second time in his entire career in which he's thrown for 360 yards plus in back-to-back weeks. He did it against the Bears and the Texans at the absolute worst time, because let's not bury one of the leads here. For the second time in the last 3 weeks, the Texans have had it handed to them on a silver platter, where they very well could, if they could have taken advantage of beating the Jaguars and beating the Jets, they could be 2 games up in the division. 2 games up.
Every team in the AFC South, including the one that doesn't even matter anymore, the Titans, lost last week. I guess it matters for the Texans because now the Titans have lost a couple in the row as the Texans face the Titans, so whatever extra motivation there is. We'll get into all of the injuries and everything else that led to this blowout. As far as C.J. Stroud, next headline, Aaron Wilson, I'll give you a little timeline here. Aaron Wilson, the day before this was on this was Christmas Eve, the day of the game. Yeah. He reported that Texans rookie quarterback C.J. Stroud remains under the mandatory NFL concussion protocol with his symptoms, including a sensitivity to loud noises and light, subsiding as he's made progress to the point where there's an increased chance he resumes some activities next week, according to league sources. That was on the Channel 2 website. Then before the game on Sunday, D'Amico was being interviewed by ESPN, which, by the way, just from watching TV while we were doing the pregame show, ESPN was all over this Browns-Texans game. All over it. They were interviewing everybody before this game. D'Amico disclosed that CJ had been in meetings on Friday and he had observed practice. Mm-hmm. Does this give you warm, fuzzy feelings about CJ Stroud being back, or are you still a little bit nervous about just how long it's taken him thus far to get through the protocol?
I mean, it made me nervous just how long, and it should. While we know not all concussions are created equal, it's just, boy, it made you think, well, had he suffered one that nobody knew about prior to, that he had multiple, is that the reason, or is it just, man, that hit was that hard? But there's concern there, period, for me. But, yeah, I mean, I'm encouraged. I think you should be encouraged by that report from Ryans that Stroud was in the building actually taking part in football activities in terms of concentrating on football in the film room, talking ball, watching practice, outside, maybe, obviously, it's in concurrent with the reports from Wilson that, hey, if he's outside, the light sensitivity is not really that big of a deal.
Oh, good call. You're right. Yeah, or even being in the bubble. Those LED lights are not. They're not sensitive to. They're not nice to be glared upon.
Yeah.
Okay. So before the game, I was all, hey, you know what? I don't care if they care CJ to hold CJ out for 2 more weeks because it's all about safety. That's the important thing. Then right about halftime, I was like, maybe they can he pass the protocol at halftime? Could they get him out there? Is there could he get a special exemption or something?
Right.
I turned into the worst version of myself.
We've all been there. We were all thinking something along those lines.
Next headline. Yesterday, the Ravens took down the 49ers 33-19. The Ravens took the ball away 5 times. They just wreaked havoc on Brock Purdy, intercepted him 4 times, possibly dealing a fatal blow to the second-year standout's MVP candidacy. Baltimore really, really put it on the 49ers. The defense was incredible. Yeah. Kyle Hamilton, the safety, further solidified his rise to becoming one of the NFL's elite safeties, intercepting a Brock Purdy pass in the end zone during the Niners' initial drive. And that's a hard one to watch. I was talking to Chris Santiago, who's filling in for Ben Gary this morning. It's hard to watch Kyle Hamilton, who the Texans could have drafted, but instead traded down and took Kenyon Green. It's hard to watch Kyle Hamilton have the year that he's having this year. This is a very, very much a missed opportunity, especially. Oh, damn it, Chris, I wish you hadn't gotten me fueled up for this. Especially on a weekend when your young safety, Jalen Petrie, was benched in the game. 19 snaps. Kyle Hamilton's tearing it up. This is an under-discussed flub that the Texans have sitting on the roster right now.
It is. Nick Caserio's got his marks against him. There is no doubt about that. But just thinking about Kyle Hamilton, you know what kind of year he's had. I mean, you just kind of went through it, but I'm looking at it last night, and he's doing this against one of the best offenses in the league. 5 or 6 tackles, 3 or 4 passes defense, 2 interceptions, and the one real big one, early on, because you could kind of excuse away some of those, other Purdy interceptions. Like, I think he had maybe 2 of them, right? That were tipped balls, and they're gonna find their ways to do it. And Purdy's had a hell of a season, but to me, Kyle Hamilton, I think you mentioned it, legitimate candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, and did it, while maybe I'm guessing Lamar Jackson further solidified his case for MVP.
Yeah, I think. Well, this is a head-to-head matchup of the 2 favorites.
But I haven't really felt like Lamar Jackson MVP because
I know
he didn't have the gaudy numbers.
Yeah,
right? But hell, they're the only 12-win team in the AFC. They're playing great ball right now, and you see what he did last night, and it's hard to make a case otherwise when you're playing like that. At this time of the season, when cases are to be made, he certainly made his last night.
Yeah, I think that, look, I always look at it as I don't care. The quarterback, the offense is the reflection of the quarterback to me is always like, okay, how good is the offense in total? Baltimore right now is the 4th scoring offense. So too often, whereas San Francisco is the 3rd scoring offense, at least it was going into last night's game. I always look at it as you got to remember it's best player and best quarterback, not best passer. How much does that guy do for the team? Both those guys have really good defenses on the other side of them. So there's there's that side of it too. I think that when you go head to head like that, CJ Stroud, and whether or not he gets the Rookie of the Year, I think just it's a matter of whether he comes back and plays in these last 2 games. I feel like if he plays in these last 2 games and does anything close to what he's been doing,
I think he's got to play pretty well. Play pretty well.
Yeah. So that's headlines. Sean Bajani in for Sean Pendergast. After the game, listen, everybody, I'm not going to be all doom and gloom this morning. You know me. I'm Joe Positivity. After the game, Dameon Pierce, who had a 98-yard kickoff return touchdown in the game, joined Sean and Clint in the postgame show. Dameon Pierce was awesome, and if you need to be reminded of why you love Dameon Pierce so much, but also why it hurts so much to watch him struggle this year, listen to this audio coming up next. He was astounding in the postgame show.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the Tuesday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Somebody's got to make a play, and maybe it's Pierce. Kickoff return at the 2, left side, over the 5, 10, 15, 20. Pierce still going, 25, 30, out to the right side, 40, 45, 50, to the right sideline, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, rock and roll, yes! Coast to coast, Dameon Pierce. And this place has exploded. Yes!
We will play nothing but the positives from the game this week. Oh. That's what Texans Pravda Radio is just going to be nothing but positive today because everything was awesome on December 24th with the Texans. That was one of the really, really nice things, and I'm glad that happened early in the game. Because you can at least say, okay, Dameon Pierce was a part of maybe keeping the Texans in this thing. He could have been part of a turnaround. It wasn't just some garbage in the end. I will say, I have to partly blame Dameon Pierce for making the blowout worse than it could have been because he injured the kicker on that play, the Browns kicker. And because of that, the Browns would go on to try to convert 6 fourth downs. They successfully converted 4th of them. Several of them were like they were in obvious field goal range. Well, so if the Browns, I keep saying the Ravens because they didn't jam Joe Flacco, like they wouldn't have. They would have 100% kicked field goals in a couple of those situations where they ended up going for it on 4th down just because they don't have a Dario Gumbawale type guy on their team.
I was going to say this. I don't think it was. Don't blame Pierce. Wasn't that Amos? Wasn't that Amos that actually laid the block on the kicker?
Oh, was it? Is that what it was? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I blame Amos. Okay, good call. Sorry, Pierce. Is that your bet? I'll go back to being positive about your 98-yard touchdown return.
Yeah, you got to. Like that literally that brought a smile to my face. We've played that highlight now twice, and that's the first 2 times I've heard Vandy on the call. I couldn't bring myself to listen to anything, watch anything after that game the other day. I was over it. It was like wash, don't repeat. It's on to Christmas. Let me enjoy something about the weekend, right?
It was an ugly, ugly game. And look, this is even bittersweet talking about this because Dameon Pierce obviously has had a really rough year as a running back. It was such a nice surprise to see him out there. And it turns out, as he explained to Sean and Clint on the postgame show, it was kind of a surprise to Dameon Pierce, too. They asked him, when did he find out that he was going to be working on kickoff return?
So I come in Tuesday. So I usually meet with my running back coach before everything gets started. So we in there chilling. He like, you checked the depth chart today? I'm like, depth chart or what? He like, they got you returning. That's nice. You know what I'm saying? I ain't did that since high school, but okay. You know what I'm saying? But that's how that went, bro. Just how it looked. That's exactly how it went. You know, I just came in Tuesday. I was like, well, that's another opportunity for me to go make plays, help the team, you know.
Yeah, and, he went on to talk about kind of how supportive everybody was. Danny Barrett, his running backs coach, everybody on the team, Kaimi Fairbairn. He says he can't pronounce Kaimi, so he always calls him Fairbairn, which I don't know if Damien realizes that Kaimi Kaimi is a nickname itself, and because he definitely then can't pronounce the entire Kaimi name. None of us can. There were parts of this interview where, like, you hear Dameon Pierce's personality, which we haven't heard for a while. Have you been able to interview him at all this season?
No. Yes, this season, yes, but him being on with the guys post-game Sunday was the first media hit of any kind that he's done since the week leading into the Falcons game.
Yeah.
Think about that. It's been a long time. That was 2 weeks pre-ankle injury, which held him out for a month.
Yeah.
And he's been back for a month, and he has not talked to the media since.
And he's been marginalized, and that's where, and understandably so, like, I don't think anybody's thinking it's an injustice or anything, but like, I was wondering, all right, man, I wonder how he's handling this, because he's such a positive guy, and he's got such an electric personality, but man, when you're dealt a blow like this, it can be really hard, and he was really insightful in talking about this. I believe Sean asked him this next question about just what it's been like for him so far this season. Things haven't necessarily gone the way he probably would have hoped, and he's adjusting to a new offense. So what's it been like for him?
To be honest with you, bro, in my long time, bro, I think about stuff like this. It may not be the best year of my career, stat-wise, but honestly, I think this is the best year of my career mentally. It's giving me time to look at the game from different perspectives. It's teaching me life lessons. I'm like, okay, so how do I handle adversity? Because I really never had adversity up until this point. Yeah. So how do I handle adversity? And, speaking on that, how do I respond to adversity? I still come in, do I come in geared down? No. Still respond the same way. Keep working, keep chipping away. And, I'm surrounded by, I got a great circle surrounding me, keeping me confident, coaches and players, everybody just keeping me calm, composed and just there for me. So just being on this team has helped in that department tremendously. And, Slow, I appreciate Slow. Man, Slow take his time with me, bro. He ain't giving up on me.
Yeah, so talking about Bobby Slowick there at the end,
I love that answer, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, that is everything. Because it is true. A lot of guys come into he says he's never had adversity. I don't think he's had adversity. I mean, at Florida, they were livid that they didn't play him more. But I think people loved him. When he did play, he had he did well when he did play and when he got touches. But he's never had anything quite like this. I think just to be open and honest about how hard it is, but then you can also see that he's just he's that guy. I think he's going to figure out a way to be positive about it, and I think it does help a lot. These are the instances where I think having a guy like D'Amico and Bobby Slowick, who doesn't have the personality of D'Amico and isn't necessarily just have that human touch. I think Slowick is eminently patient, and it's just cool to hear that the coaches aren't abandoning him or giving up on him, even if they're not giving him any carries. And again, understandable that they're not giving him any carries.
100%. Look, he was being asked by me, mainly earlier this season, if this was the most difficult year in football he's ever experienced. And mind you, that was only through the first month and a half of the season when his struggles were very apparent and questions were being asked then hey, is he just not a system fit? And I honestly think that he needed to get away and not be around the negative questions, to just be by himself. If you connect the dots, everything that we talked to Dameon Pierce about, there's not really a response in which he doesn't interject Danny Barrett's name, his running back coach.
Yeah.
That guy is like a dad to him almost. Everything you heard Dameon say there, I venture to believe that it came from the lips of Danny Barrett first. And he's just understanding and learning a lot about football and life, as he'd said, from Danny.
Yeah.
And the part about Slowick, too, I thought about Dalton Schultz when he was talking about, how patient Slowick is with him. Dalton said when he was given the playbook in the preseason and he's looking at it and he's like, oh, my God, this is a lot.
Yeah.
And, it's simple, but it's complex in that, look, there's many variations based off of one type of, route tree and stuff like that.
Right.
But Schultz flat out said, he went out to the practice field one day and he told Slowick, I'm going to have to mess this up a lot.
Yeah. You know what?
Because that's the way I learn.
Yeah.
And
and that's how he looked. That's how it was. You're exactly right. That's how it looked early on. You could tell at times in the preseason and early in the season, especially, that Schultz just wasn't on the same page as CJ, and he wasn't making the right reads and everything. That's a learning curve with something that's more complex like this. And that's a great lead into this next part. Clint asked him about what specifically Dameon is working on to adapt to this Bobby Slowick scheme.
Because I can't even say it's run scheme. It's just me being that much more detailed. This offense is requiring a version of me that I haven't attained yet. And I hate to say it, I hate to sound this way, but that's nothing I can fix during the season. So I'm kind of in a limbo to where, okay, I can't fix it during the season, but that don't mean I can't still try to work at it.
Sure,
That's kind of an off-season thing. Okay, let me get my playbook. Let me get my body back right. Let me, prepare physically for this. Because it's a bigger load. It's a way bigger load than last year. And it was kind of a shock to me, mentally and physically, and that kind of, made me stagnant. And then, like I said, I had got an injury. There was a lot of compounded things, but. Like you said, bro, it's really not the adversity, is how you respond to it. And I'm just trying to make sure I respond to it best as I can and just grow from this. So next year, when I am where I want to be mentally and physically, my year can be that much more better. Our year can be that much more better, and we can go out and be lights out with CJ, man.
So, like, that was hard to hear the part where about you can't fix it this season. Not because I thought that it sounded like he was giving up or anything. It's just I know exactly what he means without knowing all of the details. I think there's just there's an approach to the game he needs to take in adapting to this scheme and some of the complexity of it, and just understanding like the way that they run the ball. A lot of it has to do with, you got to be on the same page as the offensive line. You got to know whether you're reading the linebacker or the safety and whether that changes by formation and all these other things. And I think they're asking him to do a lot of things that he's never had to do before. And it's hard to figure it out without a boatload of mental reps and physical reps. And that's what he's like. The positive part of it is it sounds like he's got a plan already for January through August next year of how he's going to figure this out.
I think he's repeating what he's being told, what he's being taught, and I think it's a good thing because I think it's right. I also think that while you should not remember and you should want to forget much of what occurred last year and the year before that and the year before that with his football team, but particularly last year, maybe one thing you should remember is the way that they handled Dameon Pierce right out of the gate. He was not on the field for the first 6 weeks of the season in any down that mattered. Right?
Like
big third downs. He was off the field. Impactful plays. He wasn't there. He wasn't seen. And we asked why. And finally, it was, putting it together from what Dameon was talking about, from what Lovey was talking about, and even Pep to a certain degree, who said much, much less. And left it really to Lovey and Dameon to answer these questions. And Danny, too, did a good job last year, but he needed to work on identifying what the defense was doing, picking up a blitz, working on his blocking, being better away from the football. When he knows he's not getting the football, what does he really need to do when the football's not in his hands? And I think for maybe a little bit of a slower learner, somebody that's maybe, takes a little bit longer to adapt to a system or what's being asked of them just in general, I think Dameon has proven that he'd been able to figure that out last year, and it's certainly worth the wait if you have to endure a season like he's having this season. Thank God you have motor, but I mean, I thought back, man, look how Jonathan Grenard's blossomed. Look how Nico Collins has blossomed, right? And their circumstances different a little bit, right? But, man, shouldn't you have that same kind of patience and faith in a guy like Dameon Pierce, who clearly showed you that he's very talented in, 14, 13 games, whatever he played for you last year?
Well, and we'll play some audio later of D'Amico where, honestly, is maybe the most emotional as D'Amico will get in a press conference. That might have been the most kind of perturbed he's looked. But the difference in tone of voice between him talking about D'Amico and him talking about Davis Mills is pretty stark. And
Dameon, you mean? Yeah, talking
about
Dameon.
Yeah. Did I say D'Amico? Yeah, Dameon. Thank you. Dameon and Davis Mills is pretty stark. And we won't get to the audio here, but Dameon had talked about how one of the reasons he likes kickoff return is like you can kind of just everything's laid out for you. You can see who's blocking who. I'm going to run there, and that's what I'm going to do. And it's a little bit more just see hole, hit hole. I think there's something, it might end up being as much, too, as, look, you've got a valuable natural asset in Dameon Pierce, and Bobby Slowick's got to figure out a way to incorporate him where maybe whether you tweak the rules a little bit or whatever you need to do, it would be a shame to throw the baby out with the bathwater just because he's not a perfect fit for everything you want to do on this scheme. I think they'll figure that out in the offseason. A guy who's never had trouble adapting to schemes after playing for multiple NFL teams, Ross Tucker, the beloved Ross Tucker, joins us. That's coming up next.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, 610. It's Reaction Tuesday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Let's get right after it. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way. And Ross, just for you, we brought in the Journey this morning to bring you in.
I love it, and I love, Seth, how professional you sound coming back from break like that. That was like, I'm so used to Sean, and then you just like laughing and whatever. That was like you sound like an adult there.
I know it's like in Dumb and Dumber when they go to the ball and they're wearing their tuxedos. That's about my best approximation of an adult is Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber. So you were at the Eagles game last night, were you not?
Yes, I called the game for Westwood One nationally, so it was great. So for me, I live like an hour and a half from Philly, so I got to do all the Santa stuff with my daughters and then drive down to the stadium. And actually, I do the Eagles pregame for your sister station, Odyssey sister station in Philly. So I love the double dip. I know you can't double dip a chip, but you can double dip gigs at a game sometimes. So I was able to do the pregame show for Odyssey, WIP in Philly there, and then do the game for Westwood One. And you guys know, I mean, if you've ever done a game, all I ever care about is I want a close competitive game, and I don't want overtime so I can get home. So that game ended up being perfect. The Eagles kept finding ways to keep the Giants in it somehow so that the game would be entertaining all the way to the last play.
Yeah, if I know Eagles fans, they were super stoked to get a win barely versus the Giants and remain 11-5 and atop of the division, right? They were super happy about that.
So it's so funny that you say that. They're 11-4, and what's really crazy is if they had just not let Drew Lock go 92 yards Monday night, you know, they'd be the number one seed in the NFC still, with home games against the Cardinals and then the Giants again on the road to end the season. And, you know, they're going to probably be the number 2 seed. They got a really good chance of that. They got a great chance to win the NFC East. And yet, after the game, I'm trying to get out of there. I'm on the elevator with a bunch of fans. I don't know. Maybe they have luxury box. I don't know how they get on the elevator too, but they're on the elevator, and these guys are coming on. And this guy is like, "Worst 11-4 team I've ever seen in my life. Worst 11-4 team I've ever seen. Can you believe these guys are?" It was just, and I just like, you know, I'm like looking forward, no comment. Just let me get off this elevator as soon as possible.
Ross Tucker, our guest on Sports Radio 610 Odyssey NFL Insider. Ross, Sean Bajani with you, and for the other Sean, question for you, man. I know you're fresh off of this Eagles game, but I got to know your real take, your real thoughts on this Houston Texans team. I know Seth has talked about this, and I think I know where he sides when I'm going to ask you if this is legitimately a really good football team. Are the Texans a good football team? And I ask because they've lost some stinkers. They're coming off of another one. And miraculously, some way, somehow, they are still very much in play to win the AFC South. When you look at this Texans team, without C.J. Stroud, are they legitimately a good football team in the AFC?
Well, first of all, Sean, I'm just curious. Do you think that you're the best man for the job, or do you think that they just thought it'd be easier for the guests like me if the fill-in guy was also named Sean?
I think I'm the best man for the job.
Yeah, this is They've had Sean in before just you, Ross. You're not the main character, Ross, okay?
It just happened to work out well.
No, it's just funny because I'm just busting your chops, Sean, but I will say this. For someone like me, man, it makes it a lot easier because if your name was Jeff, I would probably have forgotten that already. So I'm glad that it was Sean again. You know, I thought it was a really surprisingly inept performance by the Texans. I don't think you can say that they're a good team. I guess it depends on, you know, there's a sliding scale for that, right? I would say that they're a slightly above average team. And I think their record probably indicates that. You know, they were probably fortunate to win the week before against the Titans. And I'm really surprised with the ease ease with which the Browns moved the football on the Texans, I really thought the Texans defense would perform better than that. You know, I get that you're going against a good Browns defense, and I get that it's Keenum and Mills or whatever they were doing, rotating the quarterbacks, which you guys could explain to me at some point. But, you know, to get torched by Amari Cooper like that was pretty stunning. Because and by the way, I think that it's funny we're now at the stage of the season where we're now eliminating guys from certain awards. Like I think Brock Purdy might have eliminated himself from the MVP award last night, you know, throwing 4 picks and getting smoked by the Ravens. Mm-hmm. And I think D'Amico Ryans probably eliminated himself from Coach of the Year consideration when, you know, Kevin Stefanski's got a really good case himself, and Stefanski comes in there. And you can say, oh, we don't have C.J. Stroud. Yeah. Well, the Browns are on their 4th quarterback, and they still came in and totally lit you guys up at home. Not a good look for D'Amico, and in particular the defense. I mean, that was really – they didn't even have a kicker. I mean, it could have been worse. At the end of the first half, they can't even kick a field goal to go up 3 scores.
You know what? That's where, though, Ross, I'm actually that's one of my mini excuses, my totally fraudulent and yet somehow valid excuses for why the blowout was as bad as it was. Because the I said the Ravens. Because the Browns didn't have a kicker, they went for it on 4th down 6 times and converted 4 of those. So there were some field goals they would have taken where they just not kept on pressing on. So it could have, like, obviously, they, A, converted those 4th downs, and B, it was going to be a resounding victory no matter what. I had actually written that question down. Did Kevin Stefanski beat D'Amico Ryans out for Coach of the Year? The thing that you know what I won't like at all, Ross, is if somehow Andrew Berry, the GM of the Browns, starts getting credit for signing Joe Flacco, when the only reason Joe Flacco is there because they didn't have a good quarterback's backup, you know, that they had to go out and find Joe Flacco. I feel like they dumb lucked their way into having Joe Flacco, and the Joe Flacco looks like, is Joe Flacco going to win a Super Bowl, Ross? Is Joe Flacco to Amari Cooper the scariest thing in football right now?
You know, there's a lot of good stuff there. So first of all, I think there's maybe a lesson there with the Browns' aggressiveness on 4th down. You know, because when we talk about, like, end-of-game situations, end of half, they really do calculate in now, especially end-of-game situations. Well, yeah, if the team's down by 3, you know, you'd rather be up by 4, obviously, than up by 3. But if you're up by 4, then the team knows they need a touchdown, so they'll go for it on every 4th down. Like, that's a real calculation now, is that, you know, well, this team's going to have one more opportunity on every set of downs because they have to. They need a touchdown. They need whatever they need at that point. The Flacco thing is remarkable to me because it's funny. You know, I know some of these guys, and I happen to, have a place at the Jersey Shore, and so does Chad Henne and Joe Flacco. And the irony of it is, you know, the Jets, when Aaron Rodgers went down, they reached out to Chad Henne. And Henne was like, nah, I'm retired. Like 15 years is good. No, thank you, basically, right? And I had heard, now that I know for a fact, but I had also heard that Flacco reached out to the Jets and was like, I want to come. Like, I want to be there. Like, I was there last year. I know a lot of the personnel. Like, bring me in. And I don't know. I've had people tweet at me, and this is just a totally unsubstantiated rumor of people on social media, but somehow this must have been reported somewhere that Aaron Rodgers did not want the Jets to bring in Flacco.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why they didn't do it. But it is, it's kind of stunning that a guy that was on his couch, you know, like 6 weeks ago, like, which brings up a whole other question. Like, is Joe Flacco the comeback player of the year? And can we please get like a definition of what that award even means? Because to me, I think I would vote for him because it's like he came back from the dead. I mean, he came back from the couch midway through the year to now be, I don't know, in the top half of the league as a starting quarterback and take the Browns to double-digit wins. I mean, I guess the favorite for the award is DeMar Hamlin, and that's like a totally different category to me. I mean, like it's like what are we even comparing guys to?
DeMar Hamlin is one of those ones where nobody wants to be the guy that doesn't vote for DeMar Hamlin. Although I wonder now that we're a year removed from everything, if maybe it doesn't feel quite as much like that, where people feel like, okay, we can move on from that and talk about the football.
Somebody tweeted me, said, I think DeMar Hamlin has 8 defensive snaps this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't.
And Geno Smith won it last year, and you're like, okay, but like, comeback would suggest that you were ever at a certain level where he just like, if anything, that was like newcomer of the year for Geno Smith. He'd never had a year like that.
Geno Smith came back from irrelevance, and Joe Flacco. I mean, and then Niners fans were tweeting me, it should be Brock Purdy. I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess he had elbow surgery and he's not going to win the MVP now. So if you want comeback player, like, okay. It's just these awards. And then the best is like second in the MVP voting, right? Won't win the Offensive Player of the Year award. You know, it'll be like they'll give it to McCaffrey. McCaffrey will be Offensive Player of the Year at some point. And he probably won't. Although he actually might be second for the MVP this year.
Ross,
that's a good point, though. Yeah.
You know, talking about Offensive Player of the Year, I mean, C.J. Stroud very much in line. I think still for Offensive Rookie of the Year. You talking about comebacks? He could come back this week. I think the Texans' playoff hopes are riding on his shoulders. You know, you saw the play. You know, the concussion that he sustained. What are your thoughts on that? And then, do you recall like when you played, what kind of protocols you went through, maybe the worst concussion you ever experienced, what that process was like for you in some relation, you know, when you're watching CJ go through this, did you have, you know, specific thoughts on, you know, what we might be seeing but just not know?
Oh, man, Sean, and Seth can probably piggyback off of this. I don't know that there's anything that's changed as much from when I played to now as like concussion protocols and procedures. Mm-hmm. I mean, back when I played, and by the way, I retired in 2008, so it wasn't like that long ago, like 15 years ago. But
it was right before the awakening on concussions, really.
Yeah, it was right before everything happened, Sean. Mm-hmm. So like back then, I don't think we really thought you got a concussion unless you were knocked out. I mean, yeah. I was never diagnosed with a concussion. Now, having talked with people since then and talking with them about certain situations, like back then we would say like we saw stars, mm-hmm. you know, mm-hmm. or like things were a little fuzzy, like that's a concussion. And now we know that. But back then we didn't know. I can remember distinctly Drew Bledsoe threw a pick. And like an absolute idiot, I tried to make the tackle, and I got blindsided, which, by the way, would be totally illegal now, right? Like a total blindside block. I didn't see it. Roosevelt Colvin just lit me up. The first thing that hit the ground was the back of my head, and I came off the field, and I was just like dazed and confused. Incredible movie, by the way. And I just sat there. Thankfully, the Patriots went like on a long drive because I remember like the inactive O-line was like, Tuck, are you okay? I was like, yeah, man, yeah, I'm okay. He's like, no, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm okay. Like, I was like in a fog for like 4 minutes, but our starting center had already fractured his kneecap in the game, so I was the only guy left. I mean, it was just like, it was just a different time, Sean. I will say this. I would love to get more information from you guys or anyone because it is rare in even the new NFL for a guy to miss 2 games after a concussion. So I guess I would like more information as to why we think Stroud has missed 2 games and if that's a concern, because I'm a little concerned. I mean, something is not going as smoothly in the return to play process for him as it normally does if he had to miss 2 games.
As one doctor said, every concussion's like a snowflake. They are just completely unique, and you never know. With Stroud, Aaron Wilson ended up reporting last week that he was still having issues with sensitivity to light and loud noises, but D'Amico disclosed before the game on Sunday that Stroud was in the building on Friday and he was out observing practice. So he attended meetings and was observing practice. So it took him a long time to get out of that stage 1 of the protocol for whatever reason. He's moving along in it now, and we'll find out more presumably today and tomorrow if and when they practice and all that. But you're right. Yeah, you're right. It's just these guys go into the protocol and it's kind of a black box. You don't know exactly how their individual case is until you get more news on them moving through the protocol. It's funny.
We didn't even have like the baseline testing back then. Now they have baseline testing and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. And by the way, I'm so glad they do. I'm so glad they're so much further ahead than we were. I'm glad we know what we know now. I wish we knew it when I was playing. I'm glad that there are less hits to the head, that they're trying to lower the volume of hits to the head in practice, and they're doing a lot of really, really positive things. And I think young people that play football, and certainly people in college and NFL now, will be much better off for it than Seth and I will probably be.
Yeah, we're just babbling messes at this point. Ross Tucker, you're not a babbling mess, I am. But Ross Tucker, you can follow him on x.com at Ross Tucker NFL, and I highly encourage you to subscribe to all his podcasts. Ross, really appreciate you coming on, man.
Of course. Great talking with you guys. Take care.
Thanks, Ross. You too. That
was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way. I will tell a story about one of my undiagnosed concussions when we get back. But also, look, there were a lot of non-concussive injuries on Sunday. But there were also still some notably bad performances, a benching of one notable player. Have a couple players sealed their fate with this team as the season comes to a close? We'll discuss next.
It's a reaction. Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Texans lose to the Cleveland Browns, not the Baltimore Ravens. No matter how much you and your radio hosts want to say Baltimore Ravens every time they visualize Joe Flacco, he was wearing a Browns uniform. The big notable thing about that game, Sean, was not just the blowout, but the benching of Jalen Petrie. Because there's just so many things to focus on that I think it almost flew under the radar. And then because it's Christmas and everything, people don't, there's not the normal amount of discussion afterwards. But Jalen Petrie ends up playing 19 snaps in this game. He was asked about Jalen Petrie being on the sideline in the post game, and this is how D'Amico answered.
That's the decision where it comes to just everybody being, we rotated a lot of guys there, right? We had Amos, we had DAC back there rotating a lot of guys. We lost Jimmy, so there's a lot of guys in and out in the back end.
Okay, this might be the moment where for the first time we got genuine 100% coach speak from D'Amico Ryans, because there's no way in hell that was part of the rotation, especially when he cited Jimmy Ward going out as one of the reasons for Jalen Petrie only getting 19 snaps. That doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
So, this was coach speak. This might be the first really 100% documented case of D'Amico Ryans giving you pure coach speak.
Yeah, that, and anytime he's asked about an injury to a player, or anytime he's had to address concussion protocol with C.J. Stroud over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
It did sound like he wanted to go to a different area when he's answering that question, and he kind of caught himself early.
Yeah.
And said, "This is what it is." Yeah, because with the way that you took that and the way that I took that, it was the same thing. But that cynical part of my brain is also saying that, well, if they thought it was a good idea to go dual quarterback, on the offensive end, and who knows what they were thinking of the secondary?
That's true too. Yeah,
our best safety's out. Well, no way Petrie can play with DHC.
Well, now that Jimmy Ward's out, we got to be sure we start enact the rotation where the other starting safety only plays 19 snaps. Just by way of contrasting that. Other than the first game where he got injured and left the game, then he missed a couple games, the fewest snaps he had played in a game since he came back from injury in the Steelers game was 56. And that was in that Steelers game when he came back. So Jalen Petrie is out there just about every snap typically. And I think it's pretty notable that, when D'Angelo Ross led up that huge play to Amari Cooper, and everybody was wondering, how the hell do you not double him or give him safety help over the top? That's probably the likely. That's the likely culprit. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. So, all right, Jalen Ward. The question I had asked was, have some of these players sealed their fates? I don't think there's any chance that Jalen Petrie isn't on this team next year. I do think he has been vaulted into the competing for a job, competing for a starting job category. I don't think there's a chance that they think, oh yeah, he's ironclad going to be the starter next year no matter what.
I can't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Do I think he's probably going to end up winning without even knowing who he's going to be competing with? I'm saying what I'm about to say what I'm going to say because of my faith in Jalen as a student of the game.
Yeah.
Right? And I think we kind of put all of our eggs in his basket in the preseason because of the way that he was talking, how excited he was about the season, the defense, the whole 9 yards, right? So I think it's probably a situation where, yes, you're right, he's going to be competing, but he's probably going to win the job because he's going to be the best guy, given work ethic, athletic ability, knowledge. I mean, I just think it's going to be there. We're seeing it in various different levels on this team. Certain guys a little slower to come along. We just got done talking a couple of segments about how difficult of a year it's been for Dameon Pierce. And I kind of interjected, well, hey, look how Nico Collins has kind of blossomed in this system. It's just kind of worked for him. Look how good Jonathan Grenard has looked in this defense. It's just kind of worked for him, but it has everything to do with is just as much about his talent, but who he's doing it next to.
Yeah, that's where it's weird because Dameon Pierce has been a much bigger disappointment in terms of what you expected out of him compared to Jalen Petrie. And yet, with Dameon Pierce, I think part of it is that, man, everybody just loves him so much and for good reason. And you wonder, okay, how much of it is either a scheme mismatch or him having trouble adapting to it. We've got some great audio that we played earlier that we'll play of him again later. But I just don't get as frustrated with Dameon Pierce as I do Jalen Petrie. The one that's really hard for me right now, because I really, really love this guy and I think he's good for the team in a lot of ways, and yet he's here on a 2-year contract and he's been banged up and he's missed 5 games. And he was also a part of one of the biggest mental flubs of the game on the very first play from scrimmage. It's Jimmy Ward. And it's really hard. I love Jimmy Ward to the point where I flipped out. I was doing a live stream the day before the game, and somebody on the live stream compared Jimmy Ward to Lonnie Johnson. And yeah, that's which is I got genuine, and I still get upset about that one. Like I don't feel like you're not doing service to just what a train wreck Lonnie Johnson was when you try to compare Jimmy Ward to Lonnie Johnson.
Right.
But having said that, like Jimmy Ward has not been as consistent as I expected him to be.
No, I agree with that. Look, he got barbecued just like Steven Nelson did on that first play. There's no question. Yeah, but I still think this defense functions way more smooth when he's on the field healthy.
Yeah.
And that is in large part to do just the amount of like responsibility and communication, getting guys lined up, even just being able to identify things pre-snap from an offense, anticipate what's coming. I just think his knowledge is so far superior. Maybe the athletic ability isn't what it used to be. I mean, he is 32, 33 years old now, but I think they function so much better as that secondary that you penciled in training camp, with Petrie, with Ward, with Nelson, and look, that other corner spot, like if it hadn't been Stingley when he was out with injury, with Shaq Griffin, whoever it is, like they played really well and much better when Ward's been on the field healthy.
Okay, so we're going over biggest disappointments on the season. As we come into the end of the year, this is our list of grievances. And again, with Jimmy Ward, just to sum it up, I love him so much. Like, I think there's so much he brings from a leadership standpoint. Yeah. And he's 32 years old. He's missed 5 games. I don't know, like in terms of depending on him next year, I think they might end up having to be more aggressive. Between Jalen Petrie being inconsistent and Jimmy Ward being injured, they might have to be more aggressive this offseason at the safety position than maybe you had planned.
He missed 5, but he also missed significant portions of 3 others.
Yeah.
The most snaps in those 3 games that he'd gotten hurt in.
Yeah.
He played in 35% of the snaps just once. Everything else has been like 9%, 11%. Like, so he was hardly out there when he got hurt. He got hurt early.
Okay, this is the tough one. Except that if you were, talking to your seatmate or something at the game on Sunday, you understand it. John Mechie. John Mechie is such a great story, and it's awesome that he's been able to overcome cancer, but he just there's not any electricity, I guess, to his route running or his movement, and he's dropping the ball way too consistently. There were a lot of drops in that game on Sunday, but none more than John Mechie. And then over the course of the last several weeks, it feels like at least once a game you've got a John Mechie drop, and it's getting harder and harder to just pencil him in at the back end of that receivers room as the receivers room starts to look like there's some promise in it.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Look, he wants to make it about football. He didn't want to make it about cancer anymore. He said numerous times that he's ready for that, and that's what he wants it to be about. Well, if that's true, you got to go out there and perform, and he's not performing. I mean, it was an egregious drop touchdown catch. I think didn't that come at a point where the game was kind of slipping away?
It was still within reach.
Yeah. I mean, you never felt like it was completely out of reach until it got like 36-7 or whatever the heck it was. I think he dropped that touchdown, far before that. But that was just maybe the most awkward John Mechie football moment this season, and that just goes to show you how thin that room really is. Like, you know the names, you see the bodies, but in terms of, like, actual talent, it's a steep drop-off, just like we thought it would be, you know, at the beginning of the season. Regardless of you not knowing what Nico Collins was capable of doing this season or Tank Dell, it was going to be a steep drop-off no matter what.
That's where, especially this time of year, you start to get a feel for, okay, like how strong is the infrastructure of your football team? And you realize, man, the Texans, they did a good job of kind of patching up a lot of holes at that first level of both the offense and the defense. And, you know, you signed some 1- and 2-year veterans to come in and put a good veneer on everything. But when the injuries start to mount and the rubber really meets the road this time of year, you can see, okay, wow, they need a more complete roster than they have right now. I guess with John Mechie, the one thing I would say is that I think unless you've been through it, you probably can't have, and I certainly haven't been through it, but like if you've been through chemo or radiation or any other cancer treatment, like just how devastatingly taxing it is and like probably how long it really takes to come back from. Yeah. So, I mean, there's always that possibility that you wait and see one more year and see what happens in the spring and exactly just it does. But the tough part is, though, like coming out of college, he wasn't a real twitchy guy. You know, it wasn't like that was in this scouting report that you had this twitched up guy. It was more of a plodding, methodical mover who was tough and could run good routes and everything. But man, if you're that guy, you got to have rock solid hands.
Yeah, but he hadn't run good routes. He hadn't run good routes. That's been a big weakness of his game this year.
The offensive line, I don't know even how much detail we need to go into as far as it being a disappointment. I would say this last game really made me want to lay Juice Scruggs, the left guard, down to rest and resurrect him as Juice Scruggs, the center. And hopefully that's what we get, because I still am optimistic about him as a center. I'm excited to see what Patterson might be able to do as a guard when he comes back. Maybe Kenyon Green has reinvented himself, but I think that Scruggs more and more just does not look like a guy who's meant to be a guard. He's a center and nothing more.
Scruggs, center. Patterson beats Green out at left guard next year.
That's your prediction?
Yeah.
Both Greens, if Kendrick Green is back too. Both K Greens will be beaten out by Juice Scruggs.
Kendrick Green will go try to be a fullback somewhere next year.
You know what? We were talking in the pregame about, I was trying to remember who they had used at fullback one game pretty heavily in a package. They used an offensive lineman at fullback, and somebody reminded me it was Kendall Lamb. I can't remember which game it was.
It was a fullback or tight end?
It was fullback. He always was the sixth guy. Like, he would come in and be like the tackle, like the sixth offensive lineman and line up at tight end. But they had a game, or maybe a few, where he would actually line up in the backfield as a fullback.
Lord.
And Kendall Lamb's starting for the Dolphins, is he not?
I think he is.
Yeah. He's like, that's a hard one to watch. So Kendall Lamb was the guy. But then in this game, the Browns played an offensive lineman at fullback a couple times. You are listening to KILT Houston and KILT HD2 in Odyssey Station. It's 8 o'clock. Let's do the 8 at 8.
1.
Amari Cooper had 265 yards connecting with Joe Flacco 11 times in the game on Sunday. That, if you're a Texans fan, doesn't sound like awesome news at all, but it's the most notable thing that happened in that game. I think that Joe Flacco and Amari Cooper would be in the Hall of Fame if they'd had each other their entire careers. Really an impressive display by those two, and the reason that I only have half as much hair right now as I had on Sunday.
You mentioned the chunk plays, that Flacco was hitting, not just with Cooper, but, Njoku and there's a couple other guys. I don't know how many chunk plays they'd given up, but you mentioned 4 plays of 40 or more yards. Is that right?
Yeah.
I worked on this, Seth, a couple of weeks ago. The Texans defensively look as good as they've been, like the top half of the league, right? We know what they've done run defense-wise, but allowing chunk plays, I think they are top. They've given up top 3 most plays of 20 or more yards in the air out of any NFL team this season.
Which is really frustrating because they also play a lot of zone defense. Like for all of the things you're so, okay, hey, give up a bunch of stuff underneath, Like, just go, give us what we expect to see. And especially when you're warned about it all week long, about how Joe Flacco can still throw an immaculate deep ball. Don't let Amari Cooper have 5 plays of 20-plus yards.
Yeah.
5 plays of 20-plus yards, right. Jonathan Alexander pointed out in the Chronicle, they gave up 4 plays of 40 yards or more against the Jaguars in Week 12. They gave up 2 40-plus yard plays against the Broncos in Week 13. Week 15 against the Titans, they gave up 2 pass plays of 30 yards or more. And in Week 15, they saw 2 pass plays of 50 yards or more.
Do you know the great equalizer is that with C.J. Stroud, you were able to do the same damn thing. And it's so funny. Every time the Texans have hit on a chunk play this season offensively, they've scored a touchdown on that drive. Every time except for 6. And it's because of penalties, or they've started like in really good field position where they hadn't needed a chunk play, but they've scored before you went through this quarterback limbo. 31 touchdowns. Every single one of those touchdowns, with the exception of 6, if I'm not being clear, had a chunk play of at least 1 of 20 or more yards involved in it. And so you were able to kind of counteract that, what you were hemorrhaging defensively, with what you could do offensively. And now with Keenum or Mills, whatever combo you want to come up with, you can't do it.
All right, next one.
2.
Jimmy Ward, John Grenard, Steven Nelson, 3 guys who are injured in this game. Steven Nelson coming and going. Injuries were a big factor here. They were going to lose regardless, don't get me wrong. But the John Grenard one is the one that I feel when you're already down Will Anderson, it was really, really hard to not have John Grenard in there, because this pass rush has become something they've really relied upon the last few weeks.
Yeah, Jerry Hughes was not effective when he had to step up. And Barnett, he's done some good things in a short amount of time being with the Texans, but man, you missed that just athletic ability. The way that Matt Burke broke it down this last week, Jonathan Grenard with those long arms, that were typically attached to a 6'5", 6'6" guy, the way that he's able to play with leverage and lower center of gravity that way. I mean, you missed that athleticism, and it was noticeable immediately when he went down.
Next.
3.
C.J. Stroud was reported by Aaron Wilson to be progressing through the protocol. He had been sensitive to light and loud noises, which sounded really, really bad when you heard about that the day before the game. The morning of the game, D'Amico Ryan spoke with ESPN, and he said that CJ had been in the building, had attended meetings on Friday, and was out at practice. So presumably the sensitivity to light, as you pointed out, had gotten a lot better by that point. The next big update will likely come tomorrow when the Texans practice. And Sean, I'm guessing you'll be out there at practice. Yeah. They'll let us know whether CJ was an active participant, whether he was observing, where he is exactly in the protocol.
It's going to be interesting, because if he's out on a football field, it would be presumed that he'd be in a limited capacity at least, right? Mm-hmm. But a quarterback is also supposed to take the podium tomorrow afternoon.
Oh,
it's typical on Wednesdays. So I wonder, if CJ practices in any capacity, will he take the podium, or will the Texans continue this competitive advantage, gamesmanship type thing where they don't send a quarterback, they keep the opposition guessing leading into the week's game?
I bet, because the first step is he has to do limited participation in football drills, I think, and then observe. I think they have to kind of observe and see how he responds to that. Mm-hmm. So it's not like he'll be a full participant on Wednesday. I would guess that they're going to hold him out. That would be my... either for purposes of gamesmanship or just in adhering to the protocol, which actually leads into the next one.
4.
If CJ can't go, did Case earn the job with his Did Davis earn the job with his 2-touchdown performance in the fourth quarter of Sunday's game?
I don't know if he earned it per se. But
I don't. I think that's the exact way to phrase it. I don't think that either of those guys did anything that means they deserve to start on Sunday. But I am at the point where, all right, you let Davis be the number 2 quarterback all year long, figuring, well, Case can just jump in if we need to in case of emergency, and that's what you did. Case clearly let every single one of his bad old habits come to roost on Sunday. He was bailing out the back of the even when even when there was room to step up, he was bailing out the back of the pocket. That was really discouraging. He does not handle pressure in his face well at all. I'm watching 38-year-old Joe Flacco out there throw darts while people are draped off of him. Case gets somebody in his face and he's throwing the ball, like at a perfect parabola up into the sky.
But in all fairness, the Texans didn't get anybody in Flacco's face for much of the game.
That's a good point, too. Yeah. Well, you know what, though? There are a few instances of him spinning out, throwing for a first down, spinning out with guys draped over him. So, obviously, I mean, this is one argument for having bring back a retired, bona fide starter compared to a career backup at some point.
Yeah.
I would say if they have to, I think you're at the point where, hey, roll it out with Case and see what happens. Or, excuse me, with Davis and see what happens. But I'm not married to either of those guys. I think that fourth quarter comeback, he averaged 4.6 yards per attempt against an extreme prevent defense. The Browns had sat everybody back deep in coverage. He was lucky. Davis was lucky not to have thrown at least 3 picks in that fourth quarter. There was nothing about that performance in the fourth quarter that impressed me a single bit. I was actually kind of astounded that people were pointing to that as evidence that he's definitively better than Case Keenum.
Yeah.
Neither of those guys impressed me in that game.
Two of those near interceptions were tipped passes, too, which is kind of odd that, Davis Mills, big, tall guy, a higher release point in the pocket. That would be one plus, and was one plus that people were talking about as to why Mills should start over Keenum. He was getting balls blocked too, man.
Yeah.
And he wasn't making the throws. He doesn't have that touch. I mean, I don't know. Case just beat the Titans, 2 weeks ago. And you face the Titans again. I don't know.
That Titans game, it makes me nervous that Case played the Titans because I feel like that was the kind of game where on Monday, Vrabel was just kicking himself and just hating himself because he realized, okay, this is what we should have done. This is what we'll do next time. And then you get the added benefit of now watching what the Browns did to Case and how they made him uncomfortable. A couple times there where, man, just, they got Case thinking and doubting himself when they would show blitz and drop into coverage. They mixed up zone and man a lot. And, it might, you know what, maybe they were thinking this, too. Maybe they looked at it and thought, well, look, we play the Titans twice, and we don't want the Titans to see either of these quarterbacks twice, so we'll see what happens with Case, and then if we need to, then we'll start Davis the second time. I couldn't be more pessimistic about either of those guys going into a potential game this week.
Yeah.
We need CJ to come back.
I think it's a really good point, but, I mean, just consider the likely best-case scenario of this week. If CJ's limited tomorrow, which he probably will be, maybe even limited on Thursday, does he reach full practice potential at all this week? Isn't it going to be essentially a game-time decision for Stroud if he can or can't go on Sunday? How ready are you going to be with any one of these guys?
The other part of it too is just watching that pass protection. You can't help but think, all right, okay, the guy who was sensitive to loud noises and light just a few weeks ago, or just a week ago, is now going to be playing behind that offensive line. I'm running away from this topic. Next!
5.
Sunday Night Football, the Baltimore Ravens boasting 5 takeaways, just absolutely wreaked havoc on 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy. He threw 4 interceptions. That might be it for his MVP candidacy. Baltimore and their defense were just stellar, the defense especially. The one that really hurt was that Kyle Hamilton, who the Texans were in position to draft before they decided to trade back and ultimately take Kenyon Green. Kyle Hamilton is one of the NFL's elite safeties based on his performance this year. He had an interception in the end zone during the Niners' initial drive last night and established a commanding tone for the game. So Brock Purdy, 4 interceptions, going head-to-head with a guy who's also in the conversation for MVP with Lamar Jackson. I feel like both Kevin Stefanski versus DeMeco Ryans, Stefanski won that one for Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
I think in this, if you look at those guys head-to-head, if this was a tournament of some sort, especially this late in the season, this is almost like a conference championship game for the college football rankings. You got to take the victor as the guy that's ahead of Brock Purdy for MVP.
I think that's perfect. You laid it out perfectly. The Ravens, by the way, for my money, the absolute scariest team in the entire league right now.
Yeah.
Scary.
Yeah, their defense is just the truth.
Oh.
And like Lamar Jackson, like without his statistics or anything looking like remarkably different or more impressive or what have you than his peak year there when they were just rolling through the league. He's just matured as a player. I think in a lot of his decision making. I think some of it in understanding how good his defense is on the other side, which sounds like no big deal, right? But there's certain things you do and don't do in a game when you know that your defense is going to have your back. And I think he and Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator, I think they're just getting started. Like Monken's getting a lot of credit for really adapting his scheme to the skills of Lamar Jackson in this offense. I think they could end up being a force for the next few years now.
6.
Everybody in the AFC South lost this weekend, and to add, I guess would this be insult to injury or injury to insult? Let's call it
insult to injury.
Well, but it's injury to insult because Trevor Lawrence got hurt.
That too.
So
Right.
So we were already insulting Trevor Lawrence for various reasons, but now he's injured too. So this is a big deal where there's a 3-way tie at the top of the AFC South. Trevor Lawrence injured at the end of the third quarter when he was running. He stretched his right arm out as he was falling on the sideline, and it looked like he hurt his throwing shoulder. Stayed in the game the rest of that drive and threw a touchdown, but he didn't come back out for the next possession. This is the third injury he's had this season. He's been dealing with a high ankle sprain. He was in the concussion protocol after Week 15, and he also just had like a nondescript knee issue for the first half of the season, too. So I guess whether that was a condition or an injury, this is really the fourth big issue that he's been dealing with.
Third straight. Third in 3 weeks. He had the ankle, the concussion, and now the shoulder in 3 straight games.
And he came back super quick from that in the concussion protocol.
Yeah.
He was in it and out of it and back out there. So, this is the Buccaneers. I think it's not a surprise. I mean, the Buccaneers are, I guess that's a whole nother story, is the resurgence of Baker Mayfield. Are you feeling... It's hard to feel this way after just watching the Texans get shellacked, and we've been very bipolar the last few weeks because after the Jets game, I felt like all was lost. Then the Texans beat a bad team in the Titans, but with a backup quarterback, and I thought, oh, look at this. Everything's awesome again. They'll probably never lose again, and now I'm right back down into the doldrums. Not to mention like that whole post-Christmas depression.
But Ross Tucker made a great point when we had him on a little bit ago, talking about the Texans win against the Titans. They needed 70 minutes to win that football game. They got lucky. They were very fortunate to be in the position that they were to even do what they did. Kick that field goal in overtime. Now that Lawrence is down, look, you still, regardless, you need to find a way to win these last 2 games.
Yeah.
It all hinges on the shoulders of a guy that you don't even know is going to practice tomorrow in C.J. Stroud. That's me. That's my gut feeling. That's where my head's at. I just don't know how you can have much faith in either Case Keenum or Davis Mills at this point in time.
Well, and the trouble is it's not like you ever really, really had to have trust in those guys as long as the defense continued on the track they'd been on. The defense, like if you can overlook that Jets atrocity, the defense was making a lot of progress. The fact that they laid such an egg, even with the injuries factored in, that was the part that makes it feel like all is lost. Next one.
7.
The Raiders beat the Chiefs. The Chiefs are really scuttling right now, or you could just say that the Raiders are really impressing. Big question, because Antonio Pierce is their interim coach. He's had an awesome stretch since taking over for Josh McDaniels. The Raiders knocked off the Chiefs 20-14. They are now 4-3 since Antonio Pierce took over. They're not going to get into the postseason, but I know you're really excited about this for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Are you an advocate of hiring Antonio Pierce, the interim coach, which just by way of just pointing it out, it almost never, ever, ever works out, no matter how good the interim coach is, for whatever reason.
I know, and maybe to add fuel to that fire, the fact that it's Las Vegas, it's the Raiders, probably is not a good indicator that it would work out this time
if
either.
You're going by the odds, yeah.
Right? But, I mean, it's on-the-job training. He was already a member of the coaching staff. As an interim guy, to rally the troops, to play good ball. They are playing good ball. I mean, and they're doing it against some really good teams. Again, you just saw it, scuffling Chiefs team or not. I mean, it's crunch time. You're supposed to start playing your best football while they're not mathematically eliminated yet. I mean, look, the Raiders, they're like the 11th seed. They're not getting into the postseason, right? It's mucked up by all the other 8 and 7 teams right now. But it's still the Chiefs. It's a great quality win for him. And who's better out there that is not a head coach right now that would deserve that job?
Yeah, that's whenever I look through this, it's tough because, for one, most NFL coaching hires don't work out these days. They get shoved to the sideline super quick. There's just not a whole lot of success unless it's like a succession plan that was already in place for when a guy steps down or what have you. There just aren't a whole bunch of guys that have done it. I saw Strahan talking about Antonio Pierce because remember he was on that first Super Bowl squad. Mm-hmm. Antonio Pierce is another guy who I think kind of like DeMeco Ryans was always looked at as okay, this guy's just got something about him that players respect. And the classic middle linebacker stuff, just can be the captain of the team and just goes about his business in a way that others try to emulate. So I could see the argument for him. Next one.
8.
You brought this to my attention, and I saw Landry had commented on this on X.com as well as others. Former Texan Shaq Griffin was kind of going off on X the other night, and what was the whole deal?
He wasn't going off per se.
It had originally been framed that Shaq Griffin asked for his release, right?
Yeah, it was. Okay. The impetus of the conversation was somebody asked if Shaq Griffin was worse than D'Angelo Ross and Kadar Holman.
Okay, Jeremy Branham asked that on Twitter. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Branham asked the question.
Okay.
And then Brown Chubby Bear, because of course, who is a loyal listener of all sports radio in town, chimed in because he was saying that the rumor was he was cut because he couldn't start anymore and wasn't getting playing time. Griffin then inserted himself into the thread saying, quote, "Not true. I wanted to stay. They cut me because of the special teams coach, Frank Ross. Hand and face emoji, don't know emoji, broken heart emoji. Love my guys in Houston," end quote. Later, as the thread continued, Griffin then said, quote, he, talking about Ross, needed me to take the fall for a mistake he made, so I did and kept it professional, #business. So guess what that crap had me doing last night?
Lots of Googling or what? Are you looking for special teams errors on...
Yes.
Okay.
What was wasted an hour and a half of my time poring over punt return and field goal attempts and kickoff reps that Griffin had gotten in the Jaguars game and whoever the hell they played afterwards. My mind is mush after watching that crap last night. I couldn't find anything that would suggest Griffin didn't do his job per se or had to take a fall for XYZ.
Are you going to ask Ross about this?
I think I have to. I mean,
I guess
Ross is only used to being asked about Kaimi Fairbairn. How's his leg feeling this week?
It's going to be. I like Frank Ross's press conferences because it feels like a pep talk. So now he's going to get action. Right, and this isn't like you're asking me about a rumor or something. This is an actual former player saying that he was cut because they had to cover up for a mistake that Frank Ross had made. Frank Ross has enough positive PR for good reasons, I think, that he can withstand whatever minor level of scandal this would be. Yeah. I am curious. I'm curious how he'll answer the question because he'll have some lead time on this to think of an answer because he typically speaks on a Thursday. There's nothing in me right now where I'm like, finally, Ross is going to get what's coming to him. I really, really like having Frank Ross here. He feels like he's been a rock of stability. So as of right now, I'm going to give him the extreme benefit of the doubt.
That was, unless I'm missing something, though, that Shaq Griffin incident is probably the most curious this season and maybe over the last 2 seasons. I think there was a little bit of drama last regular season with somebody I can't remember. It was Cooks. Yeah, Cooks. This is probably the most curious incident since Brandon Cooks last season.
Kamu Grugier-Hill asked for his release, too, supposedly, allegedly. His agent just countered that. I don't know.
Right.
But, look, coming up next, there were multiple reasons for the loss, but as many of you have suggested to me, we need to evaluate this. Is the blowout, is the reason for the actual blowout on D'Amico Ryan's Bobby Slowick? We'll discuss.
Hey, how was your Christmas? If you had some Yingling.
Tuesday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Flacco in victory formation. Flacco takes a knee. It is over as the Texans fall to Cleveland 36-22 and fall to 8-7 on the year. Houston never got it going on offense until it was too late. And now facing Tennessee again 1 week from today.
Sean Pendergast is out today. Sean Bajani is in for him. And I think Vandermeer captured it pretty well. The feeling of watching your team on Christmas Eve get absolutely destroyed and dismantled in what was never really a contest. Sean, you had said early this morning that you spent yesterday mostly trying not to think about this game at all.
Yeah.
I can come up with a lot of reasons for why they lost. The big questions are, though, okay, why were you never able to compete at all? Why did the Browns do exactly what you had been warning about all week and were unable to prevent? Joe Flacco going deep to Amari Cooper to the tune of 265 yards. As one of our listeners pointed out, if they had really wanted to, Amari Cooper could have had 300 yards in that game. They were pretty much taking whatever they wanted.
They pulled him out for 2 offensive series, right, when the game was out of hand.
Yeah, he was lobbying on the sideline to get back in. And we couldn't tell if it was a joke or not. Lamont said, as far as the offensive side of the ball goes, Bobby Slowick is overrated and he blew this season. So that's I've been seeing a lot of stuff like that. I've seen a lot of people questioning DeMeco Ryans. One of the big questions was, okay, if Amari Cooper's having this record day and Steven Nelson is banged up in and out of the game, why did you not have Derek Stingley shadowing Amari Cooper? This is how DeMeco Ryans answered that question in the press conference.
No, that's not what we do. When we talk about following guys, it's not a matter of following him. It's a matter of guys playing the coverage well. We got a guy double team and he still catches the ball, and that's a problem. We got to play ball better.
So, there are a couple things here, because there's some teams just have the philosophy of they want guys to get really, really good playing their side of the field, and especially with Derek Stingley, who hasn't played a lot of NFL football, they'd like him to be as good as possible playing the left side of the field. So the two things I would point out is, one, there were some plays, like the huge play where D'Angelo Ross is in, where that was likely a busted coverage. There's no way in hell they're going to have D'Angelo Ross out there with no safety help over the top when Amari Cooper's on his side of the field. So there's that. The other side of it, too, is, look, it's not like Derek Stingley shut Amari Cooper down. He allowed a touchdown to Amari Cooper. He allowed a pretty easy big strike down the left sideline when Stingley was in zone. It's not like Derek Stingley was just absolutely plastering Amari Cooper when he had his opportunities. Right. The other is, if guys play their damn responsibilities, what you hope is, if you've got a guy you can lock down the left side of the field, then it allows you to send all that help over to the other side of the field. That's why Jalen Petrie played 19 damn snaps, because you have some awareness, have an understanding that, oh, okay, we like Derek Stingley over on that side of the field. Let's be sure we don't let anything disastrous happen over on this side of the field. And at least twice, the guys in the secondary couldn't be bothered to keep track of Amari freaking Cooper. It was absolutely insane.
Why you can't do both is where I'm not understanding, though, in what you just described. In that, okay, DeMeco's saying, well, look, guys didn't do their job. When you're supposed to double, you don't double. When you do double and guys make a play on a ball, that just can't happen. We got to play our coverage better. Why can't you play your coverage better, but then play it better with the correct personnel on an individual? Yeah. Why was Derek Stingley on Cedric Tillman, a rookie who only caught 2 of his 7 targets on Sunday, and not exclusively on Amari Cooper, when you were at that point in the game and down Jimmy Ward, down Steven Nelson, down Jonathan Grenard? Why do you not make the pivot and do something outside of what your philosophy is? And, we just don't believe in moving guys. I thought you drafted Derek Stingley to put him on the best receiver on the opposition and lock that guy down?
Yeah, I guess the simplest answer is that doesn't happen as often as I think people think that it does, and that when you do it, it's not even necessarily an every week thing unless you're like an all-time Hall of Fame guy. And like, I hate to break it to people, but Derek Stingley's not an all-time proven awesome cornerback yet. I guess that's my biggest concern is he's just now starting to play the way you hoped he would play.
I get it.
And I think that's where I think they just don't want to necessarily take him out of that mode right now. But the flip side of it is that you've got to at least take advantage of guys playing the responsibilities and doing the right thing on the other side of the field. Yeah, I like in hindsight, should they have just it was going to be a blowout anyway. Yeah, just go ahead and see if he can handle that. Maybe that's the tactic they take next time.
That was the second touchdown of the game, for the Browns. And it's, to me, you have to be able to adjust in game and say, you know what, like, here's a really good opportunity. We're down some of our best dudes defensively. Let's see what the kid has. I know you made a good point. I know Cooper, and there was a couple other guys that made some nice catches on Derek Stingley Sunday. However, they made some nice catches on Derek Stingley Sunday. Like the one on I think it was the far sideline, on the Browns sideline, where Stingley just swipes at it, just is a centimeter away from knocking that ball down. It goes for like a 16, 18-yard completion, whatever it was. Nothing you could do about that. You and I looked at each other on that play, and we're like, you're at a loss for words. The touchdown that he caught on Stingley, Cooper did, that was a damn good play. I mean, there's not too many guys that could have done much with it. And Texter brought it up. How many plays was Stingley actually on Cooper? Because at some point they did, I don't know if you'd call it shadow, but Stingley wound up on Cooper. I don't know how many snaps that was for.
I mean, one of the things that people wanted D'Amico to do more of too was blitz more. Like, all right, well, the Amari Cooper touchdown, that 7-yard touchdown, was in cover 0. They had Stingley locked up on Amari Cooper, and Amari Cooper just made and he covered him well enough. He just didn't make the play. It was a really nice throw and catch by Amari Cooper. I mean, there's that side of it too. Is I think that, man, he was covered on a lot of those plays. It was just a matter of Flacco. You got to concede at some point that Flacco made some hellacious throws too, and that everybody else was banged up. And then the other question, and this comes down to both D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick, is just, okay, this 2-quarterback thing. Like, how much time did you waste preparing both these guys for the game, or were they both prepared for the game, or was it just a couple of Davis Mills packages for him to come in as this Mills cat dude, and was it just a complete and total waste of time having any of that part of it involved too? But then by the same token, all right, why didn't you bring Mills in earlier when it was pretty obvious that Case Keenum was just getting destroyed out there?
The answer is yes.
Yes. I don't. Yeah.
All of that. Yes. Yeah. It was a complete waste of time. And I think it was, 2 plays in 2 series time. Where Mills came in, that last Mills cat garbage. My God. They need to shoot that. Take that out back and shoot it, just like the halfback pass. Get rid of that. Don't ever do that again, please. I think you had to throw cute out the window after the Browns scored that 75-yard touchdown. It was pretty evident at that point in time. You had to be able to pivot. You had to be able to control the clock, sustain a drive, find a way to run the football while the game is still very much manageable and in your grasp. And they didn't do that. And that's where I feel like Bobby Slowick is probably at his weakest, is being unable to adjust in game and, kind of defer, get away from the game plan, so to speak. Hell, it took them 4 series. I think it took them 4 series, Seth, to run their fully scripted 15 plays, which is pretty typical for an offense to go into a game with. I think it took them 3 or 4 series to get 15 plays in, and it was almost like Slowick said, you know what? This is what we're doing. This is what it is. We're not deviating, and we're just going to keep at it.
Yeah, this is it's a good reminder of how much the talent actually matters. I have a hard time going back in this game and just absolutely destroying Bobby Slowick for inadequately preparing guys that honestly, like Charlie Heck, I don't know if he's long for the NFL at right tackle. Juice Scruggs, I don't think he should be playing left guard, but that's kind of the world they're stuck in. And Case Keenum, it might just be it for Case Keenum in terms of his ability to actually function as a quarterback. We've seen C.J. Stroud deal with the same issues all season long and do a much different job. I'm not asking Case Keenum to be as good as C.J. Stroud as it, but it's just, boy, man, there's a big difference. And look, there's no guarantee that C.J. Stroud will play this week. What happens this week if C.J. Stroud doesn't play? We'll discuss now.
Presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
First down at the Houston 40. Keenum in the gun. Schultz in motion to the left. Empty backfield for Case. On first down, here comes Cleveland. Case with a little bit of time throws. It's tipped and it's intercepted. J.O.K. tripped up at the 41-yard line. Brought down there by Woods. Singletary tripped them up. That ball tipped and picked. And here are the Browns now with 23 seconds to go in the half with a chance to do something big.
You know, the one positive thing that I'll say about a negative is that at least on both of Case Keenum's interceptions, they were kind of tipped or errant balls that were because of pressure in his face. I think it unfortunately highlighted just how he hasn't been able to overcome his size the way Drew Brees was. Pressure in his face still really affects Case Keenum, or at least it did in that game. I think also his unwillingness to step up in the pocket or to take drops that were way too deep, that was really, really frustrating. But I do disagree with one of our listeners who had texted, "We played the number one defense in the league. What did everyone expect?" That's a trigger for me, like, what did you expect? Because I feel like unless you show me that you predicted that it was going to be an absolute 100% complete blowout and that you had no doubt about it and that everybody else did too, it's a little too easy to think like, well, what'd you expect? Of course that was what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. It always looks obvious in hindsight. I think the big thing you have to keep in mind is that Joe Flacco didn't play defense in that game. It's the fact that the Browns offense threw for a record number of receiving yards to Amari Cooper. Like, they did things that the Browns have never done before in a football game versus a defense that had shown a lot of promise. That's the really frustrating part. Yeah. Having a backup quarterback, you're versus a really, really good defense, you're going to have some issues. I'll say as far as what everybody expected, there were also a lot of people pointing out that the Browns defense had some letdowns in previous weeks and that maybe they were starting to show cracks in the veneer because they'd had to carry the offense for as long as they did. The loss, yes, 100% you could expect that loss. The blowout, you should never expect a blowout quite like that when you're capable of doing better than they did. That's what was so frustrating about all of it.
We had just watched the week prior the defense play absolutely out of their minds without two of their best players in Will Anderson and Blake Cashman. That's the reason why you had hope. You know, your response, by the way, to the texter on your last question, you said, did you predict a blowout? And he responded, I don't know if you saw this yet. Of course I did, Seth. I'm a Texan fan. I always expect the worst to happen. And that, you know, it's funny, and I know it's great cynicism with a little harsh reality built into it as well, but I thought we kind of moved past that, even circumstantially, knowing the case over the last couple of weeks that, you know, Keenum was going to start, or it was going to be between Mills and Keenum, no C.J. Stroud. I thought we'd moved beyond that because that's why I asked Ross Tucker that question earlier. Do you really believe this is a good football team? He said no, but maybe better than mediocre. Okay, fine. But this defense is a good defense, and they showed they could be a good defense, in fact, a hell of a defense, even without two of their better players.
Yeah.
And the fact that you had your full arsenal to start the game at the very least with your secondary as penciled in training camp is your best case scenario, and you give up chunk plays like that in two of the first four series, that is detrimental when you can't respond in your own right offensively.
They've given up so many chunk plays. As far as the quarterback and what you do this week, I disagree with Landry, and I don't know where, you know, Landry will flesh this out more when he comes on air, but he had tweeted during the game, Mills is so much better than Keenum, it's not close. Camp eyes didn't lie. The discussion this week was valid. And he tweeted that out during the fourth quarter when Mills was moving the ball. I disagree. And again, you know, Landry will flesh that out more. But as far as like the sentiment that Mills proved anything in that fourth quarter, I just don't buy it. Case was awful. Case was atrocious. But Mills threw for 4.6 yards per attempt against a defense that was specifically designed to allow 4.6 yards per attempt. Like they had a multiple score lead, the Browns did at that point, and they let the Texans bleed all kinds of time off the clock as they kind of dribbled their way down the field and scored a couple touchdowns. But the Texans were also lucky not to have several turnovers in that fourth quarter. It was like even that 4.6 yards per attempt was a little bit of an illusion. I don't think personally that Davis would have made much of a difference, but I am all for going into this week if CJ can't play. I don't think you can roll Case back out there, at least not as the starter. They're in a rough place right now, and Joe Flacco is not sitting on a couch somewhere waiting to be signed. Joe Flacco ain't walking through that door because he's probably on his way to the playoffs.
I don't really know. I'll be interested to hear Landry's, discussion on his tweet, why he thought Mills looked so much better than Keenum back in training camp. Says it's not even close. Camp, I don't remember what they looked like in camp, but I do remember thinking, you know what? Mills don't look too bad.
Yeah.
I do remember thinking from day one, Case is a glorified extension of the coaching staff on a football field. And the level of expectation for him to contribute in any game, any way, any shape, any form is next to nothing. And the fact that they went where they went over the course of the last couple of weeks, in Case we trust, is really shocking to me. And I thought B. Scott, during the game, he said it to you and me in the press box. Isn't it time for Davis Mills to have a real conversation with his coaching staff about what they really think of him? And I think that is so spot on, so true, and it's a conversation that should happen between Mills and the staff.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, what? Like at what point is it that bad that I was your number 2 quarterback all year long, and now watching what's unfolding out there with Case Keenum, at some point you don't feel like, all right, we got to get somebody else in there. The one thing that Case has made improvement in that I noticed during training camp is his willingness and feel for stepping up in the pocket. And I want to say he made improvement with that over the last year or two. Because one thing that Case had an issue with at times was taking drops that were way, way, way too deep. You take a 10 or 11 yard drop, those offensive tackles are screwed because they're planning on riding their guy around the outside of the bubble there, the outside of the pocket, and then all of a sudden they're doing that. And they ride the defensive end right into the quarterback because the drop is too deep. Case is doing that. Case is taking snaps on the gun and then dropping back another 6 or 7 yards. That one sack that got called back because of the penalty downfield, that's exactly what happened there. Charlie Heck didn't have a great snap, but great down going, but he also didn't get destroyed the way it looked just because Case just kept dropping right into a sack.
You mentioned Charlie Heck. Go back to that Titans game. Before Case made that throw, and it was really more about the catch by Dalton Schultz on that play to get him in the red zone to set up the Noah Brown touchdown to tie the game eventually. On that series, Charlie Heck probably made the block of the year to even allow those two plays to happen. He rode that end all the way around the pocket as Case continued to float backwards and throw off his back foot. If not for Heck making that block and sticking with it, those plays never happen. I think it came on a 3rd and long, the play that I'm thinking of. Heck made that play happen. There's not much you can do, as you're talking about, when you have a quarterback that floats and drifts, so deep into the pocket, it's out. And look, that throw that Keenum made a couple of weeks ago to Schultz was off of his back foot. Keenum needs to step up in the pocket to get any dang mustard on the football. And the problem was on Sunday, in my opinion, when he was allowed to step up in the pocket, guys just weren't making plays. They didn't make plays for him. They didn't make plays for Mills. They were dropping passes all over the place. That, to me, was one of the bigger difference makers in that game, too, that added just insult to injury already.
I know a lot of you checked out emotionally after this game, and you might have missed D'Amico Ryan's press conference. He was about as perturbed as he's been in a press conference after a loss. Did he signal how he feels differently about two different players with a couple of his answers? I want to let you guys listen and decide. Also, the Texans literally ruined a holiday dinner for the Payne family, actually my wife's family, last night. I'll explain. Coming up next. Oh, wait.
It's a Reaction Tuesday brought to you by It's Reaction Tuesday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Somebody's got to make a play, and maybe it's Pierce. Kickoff return at the 2, left side, over the 5, 10, 15, 20. Pierce still going, 25, 30, out to the right side, 40, 45, 50, to the right sideline, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, rock and roll, yes! Coast to coast, Dameon Pierce. And this place has exploded. Yes! Bunch formation wide side right on 3rd and goal from the 5. Davis shotgun, Dare to his left. Here's the blitz. Mills throws right side and caught. Touchdown, Nico Collins. Mills got rid of it. Collins caught it for 6.
So 2 highlights from the game. If you're just joining us, we've been doing nothing but play multiple highlights every segment from this illustrious Texans performance.
Seth, we got to give Chris Santiago props, man, because I'm guessing, Chris, you were on highlights for the game the other day. Did you see the email of highlights? There were 30 of them. How the hell did you find 30 highlights in that?
There are a lot of Browns highlights on there.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And look, Case had 2 touchdowns. He threw for 149 yards on 32 passes. 4.7 yards per attempt. I apologize. I had been saying 4.6 because it's 4.65 yards per attempt. I forgot about my rounding rules. Apparently.
Round up, buddy. Round up.
I was trying to make a case that it was a pretty bad yards per attempt, so that's bad by me. Bad integrity by me that I just went with 4.6.
Yeah, that 4.6 versus 4.7, man. That's a game changer.
That's like atrocious Blake Bortles versus maybe he's got a chance, Blake Bortles. Blake Bortles is a master of the 5.0.
Bortles.
So both those guys had some good moments in the game. I think you and I both agree that, man, maybe Davis gets the nod this week, but as far as Davis's performance, that was versus an extreme prevent defense, and the Browns were very much just allowing all of those things to occur. They weren't allowing the touchdowns to occur, don't get me wrong. So I'll give credit to Davis for that. This was, I want everybody to listen. Just listen to the tone of voice and tell me whether I'm reading too much into this or not. I'm going to play you 2 clips. This first clip is D'Amico Ryans when asked about the decision to have Dameon Pierce return kickoffs.
Yeah, Dameon gave us the spark we needed, right? He gave us a spark to get us back into the game. Putting him back there at the kickoff return is something we, explored throughout the week, and he did a really good job of practicing it. And he showed up, right? He showed up and made a big-time play for us, all right, to spark our entire team. Proud of Dameon and what he was able to do for us today.
Okay, you know what? That's nice. Hey, Coach, how about Davis Mills when he came in the fourth quarter?
He was able to move the ball, right, efficiently there at the end. He was able to move the ball, drive down, get us a couple scores.
Oh.
Hey, easy translation there.
I don't know. Am I reading too much into that, or was that like? Because this is where I'm worried. It sounds like, man, he is not enthused at all about Davis Mills, but I also think that he's in that mode of, all right, there's going to be questions about quarterbacks. There's going to be people trying to figure out, who I'm favoring and all that. And he might have just gone into like complete monotone to just try not to betray anything. But in doing so, I feel like he hates Davis Mills.
I think, maybe not so strong of like hate at the end. I don't know.
Case Keenum was gushing about Davis Mills in his postgame.
Greatest guy I've ever known.
It was.
Best guy in the world.
It was like a nice display of veteran maturity. He was very effusive in his praise for Davis Mills.
But I think there's probably, this is how I took it, and particularly when you play those clips back to back.
Yeah.
He mentioned spark about the Dameon Pierce 98-yard kick return like 2 or 3 times in that clip. And I think it was more of like a needle at the entire team, like, hey, this guy gave us the spark we needed and nobody responded. We couldn't do a thing. Like when we needed something to break our way and the third facet of this football team to show up and make a play, we got it and we didn't reciprocate, Yeah. That's how I took that. And then I also kind of listened to that Mills over and over again, the comments on Mills, and I thought, yeah, there's probably some truth into what you're saying. It's probably the whole thing is that, man, if I get too deep in the weeds on talking about the good things that Davis did, it's going to be followed up with a ton of quarterback questions that I don't want to answer right now. I just want to get the heck out of Dodge and go celebrate Christmas.
Yeah. If you I want to say that was more towards the end of the press conference. So if you look at that, the touchdown return, then the Texans, the Browns come out and they go off the field with a 5 and out. And then the Texans came out, started at their own 33, and made it all the way to their own 26. So somehow it was an ugly series after that. There was no spark at all. That's pretty impressive over the course of 3 minutes that they went from their own 33 all the way back to their own 26. In 8 plays to do that, that's pretty damn impressive, I would say.
What's more impressive, going backwards in 8 plays like that, or
this can't be? Can't be. Yeah, that's the right thing. Okay.
It is. Or
no, you know what? No. Okay, all right. I apologize.
What do you mean?
Sean and I instituted a rule, by the way, that I'm not allowed to look up stats or play-by-play anymore while on air because I almost always botch it and like read the wrong series or something, and that's exactly what I did on that one too. But they didn't come out and respond to the spark. I think that
I was looking at the wrong one, so I was looking at the 6-play negative 7-yard drive they put together.
The thing about the spark, that word spark, I think a lot of times when it comes down to quarterback decisions, that is, I think it does become much more about feel than anything scientific or analytical or anything like that. And I think with Case, that's what they felt going into the Titans game, that he could provide some kind of a spark. Is there any, it's hard because with quarterbacks, you make a lot of these decisions based on what you've seen in practice and everything else like that. The one thing I wonder with Davis is, all right, if for some reason CJ can't play this week, is it just simply a matter of, look, we don't really know if this guy has changed or what he's capable of doing in this offense unless we let him get out there and do it. And sometimes as a coach, the hardest thing to do is to recognize that, you know what, I can't actually predict how a guy's going to be in a game until he gets out there and does it. And I can say, wow, Case looks like an older dude who has a lot of his worst habits coming back to roost right now. And at the very least, I owe it to the team to see if maybe Davis has progressed and maybe Davis is more of a gamer now or can do some things above and beyond what I've seen in practice. But, just because some players just flat out, you just don't know until they get out there.
This is almost the worst-case scenario to me. If Stroud can't go this week, you just saw the Titans 2 games ago. The Titans have on film what they already did to Case Keenum. They sacked him 3 times, I think knocked him down 8 times in that game as well. And then he's probably got the worst tape of his game that he's had in years.
Yeah.
Just, from a couple of days ago to go off of. If you're going to roll with Case again, it better be because mano a mano, that is the very best guy for the job, period, game plan-wise. And I can't imagine that they would come to that conclusion again for the 3rd straight week. I know what we saw, and I know what we didn't see, and maybe even haven't seen from Davis Mills this season and even last week, or this past game against the Browns. But you can't tell me with a straight face that Case Keenum gives you significantly better opportunities to win this football game, the biggest game of your season. Literally, this game is the biggest game, and we've been saying that for almost 2 months now. That's just it's reality for the Texans. You can't tell me that Davis Mills doesn't give you a better opportunity to win than Case Keenum after seeing what you have seen 2 weeks in a row now.
Yeah, I guess the big variable there would be, if I were going to do a devil's advocate argument, one is that there were a lot of drops in that game. Case should have had more completions than he did. 2, and again, this is a devil's advocate argument because I'm all for just seeing what you've got with Davis Mills. 2, Nico Collins. He didn't have Nico Collins in that first Tennessee game versus having Nico Collins for this game. That might be enough of a difference that you'll see. But then I also know that, look, you and I are both opposed to having both these guys out there practice as potential contingency plans out there. You just got to go ahead and roll with one guy. I think maybe Davis is that guy, and you find out what it is this week. As far as the Dameon Pierce side of the things, this is since D'Amico had said some really nice things about Dameon, and somebody earlier had asked, hey, how come they can't put Singletary and Dameon Pierce on the field together more often? This is Dameon Pierce talking about what it's been like for him this year adapting to this offense.
To be honest with you, bro, in my long time, bro, I think about stuff like this. Mm-hmm. It may not be the best year of my career, stat-wise, but honestly, I think this is the best year of my career mentally. It's giving me time to look at the game from different perspectives. It's teaching me life lessons. I'm like, okay, so how do I handle adversity? Because I really never had adversity up until this point. Yeah. So how do I handle adversity? And, speaking on that, how do I respond to adversity? I still come in, do I come in gear down? No. Still respond the same way. Keep working, keep chipping away. And, I'm surrounded by, I got a great circle surrounding me, keeping me confident, coaches and players everybody just keeping me calm, composed and just there for me. So just being on this team has helped in that department tremendously. And Slow, I appreciate Slow man. Slow take his time with me, bro. He ain't giving up on me.
So I was really happy to hear that part of the interview. That was in the post game with Sean and Clint, and he was phenomenal in that interview. I was happy to hear that it seems like he's kept a really positive attitude, and it's been a struggle for him, but he's kept a positive attitude when he's obviously being marginalized in the offense. And I'm for him being marginalized. It just hasn't been the right year for him. This is the part that was really interesting. So if you're asking, okay, how come Dameon can't be out there more, at least in a 2-backfield set? Clint asked him what he's working on specifically to adapt to this scheme. This is what Dameon said.
Because I can't even say it's like run scheme. It's just me being that much more detailed. This offense is requiring a version of me that I haven't attained yet. And I hate to say it, I hate to sound this way, but that's nothing I can fix during the season. So I really I'm kind of in a limbo to where, okay, I can't fix it during the season, but that don't mean I can't still try to work at it. You know, that's kind of an off-season thing. You know, okay, let me get my playbook, let me get my body back right, let me, prepare physically for this. You know, because it's a bigger load. It's a way bigger load than last year, and it was kind of a shock to me, mentally and physically, and that kind of made me stagnant. And then, like I said, I had got an injury. There was a lot of compounded things, but like you said, bro, it is really not the adversity, is how you respond to it. And I'm just trying to make sure I respond to it the best as I can and just grow from this. So next year, when I am where I want to be mentally and physically, my year can be that much more better. Our year can be that much more better, and we can go out and be lights out with CJ, man.
So, a lot of this.
So interesting.
I'm trying to. I think the immediate jump some people might make is, okay, wait a second. Is this an instance like it was seemingly with Bill O'Brien at times, where, man, you're trying so hard to be smart that you're shooting yourself in the foot because you're not able to get the most out of your players, or you're trying so hard to be complex with the offense. I would have that objection, except that, man, C.J. Stroud has really figured this offense out in a lot of ways, and he's doing a lot of stuff that's more advanced than you might ask typical rookies. So I don't think there's a part where Bobby Slowick should be slowing things down or altering the offense for anybody, as long as Devin Singletary is there and can handle it, and as long as C.J. Stroud is handling it as well as he is. But it does give me more hope that, like, just in Devin Singletary, in Dameon Pierce's attitude and in his understanding of what the obstacles are, that this is something he can work through and spend like the entire offseason just getting dialed in on what they're asking the running backs in this system, as opposed to kind of a, yep, there's the open hole, I'm running for it type of system.
The most interesting thing that Pierce said in that whole clip was, within the first 5 seconds, is that this offense is requiring of me to do things that I haven't yet tapped into, that I'm not mentally capable of. My first question, and really my only question in this, after watching Devin Singletary kind of begin to not necessarily flourish, but, at least be productive within this system, especially here recently, and he's had 2 career games this season behind this offensive line in this blocking system. What is it for Dameon? What does that mean? What is being asked of the running back position to where it's not just something as simple as, you know what? He's not a system fit. Well, why? Is it because during a play, like, they're supposed to be keying off of a linebacker and he's just making wrong decisions? He's just being impatient, not moving when he needs to move, too fast, too slow. What is it?
I think a lot of it is that, for one, I think their keys can change based on formation, or based on, how a defense is responding to the play. I think another part of it is you hear D'Amico talk a lot about hat placement with the offensive line, them getting better with hat placement. And there is, like, whether it's a zone run or not, they're really trying to tie the offensive line and the running backs together to where they're seeing the same thing, and that you're reading a lot of ways. A lot of times an offensive lineman has the ability to either, seal a guy off or kick him out, depending on what the offensive lineman feels about the specific play. But you got to be sure that the running back is seeing the same thing. And it might be as simple of that as just not getting the right picture and not feeling like, oh, okay, this time Laramie Tunsil's going to try to reach this guy versus turn out on him or what have you. So it might be as simple as that. It might just be the diversity of plays that they want to run. It's a really good question. We should get Wade Smith on later this week to talk about it.
Yeah,
because he's obviously very ingrained in a lot of the things that these guys are doing. I found myself encouraged by that, while also still nervous about whether he's ultimately the right fit for the Texans. You hear those clips from Damian, you're like, my God, how could they cut or trade this kid? You got to figure out everything you can to try to get the most out of him. And maybe it is as simple as Slowick's got to adapt as well and figure out what works best for Dameon Pierce. But that might be an off-season thing too.
No, that's fair. I think you've seen enough from Dameon Pierce to not give up on that guy. And if he's putting in the work, and if you're willing and you think you have the right guys to teach him, Danny Barrett, his running back coach, Bobby Slowick, maybe being a little bit more adaptable to making things work more easily, more efficiently for Dameon, if you're going to invest the time, then do it the right way with that talent. I mean, he's shown that he's got the talent. And it'd be a damn shame if the Texans gave up on him and he went and flourished somewhere else. Because I hear people say all the time, well, you can go out and get another Dameon Pierce. Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the tough thing, right? Yeah, that's where Devin Singletary's that kind of guy, too. I think some teams have given – there's just so many instances of running back especially where teams let a guy go. Remember the Bills used to let go of a future stud running back almost every year. Devin Singletary in some ways is kind of like that, but to an extreme degree. I'd be really surprised if Dameon Pierce isn't on this roster next year because I think they're going to really they see the potential in him.
Yeah.
The Texans, as we all know, are banged up in the secondary right now. A former Texans standout, very notable name, just became available. Should the Texans sign this player? We'll discuss next.
It's Reaction Tuesday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So, interesting development is the Broncos are barely still in the playoff race. They released Kareem Jackson, who was released by the Broncos on Christmas Day, less than 24 hours after their playoff chances took a big hit with a loss to the Patriots of all teams. The Broncos are expected to sign Jackson to their practice squad, but this is the key element. This time of year, a veteran player has to clear waivers. So if the Texans so chose, they could pick him up off of waivers, and a lot of people, or at least several of our listeners, are wondering about that or clamoring for it. The biggest question I would have, because I'll be all for it at this point. You just bench Jalen Petrie. You're banged up in the secondary. In a pinch, Kareem can play corner, except at this stage of his career, you certainly don't want him to be doing that, to have to be doing that. I think that I would be all for picking him up. It would be more intriguing if the Broncos were a more serious playoff threat, because then you could also be doing the double whammy of, sorry about it.
Yeah.
So they apparently want to keep Kareem Jackson on their practice squad. I wonder if this might be one of those situations where Kareem's agent, if he gets a call from any teams that might want to pick him up on waivers, is like, listen, he's not going to be happy if you pick him up on waivers, because he's planning on just being he's trying to do a solid for the Broncos and stay on practice squad, so he might not even report if you pick him up. I don't know. But I think it's worth a call. I think you got to call his agent and see.
Yeah, look, for people that don't remember or may not realize, he's been suspended not once but twice this season. For unnecessary roughness hits, and I think he's missed a total of 4 games. I think it's 4 games total with those. And the first thing that crossed my mind was, I love the physicality that the guy plays with. I know he's 35, but you could use a healthy body anywhere in the secondary right now for the Texans. If he's available, he's got a previous relationship with D'Amico Ryans. They played together for a couple of years before D'Amico moved up to Philadelphia, right? So there's that. I think it's a legitimate consideration. At least it should be if you're D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio today.
Yeah, he hasn't played since week 11. Is if for whatever his Pro Football Focus grades, for whatever those are worth, they're about the same as they've been the last couple of years. As long as he's not lowering his head into a defenseless receiver, he's doing a good enough job. He hasn't been as good in the last few years as he had been those previous few years. Yeah. The first couple of years in Denver, he was playing at an All-Pro level. He almost killed DeAndre Hopkins here at NRG Stadium, remember?
Vaguely, yeah.
I think, it's this time of year that, anything and everything is in play. I kind of like – I wonder how D'Amico feels about this. D'Amico has never once acted like he was upset with Denzel Perryman for getting suspended. I think that's Denzel Perryman – they had a couple hits.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, Denzel Perryman was suspended for the same thing that Kareem Jackson has done. Kareem has been, I think, a little bit more reckless in it, but I don't think it's one thing. I don't think there's any part of it where, D'Amico all of a sudden feels like he needs to be a guardian of the game or something and not sign a guy because he's been suspended for a little bit. So I think it's in play. I don't think it's something that you should look at as okay, this is going to be the salvation of the Texans. What I hope is that whatever message Jalen Petrie needed to receive, because Jalen Petrie played 19 snaps in that game, which is by far the lowest number of snaps he's played in a game all season long. Jalen Petrie's got to understand the meaning of the word safety, because we've got a long tradition of this with the Texans, going back to DJ Swearinger. DJ Swearinger, Lonnie Johnson, when they tried him out at safety, they call it safety because you're supposed to make it safer for the defense. You're a backstop in summer, or at least at times you're supposed to be a backstop. So say when D'Angelo Ross, who hasn't played a snap of defense all season long, finds himself matched up on Amari Cooper, find a way to make the defense safer by helping out D'Angelo Ross. These are the messages that I think Jalen Petrie hasn't quite received yet. And maybe if last week's blowout ends up being good for anything in the long term, maybe it'll be the moment that Jalen Petrie really got the message about, okay, the psychology of playing safety. You can come up and be a headhunter at times, but there's other times where you have to make things safer for the defense.
100%. And, those times this season, especially when he's come up and has tried to make that big splash play, he's missed. Yeah. And we saw him miss a lot last year in a much different role within a defense where he had those opportunities because the run defense was so bad. He was having to make those plays, on the second level and deeper, and he wasn't making those plays. The Texans were getting gashed. This season, he's had the opportunity, Seth, to really make some big-time, impactful, game-changing plays, and he just hadn't been able to do it. How many times, before this weekend's game, really this season, had he wound up in the backfield where you're like, oh, boy, this is going to be good, and then you can't see what you can't hit, and he so many times just tries to make that da-na-na, and it turns out to be a wah-wah.
That's one of the hardest things about defense is learning how to. It's like race car driving. Like there's times where you got to go slow to go fast, and like you're driving a car around a track. If you try to go as fast as you can around every curve, you end up losing speed, you spin out, you wear your tires down. And likewise in open field tackling, Will Anderson has the same problem at times. He's just so damn excited to make a play that he just skates right on past the guy. And Will's gotten better at that. He's learned to settle down a little bit. Yeah. That's one of the things that Jalen Petrie has to learn. There's something I teased earlier that I realized we didn't get to, which was how the Texans ruined my Christmas dinner last night. My nephew is a very, very competitive and very psychotic Texans fan. We still blame Bill O'Brien trading DeAndre Hopkins for my nephew having type 1 diabetes, because the morning that DeAndre Hopkins was traded, that was the first time my nephew realized he had diabetes. He went into a coma, had to be airlifted to the hospital.
Oh my God.
A couple hours after finding out about DeAndre Hopkins. So basically that trade destroyed his pancreas. And that's how, obviously we're joking about that, but he's very, very passionate. So last night we're going to dinner with my wife's in-laws. My brother-in-law, father of the nephew that we're talking about, my brother-in-law Dusty comes in, and I was like, "Oh, is Ryan here?" And he said, "No, I told him, hey, you coming to Grandma's because or you coming to Aunt Kelly's because Seth will be there. You guys can talk about the Texans." Ryan just looked at him and said, "I've got nothing to talk to him about." And that was it. I mean, he didn't come to Christmas dinner. And mostly I think the issue is that he knew that I was okay with Case Keenum starting, where he wanted Davis Mills. And I think he's genuinely angry at me about it, or at the very least just doesn't want to discuss it. He's disgusted that I would have ever been part of putting Case Keenum in there and contributing to that abomination of a game.
The fact that he didn't want to chop it up with you is kind of crazy, especially if he knew that you were for Case starting. But maybe like a lot of us, that game was so bad it just sucked the absolute life out of us.
Yeah, he flat out. He's really he takes losses hard. He takes them really, really hard.
How old is he?
He's 20. This isn't a 12-year-old or anything. He is he takes losses hard. I always try to think of him to remind myself of all right, sometimes if I'm kind of being lighthearted about something, that okay, there's people out there who are just 100% devastated by certain losses and everything. And Ryan is devastated by that loss. You know what I'm gonna have to tell him? I'm gonna tell him what one of our texters just said. And somebody points out that I referred to it as my wife's in-laws. No. Yeah, we were at my in-laws' family, my wife's family. Sorry. Thanks for pointing it out, jerk face. You know what I meant. Damn it.
Your wife's in-laws.
That would be my family.
Your parents?
Yeah. Somebody said another glaring issue made even more obvious by this Browns-Texans game was that there's one guy on the roster who can get himself open on a three-step drop, and that guy is on IR with a broken shin.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, I know. No, I'm going to tease myself with this. Like, what it might have looked like with C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell both healthy at the end of the season. Like, we're talking about potential Cinderella story, magical mystery season if C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell are still both available. And, and who knows? You do the old butterfly theory. If Tank Dell stays healthy, maybe C.J. Stroud doesn't get hurt because he's got more options downfield and everything.
Yeah. I thought about it like this. I mean, geez, the Ravens are the only 12-win team in the AFC right now. If Dell's healthy, Stroud is healthy the entire time, are we talking about a potential 12-win Texans team by season's end and not just eking into the postseason, but winning the division and having one of the top 2 seeds to boot? I mean, that's what it would look like. I mean, theoretically, you want to play that game with yourself. It's crazy.
I guess that wouldn't help Ryan feel any better, but it might put perspective on it that, all right, look, the injuries do matter, and this team's certainly not deep enough to sustain the injuries that it's sustained. But the Texans still very much are sitting in a position where they could make the playoffs and they control their own fate and destiny and all of that. We'll tell you exactly what the odds are coming next. The other odds are this. If you go to Mokaram Law because you were in an accident and it wasn't your fault and you deserve compensation, you want to get that compensation, you will not have to pay a thing for the initial consultation. You won't have to pay a thing at all unless you win. I like those odds for you because Mokaram Law is really good at what they do, and they make it as simple and stressless as possible for you. They know you're already under a lot of stress. If you've been in an accident, your work schedule has been disrupted, healthcare, childcare, all of that.
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast is on vacation. Sean Bajani is in for him, and we are sitting at the very end of a season on the heels of a blowout, 1 week after an encouraging win, which was that itself on the heels of a disappointing loss, which came after, I can't remember what happened before, an inspiring win. So we've been very bipolar this time of year, and I've had to remind myself that, my God, the Texans still do somewhat control their own fate. The simplest way for you to think about the playoffs right now is that if they win these next two games, they have a 100% chance of making the playoffs. So that's as simple as it could be. Win these next two games, they have a 100% chance of making the playoffs. As they sit in a three-way tie, they need some help to win the division, but they can still very much win the division if they win out and either the Colts or the Jaguars each drop a game.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, considering the fact that 2 out of the last 3 weekends, the Texans have blown massive opportunities to not just control their own destiny, but control the AFC South, which, as good of a season as this has been, once upon a time ago, it didn't look realistic, Seth. Not even in the conversation. And, yeah, while they do technically control their own destiny, if they win out, they're in the postseason. That's the goal, no matter how you tried to slice it, how you get in. As long as you get in, it's incredible that you couldn't take advantage of Jags and Colts both losing twice out of the last 3 weekends, and 2 out of the last 3 weekends, you looked as bad as you maybe have ever looked in this 3.5-year stretch of just god-awful football in Houston.
You know where I'm okay with it? This is one of those moments where I allow myself to look at the Astros, and I'll remind myself at various times when the Astros have had letdowns in September or late August and still gone on to either an ALCS or a World Series or winning the World Series.
This past regular season.
Yeah. Well, this past regular, the year before, they've had opportunities at times to clinch things. And really, in 2017, they were scuttling in a lot of ways in early September, right? So it's not always confirmation that they didn't have the right stuff or what have you. Sometimes it's just dumb luck. This is really bad luck with the C.J. Stroud injuries. I guess the part of it, if the Texans had lost to the Browns by a field goal or something at the end, I would not be distraught right now. I wouldn't be PO'd. I would say, look, you're playing a backup quarterback for the second week in a row. Mm-hmm. You had multiple injuries on defense. That was a scrappy ass football game. And okay, you're going to lose. You weren't favored to win the game anyways. It's not like you choked or anything. So even if they had lost by a touchdown or more, but it had been like a competitive game, then I think I would feel a lot different this morning. It's just the complete and total lack of competitiveness that just sucks the energy out of you.
That's it. I mean, the way you broke down that Jets game is, okay, look, yeah, CJ, he got banged up in that game. It was bad. You could excuse those things, but to come back 2 weeks later and lay this type of an egg while you're still, yes, in the middle of a quarterback situation that's not great, you showed that you were more than capable of relying on a defense without 2 of its best players in Will Anderson and Blake Cashman the week prior. And, yeah, you won that hair by the skin of your teeth, but still, your defense had one of the best showings it had in years.
Yeah.
And to come out and just not play any realm of competitive football in any facet outside of that 98-yard touchdown return by Dameon Pierce, it was just incredible. But even then, I think back to the first play, literally the first play of the game, where you give up that what nearly could have been a return for a touchdown on the opening kickoff. That guy hit the edge, and he was absolutely gone. It was great coverage by the Browns kickoff unit, and those types of chunk plays, even in the return games, just happened way too frequently.
Yeah,
and there was nothing you could do to counteract that on Sunday. That was the most depressing part about the whole thing, is you had no answer for anything.
I think if you make the playoffs this year, You look at that, when you step back and look at the entire season and what the expectations were at the beginning, it's a resounding success. Sure. If they somehow did it while playing their backup quarterback, then it would feel insane. I'm not at right this moment. I'm not sitting here thinking like, well, yeah, maybe they make the playoffs, but it's because the AFC South was so underwhelming. I'd say no. The fact that they were so far above their Vegas win total, I'm cool with that. I wasn't happy with the way a lot of things may have gone down at the end, but still, there's obviously a lot to build. If you look at the Jaguars, there's two things to know about them. They play the Panthers, who Bryce Young had just maybe the most promising game he's played so far. But they do play the Panthers, and then they play the Titans. So it's not like they've got a murderer's row to worry about. But they're facing those two teams with Trevor Lawrence now on his fourth injury of the year. He left the game with a shoulder injury on Sunday. And let's see, he's had a knee, he's had an ankle, he's had a concussion just 2 weeks ago, and now he's got this shoulder. So that's not some slam dunk that the Jaguars are totally going to take care of business versus the Panthers and the Titans. Then you look at
Beathard time, baby.
That's right. Now the Colts faced a red-hot Raiders team, and by that I mean slightly above 500 since Antonio Pierce took over. But the Raiders just beat the Chiefs on Sunday, which was awesome. And then, of course, in terms of controlling your own fate or destiny, the Texans play the Colts in the last game of the season. So the Jaguars, you'd have to win out. The Jags would have to drop a game because the Jaguars have the tiebreak over you. But the division's still very much in play, and certainly a wild card game. If you lose one, then your chances drop pretty far below. Like if you lose to the Titans but beat the Colts, you have a 30% chance of making the playoffs. If you beat the Titans but lose to the Colts, you've got an 11% chance of making the playoffs. You know that Colts game is more important than the Titans one, but these are both very, very important at this point.
And I don't know how to think about that Titans game coming up. I mean, regardless of the quarterback situation, you always expect kind of a gummy game, with any team within the AFC
division.
South. Yeah. And just it's a scary notion. Maybe I could convince myself I should feel a little bit better about it if, in fact, the last time you saw the Titans was maybe week 7 instead of 2 games ago, literally. But it's very difficult.
They're 3.5-point underdogs. The Titans are 3.5-point underdogs to the Texans, which feels super weird right this moment. But I don't know how much of that is built in expectation of C.J. Stroud to return, because last week we saw what happened. The Texans were favorites, and then C.J. Stroud was announced out, and the line swung by like 5 points to the Browns being favorites.
Well, that's the thing. Could it go up to a touchdown if you get to Friday and C.J. Stroud is even trending, like after maybe 2 limited days in practice, and it's a conversation on whether or not he's a game-time decision Sunday? Doesn't the line maybe get close to the Texans being, let's say, 5-point favorites at that point in time, if there's the tiniest little doubt that Stroud could go?
Yeah, I think
it does. I mean, it's a home game. The weather's not going to be an issue. Hopefully Nico Collins has a really good week of practice and the calf is good. If there is a weapon offensively for the Texans, no matter who's at quarterback at their disposal, I think you have to feel pretty good about their chances, regardless on Sunday.
Okay. Now I'm going to swing back. I'm going to tell you something, honestly, Sean. I felt this after the game on Sunday. I feel grateful for being capable of being disgusted in my football team. I think usually by this time in the last couple of years, I've been at a point where I just feel like, yeah. What are you gonna do? I mean, that's what they do. Like that.
Like that texter earlier. It's like, yeah, of course I expect bad things to happen. I'm a Texans fan.
So now I wasn't capable of having this level of disgust in the last couple of years because I'd reached a point where I was almost numb to everything. So I like that I'm riding this wave, that I'm irrationally distraught after the Texans dropped one to the Jets, and I can't understand how it could ever possibly happen. And then They come back and they beat a bad Titans team, and I'm acting like they just won the Super Bowl. I like being able to feel things again, Sean. I spent too much time these last 2 years afraid of feeling anything because it just hurt too much to feel. Now I'm okay. I want to taste the tears. I want to feel the pain because I know I'm alive. Damn it.
Yeah, it's so funny though. But you know why you feel alive? Because there is a chance that C.J. Stroud plays football for your Houston Texans again this year. There is a chance that happens, and that is kind of what has allowed, I think, all of us to kind of feel and look at each other in the press box like we did with the Texans down 14 points with like 6 minutes to go the other day and say, we just got an onside kick recovery. There's a chance.
There's you know what, though? Yeah, and there was a chance. Plus, there was also, we were at scorigami zone there for a little bit. If the Texans had scored again, it would have been a scorigami. And then if they'd even scored again to tie it and ended at a tie at 33-33, that would have been, or 36-36, that would have been a scorigami. For those of you who don't know, a scorigami is a football score that's never existed in an NFL regular season game before. So the Texans were one touchdown away from a scorigami. I would have been really devastated if they had actually come all the way back and won it in overtime, because that wasn't. I think 39-36 is not a scorigami, I believe. So if they had won it with a field goal, they would have had an incredible win, but no scorigami.
Yeah, I don't think 39-36 was, and I don't think 42 or 41-36 would have been either. However, it would have played out if they would actually come back and won that game. But unfortunately, we didn't have to worry about that for too much longer at that point in time.
Somebody says the Texans won't be favored by a touchdown against anyway. When is the last time they won by more than a touchdown? Was it the Steelers game? Was the more
Steelers-Jags, whichever came last.
Yeah. They had a couple emphatic ones early on. Let's see. Somebody else says, stop it, quit the doom and gloom, flush the game, and move on to the Titans. No, sir. I'm sorry that you're new to sports radio. There will be no flushing of this. You will wallow in our misery with us, damn it. Here you sit here with your Prozac and your therapy and act like I'm the one with a problem. No, you've got, back in my day, we hated everything, and we were grateful for it, okay? You kids with your positivity.
You don't officially turn the page till Wednesday anyway. It's still Tuesday. All right, it's Reaction Tuesday on Sports Radio.
Oh, look at this. Yeah, the positivity goons came in hard. Jesus, guys, are you serious? How many total stars are we missing? You guys are hilarious. No! You're hilarious. You get off the heroin, damn it. It's going to kill you eventually. Jeez. Finding positivity in that mess. No, as far as like the doom and gloom, I think that, yes, there were injuries, but there's no excuse for a blowout in that fashion. And I will remind you that on the very first play of scrimmage where D'Amico Ryans had been warning everybody about the deep ball all week long, the Texans defense still had those three players healthy, Jimmy Ward, Steven Nelson, and John Grenard, and they just went and let Joe Flacco unleash hell in the form of a 57-yard reception to Amari Cooper. So no, sir, I will not be using injuries for an excuse. I'll use them as an excuse for a loss, but not as an excuse for the absolute non-compete effort that they put out there. Now you do your job and be miserable as well. Like Adam Spolane. Adam Spolane's one of those guys who's kind of philosophical about things and doesn't seemingly ever get too miserable. Is that accurate, Adam?
It depends.
Yeah.
Such an Adam response.
As someone who benched Amari Cooper for Cortland Sutton in a fantasy
hate yourself right now.
Well, we still came back and won.
Did you really? Holy smokes. How'd you get away with that?
Thanks to Justin Tucker.
That's rough. You had that's a rough
points.
thing. Watching Amari Cooper get 11 receptions for 265 yards, and he could have had more. He could have had another touchdown and up over 300 yards if they had kept him in those last couple series.
Yeah, so that was tough watching that and then seeing Cortland Sutton go down before he even caught a pass. So, we survived it though.
What are your biggest takeaways from that game, without being too much doom and gloom, because we've got the psychiatric ward on right now, apparently listening.
I think the offense was whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, C.J. Stroud's going to be back, so I think that you're okay with the offense. It was the defense to me that was a little concerning where you look at, like you said, what they gave up, all the guys that they keep losing. I mean, they have guys just dropping like flies at this point. And you just wonder, can they survive that for these last 2 games? First of all, can they get those guys back? And if they can't, do they have the depth to survive without those guys?
Yeah. What's your feeling about this game coming up?
I mean, they should beat Tennessee. They are better than Tennessee. But you do have the interesting aspect of DeAndre Hopkins coming back here, a chance to ruin this team's season. They just gave up, obviously, a big game to Amari Cooper. So that would be a little bit scary, especially when Hopkins didn't do a whole lot the first game.
Yeah, that's scary. But you sounded really confident that C.J. Stroud's absolutely going to be back this week. Is it even a question, John Harrison as well, with Adam Spillane, is it even a question for either one of you guys about Stroud's status this week?
I mean, sure, when you're dealing with a concussion, absolutely.
It feels like, but it feels like he's trending in the right direction when you go by some of the reporting that was out there late last week.
Yeah.
You know what I like about having John Harrison? It's that I know that John Harris, just like me, can find reasons to be really, really miserable no matter how much sunshine somebody tries to pump up your butt after a loss, no matter how many injuries there were. John, am I being too negative? Am I unsalvageable somehow as a human being because I'm upset about this loss? I feel like all of a sudden our listeners are revolting against caring about a football team.
Yeah, it was a frustrating afternoon for sure. I mean, obviously we'll hit it, but I mean, you name the ways. I mean, it's 14. To me, the key point of the game is 14-7, and the Texans had got to stop and had actually gotten good field position. And they ran an outside zone I believe it was outside zone. It might have been pin and pull, but it was a toss to the right. And they've got a first down. Motors got the ball on the other side of the 50. It's like 14-7. Like, okay, maybe they can do something here. Ball's on their side of the 50. I'm feeling like, man, they're starting to run the ball a little bit. And Dieter got called for a hold. And it moved the ball back to 1st and 11. And it was at that point that they didn't do anything with the next few plays. Flacco took the ball down and went and put it in the end zone. And here's the thing to me, and this is where I got kind of frustrated with the most part. It was week 16, right? My math right? It was week 16, right? Why are we still blowing coverages?
Yes.
Why are we still blowing coverages?
Yes,
what are we doing?
I'm thinking, you know what? Thank you, John. You brought me back to why I was so distraught over it. I don't care what the injuries are. Don't blow coverages. Don't make mental errors that exacerbate the physical mismatches, especially when it's this late in the year. Okay, I'm so happy that all of you get to hear Adam Spillane and John Harris, two of the smartest people in sports media, not just Houston, but probably the entire world. That's coming up next on In the Loop. Sean Bajani in for Sean Pendergast, Chris Santiago in for Ben Gary. Merry day after Christmas Day, Boxing Day, whatever the hell they call it, those heathens up in Canada. Everybody have a great day.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Crosstalk was brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Adam Spillane and John Harris in for John and Landry today on In the Loop. John and Jay Samuels is in here producing. John, how are you? How was your Christmas?
You know, Christmas was actually pretty good. My girls were back from L.A., and that was fun. They've been sick, so it's kind of been rough. But then I come home from that game on Christmas Eve, and I tried to block it all out. Trying to watch football yesterday, which was actually pretty good. Good football yesterday all day long with the Raiders upsetting the Chiefs, which was fantastic. The Eagles fans turning into an offensive coordinator, telling them to run the damn ball, which was kind of nice. And the Eagles seemed to follow. And then, of course, Mike Flores taking it on the backside when the Ravens absolutely put it all over the 49ers. And I'll say this, Adam, we'll get to the Texans, but we'll talk about Florio throughout the show. But Florio went on his show and said he made a prediction on the Ravens. I asked Mark this probably a week ago, maybe last week. I can't remember. They all run together. I asked Mark, I said, are we all playing for second place in some sense? And he said, why? And I said, well, the 49ers, they're just, when they're on, like, forget it. Well, I don't know if the Ravens just shut them off or unplug them or whatever, but shut them completely down. And Mike Florio just said, nah, there's no way. Like, his prediction going in was that the Ravens were going to get the absolute bleep beat out of them by the Niners. And the Ravens jumped all over them. And so you're like, all right, cool. maybe it's not a one-horse show. Maybe the Ravens are a lot better than we think. But I don't know. It was a great day of football, so Christmas was good. How was yours? Was it good?
Well, for me, it was just a normal Monday.
Normal Monday.
Just it was a laundry day yesterday.
Yeah.
So that was really all it was. But glad to be here. I was a little under the weather too, so I'm glad to be.
That's hitting everybody, man.
Yeah, it really
everybody.
Is. It really is. Hopefully, I don't sound too bad, but I'm
no, man. You sound good.
I'm better now. I want to bring up the Texans, and you just brought it up a second ago. One of the more frustrating points of that game was that Dieter hold, and I'm going through the play-by-play here.
Mm-hmm.
Right before that hold, the Texans got bailed out with a defensive penalty.
That's right.
And that
that's
gave
right.
them a first down.
That's right. The illegal contact on Martin Emerson, which, by the way, this is the one thing about downfield penalties, secondary penalties. That penalty happened on our sideline. Case Keenum is being sacked on the far hash. Like, there's no way Case even makes a throw in that situation. But, yeah, you're right. We got bailed out. And I'm thinking at that point, 14-7, boy, we just got a gift. We got to take advantage. And if I remember right, wasn't there an offside by Zadarius
Smith?
Smith?
There was an offside, too.
Yeah, Zadarius Smith offside. So it's 1st and 5. Run to the right side. Motor, great run. Gets out of bounds. We're on the other side of 50. And now we're having some breaks. Things are starting to line up. Hold on, Dieter. And then what happened after that, Spo?
So hold on, Dieter. So it makes it 1st and 11.
Yep.
Keenum throws incomplete to Robert Wood. So it's 2nd and 11. Pierce runs for 3 yards to make it 3rd and 8. And then Keenum sacked by Zadarius Smith.
Yeah, Zadarius finally got his sack and did his little celebration, which I don't even know what it is, but he mimicked somebody pregnant. I don't know what he was doing. But that to me kind of told the story of the game, Spo, was the fact there were two things to me that really told the story of that game on Sunday. Number one, that pass rush for the Browns is absolutely ferocious. And at first, they weren't getting there with 4. Now, they were not making life, comfortable. They weren't just getting stoned where Case had all kinds of time to bob and weave back there. But the Texans were doing a decent job early on. But then it started to break down. Then they started to miss on some loops and some stunts. They had Zadarius working with Miles one time on the same side, and they ran a TE. And Zadarius came free on it. Luckily, Case got the ball away, or he would have eaten Case again. So the protection started breaking down, and then they started blitzing a little bit. And that's why I love the way Jim Schwartz approached this. He let his front 4 kind of go to work and kind of work itself into a lather. And then when they got hot, then he started blitzing a little bit more. So it was like, whoa, it was really kind of an interesting approach, I thought. But protection really broke down. And secondly, the coverage the coverage breakdowns were not good. And I know a lot of the throws that Flacco made, you could see, oh man, the defensive back is 6 inches away. Like there was one to Cooper on the far sideline that Stingley missed by inches. But those were plays that they were making against the Titans, and I think that was the sole difference. Joe Flacco is not Will Levis. Flacco knew where he wanted to throw the ball. He had time to throw the ball, and then the secondary had some breakdowns. D'Amico talked about it in his presser afterwards. He was asked about, there was one mention he made of, when you're supposed to double cover somebody, you double cover somebody, and of course Cooper gets loose and ends up being a touchdown. So the coverage breakdowns to me are the ones that are probably the most frustrating. Look, you're going to lose against, especially a front like that. You're just going to lose. When you're talking about you're on your 4th center, Juice is playing left guard when he's probably a natural center. Kenyon Green never got on the field. Scotty got hurt back in training camp. Jarrett was doing a nice job, but he gets hurt in Carolina. So, Titus has been out for a while, and I think you really started to see where Titus not being at right tackle really hurt them.
Well, Fant played, and Fant didn't play yesterday.
And Fant didn't play on Sunday. So, Charlie, it's just that's a tough front to go against when you're in your second game of football, to be honest. So it all really came. I could see where I don't want to say I want to accept it, Spo, but I could see it. I could see the Browns with legit dudes up front giving our offensive line some issue. What I'm struggling with is the fact that a secondary that has veterans, that has young, high drafted talent, really get shredded by Amari Cooper. That's the one that I thought was just really frustrating to me. Like, really haven't. I mean, they've gotten shredded before this year, but it's like, okay, they had some injuries in games like that. You know, Joe Burrow was going to hit Jamar Chase for 64. Yeah, that's going to happen. You know, they're that good. This is Joe Flacco. It's a guy that was on the couch 6 weeks ago, and he just lit them up. And I think that's the most frustrating part to me about that is, why are we having coverage breakdowns? Why are we not stickier in coverage? And I think I'm not the only one. D'Amico Ryans felt the same way. D'Amico was like, why are we not stickier in coverage? Why are our playmakers not making plays? And that was the epitome. He said that a couple weeks ago after the loss to the Jets. He said, their playmakers made plays. Where are our playmakers to make the plays? And I think it was the same way against the Browns. The Browns playmakers made plays. And who are the playmakers the Texans have that need to go make plays? They didn't. And that's what you get. You get 36-22 in an unfortunate afternoon the day before Christmas over at NRG.
And it could have been more, but they sat Flacco. They did. And part of that was they're playing Thursday.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the way they handled the fourth quarter was with an eye on Thursday. You know, I wouldn't be that concerned about the offense just because it seems like C.J. Stroud is trending towards being back this week. And so you're not having to worry about the quarterback position. Their skill position guys seem to be getting healthier. No, Nico Collins was back, and he had an impact at least late in that game. And they played against probably the best defense in the league on Sunday. They're not going to be playing defenses like that these last two games. Their defense, to me, is concerning right now. And you look at what happened second half against the Jets, where they gave up 30 points to Zach Wilson. You look, obviously, just what happened with Flacco on Sunday. They have lost so many guys, and they lost Grenard in this game. They've been without Will Anderson. Jimmy Ward's been in and out of the lineup. Do they have, first of all, what are you seeing with the defense, why it has been like this?
Well, you hit on it. I mean, obviously,
is it just the injuries?
I mean, injuries are a big part, and I know people will say, well, everybody's got injuries, and it's true. But go to any defense and take off your two best pass rushers, your best linebacker, who is arguably Blake Cashman, you could say he's a top 3 defensive player for this year. Take them out, take Jimmy out. Now, I don't know. You know, it's been hard because trying to figure out Jimmy played extremely well at points this year, but the injuries are, catching up to him of different kinds. He's had the hamstring. Then I think the other day it was a quad. Then he obviously had the concussion that took him out of the Tennessee game by some friendly fire. So if you take arguably your top 3 defensive players off, or at least your top 3 defensive players in your front 7, you take them off your defense, any defense. Take Bosa, Chase Young, and Fred Warner off the 49ers defense, and maybe the Ravens score 50. Who knows? But you're gonna have issues. And I think part of the problem with those 3 guys being out, Spo, is the fact that Cashman's your best cover linebacker. So Njoku in the end zone makes a tremendous catch. Could Blake Cashman have made a play on that? Potentially. Joe Flacco sits there with a lot of time to throw. Could Will Anderson and John Grenard have shaken him up a little bit and gotten back there a little bit more? In fact, on the play that Grenard got hurt, he threw an inside move on Jaron Christian and beat him and was getting to Flacco as Flacco was throwing the ball. So it's like, okay, could John have been doing that a little bit more to disrupt Flacco so he doesn't feel like he's got all day? And what I thought was interesting was 3rd and 4 was on the Browns' second drive. And Flacco went back to pass, and they enveloped him. And I just remember Flacco starting to kind of turtle. And so he started to kind of stop. And then he realized, oh, they don't have me. And he broke out and he threw to Cedric Tillman for a first down. And I just remember thinking, oh, boy, that's not good, because now he feels like he can do what he wants, because now he's just, there's only 4 men coming after him and he's not being sacked. Okay. He then stood in there at every point the rest of the game, and he was delivering with guys hanging on him and all that. But would Will Anderson and John Grenard have made an impact? Probably. And really what you needed to do is just shake Joe up a little bit to let him know he doesn't have all that time in the pocket, that he can't get that comfortable, that he can't sit back there and just pick apart this defense. So, there's that. that's concerning. But hopefully you can. We'll see on Grenard tomorrow. We'll see. If Will's able to come back at some point with that high ankle sprain, and it would be great to get Cashman back. I mean, it was a 2-week injury, and this week will be week 3. So hopefully he can get back. Cash makes a ton of difference for this defense. Just his understanding, his speed, his coverage ability, all of that. So not having Cashman, not having Will, not having John absolutely has an impact. Is it a reason for you giving up how many ever yards Joe Flacco threw for? Hell no. Not at all. Not at all. Because you had opportunities in the secondary and you just didn't make plays.
They didn't have Anderson against Tennessee, but they did have Grenard. They were still able to get a pass rush when it was Grenard. So it feels like if they have one of those guys, they can manufacture a pass rush. And they can get to the quarterback that way.
Yep.
So you don't need them both. Both, it almost seems like it's a luxury to have them both.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you can have one, I think that you probably feel a whole lot better about what the pass rush can be. And you said it with Cashman. Cashman's been so good this year.
Yeah.
If you can get one of the pass rushers back and Cashman back, I think you feel pretty good about the defense, though, moving forward.
Absolutely. It's just getting them back. And can you get them back? I mean, they've had 17 guys go on to IR this year. So, and I know not a lot is made of, Eric Murray and MJ Stewart, but those two guys being out, it hurts you. Now, look, I think DHC and Adrian Amos did a decent job when they went in there, and I mean they're vets. They kind of know the deal. I mean, DHC came up with a big pick, but not having Eric Murray and MJ Stewart, I think, has hurt you. Murray was really good before he got hurt. I mean, he made a couple plays in the Jacksonville game when you really needed to. He stepped into that void when Jimmy was out. And then you had Murray and Ward and Petrie back there, and you're like, okay, I think this is a really good 3-safety mix. I think the $64,000 question to me is, and maybe it's a statement with a question, Jalen Petrie's not playing like he did as a rookie for whatever reason, and we need the Jalen Petrie that we saw at Baylor. And we need the Jalen Petrie that played the majority of last year to come back. And he struggled for a few weeks, but it really was exacerbated against the Browns for whatever reason. And I know D'Amico really didn't address it. He talked about the rotation, but Jalen was really not a big part of that rotation in the second half. And if this team needs really anything, almost even beyond getting Will and getting Blake and getting John back, it's getting number 5 back, playing at a confident level and playing at the level that we saw of him in 2022.
You said it's the $64,000 question with Petrie. Right now, he's ranked 64th in PFF among all safeties.
Yeah.
And this is a guy who played just 19 snaps on Sunday, 23%. He had not been off the field in a game since the Pittsburgh game.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden he's not a part of that safety rotation at all. And D'Amico gave an answer. And D'Amico's answer, I'll be honest, it didn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah. And it's just kind of a very political answer, and it wasn't a good one. But what are you seeing from him? Because it looked like this was going to be a guy. Like, this is going to be a guy on this defense moving forward. Some people have said, well, it's a new coaching staff, it's a new scheme, he's trying to learn that. Is that an adequate excuse, or what else is there that he's not doing right now?
I think the question is it an adequate excuse or an adequate reason? And I think it probably falls somewhere in between. I think early on in the season, I think it could be a reason. Like, okay, you're learning things are new. When it's what they're doing compared to what they did with Lovey. I don't want to be kind when I say this, but it was like elementary school last year, and now it's, college physics this year. That said, in week 17, those things shouldn't be happening. Yeah. Week 16, whatever it was. Those things shouldn't be happening. Now, I know there's been some time, especially on this show, because I listen to In the Loop a lot, where they've talked about Petrie, not having stats, making plays. I think that's the biggest thing, and it kind of goes to D'Amico's thought of, playmakers have got to make plays. I asked him this after the game. I know he was frustrated after the Jets game about this. Playmakers have got to make plays. Well, I think that people in Houston, especially coming into the season, looked at Jalen Petrie as a playmaker. I mean, he had, 5 or 6 interceptions last year, 140 tackles. Looked at him as a playmaker. And, okay, well, playmakers have got to make plays. And I think Jalen has, struggled. There have been times where he's dropped interceptions where, this could have been big plays. That could be something that really spurs him on. I think there have been times where he's missed tackles. I think there have just been some fundamental breakdowns for him. Now, I'm not totally sure what happened against the Browns, but I know that to not go back in the game, I kind of put 2 and 2 together when D'Amico said, when he wasn't referring to Jalen, but when he was talking about, blown coverages, things like that. Reason you get pulled out of a game as a secondary member, it's not a lot of times because you miss tackles. It's a lot of times because you've blown a coverage. And so that was my first thought, like, okay, he's talking about blown coverages. Jalen went out of the game. Okay, was there a blown coverage somewhere? And that definitely could have happened because I feel I've seen that happen a few times this year. Now, I know people will say, well, yeah, Stingley's had to cover for him. Those interceptions, those are adjustments in the coverage. Those are things that Stingley and Petrie have communicated. The interception for Cortland Sutton, I know everybody talked about, Petrie bit and he got beat on a double. No. That was designed that way. So that was a design for Stingley, given what they had, to make an adjustment over the top. So Petrie could go down and bite hard on that one to go take that away because they're not expecting him to go, to go behind. Stingley to go behind and make that play. A lot of teams that play quarters coverage don't have that adjustment, but the Texans do. So there's some things that when you're matching a lot of pattern, or you're pattern matching with your routes, there could be some indecision. There could be some things you think you see, and it's going to cost you because if you my rule is this, but teams know how to put those rules in peril, and now you got to make a decision. Well, if you're not on the same page with that, you make one decision, your other guy sees it a different way. Well, your guy might be biting on a route, and you might be going to the same route because you're not reading the rules the same way. So I think there's a lot going on with Jalen right now. And I think that confidence is shaken a little bit, but maybe it's at this point just, hey, let's get back to basics and play ball. Let's do the fundamental things right and make sure we're doing those fundamental things right. But Spo, you follow baseball, basketball, you follow all sports. But whenever you talk baseball, I listen. And so you've been around guys playing baseball. When guys are struggling at the plate, the one thing they say is, "We're not seeing it. I'm not seeing the ball. I'm not seeing the ball." That happens for football too, where you're not seeing it. You're locked in one spot where you should be scanning a whole field. You get locked in one spot. You're not seeing it. You're not seeing the game. It's kind of the same thing for baseball, for hitters. They're not seeing the ball. I kind of feel like Jalen has not been seeing the full thing, and I don't think he's alone. I think there have been a few people that fall into that category, but we got to get Jalen playing back at a level that we're accustomed to seeing, because that dude, when he's on, he's it. He's the best safety that the Texans have had in a long time when he's on. But when he's off, it's you could tell the other day that when you're seeing DHC and Adrian Amos, guys that have been here for collectively probably about 8 weeks, instead of Jalen, you can tell that Jalen's struggling a little bit. And so we got to get him going back in the right direction. And I don't know if it's you simplify coverages. I don't know if you simplify things. I don't know if you keep a rotation going, so that he's in the rotation and he can talk to the coaches on the sidelines at times and make sure they're all on the same page. I don't know. There are some ways you got to do it, but they got to figure it out before these next two games because it's two division opponents, and you got to have them if you're thinking about playoffs.
He's John Harris. I'm Adam Spillane. We are in for John and Landry on In the Loop. Coming up next, we had 4 Super Bowl contenders play yesterday. What did we learn about those 4 teams, and was the MVP one? That's next on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
It's a Reaction Tuesday brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. We're breaking down Sunday.
Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Adam Spillane, John Harris in for John and Landry. We are in until 2. Hope you had a great Christmas or holiday or whatever. Yesterday, it was a great football day. And it's one of these things where, you know, Christmas used to be the NBA's day.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The NFL has basically taken that over.
Yeah.
And I imagine the NBA can't be happy that one of its television partners was part of it. Because probably the biggest game of the day yesterday was an ESPN ABC game, the Ravens and 49ers, and it's going straight up against two of the NBA games.
Yep.
So it's rough when your partners do that to you.
Boy, it is. It's tough. And ESPN's going to have some issues, I think, with college football going forward, too, from that perspective, with the conferences. I think we already started to see with the conferences, with, you know, the ACC, you know, Florida State upset, you know, about things. Well, ESPN, ACC is a partner of the ESPN too. So yeah, I saw a poll, Adam, probably, I don't know, it was about 9 o'clock, 9:30 this morning, maybe. Awful Announcing put out a poll and said, what did you watch more of on Christmas Day? NBA, NFL. And it was NFL in a landslide. It was 88.3% for the NFL and 11.7%, if my math is correct, on the NBA. And, you know, I don't get to watch a ton of NBA, so I always liked having Christmas Day where I could watch the NBA and kind of get caught up on some things. And so I was telling you before the show, I was watching a little bit of Knicks and Bucks. And it was, I really enjoyed watching it, but as soon as noon hit, it was time for Arrowhead. It was time for Chiefs Raiders. It's, you know, the Texans are in the playoff hunt. You know, okay, can the Raiders get back in this thing? You know, if the Texans get the 7 seed, or the Chiefs going to get to the 2, we got to go to Kansas City and live that nightmare again. So, obviously, you know, my quote-unquote rooting interests are always going to, you know, turn towards football. But I did try with my YouTube TV to have, like, the split screen going. So, I think it was at one point I had Eagles, Giants with Celtics, Lakers going on, I think. I think that was, which is always kind of weird. Like, watching 2 football games at the same time, watching 2 basketball games at the same time, but you're watching 2 different sports. I'm like, whoa. It kind of threw me off a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I went straight to NFL, you know, for the most part, but did split the screen a little bit so I could watch a little bit of those games. And the thing about it, Adam, and I think is tough is the NBA's got a product. They're scoring. I mean, every game yesterday, everybody was over 100. They were in triple digits every game. And it's been that way for, this entire season. You know, I talked about that before the show. So the NBA's, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's a perfect product, you know, but it's just going up against the behemoth that is the NFL it's hard. So when you're the NBA, like, what day do you try and dominate? Christmas Day used to be your day, and then the NFL just says, no, we're going to play 3 games on Christmas Day. Deal with it. Like, whoa, okay. And then Amazon for Black Friday. Now, a game on Amazon on Black Friday is the smartest marketing decision that any company has ever made. I mean, that's brilliant. But the NFL has always stayed off of Black Friday. And in fact, there's a rule. There's a rule, and I wish I knew the exact, but I was reading about this. There's a rule that says an NFL game on Black Friday can't start in the I can't remember what it was. But the NFL couldn't start a Black Friday game at a certain time. And that's like written in the CBA with the, I don't know. There's some fair trade agreement with the NFL that says they can't start a Black Friday game at a certain time. That's why the game with the Dolphins and Jets started when it did, because it fell within the time frame that they could do it on Black Friday. But it's like Black Friday, it's college football. College football had Black Friday for the most part. They played a ton of games on Black Friday. Now, if you love to consume all that, that's great. But how about you? How did you split your day yesterday?
I was almost all football.
Really?
Yeah, almost all football. And you know what's interesting? So next year, Christmas falls on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
So you can't really play NFL games on a Wednesday over Christmas. But 2025, Christmas falls on a Thursday.
Oh, man.
So could you see a bunch of Thursday, like how we have with Thanksgiving? Or is it too late in the season to where maybe you don't want, 3 Thursday games at that point of the year?
I think I feel like the schedule makers, and I feel responsible for one of them because one of the 5 people that puts together the schedule is my former quarterback, Blake Jones. When I first got into coaching back 30 some odd years ago, Blake was my 8th and 9th grade team quarterback, and now he's with Mike North, and they put together the schedule. So whenever the Texans get an unfavorable schedule, I send them a really nasty email like, thanks, man. I would imagine there'll be a couple games. I think the schedule makers could make a Thursday game if they did it right. They could put a bye week. They could put a bye week before the Thursday and then get the mini bye and come back. I think teams at that point would look forward to the Thursday night games. I don't know how possible it is with the schedule, but I think you could do it. I think there's a way you could do it. I absolutely think you're going to have at least 2 on Christmas Day. At least 2 when it's a Thursday. Oh, there's no question that you're going to have a couple on Thursday. We got a Thursday game coming up. The Jets are, is it Jets-Browns? Yeah, Jets-Browns. Mirror images of one another, by the way, except for Joe Flacco, who used to be a Jet. There's absolutely going to be games on Christmas Day. No doubt. I mean, if the NFL can find it, they're going to do it. Hell, the NFL has made a weekend in which no games are played and a bunch of names are read off into one of the big sporting events of the entire year with the draft. They'll find a way to play games on Christmas Day. Would it surprise you if they played a game on Wednesday on Christmas Day next year?
A little bit, yes.
Wednesday might be a step too far. Weird, but I mean, Tuesday and Wednesday are the only days they haven't done it, But they did do it during COVID. I mean, it wasn't great, but they did do it during COVID, so maybe they'll find a way. But yeah, the Thursday game's for sure going to be there for sure.
This is one thing I've always wondered about the NFL and scheduling. This was 1993. It was an 18-week season, but everybody played 16 games. You had 2 bye weeks.
Yeah.
Everybody had 2 bye weeks in 1993. Why has the league never gone back to that? Because I
why
imagine
did we have 2 bye weeks then?
I don't remember why, but I just remember everybody it was an 18-week schedule.
Yeah.
Everybody played 16 games. Everybody had the 2 bye weeks, so you only had the 1 week in between the Super Bowl then. But if the league wants to make more money, that's more product, technically, to have an extra week of games, even though everybody's playing the same amount.
I would love to have a double bye.
I'm sure the team would too.
I would love to have a double bye during the season because we had our bye week, week 7, I think it was. We've been playing straight for a while. And when you get in a rhythm, it's great. But then all of a sudden when the injuries start piling up and you need a week to just slow the music down, you don't have it. So I know the Browns were in that same boat. The Browns had a bye week week 5. I think it was still in October. We had ours. Ours was in October too. But I think ours was week 7, if I remember correctly. Yeah, week 7. So it was October 22nd. So, yeah, I would love to have a double bye. It's interesting you brought that up. The 93 Oilers needed a double bye. They needed to be away from each other for a couple weekends. I think that we'll eventually get there. I know they want to add the 18th game. I feel like when they add the 18th game, we'll get a double bye because it'll be a 20-week season. I don't know how they'll manage all that.
Super Bowl
I don't know.
March.
Yeah, it'll be a March Super Bowl. I don't know how they'll manage all that, but I feel like when they do go to 18 games, they will go to a double bye. I think you're going to have to. Spo, I can't even. I know people don't. Think about it. I'm just telling you from my perspective. It is so damn long. It's 1 extra week, and it's 1 extra week. So what? It's massive. The amount of mental and physical fatigue that I see just on everybody at NRG Stadium when I walk the hallways is immense. I see people that I see every day, whether it's in the training staff or whether it's in the director of football ops. I see, our buddy Clay Hampton. I see him. You see fatigue on everybody's face. And when you have 2 road games in a row like we had, oh my God, it's brutal. I mean, brutal. That physical and mental just wears you down. I mean, NBA travels all the time, and so I kind of get it, what they go through. I feel like the NBA with the travel that they have. I mean, baseball, you play a 3-game series. You're in a city. you take a lot of trips, but then you plop down in a city, you're there for 3 or 4 nights. It's not great, but we go in and we're out. It's 36 hours. It's like, and it takes a toll. And the guys just walking through the building, you see them in week 16, week 17, like, oh my God, we got one more week of this. And then on top of that, you got to be fresh for the playoffs if you get there. I mean, it's tough. So I imagine once they get to 18, they'll go to a double bye. I would imagine the players would at least say, man, at least give us the double bye. Give us 2 bye weeks. And then spread it out. 1 in week 5, 1 in week 13. Something like that. And that, I think, you would even, and this is the other thought, you get a better product of football. Because you look at injury reports. I looked at injury reports across the league on Wednesday. I can't remember who I was looking at last week. They had 17 guys did not participate on Wednesday. The Browns had their injury report on Wednesday was like, well, if we held a practice, this is what it would look like. They need practice. So, yeah, once it gets to this end of the year, it's rough. And you get a second wind, I guess. But, man, the fatigue hits you. And I think that's part of it, too, for the Texans. And again, I don't want to be I'm not in the excuse-making business, but when you think about reasons, you mentioned earlier, Adam, the fact that, they've had so many guys hurt. And, yeah, when you're playing that many games back-to-back and you're playing the type of games that Texans have played, you're going to end up having those injuries and you're going to end up having those things. And then once you have injuries, now you got guys maybe playing more reps than what they might if they didn't have some more depth with them, et cetera, and it just all snowballs at that point. But yeah, when we get to 18 games, I think there'll be I don't know when it happens, but I know it's going to happen. And they're going to, name the holiday in the fall that we're not going to, the NFL won't play on Labor Day, apparently. But if you go to an 18-game schedule, you're going to have to play on Labor Day. And so they'll dominate Labor Day, which is right now, there's 1 or 2 college games, but it's a big college game. So NFL just walks in and says, well, we're going to take these holidays. It's the other sports that have to adjust. So I'm curious to see how the NBA changes. Do they play a few games on Christmas Day? Do they make Valentine's Day weekend, maybe make that an NBA weekend right after the Super Bowl? I don't know. But sports are going to have to make their adjustments, especially on years in which Christmas falls on a Monday, a Thursday, a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, et cetera, because it's time for the NFL to play. It's going to play.
NFL is just a bunch of bullies. He's John Harris. I'm Adam Spillane. We are in for John and Landry on In the Loop. When we come back, we are going to get into what happened yesterday, what took place on the field yesterday, because I thought it was a pretty significant day of NFL football. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from over.
You hope to have a chance with 2 games left.
matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Adam Spillane, John Harris in for John and Landry today. John, we had 3 NFL games yesterday, and I thought they were all pretty significant. They involved really good teams, or at least teams that you would expect to be in the postseason or even be in the Super Bowl. And I thought we learned a lot about the 4 teams really that I would put in that contender mix. And so I want to kind of go through them, because the first game of the day was Chiefs-Raiders. And I think that you would have considered the Chiefs to be a Super Bowl. I mean, they're the defending Super Bowl champions. They have probably the best quarterback in the entire league, and they looked bad.
Yeah, they look broken. They look absolutely broken. And I know they beat the Patriots the other day, but I really feel like the Kadarius Toney offsides, which, by the way, how many times have we seen that called since? Yeah. It's been Robert Woods got dinged for it the other day. I feel like they were teetering on the brink. They lost that game to the Eagles on Monday night. Then they beat the Raiders out in Las Vegas, which is something they just had consistently done. But they lost that Sunday night game against Green Bay. And there were some calls that weren't made at the end of that game. It feels like that combined with the Kadarius Toney offsides the following week against the Bills broke the Chiefs, and they've not been put back together.
You know what's been interesting watching them? Travis Kelce's throwing his helmets. Patrick Mahomes is going off on the sideline.
Right.
Like, that's not the stuff that you're used to seeing from that group. And that's what makes me feel like you're exactly right, that team is just broken, and they might not be able to figure it out over these next couple weeks.
Absolutely. And for anybody that's got over whatever the number is, I don't know what the number is. I know the number was like 10.5 or 11. I don't know, man. I got a friend of mine who relied on my information for that, so we'll see. But anyways, yeah, they've lost 4 of the last 6. They've lost 5 of the last 8. Going back to the Broncos game where Mahomes was sick. Turned around and beat the Dolphins and then had a bye week. You thought, okay, they come out of the bye week, they'll be fine. But then that Monday night game, the Eagles, they had a lead, lost it. Raiders took care of business like they normally do against the Raiders. But then they lost 3 out of 4. And the game yesterday I thought was interesting because the Raiders didn't do anything offensively.
They didn't
Absolutely
try.
Zero.
They didn't throw the ball.
None. They didn't trust Aiden O'Connell. They just ran the ball, which is fine because they ended up with 2 defensive touchdowns. One when the Chiefs are getting too cute, which is something that everybody's always, they're getting cute. Look at this. And I love the fact, Adam, that the Raiders had 2 defensive touchdowns against them, especially that first one, because the Chiefs are getting cute. But if you remember the last Week 18 where the Chiefs did that ring around the rosy thing against the Raiders and everybody's talking about it and they're like, oh, Raiders, you guys look like fools. Yeah, look who looks like a fool now. I know that probably hit the Raiders pretty hard. You know that they came out and they did something that they always, they did something, the ring around, oh, it's great, look at Andy Reid, he's the greatest. Well, they got cute yesterday and it cost them a touchdown. And then Mahomes, no fundamentals, no technique, throwing off his back leg. Jack Jones picks it off, and the Chiefs can't get back in the ballgame. They drop passes. They're not lined up right. I mean, it's just everything that could go wrong. And like you said, you're seeing Kelce. You're seeing all that come out that has just been bottled up for all those years because they won all those games. It was great. The one thing the Chiefs don't have, they don't have the ability to say, bleep it, Tyreek's down there. They don't have that. And I don't think they realize how valuable that is. They were able to get through it last year, but not having it, being able to adjust, they haven't adjusted this year. They haven't adjusted to that at all. Mahomes has no way to just go get a cheap touchdown. It's got to be dink and dunk, down the field, 10-play drives, and that's not how he rolls. It's never been. They've always had that, let's take a shot. Let's take the shot. The Super Bowl against the 49ers, he goes, hey, do we have time to run WASP? Which is a long route, and it's another one of those bleep it, Tyreek's down there, just throw it. He takes an 11-step drop and just throws it as far as he can, and there's Tyreek Hill. So they don't have that this year. They are a mess. And here's the other thing. At 9-6 right now, they'll have to go on the road to play a playoff game, which is something they have not done in, well, I can't remember the last time they played a road playoff game. They haven't under Patrick Mahomes.
No, they have not.
They have not played a road playoff game under Patrick Mahomes. How about that?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Really quick, Giants-Eagles. Eagles beat the Giants. It was not pretty, and the Giants made a little bit of a run after they benched Tommy DeVito. I think the one thing that stood out in that game, you have Devontae Smith and you have Hassan Reddick all yelling at Nick Sirianni on the sideline. You've been on the sideline for what, 10 years at this point?
Yep, it's my 10th year.
How?
That's bad.
That's not something that you see a whole lot of.
No, not at all. And there's a lot of frustration built in with that team. They're supposed to be better than they are. They've not really had that. I thought that win over the Chiefs would kind of get them going in the right direction. There's been talk in the locker room that there's an uneasiness with the Eagles, and it really showed itself on Christmas Day. Hey, it's good to get a win, but man, they better figure their stuff out and get it going in the right direction. I mean, Matt Patricia just took over as the play caller for the Giants. Done. Next game.
All right, he's John Harris. I'm Adam Spillane on Sports Radio 610. And for John and Landry, John McClain is here. He'll join us next. This is Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
Oh man, John McClain, the general, he coming up right now. Everybody line up everybody. Stand up straight, make sure you fit your hat, fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come. Women salute him, the men salute him, the town salute him, the hood salute him. You should salute him, they should salute him. You know who it is.
Back on Sports Radio 610, Adam Spillane and John Harris in for John and Landry. John McClain is here as well. John, good morning. Hope you had a great Christmas.
I did, guys. I did Cleveland pregame, and one of the guys back in Cleveland I was on with said, Landry Locker's a good friend of mine. I said, whoa. And you admit that publicly? He goes, yeah, we're good friends. I said, figures he had to go all the way to Cleveland to get a good friend.
Along those lines,
taken aback.
Along those lines, John, should we start an argument just so you feel at home? Should we start an argument about something just so that you feel at home after the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I'll see if I can keep my blood pressure down today with two true professionals.
Hey, John, let's start with this. Just 30,000-foot view. Most frustrating aspect of Sunday against the Browns?
Let's see the way case was totally dominated by the Browns defense. And the Browns defense number one in the NFL, but they've been giving up 13 points at home and 30 on the road. And so I thought the Texans would play better offensively. They couldn't do anything. And I felt bad for Case because he just got crushed. Then Mills came up at garbage time and padded some stats that made the score respectable. But they were 3.5-point underdogs, and I thought they had a chance to win, but I thought it'd be close because all their games are close.
Yeah, everyone.
And because it was Christmas Eve, I'm sitting there, man, I started doing my report card halfway through the third quarter.
Yep.
And I think that the interesting aspect of it, and I'm going to bring up a Landry point, they should have started Mills just because the offense did start to move the ball, but a lot of that was just the Browns stopped playing. And Kevin Stefanski even said this after the game. They were looking ahead to Thursday.
They changed their strategy, too, when they had that big lead. But I didn't like the cockamamie idea of rotating them early.
I thought
strange. That was stupid. Fortunately, Bobby Slowick got off of it when it didn't work. I didn't know what in the hell they were trying to accomplish. I had no problem with Keenum starting after the way he helped them win that previous game, but I don't think it would have mattered who was in the game. They were going to get crushed.
We were talking about this earlier, John. The two things that probably, I don't know, I feel like that game was all about. Number one, couldn't protect either quarterback. That pass rush for the Browns was just dominating. Now, you could say, and you can go to, well, that pass rush is dominating no matter who they're going against. So, okay, second part. Secondary, letting Amari Cooper have that sort of day. And I know there were plays in which there were guys there to make plays, but Cooper made the plays and the secondary didn't. And then when you heard D'Amico Ryans after the game talk about, mentioning blown coverages. And that was really what caught my attention because it's week 16 and Adam and I talked about this. We're blowing coverages, and that is not something that needs to happen. So, more frustrating for you, pass protection, keeping Mills and Keenum upright. Secondary, giving up 260-plus yards to Amari Cooper and 300-plus to Joe Flacco.
All corners got beat. Corners have been playing mostly great this season. The safety struggled. But they were equal opportunity. They beat them all. And Flacco made some great passes. Yeah, man, oh, man, he was pinpoint. And he's making himself a lot of money for a backup with another team. I don't see a team sign him as a starter, but there's going to be more emphasis placed on backup quarterbacks next season.
Yep.
And so guys like Flacco, Andy Dalton, the guys who've been around a while, Jacoby Brissett, and have showed they're capable, they've been starters, those guys are going to make more money. Instead of paying a backup outside linebacker $10 million, there'll be backup quarterbacks making $10 million, and they'll probably be worth it. Let's think about all these teams that have been fortunate enough, like the Niners and Ravens, like the Cowboys and Dolphins, to have their quarterback healthy all season. No wonder they're in the race. And when I was watching the Ravens beat up on the Niners last night, and they lost Mark Andrews, and they lost Dobbins for the season against the Texans, but Texans have had so many injuries. When we look back, and if they don't make the playoffs, people are going to be disappointed. But looking back at the season, it's been fantastic. They've blown away every prediction I had for them. But the story to me is going to be about the injuries. Guys that are out for the season and guys that have gone out for 2 or 3 or 4 games, they just seem to have more than most. The Browns were lamenting their injuries, and I said, well, okay, yeah, you're missing your 3 offensive tackles, and that is serious. The top 3 tackles are on injured reserve. Grant Christian, they couldn't beat him.
Yep.
And so I think that's going to be the story is injuries, and after all this bad luck, maybe next year they'll get lucky, and they won't have so many injuries.
We talk about the bad luck and all the negative stuff. They still control their own destiny.
Isn't it amazing?
Do you feel like they can still win these last 2 games and make the playoffs?
If Stroud is back and he's 100%, he doesn't show any ill signs of the concussion by being off target, that, yes, they can beat the Titans. They just beat them 2 weeks ago with Case Keenum, even though Vrabel will have them ready to come in here and play and try to help ruin the Texans season. And then they go to Indy. They won in Indy last year in a huge game for a different reason. But this is a column I'm going to have on the website later today or tomorrow. The AFC South just stunk it up big time Sunday. Every team lost. The only one that didn't get blown away was the worst one, the Titans, and lost by 3. And so if Gardner Minshew would play against Texans the way he played in Atlanta, and they have a losing record at home. You know, the Colts have a losing record at home. Jaguars have a losing record at home. Based on what's happened to Jacksonville, and Lawrence keeps getting these injuries.
Yeah.
And they've lost 4 in a row. I think it's going to be the last game will end up being for the division.
Well, so here's the schedule this week in the South. We already talked Texans-Titans. Jacksonville has Carolina at home. Carolina's been better, and they had a chance to win the game against Green Bay on Sunday. And then the Colts host the Raiders. And the Raiders have been much, much better under Antonio Pierce.
They're trying to keep – those players love Pierce.
Yes.
They're trying to win his job for him. So they got a chance to win that game.
I mean, absolutely. With Max Crosby playing, I mean, the way the defense played yesterday, ooh, boy. But, John, what's wrong with the Chiefs?
They're discombobulated. They're out of sync. You know, nothing they do is consistent. And I've heard some people talking about, well, they miss Eric Bieniemy on offense. Well, Eric Bieniemy's got nothing to do with drop passes or the starting running back getting hurt. They're learning what the rest of the real world lives in. And I kind of like it. I'm not tired of the Chiefs the way I was tired of the Patriots every year. But if the Chiefs don't make a championship game, it won't bother me at all.
Adam said this earlier, and I agree with this wholeheartedly. You're seeing the Chiefs melt down. Mahomes, the way he went after officials. Andy Reid yesterday on the sideline lost his mind at one point. Kelsey, I mean, I know everybody's going to bring up the Taylor Swift thing, whatever. He's dropping passes. I mean,
throwing his helmet.
Looks like he throws his helmet. I mean, it feels like they're completely melting down. It's like that game in Green Bay followed up with the Kadarius Toney offsides that cost them that game against the Bills. They've not rebounded from that at all.
No, they have not. And you know it's mental. It's focus. It's concentration. They're not doing the things they did last year. And people say, well, they don't have Tyreek Hill. Well, they won a Super Bowl without Tyreek Hill. And Eric Bieniemy's certainly doing nothing to distinguish himself in Washington. And they'll have a coaching change. And maybe Andy Reid will bring him back as his lieutenant again. But they're not the same. And, man, they're wearing those emotions on their sleeve where everybody can see it.
You know, everything for that team, it's been so easy the last 5 years. They've just gone out and they've won 13, 14 games, and they haven't had to even sweat to get that done. Now, all of a sudden, they've hit some adversity, and they've hit a lot of adversity, and they don't know how to handle that.
They're going to have to play a playoff game on the road for the first time since Mahomes has been there, and that's great. You know, that's something everybody else has to do, so it's about time the Chiefs have to do it.
And they aren't. Listen, they will probably wind up winning the AFC South, but it's not or the AFC West. It's not a lock. Like, they aren't a lock to win these last two
Raiders
games.
have a chance to win the damn division.
Yeah,
oh, man.
The Chiefs still have.
It'd be incredible. Now, the Chiefs have
Cincinnati
Bengals at home.
A desperate Cincinnati team.
In Burrowhead. And then
the Chargers.
The Chargers.
Which will be a home game for them, essentially.
Yeah, which will be, that'll definitely be, and we'll see what day that will.
I think they'll win both of them, and then the Chiefs fans Chief Kingdom will think they've righted the wrong. They've got it together. They'll flip the playoff switch, but if they go to Baltimore, I don't see them beating Baltimore.
Let's even go before then. Chiefs-Bills first round or Chiefs-Browns first round.
That was going to be my question, Adam. I give you both. This is for both y'all. I give you guys $100, and you can go to Vegas and put it on the Chiefs or the Bills to win it all. Which team would you choose?
Buffalo.
John?
Buffalo just looked very human after being great, but I guess Buffalo. It seems like they play the Chiefs 3 times every season.
And that team seems to be getting better as Kansas City seems to be getting worse. And Josh Allen's playing at an incredibly high level right now. They're running the ball. I think Joe Brady has done a nice job with that offense. And I don't think Ken Dorsey was necessarily the problem there, but they have gotten back to some
needed
stuff.
a kickstart. They got the kickstart the Chiefs needed. With Joe Brady, it was like, hey, guys, wake up a little bit. You just lost your offensive coordinator. I don't know how you feel about him, but they got the kickstart the Chiefs probably. The Chiefs need something to shake them up a little bit. I don't know if losses are doing it because they've lost 3 out of 4, but the Chiefs need something like that to kind of shake them up. And I think the Bills may have realized, hey, Ken Dorsey's not our issue, but he's part of the issue. We're making this move. You guys better wake up and answer to this. And I think the Bills have done that a little bit, but I thought they were going to melt down against the Chargers.
I thought the Bills got their kickstart when GoLong.com wrote that multiple-part series saying Sean McDermott should be fired, just trashed him by a guy, Tyler Dunn, who runs that site, used to cover him. And I read it, and I mean, he just eviscerated him with anonymous quotes, and the players rallied around McDermott, and they all came to his defense publicly, and that's when they really started playing well. So elevating Brady, and then they come into McDermott's defense has helped them, but they barely won Sunday, so they're capable of losing, but boy, talent-wise, the hunger factor, I would take them over the Chiefs.
Real quick, MVP. Did Lamar Jackson win it last night?
Well, if he could lose his next 2 games, but right now he's the favorite by far.
John?
I mean, at this point, I don't know who else it could be, honestly. I mean, Purdy obviously flamed out on national TV in a bad way. Who else? I hate to kind of go process elimination and give it to Lamar because people listen to me for a while know how I feel about Lamar. I love the guy, and I love everything about him, and I think he's the most dangerous dude in the NFL. I don't know that he's done enough to be the MVP, but I feel like he's going to end up getting it. Even though his numbers aren't the greatest, but just look at what Baltimore's been able to do this year. He's probably the guy, especially to have a night like that on national TV on Christmas night. It's probably him. The player most valuable to his team is probably right here in Houston or in Miami with Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill, when they were here for joint practices, when Tyreek Hill was off the field, and he was dealing with something, when he was off the field, that offense did nothing. Absolutely zero. But then Tua had Tyreek on the field, and he's like, bleep it. He threw balls down the field with bleep it Tyreek's down there, and Tyreek came up with it. Tyreek is probably the most valuable player according to that, but he's not going to win it. But I think Lamar's down.
He can win Offensive Player of the Year.
He could. I think
McCaffrey, one of them. It's MVP and then offensive and defensive players.
McCaffrey didn't score last night, did he?
Yes, he did, didn't he?
Did he? Did he score a touchdown?
You hear about that kid that bet $5
yes.
on 14 guys, won $495,000?
Yes.
And McCaffrey was his last one.
McCaffrey was his last one, but I didn't see. Did he score last night?
Yeah, he had scored
he
a touchdown.
Did.
Scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
14 carries.
$495,000 off a $5 bet.
It's not bad.
He had 14 players that had to score a touchdown.
And one of them named Rodriguez, and I don't even know who Rodriguez is.
Yeah, Chris Rodriguez from the Commanders from Kentucky. Really
He picked him. He was one of them.
That's crazy that he picked him.
Which book took that? It's a tough one for that book.
I don't know.
Think how many people are going to be trying to duplicate that?
Well,
of course.
They do every week.
Of course.
They do that every week.
I mean, there's your flyer. All right, what's our 14 touchdown
his family
parlay?
was dying last night watching that game, knowing he needed McCaffrey to score. Every time McCaffrey touched the ball, they were screaming like crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's a kid going to pay taxes on $495,000?
He's not, but then again, I guess he could with the $495,000. I mean, how much does he got to pay in taxes? Half?
I think so.
I think he'll take it to a cool $247,500. I mean, that's kind of nice to have all that going into your pocket. Nice job, kid, whoever you are.
I'll throw out one more MVP possibility if they win these last 2 games. Josh Allen. I just think he's been that good.
Well, he's a dark horse.
Yeah, I think he's definitely.
You can make a case
especially
for him
if they win
number 2 over. Yes, if they were to somehow win the division, I don't think they're going to beat Miami. I think Tua will finish second after he beats Josh Allen.
Yeah, Buffalo's got New England this week, which is always a thorn in their side, no matter what. But it's in Buffalo, and then they play at Miami, which if Baltimore, I think last night was the best thing that happened for the Bills because Baltimore now with the number 1 seed in sight has got to knock off Miami to stay the number 1 seed. If they knock off Miami and Buffalo beats the Patriots, then that Week 18 game is for the division. And if the Bills win a division, I think you could definitely make a case.
Lamar's got it wrapped up unless he gets hurt.
God, please don't. I mean, I don't want to face Lamar if we end up making the playoffs, but I just want to see Lamar stay healthy and see if he can get past the last couple of years where obviously they didn't make it and did get where they needed to. I still feel 2019 is kind of for John Harbaugh just hanging out there like they've got to do something, with that team that was 14-2. They were going to win a championship and lost the first round of the Titans or division round of the Titans. Lamar stays healthy. That's
he had over 500 yards in that game.
I know. He was incredible.
They scored on 7 straight drives.
Yep.
It was just a dominant performance. All right, when we come back, we're going to get into some team building stuff with the Texans. The Texans, when they tried to build around Deshaun Watson, they made some mistakes. What are those mistakes that they need to avoid as they try and build around C.J. Stroud? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
It's a Reaction Tuesday brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. We're breaking down Sunday's loss to Cleveland on Houston Sports Leader.
this is a great opportunity that they have. Obviously, this season isn't over, and they still have a chance to make the playoffs this season. But you look at next season and the next couple of seasons, they have what I think we all would agree is a really good starting quarterback who's got a chance to be a star quarterback at some point in this league. He's not going to be making any money for the next few years. And so the Texans have a chance to build a really good roster around him. And just for some context, next year, C.J. Stroud will make about 3.3% of the salary cap. You go to Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes will make 23.5% of the salary cap. So that's the advantage that the Texans have and that a team with a rookie quarterback has as you try and build the roster. We just saw this, though, 5 years ago with Deshaun Watson, and the Texans did not do a real good job of building the roster around Deshaun Watson. They were a playoff team, but they basically topped out at going to the divisional round. What are the mistakes that the Texans made then that they must avoid now?
They let Bill O'Brien make most of those picks, and now you got Caserio working closely with D'Amico, and they had a great draft. They had a great free agent period. Caserio's got his hands full because he got a lot of guys whose contracts are going to be up. The most underrated being Cam Johnston, who's still the only free agent he gave a 3-year contract to. But they got a lot of guys. Jonathan Gennard, he's going to get paid by somebody. Wouldn't surprise me because they're not going to overpay a lot for anybody because they'll have a budget because they want to build an entire roster. But people ask me all the time what position I think first-round pick will be, and I think it'll be a defensive lineman because I think Grenard's going to go somewhere else. Jerry Hughes will retire. We don't know about Dylan Horton. And the way D'Amico constantly talks about the defensive line being the catalyst, and the 49ers have no number one pick other than their defensive line on defense. So I'm guessing that would be the first pick. And if you need a receiver, it's going to be a great draft for receivers, so you don't need the first round. And Caserio's going to have some money to get free agents. So I'm fired up about seeing what they do in the offseason.
Yeah, I agree with John. John's got his thought process about building. I mean, you look at what San Francisco did for so long. You know, it was Eric Armstead. I mean, it was DeForest Buckner, then Eric Armstead, then Nick Bosa, then Javon Kinlaw, and then they go out and get Chase Young this year. I mean, they've just put all kinds of resources.
Hargrave, all that money to him.
You know, and when you listen to D'Amico talk about, you know, what happened? Okay, what happened against the Browns? Well, hey, we didn't get enough pressure. That's the first thing that gets brought up. It's not, hey, we blew a coverage, or it's not, you know, we were close in the secondary, we just couldn't make a play. It was, we didn't get enough pressure. So, you know, I think Grenard's going to get paid. There's no doubt. I hope it's here, but, you know, I would love to see him stay here. I want to see him stay here. You know, he's the longest tenured player on this team, which is crazy to say, next to Laramie and Titus.
In weeks.
And Kaimi. But I was talking on-field players or position players. Here, I think, and John mentioned it, but to build off of that, the Texans still have first-round draft picks. Bill gave those away for Laramie. And Laramie has been a really good player for this team. There's no question. But there's no way, shape, or form that you should give up 2 years of first-round draft picks. So you can't give away cheap labor. You can't. You can't give it away. And I know you traded your first-round pick that you had to the Cardinals for Will Anderson. That was to get an elite player. At the time, you didn't have elite players of that caliber, young elite players, because you had given all your draft picks away. Well, now we're starting to see Sting emerge. Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud. Now you've got some young elite talent. Don't think you're a player away and go give up the farm to get that player. Like, Justin Jefferson's, I don't know. I think he hasn't had a big contract. Well, that'd be the one everybody. No. Give up 2 first-round picks for Justin Jefferson. Go bring him here. No. I love Justin Jefferson. And if you get Justin Jefferson for a first-round pick and then pay him money, okay, fine. You can't give up years of first-round picks. You can't give up cheap labor. Think about what you couldn't do in 2020. Think about what you couldn't do in 2021 because you didn't have first, and in 2021's case, second-round picks. You've got to make sure that you keep those picks. And also, look at what Nick and D'Amico have done with the first, second, third, with this last draft. Look at what they've been able to do when they put their heads together. Now they're going to put their heads together with some money, to John's point, and be able to bring in some veterans that hopefully will have, whether it's a big splash player or what, they'll have some money to be able to bring in some veterans. You're going to have some decisions on some guys in the building already, and I'm really curious to see how that pans out for Sheldon Rankins, for Devin Singletary, for Dalton Schultz. Those are all guys that have been instrumental in this team. How much do you pay to bring them back? I think one of the hurdles I thought about not last year this time, but when they signed Schultz, when they signed Singletary, I remember thinking, okay, they're taking one-year deals because they want to show what they can do for 31 other teams. I get the feel that these guys see what's being built here and now want to stay. That's going to be the tough part, to figure out what to pay those players and how to figure that out. But at least you're going into the season and this offseason with some assets, i.e. money, and you still got your first-round draft pick. Even though it's the Browns, you still have your first-round draft picks, so you can still bring in elite players through the draft and free agency.
You know, they're going to have around $61 million in cap space right now. So why not overpay for Grenard? Because especially when you consider that you don't have to worry about paying the quarterback for a while. And so you can almost afford to overpay certain guys knowing that you won't have to pay the quarterback and that check won't come due for another 3 or 4 years. That almost feels like that's the most opportune time to overpay guys. Now, once CJ Stroud starts making real money and once he gets that second contract, that's when you have to sort of not cut corners, but that's when you can't overspend on certain
Problem with Grenard, he's been hurt every year. This is the only time he's been healthy. And you always wonder when a guy is healthy one time and it's in a contract year, like Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge hurt every year. Kid stays healthy, gets over $400 million, then he's hurt all this next season. You worry about that, and I think they may go over their budget number a little, but it's not going to be something where we go, wow, can't believe Casario paid that for a player.
Could you see them franchising Grenard?
I think with the thought of getting a long-term deal done, yes.
Okay.
To get a long-term deal done, I don't think they'll let him play on a franchise tag. Here's the other thing.
Well, his agent won't let him do that.
No,
I can't imagine.
Here's at the same time that you're going to pay C.J. Stroud, if things work out the way that they should, you're going to have to pay Will Anderson at the same time.
And then Stingley will be right around that time also.
Right. And so if you're going to overpay for Grenard, well, Will Anderson's agent's no dummy. Mm-hmm. That's Nicole Lynn, right? Yeah, Nicole knows what she's doing. Nicole's going to make sure that Will Anderson gets paid. So that's probably why you don't overpay. I mean, for the longest time, and I'm just using New England, when a player would come in and say, well, hey, I want X. Well, hey, Tom Brady makes X. You're not making X. And then players are like, well, yeah, it's Tom Brady. Okay, I can't make that amount of money. So I would imagine, obviously, it gets to a point where, hey, John Grenard makes X. Will Anderson's going to say, well, I want X plus that. I just had, maybe next year he has 12 to 15
They need Stroud to marry a woman that makes $80 million a year.
That would be nice. I mean, if Giselle's available, I don't know. Anyways, it gets kind of tricky when you start thinking about that stuff down the road. But if we're thinking about 2024, I do think it does with Grenard. It starts there, and then figuring out these one-year free agents. Which of these guys playing on a quote-unquote contract year do you think was just scratching the surface that they've got more left for the next 2 or 3 years? Now, you're not going to have to break the bank for any of the three that I mentioned, Rankins, Singletary, Schultz, and I'm sure I'm missing probably somebody in that mix as well. But you've taken care of the offensive line. The offensive line has gotten paid. So I don't think you're going to be able to bring all three of those guys back, but you just got to make the right choice from priority standpoint. And to John's point, this is one hell of a year of receiver in the draft. It is an incredible year. I know everybody wants Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, who doesn't? After all the years that his dad did to the Texans, what he did when he's playing with the Colts. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the truth. Rome Odunze at Washington is absolutely a dude. Keon Coleman from Florida State's a dude. Johnny Wilson, Florida State's a dude. There are dudes. Tez Walker, North Carolina. There are dudes at receiver all over the place. So if you want to bring in a young receiver with this mix with Tank and Nico and whoever else stays, great. Here's the position that's not great in this draft, and that's running back. And you're going to have to figure out how you're going forward with this running back situation going forward. Because I know in their heart of hearts they didn't think it was going to be Devin Singletary taking over as the number one, but that's what he's done. So you got to figure out this running back situation, and you've got to find an offensive weapon that when he gets the ball, everybody stands up and goes, ooh, that's trouble. I don't care if it's a Deebo Samuel-like dude. I don't care if it's a tight end / receiver-like dude. I don't know. But I know when that guy's on the field, everybody looks at him and goes, that's trouble wherever that guy's lined up. And right now, especially with Tank out, I don't know that you have that minus Nico Collins.
If they let Schultz get away, they're going to have to start over at tight end because they do not have a tight end close to Schultz.
And it's not a tremendous tight end draft beyond Brock
Not
Bowers.
like this year.
Right. This past year, there were a few dudes you could have gotten. Beyond Brock Bowers, it's not great.
I got some names I'm going to throw out at both of you when we come back because I do think there are some interesting free agents that could be on the market. If those guys get tagged, would maybe one of those guys be worth trading the Cleveland pick for? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from
Back on Sports Radio 610, Adam Spillane and John Harris in for John and Landry. We'll get back to some of the Texan stuff coming up in the next hour, but first let's play the hits.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, first up, Rockets Pacers tonight at Toyota Center, and it's a really it's a very interesting game. First of all, both teams are good. Both teams are healthy. The Rockets have essentially just one name on the injury report. Tari Eason's questionable, but he played in New Orleans, so he should be good to go after having a couple days off. The Rockets are playing a Pacers team led by Tyrese Halliburton, the best offense in the NBA. And, John, you talked about this before the show. Offense around the league is gone kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's gone nuts. I was amazed Christmas Day. Every single team Christmas Day went over 100 points. Every single one. And then I went back and I looked each day for the last probably week, and there were very few. There's no 80 handle in anything. There's no 8 handle anywhere. And there would be days, like a full schedule of 13 games, 26 teams. 3 teams would be 95, 96, 98. Everybody else would be 100 plus. So yeah, scoring is definitely up for sure.
So last year, the Sacramento Kings broke an NBA record. They finished the year with a 118.6 offensive rating.
Mm-hmm.
That means they were scoring 118.6 points per 100 possessions.
Yep.
This year, there are 5 teams that are eclipsing that number. And it's led by Indiana, and Indiana right now a 121.9 offensive rating. They aren't just eclipsing that number. They are blowing that number out of the water.
Wow.
And a lot of it has to do with pace. A lot of it has to do with three-point shooting. And so that's what makes tonight's game interesting. The Pacers, again, the best offense in the NBA. They also have the third worst defense. They have a 121.9 offensive rating, a 121.2 defensive rating. And you look at the Rockets second in the league in defense, and they are a bottom 10 offense right now. And again, Pacers play at the league's second fastest pace. The Rockets are, after Saturday's game, the Rockets are the third slowest pace.
Styles make fights. I always talk about that. I love boxing. I used to really, really love boxing. I don't get a chance to see as much now because I can't pay for the pay-per-view. But I like to watch, different, let's say, styles make fights. Talk about that in bowl games, too. Styles, different styles in bowl games always make for interesting, you get a Northwestern against Mississippi State, and Mississippi State's run air raid, Northwestern's getting in their, wishbone or whatever it is. But this is the epitome of that. This is styles makes fights, and I would much rather be on the defensive side of the ledger than not, and maybe that's just the football side of me. But I do love the fact that you've just got more teams that are playing at a much higher pace, are much more efficient with their possessions, however they're scoring, whether they're getting to the line or whatever the case might be. But I don't get a chance to talk about the Rockets too much. I just love the way that the Rockets and the Texans have kind of been put together similarly. Not the same, but similarly. Young, aggressive coach who played, has a lot of respect in the locker room. They brought in and spiced the team up with some key veterans, spent a little bit of money there, but then the young guys are starting to show their game a little bit. I feel like both teams are kind of being built the same way, and just watching the Rockets play defense the way that you'd like to see them play. It isn't perfect, obviously, but they're just playing, to me, Adam, a much more enjoyable and much more watchable brand of basketball. And I think it's made the young guys a little bit better. And I know there's still more to go. But I'm very curious about this game tonight against the Pacers because of, different styles. Because every basketball player on the face of the earth, you talk to them, what do they want to do? They want to get up and down. Well, hey, if the other team is getting up and down, we want to get up and down too. So to maintain your discipline and how you do things is key. And so if the Rockets can do that, go get a W tonight. It'd be nice.
Yeah, I thought so. They beat New Orleans. Well, actually, let's go back to Friday because they beat Dallas on Friday, and Dallas basically played a G League team.
Right.
They didn't have Luka. They didn't have Kyrie Irving. They didn't have the kid Derek Lively out of Duke who they just drafted. They didn't have a whole lot in that game, and it was basically garbage time for the entire, I guess, really last 14 minutes of that game.
Yep.
Saturday, and actually, a Rockets executive came up to me after the game Friday, and he says to me, "Do you believe?" And I'm like, "I'm not there yet. I'm just not. Because I understand what I just watched, and they've gotten a little lucky with the schedule. They played Memphis 3 times without John Morant. They played Denver a couple of times without Jamal Murray. They played the Lakers without Anthony Davis. So I'm not there yet.
Right.
But Saturday's game, that started pushing me towards that.
Yep.
Because I thought the way they defended down the stretch on Saturday, they did not give New Orleans anything. Like, New Orleans could not get any sort of a decent look in crunch time of that game, and I thought that was one of the more impressive games that they've played all year.
I'm glad you knew what "do you believe" means, because I would have said, hell yeah, I believe in Santa Claus. I would have started with that, because somebody asked you, do you believe it this time of year? I'm like, yeah, Santa Claus. But yeah, it's an interesting question of, do you believe? And I think, a lot of people have asked that about the Texans. Do you believe in, at what point did you start believing? And obviously the Texans are further ahead in their schedule than the Rockets are this year. But at what point did you start believing that this team could be different, this organization could be different? And it probably was the Buccaneers game where you're like, wait a second, there's something a little different about this team. And that guy at the quarterback is pretty darn good. Boy, man, we got a shot. If he's back there, that's when you start to believe. And I think it's an interesting question to think about. I think the Rockets are on the verge of being a team where you go, yeah, I believe in what they're doing. I know exactly what they're doing, and I love it. And I know what it can be in the future years, this year and on into the future. But I know the Rockets are probably like the Texans in some sense. Like, man, screw the future. The future's now. We're where we need to be. Whereas I know there are probably some fans going, okay, well, we're missing this piece. And I know we just talked about the Texans. Well, we're maybe missing this or not having this. Not going to be perfect, but I guarantee those guys in the building right now are thinking, why not us? Why right now? Let's do it. And I think the Rockets are probably feeling the same way.
And you mentioned the veterans. They signed the right veterans.
Yeah. Huge point.
Fred VanVleet's been just fantastic for them, both on and off the court. Dylan Brooks, who that signing was not a popular signing.
What'd you think about it when they did that?
I would not have done it. Like, flat out, I would not have done it. The fact that his old team seemingly didn't want anything to do with him, that kind of gave me pause, but it turned out I was wrong.
Yeah.
And he's been terrific for them. He plays. I think what they did, the two major veterans that they signed, VanVleet and Brooks, these weren't like big-time prospects coming out of high school.
Yeah.
And so they play with an edge that I think that this group that is filled with a bunch of high draft picks, they kind of needed.
Yep.
Fred VanVleet played at Wichita State. He wasn't drafted out of Wichita State.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks was not some big recruit. He went to Oregon, played 4 years there. He was a second-round pick out of Oregon. So I think like getting those two guys who have gotten to multiple big contracts based on the work that they've put in, I think that's a great example for the rest of all these high draft picks that they have.
Absolutely. You could have said it best, because that was one of the things I really liked about CJ. And I know he played his 2 years at Ohio State. He was a starter, etc. But if you knew about CJ, how he got basically to Ohio State, like, that guy was not thought of like Bryce Young and DJ Uiagalelei, who were both from the same area. Those two were getting all the acclaim. They were at Bosco and Mater Dei. Nobody talked about Rancho Cucamonga's high school quarterback. They didn't. Even when they got to the Elite 11, CJ's the last guy to get an invite to the Elite 11. He gets to Ohio State after he blows up the Elite 11 with Gerard Johnson as his coach, by the way. He gets to Ohio State. It looks like he's going to start in 2021, and Quinn Ewers shows up. It's like, well, oh, man, now I got to fight. CJ's talked about that. Like, he's dealt with adversity. He's gotten past it. And, yeah, he played at Ohio State. He played at a high level. He had a lot of receivers around him. But the adversity he had to go through, I think, is a great lesson for the guys. Tank Dell, same thing. How Tank got to the University of Houston. And then he's got to handle all these questions about he's 5'8", he's 160, whatever. I'd love to have my guys have a little bit of adversity in their system. And I think you put it best, the fact is, how many players, you went how many years to college? You played 4 years in college, and you played 4 years in college? These guys sneeze and they're in the NBA. They've been there for not even a year. I mean, Jalen Green went to... He didn't even go. So, at that point, that's in and of itself like, man, dude went 4 years of college. Man, you must have been grinding, bro. You were grinding through 4 years of college. And, yeah, it's made them better, and it's obviously made the Rockets better. You're right. They hit on the right free agents. And that, I think, is key for all the major sports teams here. You can go spend money. And we were talking about this during break. And you're right. You know, spending money is key, but you got to spend your money right. Yes. And that is going to take a little while. So you may not be happy. Like you said, I don't know a lot of people were happy with the Dylan Brooks signing. I know I wasn't. I was like, man, we're going to bring him in here. Guy's just going to shake stuff up. But then I was like, well, wait a second. Maybe that's what they need. Maybe some of these young dudes need to have that. Maybe they need to see this. Maybe he vibes with Ime Udoka. I feel like Dylan Brooks in some way, shape, or form is kind of Ime Udoka out on the floor as a player. Like the way he played is kind of channeled through Dylan Brooks, which I'm okay with. And the whole thing with LeBron and they're talking, I kind of like it. I mean, I don't mind my coach talking a little bit of trash at times. I'm cool with it.
All right, Texas Bowl tomorrow night. You're on the call with Brett Dolan, Texas A&M, yep. Texas A&M, Oklahoma State. What are you looking for in that game?
Well, the first thing I'm looking for is whether Ollie Gordon is going to play. And I don't know whether he will or not. He had a ton of carries, a ton of touches at Oklahoma State. Now, he's only a sophomore, so it's not like he could declare for the draft.
He's in the portal, though, correct?
Ollie Gordon?
I believe somebody told me he was in the portal.
I don't know. I hope not. But somebody had mentioned that to me, but I don't know. Is he in the portal?
He just announced, I guess, yesterday that he's not going to transfer.
Yeah. So is he going to play or not? And look, if I'm Ollie Gordon, he did the right thing. If you're a big-time player as a freshman and sophomore, it's worth it to go into the portal because in the portal, you can entertain offers. Yes. Oh, what are you going to give me, Oregon? Arkansas, what do you want to – hey, we're going to give you it won't be like a 5 years, $85 million free agent deal, but you go in the portal, you can find out what your offers are going to be. We talked about Cam Ward, who's the quarterback at Washington State. He's from West Columbia High School, played at Incarnate Word, transferred to Washington State. He's in the portal, and he's balancing offers he could possibly get versus what's the NFL telling him. If the NFL tells him he could go in the top 2 rounds, he can just go right straight to the draft. So he's an interesting one, but you're getting the offers in the portal. So you're Ollie Gordon, you're a Doak Walker Award winner. Go in the portal, see what you can get. See if somebody is like, hey, man, absolutely. We're Alabama. We don't have the top-notch running back like we've had in the past. We'll give you a 1-year deal for X, whatever. Go entertain the offers. Might as well. So the fact that he's back, I'm curious to see whether he'll play. If I'm Oklahoma State, I probably don't play him just because he's probably beat up from a long season. But if he doesn't play, I don't know where Oklahoma State gets his offense. Brendan Presley's a great receiver. But Alan Bowman to Brendan Presley doesn't scare me if I'm A&M. And then from the A&M side, Jalen Henderson. The last couple games was interesting. Lefty kind of moving around in the pocket a little bit. Thought he played really well against Mississippi State. LSU was a buzzsaw offensively. It was tough to come back against, and they never play well in Baton Rouge. So I'm curious how Jalen Henderson, and when there's so much change, obviously Jimbo out, Elijah Robinson as head coach. We'll have Elijah Robinson on. We'll actually have both coaches on tonight. Mike Gundy and Elijah Robinson on with Mark and I from 6 to 8 tonight. I get 7 hours of radio today, Spo. Because I got a matchup after that. So I got a lot of radio. But Ollie Gordon, whether he plays or not, is going to be probably the biggest story to me because that's where I think Oklahoma State's going to – it's gotten the majority of its offense all year. He's driven that offense. And if he's not playing in the game or not playing a full load, carrying a full load in the game, then I think it's going to be tough for Oklahoma State to move the football at all.
All right, and that's you and Brett Dolan tomorrow at, 8 o'clock is kickoff?
8 o'clock is kickoff. Man, they're killing me.
I know. They love that late kickoff. They love
the late kickoff. Fletch loves it. He loves it. And I love having the national stage, but dang it, it's late.
It is very late. And you've got a long week, and it's not,
man.
At least you don't have to travel, though, this week.
Thank God.
That worked out.
Thank God. We had our 2 travel games before these 2, so thank God. So, yeah, I'll sleep on Thursday morning for a little bit, but yeah, I'm looking for I love Texas Bowl. I love doing the game. Brett and I did a game last year, had a blast doing it, and that game was drunk. That game was all over the place. Ole Miss went for it on 4th down at like their 14-yard line. Texas Tech played its guts out. It was a really fun football game. And I would imagine we'll get something similar with these 2, and hopefully it'll be a full building with Cowboys and Aggies.
All right, we are now halfway through the show. Coming up next, we're going to get into some of the free agent possibilities for the Texans. What direction do you look to go in? What position group do you focus on? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready.
Back on Sports Radio 610, Adam Spillane, John Lopez in for John and Landry. 2 hours to go. Texans and Titans on Sunday from NRG Stadium. Some news just coming down. The Browns, who obviously beat the Texans on Sunday, they're beat up even more than I think we realized.
Yeah. In that game, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, DTR as he's known, he got sacked and was bent back. And I remember him kind of walking off the field gingerly. He's placed on IR. They've signed P.J. Walker, Houston Roughneck legend, the 53-man roster. He will be Joe Flacco's backup on Thursday. But tell me if you've heard this before. Cleveland kicker Dustin Hopkins dealing with injuries. He had to go out of the game. Now, it didn't come down to it. I didn't know that during the game. I did not have that knowledge. So when they were going for it at the end of the half, I'm like, are they just trying to stick it to the Texans? Like, what? And then found out from Evan Washburn that Dustin Hopkins got hurt on Dameon Pierce's kickoff return. Both kicker Dustin Hopkins and Corey Bojorquez are dealing with injuries. So punter Matt Hack has been added to the practice squad, and they've also added kicker Riley Patterson to the practice squad. So Browns got the Jets and Joe Flacco in a revenge game. Is that a revenge game? He didn't stay long with the Jets. So is that a revenge game?
I mean, they could have brought him back.
I know.
I mean, there are a lot of teams that could have signed him, and as soon as Aaron Rodgers got hurt, they probably should have maybe placed a call to Joe Flacco.
That's what I think a lot of Jets fans expected and probably wanted, by the way. I would have loved that. I don't know. I mean, Flacco
behind that offensive line, he might have died.
No, that's true. That is true. That offensive line, I give the Browns so much credit, Adam. That offensive line for the Browns played extremely well. I mean, Jerron Christian playing left tackle. Now, I will say, third play of the game, Flacco went back to pass down by the goal line, and I think he was trying to hit Njoku. We knocked it away. Grenard beat Christian terribly. But right after that, he came off the field limping, and it was that play. And so maybe John being on the field was going to make an impact. Maybe not. I don't know. But I thought it was interesting on the second pass rush of the game, Grenard got a pretty clear line of sight into Joe Flacco. Flacco had just gotten rid of it. And then John came up kind of holding leg, foot, whatever it was. I don't know. Ankle. So hopefully John Grenard can get back. But that Brown squad, I said this after the game, Adam, and maybe it was recency bias. Joe Flacco is the best throwing quarterback that we have faced all year long. And the Browns were the most physical and most athletic team, even beyond the Jets, especially defensively, that we had seen all year long. That is a really, really good football team. What I find interesting about them, and we talked about this a little bit earlier with John McClain, what were kind of the mistakes when the Texans, had Deshaun Watson in his contract? The Browns have the bigger issue because what do you do with that? Because Joe Flacco makes them scary. I mean, scary good. The way he threw the ball, now does he do that every week? No. If you face the Browns again, would you blitz him and shake him up a little bit more? Maybe. I don't know. If Grenard and Will Anderson are playing, does that disrupt him a little bit? I don't know. The Joe Flacco that we saw on Sunday, that's the best throwing quarterback we've seen all year.
And he
was
time.
incredible.
No, he had time. He let it loose, and he was accurate, and everything.
Everything.
From the first play of the game on, it was really, really impressive to see. Let's talk Texans and free agency, because the Texans, as we talked about, they have an opportunity to really improve this roster and to upgrade this roster in a lot of different places. It looks like, according to Over the Cap, they're going to have around $61 million in cap space.
Yep.
And, you can maybe add a little bit to that if you restructure a couple. They don't have a lot of contracts, so that you can really restructure.
Right.
So the 61 is probably what they're going to top out at. But I want to go through some guys to see if you think that these guys could maybe help them.
Okay.
And so you talked about how the running back position in this draft is not great. And I think running back has probably been a disappointing position group for the Texans this season, mostly because Dameon Pierce hasn't been very good. Some of that's on the offensive line. Some of that is on Dameon Pierce. So with that in mind, would you make a run at Saquon Barkley if the Giants don't tag him?
I think how he would fit in this offense would be awesome. I think it would be awesome. I just don't want to pay, and I know the draft is where you're going to get young talent. I don't know that I want to I'll put it this way. Say Saquon Barkley, just use Madden ratings. Everybody understands that. So let's say that you pay, 3 years, 45 for Saquon, and you get a 98. Let's say Devin, you pay 3 years, 28. I don't know. I'm just making numbers up here. 3 years, $28 million, and he's a 91. So maybe not at the value of Saquon, but you're not paying him as much. So you're going to get Devin plus another free agent that you could bring in, or spending your money a different way versus having just Saquon Barkley. It gives me a lot of pause. I wouldn't do it, Adam, just because with running backs, I feel like the lesson that I've learned, especially watching Devin recently, I feel like Devin needed another Devin with him, because I think we would then be able to give Devin a little bit of a rest, and then Devin would have, an opportunity to be even fresher than he's been. I wonder what would have happened if they would have given Devin, they would have had him as RB1 earlier in the year. I'm curious to see then. But I think I would feel better about bringing Devin back and then using some of that remaining money that I would have to probably pay Saquon and pay that to another free agent and help myself at another position. If I felt like this offense was just one player away, then yeah, Saquon would be that guy, because I feel like it's been the running back position that needs to get better. So I don't know that I would do that with Saquon, but you've made me think. Because I've thought about this a lot, about Saquon. Because I remember when Landry and John actually were having this conversation, and they were going back and forth about Saquon. I would love to be able to do it, and you're in a financial situation where you could do it.
This is the time where you could do it.
Right. This is the time where you could entertain that. I just feel like with running backs, it's diminishing returns. I don't know if that's the right way of saying it either, because you're really getting good return from Devin, even though he's, it's just been 1 year. I feel like you could get consistency the next couple of 3 years with Devin as well and help another position at free agency. So I'm going to say no to Saquon, but if the Texans went out and did it, I would dance a jig, because I know what he would mean to his offense. Because you start thinking about CJ, Nico, Tank, Saquon, holy bleep. So, yeah, there's definitely that. And I asked this question to Nick Caserio. You'll hear Nick on with Mark, because I missed the interview today to be on with you, Adam. But I asked Nick last week about strengthening a strength. They went out and got Tier Tart. And I said, your defensive line has been pretty good. Interior defensive line has been pretty good. But you strengthen a strength with bringing in Tier Tart. He said that's exactly the way to look at it. Instead of just, filling every single hole, hey, if you have an opportunity to get a player, claim a guy on waivers, bring him in. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's strengthen his strength. So that offense would sound really, really good, though. CJ, Tank, Nico, Saquon. Oh, boy.
I'm looking at the PFF. This is a PFF list of the top free agents.
Yeah. What do they have for his contract?
They don't have, well, actually.
Sometimes they put in there what they think he would get.
Where do you think he's ranked?
Ooh, it's good. Running back, I'm going to say 8.
29.
Whoa. What does it say for his projected contract?
2 years, 22.
Oh, now I do that. 2 years, 22?
15 guaranteed.
Let's go. That I'll do. I would imagine his contract's going to be a little bit more, but
isn't it wild?
2 years
though?
and 22. How much guaranteed? 15?
15.
I do that. I do. Okay.
Isn't it wild that a running back like that is 29th on that
29th
free agent list?
It just shows you that running backs they're so devalued. But if you get the right one for your system, like Christian McCaffrey, who's making a trade for a running back like the 49ers did? But Christian McCaffrey fits that system perfectly. Okay.
All right. T. Higgins. I think that clearly that's somebody that you would spend some money on if you had the opportunity.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad we didn't see him. I would entertain T. Higgins. I worry about the money with that for sure. I think that money's going to be big. What do they have as a projected contract?
So they have just franchise tag.
Yeah,
So here's my next question. Let's say the Bengals tag him, and he's not going to sign the tag because he wants to go get paid.
Right.
Bengals probably can't afford to pay him, and then pay Jamar Chase and Burrow. Would you give up the Cleveland pick to get T. Higgins, and then you have to sign him, obviously? You said that this is a good receiver class.
Yeah, it's a good receiver class in the draft.
But you're guaranteed to get T. Higgins, and you know how good T. Higgins already is. You're trying to win right away because you have CJ on the rookie contract.
No doubt. I feel like I've got Nico, I got Tank, and I know injury issues. I know they've missed a few games. Because I have Nico and I have Tank and I have a pretty good draft class, I'm going to hang on to that pick. I'm going to hang on to that pick because I would imagine, I think that's going to be a decent amount of money. I feel like I can I go back 2 years, 22 for Saquon. Let's do that. Let's do that because 2 at 22, man, I feel like there's a lot I can do with that.
Well, again, the running back position has been devalued. That means that you can get value.
Right.
You're going to get
receiver. I think is going the other way.
Yes.
I think receiver's getting to a point where look what Miami had to give up and then pay Tyreek. Now I'm not putting T. Higgins in the Tyreek category, but T. Higgins is going to want to get paid. He's going to want to get paid like a number one, and I'm not quite ready to pay that money for him just yet. I feel like Nico, Tank, and Tez Walker, North Carolina, which I know a lot of people haven't seen. But that might be a way I could go at wide receiver. Keon Coleman was absolutely fantastic. Malik Neighbors from LSU. You put Malik Neighbors with Nico and Tank. If that, wherever Cleveland picks. Say Cleveland, I don't know. Let's hope Cleveland 25. Flames out.
25.
You get me Malik Neighbors at 25 to put with Nico and Tank. Sign me up. Sign me up. Let's go. It's Emeka Egbuka, Ohio State, Xavier Worthy. Now you have a little bit. You have a Xavier Worthy and Tank. So I don't know, but just Jalen McMillan, Washington, Will Shepard, Vanderbilt. Malik Corley is a guy you probably can get in the second round. I feel like you don't have to go the Nico route because you've got a size receiver, height, weight, speed receiver in Nico who is produced. You got the speed guy with Tank. You find another guy that goes with them, I think you can find him in a draft. So I would say no to T. Higgins on that one. And I know he's instant return, but you've gotten pretty instant return with Tank. So I think you can do that with another receiver who's not going to be the number one guy. Look at Jordan Addison. Jordan Addison with the Vikings start off the year slow. It's kind of Justin Jefferson's show. Justin gets banged up, and all of a sudden Addison steps right in the void and is perfect. So I would much rather at receiver go younger than have to go spend the money on T. Higgins.
Is Brian Burns a fit?
Hell yes.
Would you go there?
Absolutely. Oh, my. Well, it depends on what I do with Grenard. If I pay Grenard, then no. But if John wants a certain amount of money and that indicates he needs to go somewhere else or wants to go, whatever the case might be, I would absolutely look at Burns. Burns is a mother effer. I love Burns. Here's what Burns is that neither Will nor John both are. Now, John and Will both have some twitchiness, but they've got power and they've got really good fundamental hand placement and moves and things. Grenard's got a pass rush toolkit that is for days. Burns is flat out fast. He can fly. So I would love to be able to have a guy that's got that sort of speed off the edge that is just go turn and burn. And everybody wants to know where Brian Burns is. So, yes, I would absolutely entertain Burns. I would imagine they've got franchise tag down for him.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that'd be
So
the
would
case.
you trade the Cleveland pick knowing
Yes.
that you'd have to sign him as well?
Yes. I would for Burns,
Okay.
yes. Absolutely for Burns. Now, of course, it depends on what I do with Grenard, but I absolutely, Brian Burns, what he could do off the edge. Whew. Now, defensive ends in the 49ers system most of them have been more, they've got some twitch and they've got speed, but they're more powering guys. They're size guys, like Bosa's 270. Chase Young is 275. Now, they did have Samson Ebukam for a little while, and he was a problem. Burns, I think you would make that fit. So, yeah, I would give up that last pick for Burns for sure.
Okay,
for sure.
I want to throw one more name at you real quick, and we'll continue this at 12:40.
Okay.
Justin Matabuke from the Ravens.
I'm a huge fan. I was a huge fan of his coming out of A&M. Huge. However, I'm going to say no, and here's why. I think on the defensive line, now, it does depend on some of the things you do. What do you do with Rankins? What do you do with T.R. Tart? I think, Adam, as crazy as this is going to sound, I think we need to get fatter on the defensive line. I think we need a big, fat person on the offensive line that's got some athletic ability. When Hassan Ridgeway was able to play, he could be a problem because he had size and athleticism. Hassan, just in his career since leaving Texas, even at Texas, he just had injury issues. He couldn't stay healthy. But I know you can't find a Dexter Lawrence all day, every day, but I'm talking that kind of player. An athletic type, 340, just, DJ Reader type. I mean, DJ.
He's a free agent.
He used to be here. Now, I don't know what this injury is going to be. And DJ, I would hope that maybe you find somebody a little bit younger, maybe underutilized, and maybe that's what Tier Tart ends up being for you. A guy that you get a chance to work with the next few weeks, and you're like, hey, I kind of like this, And he's going to want to get paid, there's no doubt, because that was one of the issues. That was the issue with Tennessee. He wanted to get paid. And Tennessee was like, no, not going to do it. Tier would be one of those kind of guys. And I remember the game we played against the Titans week 8 in 2022 here. Tart was awesome. He was flipping awesome in that game. Simmons is great, but Tart was tremendous. So I just think you need to be thicker, bulkier. Matabike is not that kind of guy. And I think Matabike is probably best served playing in more odd man fronts where he can move from 3 technique out to 5, et cetera. Playing a 4-man surface, he's kind of Malik. And I think you get pretty good play out of Malik, and his contract is pretty reasonable. So Matabike is going to want to get paid in a big, big way. I think you have to get fatter on that defensive line.
4 years, 92 is what they're projecting. 60 guaranteed.
Good. First of all, good for him. And I think he's going to get it. I think he's going to end up getting it because interior pass rush is really hard to find. But I think it's something that the Texans do have. I mean, Malik Collins there. What you do with Rankins, I don't know. It's going to be interesting on the defensive line how they go about it. And if you think about what the Niners did and how they went about things, it gives you a little bit of a roadmap. But I just feel like the teams they play, just needing some size up front to allow your linebackers to just run freely would help a little bit.
We'll get to some more names. We've got a bunch of names on the text line.
Do that. I like that.
We'll do that coming up a little bit later. When we come back, though, we'll do some lunchtime confessions. This is In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
It's a reaction.
All right, what do you got?
I've been wanting to do this for a long time. So, my first confession is that of Landry, John, and Figgy. Figgy is my favorite. That's my absolute 100% confession, beyond a shadow of a doubt, is that Figgy is my favorite, absolutely without question. And here's my second one along those lines. Landry and John can go bleep themselves because they were trying to trade me to Cleveland so that the Texans could end up winning a Super Bowl. Stop that nonsense.
I need context for this.
So they were talking the other day. I just happened to be listening as I was driving home. I listen to them every day, and so they were talking about something and kind of came on like, what would you do for the Texans to win a Super Bowl? Oh, I know what it was. The Browns were talking about losing Jim Schwartz at the end of the year. And they were talking about, well, would you trade Jim Schwartz for Cleveland to go to a Super Bowl? And they were kind of hemming and hawing and going back and forth about it. And they came back, and Landry and John were like, man, we'll trade them X. We'll trade them Cecil Shorts. Shoot, we'll send them John Harris when we go to the Super Bowl here in Houston. I was like, bleep you guys, man. I ain't going anywhere. I'm staying here in Houston. I'm going to be on that plane going to the Super Bowl with the Texans when we go. So, Figgy, you're my guy. There you go. That's my confession.
Hey, leave Cecil alone.
Yeah, leave Cecil alone.
We can't be losing Cecil and John.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing, guys? Send you for Ken Carmen, Landry. Yeah. Watch it, pal. That's my confession. All right. Okay. At least my first one.
Go with your second one.
You want my second one? I've got a few here, but this one comes out of Sunday's game. I'm not supposed to be a fan. I mean, obviously I'm a fan of Texans. I want every other team to suck and stink and all that kind of stuff. But I absolutely love the fact that Joe Flacco has torn it up for the Browns. Love it. I love it. I love the fact that team, and I could see it on the sidelines. I could sense it in warmups. That Browns team plays with a lot of joy, very freeing. You can see it in the coaching staff, the way they're going about it. And I love the fact that they have been really, really good since a certain quarterback got hurt and went on the shelf.
There's no coincidence there, do you think?
Yeah, I don't think there's any coincidence. It just goes to, like, Joe's just one of the guys. He's just one of the guys. And I think they relate to him a little bit better. I think the city of Cleveland relates to him a little bit better. I always said this, Adam. I always said this. When I saw that Deshaun was going to Cleveland, I realized what he was all about at that moment. Because Cleveland and Deshaun do not mix. Not at all. The people of Cleveland, how they look at football, everything. Nothing says Cleveland about Deshaun Watson. Miami, LA, that's all about Deshaun Watson. So when he signed with Cleveland, I was like, I know what he's all about. And those players having to answer all those questions about him. Well, is he concussed? Is he not? Is he got a sprained pinky? What about his ankle? What about his toe? How about his hair? Does his hair look good? Like, all those questions, those players were all out the door and they could just play ball. I'm happy for the Browns. Yeah, I was mad the other day the Texans didn't play well. I am happy for the Browns, and I know about the draft pick and all that. I'm happy for Joe Flacco. I'm happy for the Browns. They don't have to deal with all that nonsense, and they are a really tough and fun team to watch.
You know, they had that with Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
The 1 year that they made the playoffs, and then they kind of panicked, and Baker was playing great this year with Tampa Bay.
Word.
And you wonder, first of all, Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry would probably still have their reputations intact had they just let it roll with Baker Mayfield.
Correct.
But it's been really interesting to see how the Browns have really played better. Like, they have weapons.
Yep.
They have a really good defense, a good offensive line, and they lose Nick Chubb, and here's Joe Flacco just coming out of nowhere. It's a great story for a team that would have been incredibly difficult to root for 6 weeks ago.
Absolutely. It's been watching them from afar. I'm just kind of like, man. I watched that game against the Bears, and I found myself really liking what they were doing. Not cheering for them, but like, man, I like what they're doing. I like to see teams, fan bases that haven't had success have success. Cleveland, Detroit. Buffalo had it for a long time, then they were without it for a long time. So when they got back in the playoffs in 2017, it was like, man, it's really cool to see. And this year it's Cleveland and Detroit. Congrats to Detroit winning the NFC North. That was cool. Okay, your confession.
So, I think fantasy football is stupid, and I do it.
Yes.
It's the dumbest thing in the world, and this is me. I'm saying this after winning a semifinal.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Well, I'm embarrassed for how it happened because...
Wait, you won and you're embarrassed?
Yes, because it was ridiculous and it was so stupid, but I had Amari Cooper on my bench Sunday. And you know who I had in his place? Courtland Sutton.
Oh, God.
So
Courtland went out with a concussion. Oh!
Yeah. So one guy scores 50, one guy scores nothing.
Oh.
And I'm just mad at because this was I do this with a partner, but this was kind of my decision.
Yeah.
I'm the one who spearheaded this.
Oh, no.
It's a lot of money
and
on the line. And you won? We won. We got incredible. We have a good team. I mean, I built this thing. It was a good team. But we needed like 30-something points yesterday out of Devontae Smith and Justin Tucker. Devontae Smith catches that touchdown real early against the Giants. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, maybe we can get 5 or 6 more points out of him. He got targeted, I think, one time in the second half of that game. So I'm just getting angrier and angrier. They keep throwing the ball to A.J. Brown. They force everything to A.J. Brown and the tight end because Jalen Hurts only throws to his right. Yeah. And they only have Devontae lined up to the left. I'm just angrier and angrier. And then somehow John Harbaugh kicks the field goal from the 1 yard line to get the last point.
You gotta love it. You want to know the last time I played fantasy football?
How long ago?
It's got a one handle. 1999.
I'm jealous of you.
I don't play. I don't play. I can't play.
It's the dumbest thing in the world.
I can't play.
It's dumb.
It's driven, and I understand its importance because it's driven a lot of interest in players that people that may normally not follow football. So like I appreciate that part of it, but I will not play. I will not play for that particular reason. Like, do I start Amari Cooper, especially now with the Texans? Like, am I going to start this dude that I know could do well? No, I'm not going to. Like, no, I can't. I just can't do it. So I just watch all the other suckers, in some sense, have to live through it. But you won. You're not a sucker. You won.
So the thing on the group text was on Sunday. It was, well, how do you start Courtland Sutton for Amari Cooper? And then last night it becomes, well, how could I start the Bills defense instead of the Falcons defense? Again, it's so stupid. And I'm so done with it.
Okay,
I'm retiring.
Jace, I got another one. All right. Watch this. These are my confessions. So, okay, I got to tell this story real fast because I hear watch this. So last year we played at Indianapolis. I'll tell this before I get to my confession. I heard watch this and made me think of this. So we're in Indianapolis and I'm on the field and we're probably, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes to an hour before the game. And I'm kind of just standing there about the 25-yard line. I kind of just got my arms crossed and just watching. And the punt returners and the punters are working. And so the punt returners are catching the ball. And so the Colts had Kiki QT, who you remember with a stint with the Texans. So Kiki catches a punt. He runs by. I'm just watching. I'm not paying much attention. So he returns back and he walks even closer to me. And he goes, "Watch this." Like at me. There's Adam, there's nobody else around me. Just me. He's like, "Watch this." And he kind of keeps like doing that, like nodding his head at me like, "Yeah, watch what I'm about to do." And I'm like, I'm looking around. I'm thinking, he's talking to me? Like, start thinking about mine, man. Did I say anything bad about Kiki on the way out? I don't think I did. Like, has he got a long memory? Like, what the?
Did he blame you for?
Yeah,
for
did he
not
blame
working out
me
here?
for it? Did he blame me that he couldn't run the right routes and get open and then drop passes and staying healthy? Like, is that on me? I'm like, okay. Like, so then he does it again. He catches another punt. He runs down the field. He circles back. And now they're going to the other side. And he's like, "Watch this." And he's like kind of patting his chest going to the other side. He keeps looking at me. And I'm like, what the fool's going on? Like, it's the most bizarre thing in the world. So I don't know what's happening. So I say to Mark, I tell Mark and Andre the story during a break of the game. And Mark had it best. He was like, you know what? He probably recognizes you. He doesn't know exactly, but he recognizes you. He just doesn't know. And I was like, yeah, it probably made sense. Like, he couldn't, like, am I a coach? Am I a staff member? Like, he couldn't put that because I didn't have my mic or anything with me. So maybe if he had seen that. But then he ends up dropping the punt late in that game and had to fall back on it. And I just said to Mark and Andre, I was like, "Watch this. I'm going to fumble." So, yeah, Kiki QT, every time I hear "watch this," I think about that. Okay, my confession is I am not a big New Year's Eve guy at all. In fact, everybody going out on New Year's Eve and all that, I think it's absolutely stupid. All the people that go out and do all the partying I don't get it. I don't understand it. Like, it's going from one year to the next. I don't know. I just don't get the whole New Year's Eve thing. I've never gotten it. I did it once. One year I was home for college. There was on 59, which is now 69, I guess. There was an Embassy Suites. And some of my buddies and a couple of our girlfriends had gotten rooms, and this thing turned into debauchery. And I'm like, what am I doing? That was the last time I ever went out on New Year's Eve. I decided at that point, I was a sophomore in college, I'm like, not doing it. 31 years ago, not doing it. Don't get New Year's Eve at all.
No,
I don't understand.
I'm the same way.
I don't get it.
I'm the same way.
So that's my confession.
It's been a while, a lot of times, because the Rockets play on New Year's Eve. Like, the Rockets have always played on New Year's Eve. I think this might be the first time in 20
See, that would be cool to me, like going to a Rockets game on New Year's Eve.
That's not great.
I mean, well, you got to work it. Like, I mean, it's different when you got to work it, you know? So, like, I mean, I've got to work on New Year's Eve day.
The Rockets play New Year's Day, too.
Oh, they play back-to-back?
No, so they don't play New Year's Eve this year.
Oh,
they
New
play
Year's Day.
They play New Year's Day.
Oh,
That's when they play Detroit, when Detroit might be on its way to a 30th straight loss.
Oh, my God, 30 straight losses. By the way, we got a text. "Man, I got right in the car after the gym at the right time for you to be shouting me out. LOL. Always love getting some love from JH. Preacher, man. Appreciate you, man." That's from Figgy. He's listening. He heard it. Yeah, Figgy. You know where the love is. It stops at Landry and John. It goes into the production studio with you, my friend.
I'm pretty sure that everyone at the station would take the same.
would echo those sentiments. Okay, I've got Landry, John, and Figgy. You pick. And all of a sudden, Figgy's got all the chips in his side, and they've got nothing. There are a few that love John and Landry. I wanted to come up with some good conspiracy theories today. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
We got an hour.
We got an hour left to be able to do that. Okay.
All right, coming up next, we were talking about some possibilities for the Texans in free agency. I'm going to throw some more names out at John and see what we think. And if you have any ideas, 713-572-4610, throw out who you would like to see the Texans go after. Because, again, they've got some $61 million in cap space that they'll have to spend this offseason. They have a quarterback in the second year of his rookie contract. That's a huge advantage. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from over.
for another hour and 15 minutes. We were going through some free agent possibilities for the Texans because this is really one of the first off seasons in a while where they are in position to go out and splurge a little bit.
Yeah, spend some cash.
$61 million in cap space.
Yeah.
You have a quarterback who is not going to get a second contract for a while.
Yep.
So if you're going to spend money, now is the time to do it. And you look, when Kansas City won its first Super Bowl, that was Mahomes on a rookie contract.
Mm-hmm.
The roster that Seattle built around Russell Wilson the last decade, that was because they had not only Russell Wilson on a rookie contract, he was a third-round pick on a rookie contract. You're not paying your quarterback anything. So next year, C.J. Stroud is slated to make about 3% of the cap, a little bit more than 3%, whereas a team like Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes is going to make more than 23% of the cap. So again, you have an opportunity to build a roster or to at least add some high-level talent. We've been going through some names. I know you guys have been doing it on the text line as well, but I want to throw a few other names at John Harris before we get to some of the texters. Christian Wilkins from the Dolphins.
Yes. Absolutely.
Does he kind of fit the big space-eating athletic defensive tackle that you like?
He hits all of those. To me, he would be one of my big priorities. Plus, I love his character. I mean, he is a character. I mean, just everything about Christian Wilkins just speaks to what this team is about. And I remember seeing him, and one of the things about joint practices, you get to see these guys up close, and you get to gauge okay, is that dude just a fat body? Is that dude ripped? Is he good shape? I went by Christian Wilkins. I was like, I kind of did that once over, kind of looking him up and down, which is always kind of weird. But I dang, wow, that guy would Now, he didn't practice in that joint practice because he's dealing with a contract thing. But Christian Wilkins would definitely be up there for me. What are they saying? What are they projecting his contract?
Franchise tag.
Yeah.
So would you trade the Cleveland pick for him?
Oh boy, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. A lot of people, I don't know how much I love the defensive tackles in this draft class. So yeah, I probably would do that. Okay. I probably would do that. Christian Wilkins makes an immediate impact. I think he can play anywhere from, even if you went odd front, he could go 5 technique to 5 technique, but he's probably going to play the 3 technique. He's probably going to play a shade on the nose. I think there's some things you can do. He moves. He's strong. He's twitchy. Love his hands. Christian Wilkins absolutely would be somebody I'd look at.
And that could be a possibility because Miami, that roster is starting to get expensive.
Yep,
Tua,
very.
I believe Tua, he's due for an extension.
Yep. They
Tyreek
paid Bradley Chubb on the outside already. Waddle will be up soon.
Jalen Ramsey is on that team.
Ramsey is being paid a lot. Jalen Phillips, even though he tore his Achilles, will probably be up for some money here very, very soon. So they're not going to be able to pay everybody. And I think that's kind of what they told Christian Wilkins this offseason. And I don't know what money he'll want, but yeah, I would give up that first to be able to. There's no defensive tackle better than Christian Wilkins that you could get in that first round. You're just not going to do it. Now, I know you would get a younger player, a younger body. I just don't think you're going to get one better than Christian Wilkins.
Okay, so we've talked about how Jonathan Grenard's a free agent.
Yep.
The Texans defense has another free agent. That's Steven Nelson. So would you re-sign Steven Nelson, or would you look to upgrade that spot in a different direction?
My plan at cornerback is I want to know what Steven wants money-wise. I mean, if it's reasonable, let's sit down and talk. And I don't know whether it is or it isn't. I know there was all this talk about vests and stuff in this offseason. But if I bring Steven back, I'm making sure that I get a young corner. I draft a rookie. I don't know if it's at the back end of the first round, but I'm making sure that I find a young cover corner, 6'1", 200, the kind of prototype you'd like to be able to see. I like this draft from a corner perspective, so I do think there are some guys that you could get at the back end of the first round. So if I bring Steven back, I want to have a young corner that I could eventually pair with Stingley that are on off years so that I'm not paying Sting the same year I'm paying another corner. So if I get a rookie, I'm paying Sting, and hopefully Sting will get to that point where we're going to want to pay him a lot of money, and that rookie ends up, and we're kind of staggered with, okay, we paid Sting. He's been on his contract for 2 years. Now we got to pay this guy, and we can restructure or do whatever we got to do. If I bring Nelson back, and I think Steven has played pretty well, He's played banged up. I told him this in the Cincinnati game. He did not work out one iota before the Cincinnati game. And Sting was coming back, and Nelson had one of his best games. And I just said, man, the heart he plays with, how hard he plays. He's made a lot of plays this year. I'd like to bring Steven Nelson back. Let's talk about a reasonable contract. But I'm also bringing in a young corner to supplement Nelson and Stingley for sure.
So there are some pretty good corners that will be free agents.
Okay.
Jalen Johnson from the Bears. Now, the Bears can basically sign everybody.
They got all kinds. They got more money than we do.
But here's one. L'Jarius Sneed.
I've thought about him for a long time. Now, I'm going to throw a curveball at you, and I don't know if you would like this, but I might think about L'Jarius Sneed going back to his original position of safety. At Louisiana Tech, he played safety. Now, the talk was, he's going to move to corner eventually. I might think about L'Jarius Sneed playing safety because now I can do some things with him as a cover guy that maybe I can't do with the safeties that I have. But I would imagine he's going to want corner money. And I don't know that L'Jarius Sneed is that level of corner, but I do think he is that level of athlete and that level of a defensive back. I would love to see L'Jarius Sneed play safety in this defense at some point. But I certainly do not want to pay cornerback money and then put a guy at safety. I don't want to do that.
You want the projection for L'Jarius Sneed?
Yeah, what are they saying?
3 years, 52.5. 35 guaranteed.
Boy, it's intriguing. I just don't love him, Adam, as a corner. And I don't want to pay $3 for 52 for a safety. But I know he's going to want to play corner because he's going to want corner money. I just don't know that I make a strong case at that money over Nelson, draft the rookie, because I don't think I'm going to have to pay Steven Nelson that kind of money. And I know Sneed's younger, et cetera. I just don't love Sneed as a corner. Now, if I used him as a nickel and a safety and he's kind of this versatile chess piece, I still don't want to pay 3 for 52, but that's probably the way I'd want to use him.
All right, this one has been very popular on the text line, 713-572-4610. Mike Evans.
Oh, Mark and I had this moment in the studio probably about a week ago, and we were talking about Mike Evans, and we're like, CJ with Nico, Tank, and Mike? Wow. I would be up for that. I don't think it's going to be a ton of money. I don't think Mike would give you a hometown discount. He's from Galveston. I don't think he'd give you a hometown discount. He's still productive as hell, which is really interesting. But Mike is also the same guy who said to the Buccaneers, take some of my money and give it to Godwin to keep him here. I think Mike fits the mentality of this team, the mentality of this organization. Mike, Nico, and Tank as your receivers with CJ? Okay, what did they say his contract?
You ready for this? 3 years, $69 million.
Oh! Man, that's rich.
That's not the hometown discount.
That is not a hometown discount.
52 guaranteed.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
If he's 30.
Right.
If he were 26,
yes.
I think that's a discussion.
Yes.
Not at 30.
I can't do that. Not 3 for 69. I can't.
That feels
fun to think about, but that's not something I can do because T. Higgins is going to be even more than that. I have to go back to what I said earlier. If you're thinking about if T. Higgins is potentially getting a franchise tag with the Bengals, he's going to get that money or more. He's going to get more than that. And there are teams that absolutely have to have a number one wide receiver with money that are going to go out and get him. I mean, I don't know what the Bears do. I mean, I know they got DJ Moore and they're paying him some money. But, T. Higgins, DJ Moore, and Caleb Williams might work. Or Justin Fields. We'll see what happens. We're not dying at receiver. Like a few years ago, I feel like we were dying at receiver. Like, oh, my God, we got to get somebody. I don't think we're dying at wide receiver to a point where we've got to pay that money. I feel like we can pay we can put reasonable assets in the wide receiver position in this particular draft. Just some of the names. In fact, I've got my database right in front of me. I talked about Malik Neighbors. If Malik Neighbors is on a cost-controlled contract for 4 or 5 years versus having to pay $69 million for Mike, as much as I love Mike and I think Mike would fit here, I mean, you just can't do it. Not at that money. So I'm going to rely on a draft as it pertains to wide receiver. I'm going to rely on the fact that maybe I get some growth out of my young receivers. Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, maybe one of those guys steps his game up and becomes that third guy alongside Nico and Tank. And then I'm going to look at the draft and see if I can't find a matchup weapon in the draft, even if it's a guy that lines up at tight end that has some wide receiver. A guy like Johnny Wilson from Florida State, 6'7". Some people think he's a tight end. I think he ends up playing wide receiver. There are a lot of ways you can go about it at wide receiver that I don't think you have to pay 3 for $69, but you get similar value. Maybe not the exact same. Like I said earlier, I use the analogy like, okay, if Mike gives you 94 on Madden, but you got to pay 3 years, 69 for him, I'll take a draft pick that'll give me 85, but I'm on a cost control contract for 4 or 5 years.
He's John Harris. I'm Adam Spillane here on Sports Radio 610 in for John Landry. We've got 1 hour to go. When we come back, we'll go around the NFL. This is Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
You have to earn those spots to get into the playoffs. So if we go and play better and earn a spot, then we can talk about possibly the playoff race and what does that look like. But until then, right, we got to do a much better job collectively.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute.
610.
All right, let's go around the NFL on Sports Radio 610. 2 weeks to go in the regular season. This thing has flown by. I don't know what it's like for you, just living it. It goes by quick.
I have that feeling every January 14th when the season's over, like, dang it, man, that thing flew by. But when you're in it, it's just like, covering the Astros when 162 games are done, you're like, woo, it kind of flew by. But yeah,
that one doesn't fly by. I can assure you that one doesn't fly by.
I don't know if I would say it's flown by, but you look up and you're like, man, it's December. I'll say this. What if I had told you, Adam, Drew Doherty and I do this thing. What if I told you on August 1st, you can fast forward the season to week 17 and you will be tied with the Colts and Jags atop the AFC South with 2 games against the Titans and Colts. What if I had told you that?
I don't think I would have believed that.
Yeah, I know. You and me and a lot of others.
Mostly because I didn't think the Colts were going to be very good either.
I thought the Colts would bounce back. I didn't think they would win with Richardson, though.
That was another part of it.
Yeah, I didn't think they would win with Richardson. I thought they would struggle and they would be up and down. Minshew just gives them consistency. So,
I was on their under 6.5 wins.
Oh,
so
sorry.
Yeah, it happens.
Sorry.
Can't win them all.
The one to me is the Jaguars. The last 3 weeks in particular, the way that they're seemingly, and I hope it continues. They're imploding. Hopefully, Bryce can go get one in Duval County. But the Jags have been an absolute mess after they beat us, which we played one of our worst games against them.
And almost won, too.
And, yeah, ball hitting across. Anyways, I just have not been enamored or impressed with the Jags at all this year. Last year, different story. When they came here in week 17, we had just beaten Tennessee off the cold game. Coming back, is Lovey going to come back? Okay, well, we got to win out. It means we got to beat the Titans, the Jags, and the Colts. We're playing at home against and they just put it on us. I was like, oh, boy. They were impressive that day. The 2 times I've seen them this year, I'm like, I don't see how this team – I just don't see how this team makes any noise in the playoffs. I don't see how this team is really that good. I kept – and Dre and I are the two that kind of – and Mark's finally gotten the pushback because we were like, wait, they got Trevor Lawrence. Look what Trevor Lawrence is turning into. Well, he's pushing back going, well, yeah, look what Trevor Lawrence is turning into. There's some that would say, as the kids say, they say he's mid. I guess as the kids say.
That is what the kids say.
That's what the kids say. He's mid. Well, that's, I guess, yeah. He's just been, He looked good against us, but obviously there have been some quarterbacks that have had some good games against us when we've not covered well in the secondary. So they've been surprising, but I know a lot of people wouldn't have believed it, but would you have taken it? No doubt. No, you know nothing about this
season. After what the last 3 years were like for this organization?
You would have jumped all over.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I would have too. I would have absolutely taken it.
To have games that matter. Like, there's going to be a game at NRG Stadium on Sunday that matters on December 31st for the home team.
The last game of 2023. If you think about December 31st, 2022 and December 31st, 2023 from a team standpoint, it's night and day what it was. It's incredible.
Let's kind of go through in the AFC. Right now, obviously, Baltimore 1, Miami 2. Those two could wind up flipping depending on how Miami's got a brutal schedule to close out the regular season.
Yeah, they play each other.
Yeah, they play Baltimore, and then they play Buffalo.
Yeah.
That could be a game that decides the AFC East, depending on what happens with Baltimore, Miami. If the season were to end right now, it would be the Texans probably in that 7 range if they make the playoffs. I don't think they'll win the division just because Jacksonville's schedule is pretty easy.
Yeah, Jacksonville's got the tiebreakers too,
yes.
So that doesn't help you.
So if you're the Texans and you're the 2 seed, or rather you're the 7 seed, going to Miami wild card weekend, it's not a great matchup.
No.
Because you got to deal with all that speed and all that talent.
Correct.
But I feel like the Texans probably feel like they could win that game.
Yeah, I think so too. Here's the other thing, Adam. I thought about this. I'll ask you your thought on this. If you make the playoffs and CJ is healthy, do you feel like you're playing with house money in some sense?
100%.
That's the way I've kind of felt like. I want to make sure I say this right. I want to win a championship as much as anybody. But I feel like this year, just getting to the playoffs, to just have that experience of playing in the playoffs is the most important thing. Because there are some teams that, look, the Ravens are really, really good. And you played them week 1, you played them in their place. They weren't even what they were going to be, and they're a really good football team. I think the Bills are a really good football team. The Browns are an exceptional team that just came into your house and walloped you. My point in all that is, man, it would be fantastic to win these 2 games, whether you're the division representative or you're a wild card. I've told Mark, I would love to be on the road for wild card weekend. Even though
Miami would be even better.
I know, Miami would be fantastic.
Miami in January?
Miami in January, I would, yes. But just to go on the road, the one place I wouldn't want to go is Baltimore. But if Baltimore's number 1 seed, so Miami or Buffalo potentially, Buffalo would be hard.
Oh, man,
Buffalo would be tough.
You might want to skip the Buffalo trip.
Yeah, Buffalo would be very, very hard. There are a lot of playoff hard feelings in that building from long, long ago. But Kansas City, I mean, Jacksonville's not getting to the 2 seed, I don't think. So I would have loved to have gone. I would have loved to have gone to Jacksonville for a playoff game. I would have loved to have gone there. Again, Florida now North Florida can be a lot different than South Florida, but either way, to me, it's just getting in the playoffs, just getting in that experience with this team. I think about the Bills in 17. The Bills got in 17. Then they drafted Josh Allen at 18. And they weren't, I think they were a 5-11 team in 18. But then 19, Josh Allen starts to click a little bit. They get into playoffs, they come here. Should have won that game, but Josh Allen turned into Wyoming Josh, and away we go. And then obviously Deshaun turned in, he put the cape on and carried us the last half and overtime. So the getting in part, not being back in 4 years, getting some young guys experience in the playoffs, this is what it's all about. To play in an environment like this is going to be, that would just be so tremendously valuable for this particular team. And at that point, it's like, if CJ's healthy, we'll go anywhere and play. Don't care. Cold, wet, inside, outside, doesn't matter. Let's get in. Let's win these 2 games, get in, and see where we are, and take on some good team in the playoffs and go toe-to-toe and see what we got.
So I think it is possible for the Texans to get up to the 6 seed, and Jacksonville could get up to the 3. So that could be your Texans-Jags wild card game. I know you want that one.
I would like that one.
That one is very possible.
I think they're sort of fugazi. I don't believe in Jacksonville. Not this year. Now, last year, I thought that team was as good as any team we played. But this year, that team is completely flawed. Trevor Lawrence is spraying all over the place. He's injured. The offensive line has been a mess. I'd love to be able to play them in a playoff game at Jacksonville because they would have, Adam, all the pressure. Every ounce of pressure is on you guys to win this game at home against the lowly 6 seed Texans. You beat them in their place. The pressure would be all on them, and that would be fun to watch.
Okay, let's go to the NFC real quick.
Okay.
We haven't really talked about it.
Yep.
San Francisco's 1. They're probably going to stay at 1. Philly is 2. It's a very flawed 2.
Ooh, yeah, very.
3 is Detroit. Does Detroit have any chance of making a run?
Yes, absolutely. Because they just have pure talent. That's a talented team. And one of the other things I get from the Lions is they seemingly like playing together. There's not different factions and splits. You don't hear they're playing hard for Campbell. Campbell appreciates them, loves them. They return that to him. You can just tell with locker room celebrations and stuff, how much they care for one another. And I think that matters. And so I could absolutely see them going on a run because they've opened up another layer offensively now with Jahmyr Gibbs, which they should have been doing all along. But there was all this talk. You play fantasy. There was all this talk early on. Jahmyr Gibbs not getting the ball. I got him on fantasy. Why isn't he getting the ball? Well,
Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, David Montgomery gets hurt at some point. They put Gibbs in. And now they just peel back another layer because now they realize they don't have one option. They have 2. They can throw the ball to anybody on their roster. Defensively, Obviously, they've got a game record in Hutchinson. I still feel like defensively they're not. They're flawed, especially. I think you can throw the ball on them. Yeah, obviously you have to block Hutchinson, but I think they're capable. In the NFC, Lions are capable of going on a run. The Lions are capable of going on a run. They're also capable of losing to the Rams in the first round.
And that right now is how it's set up.
Yeah.
Because they struggle to cover. That's a Rams team that will throw the ball on you if you can't cover.
Imagine you're a Detroit Lions fan.
It's Matthew Stafford.
Yeah. Matthew Stafford comes into Detroit and beats you in your first game in Detroit in God knows how long. I mean, that would be the worst pain for, I think, an NFL fan. Now, we could experience that at some point when the Texans have to play the Browns in the playoff and they have Deshaun. There could be that. But I think Detroiters feel better about Matt Stafford way more than Houston feels about Deshaun. But if Matt Stafford were to take Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp into Detroit and beat them with Detroit's best team in, 30 years, that's a hell I wouldn't want to live up in Detroit.
You mentioned Dan Campbell. I thought something that he did on Sunday was really cool. So they win the division. First time they've won the division in 30 years. He brings up in the locker room all the guys that had been there for a long time and had been through a lot of really bad years in Detroit. I thought it was really cool to recognize those guys. And you could see how much it meant to those guys, too.
Taylor Decker was crying.
Yes.
I mean, it's interesting. When we went to Jacksonville week 3, and, for the 3 years, 2020, 2021, 2022, obviously being Texans radio and whatever else, Mark and I, we got skewered. We get emails from people. We get texts from people. We got tweets from people, just hammering us for everything. It was like we were the ones making the decisions. It was like we were the ones firing and hiring. It was like we were the ones making the calls. It was like we were And so when we went to Jacksonville and we won that game in week 3, and it was like, it looked like a different franchise. Like I was like overcome with it. I mean, I was in the locker room just like, what just happened? I mean, I've seen 3 years of just absolute bleep. And we just won this game in Jacksonville. We just beat the defending AFC South champions by 20 points in their building. I mean, I was like, wow, that stuff matters. When you've been around and you've seen the bottom, when you get to the top, it means that much more. And those guys were really emotional. I mean, Taylor Decker was, it was awesome. He'd been there for 8 years. I mean, think about being somewhere for 8 years and you have seen no light, nothing whatsoever, and then all of a sudden you break through. Like, that's got to be an incredible feeling for them. I know that, we've kind of had that feeling in some sense here. It was only 3 years for us. It was 3 long, very bleepy years. Very long. Well, hopefully we're starting to break away from that. But I was so glad for the Lions for that reason. Because we experienced it here. There were guys that had experienced it there for decades. People that have been there as players for 8 to 10 years. Dan Campbell was on the 2008 team in Detroit that went 0-16. That's got to mean something to him. And he won't talk about himself, but that was really cool. It was so cool to have seen him have done that, to say, hey, these guys have been the grinders. These guys have been the ones here, I thought it's funny, we beat Jacksonville, and it's like the rookies are like, yeah, this is what we do. I'm like, it hasn't been what we've done. So I'm going to celebrate this one for all it's worth, man. I talked to Jimmy Ward after that game, and Jimmy was just like, yeah, man, cool. We played well. It's cool. I'm glad I'm back. We won a big game. I'm like, Jimmy, do you realize what you've done? You realize what the last 3 years have been about? You've been going to Super Bowls, pal. You've been going to NFC Championship games. You've been playing some really big games in Santa Clara. We have not been doing that in Houston. And so I thanked him. After the game. I was like, thank you, man. Because that win meant a lot. And a lot of the wins this year have been kind of the same way. So hopefully we can kind of ride that train at Detroit Road and go get a division championship or get into play, whatever. Just play some postseason football.
The Texans control their own destiny in those regards. Tennessee on Sunday. Then Indianapolis, week 18. And I think John said it a little bit earlier. Very similar situation to what the Texans faced last year. Little difference, though.
So similar and yet so different at the same time.
All right. We got 2 segments to go. Coming up next, the internet is going nuts. We'll see what's trending around the world.
Yeah.
That's next on Sports Radio 610.
It's a Reaction Tuesday brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. We're breaking down Sunday's loss to Cleveland on
Adam Spillane, John Harris in for another 35 minutes or so. Clint Stoerner and Cecil Shorts will follow us. How about Cecil in the elf costume on Sunday?
So I was down on the field, and you know our booth at Energy, it's way the hell up there. It's one of the highest in the league. And so Aaron Raybold, who's our engineer, was like, "Who's in the elf costume down there?" I'm like, "Oh, it's Cecil." He goes, "Really?" And so he put the binoculars on. He's like, "Oh, it is Cecil." Yeah, that's a good look, Cecil. That was a great look, actually. I kind of liked it.
Some people can pull it off. Cecil Shorts can pull it off.
He can pull it off. That is not a look I could have pulled off.
No,
nor would I wanted to, but that was just that's not a look I'm pulling off. Cecil did it with the pointy shoes and everything.
Yeah, it's good for him.
Very, 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 very impressive.
All right, so Mike Florio has, I don't know, he seems to be in a weird place, doesn't he? Where he feels like he needs to make news or he needs attention, and it's not working for him right now.
Correct.
And so this is what Mike Florio had to say before the Niners-Ravens game last night. He was very much on the train that the Niners were going to win this game and not have a whole lot of trouble in doing so.
Yes.
And so, obviously, they played last night against the Ravens. They were big favorites. I mean, they were 6-point favorites. That's not a small number by any stretch.
The Niners were.
Yes, the Niners were.
And the Ravens jumped all over Brock Purdy.
Yes.
All over him.
They ended that MVP campaign.
Yeah. Which restarted or kickstarted Lamar Jackson's MVP situation. I say it in air quotes. But Florio had the Ravens' attention because Florio said,
well, here it is.
Is this it? All right, here we go.
Key players are healthy. They're going to kick the shit out of everybody they face. The quest is for second place. That's it. As long as those people stay healthy. They're currently healthy. The 49ers kicked the shit out of the Ravens on Monday night.
It turned out to not be the case.
Yeah. And the following, what you're hearing after that is all the Brock Purdy interceptions.
And that's from Roquan Smith's Instagram.
Yeah. So I don't know. The best. So this is a David Tepper thing. David Tepper is the owner of the Carolina Panthers. And so for 10, 11 months, he knew exactly how to say Frank Reich. But then in the press conference, he apparently was having trouble saying Frank Reich's name. He was calling him Reich. And apparently that's a David Tepper thing, to belittle somebody that he's fired and, gotten rid of. So
that's a billionaire move?
Yeah, so I'm sure he was calling him Don Rivera instead of Ron Rivera, all that kind of thing. I guess you can do that when you're a hedge fund manager. I don't know. Anyways, as Lamar Jackson was leaving the field, he was talking about Mike Flores. Not Mike Florio. He was talking about Mike Flores, taking a page out of David Tepper's book, which I would think would have hurt Florio that much more. I thought Lamar was measured with his thoughts, but he was clapping back in his own way. It wasn't like he walked right up into Florio's face, and was just like, ha ha ha. He kind of did it subtly. He was like, look, man, we play football too. We got a squad over here. Look at us. Not like we're a bunch of pipsqueaks. I mean, that's what he was saying about the Ravens. I thought it was an interesting add-on to a game that was already shocking. I mean, I said it to Mark. I asked him. I was starting to feel like everybody was playing for second place if the Niners were healthy. I was kind of starting to feel that way after watching what they had done to the previous opponents. So I said to Mark just one day in the studio, I said, are we all just playing for second place this year with the Niners? He was like, well, and Mark's answer was kind of along those lines. Look, Ravens are good. You kind of went through all the teams that are good. I think in the NFC, I don't know who challenges. I don't know who challenges at this point. I mean, the Lions are good. I don't know that they go beat the 49ers in Santa Clara. But then again, I didn't think that the Ravens would go in and beat them. But I just love the way that Lamar sort of clapped back and just said it very matter-of-factly, like, we're pretty damn good too. Like, we're really good, and you just saw it. And then Florio had his kind of mea culpa, like, Lamar's right, I said this the wrong way, and he's right. If Florio would have just said, look, I think the Niners will take care of business, the Ravens are good, no story. The internet is not going nuts. But the way that he handled things, to your point, Adam, the internet is going nuts, which I guess is what Florio wants. I guess I don't know. Is he
get some attention?
Is that what he's looking for? I mean, I look at Florio and he's gotten to his status, and he's a lawyer. He's worked his way up. Kind of read his story about how he had tried 3 or 4 different things. That Pro Football Talk didn't hit. He was giving it up. He was going back into the law business, and then it hit. I kind of feel like Florio doesn't have to do that. He doesn't need to get the internet going nuts. He's already got the audience. He's got people that follow him. I guess. I don't know. Maybe I feel wrong about that. Yes. I don't know. But you keep doing those things, maybe you get a higher net, or you get a better network job. I don't know. Skip Bayless has been doing it for years. It's working for him. He's got a few zeros on that paycheck. I don't know. Maybe you stay ridiculous bleep on the air every single day. It works out for you.
That is what pays. It was funny. You mentioned saying the guy's name wrong as a sign of disrespect. My favorite one would always be Russell Westbrook. He wouldn't say the guy's name wrong. Yeah. He would just say, "Who's that?" I don't know who that is. And so that was I think that's the ultimate sign where they hated Reggie Jackson.
Yeah.
Because of the way that Reggie Jackson kind of left Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And so they played Reggie Jackson for the first time. They asked Russell Westbrook about it. He said, "Who? Who's that?"
That's pretty good. I guess everybody's got their way of doing things, but I've never. I don't know. I think some people maybe say that about me just because I say things loudly, but I guarantee you, I'm not gonna blow smoke just because I want to get clicks or get people to listen to me. If I think, I'll call a spade, but I'm sure there have been some outlandish things I've said over time. People want to talk about Dwayne Brown, what I said about him on draft night. So yeah, but that was literally just my emotion coming out. So I don't know. I don't think Mike Flores has got to do that. But good on the Ravens. Wonderful win for them last night, 33-19. Brock Purdy. Not a great game. Not a great game. If you're going into the playoffs, Adam, we were talking about the NFC a little while ago, which quarterback of a team that's winning a division do you trust the most and you trust the least? Jalen Hurts with Philadelphia. You got Baker Mayfield with Tampa Bay. Jared Goff with Detroit. Brock Purdy with the 49ers. Those are the 4 that, if the season ended today, the division winners would be those 4. Which quarterback you trust the most? Which one you trust the least?
It's not a great crop.
I know.
It's really not a great quarterback.
I know.
Especially if you tell me it's Jared Goff at home, that's very different than Jared Goff away from home. Now, the good thing for Jared Goff is that he might not have to go to a cold weather place because he has struggled playing in cold weather. But if it stays Philly 2, Detroit 3, then you are looking at Jared Goff having to go into Philadelphia possibly in the divisional round. So I think that Purdy has had the best season, but he also has the most talent around him.
Right.
So I do think that's a really good point. That
who do you trust the most out of those 4? Who do you trust the least?
I think I would still probably trust Purdy the most because of the coach and the guys that he has on that offense.
Surrounding cast.
Now, Trent Williams got hurt last night.
Yeah.
If Trent Williams has to miss some time, that changes the equation.
Okay, so here's another one. Those are the 4 quarterbacks I just gave you. Purdy, Niners, Jalen Hurts, Eagles, and they're a mess right now. Lions, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Tampa Bay. Here are the 3 wild card teams right now. You tell me the group of 4 or the group of 3, which one you trust most? Seattle, Geno Smith, LA, Matt Stafford, Dallas, Dak Prescott.
I would probably have to say the group of 3.
Yeah,
I'd say the 3 wild card quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too.
And I don't feel great about Geno Smith, but let's say Green Bay sneaks in there with Jordan Love over Geno Smith.
Right.
It makes the playoffs in the NFC very interesting.
Very interesting. In the AFC, here are your 4 division leaders. Lamar Jackson, Baltimore. Tua Tagovailoa, the Miami Dolphins. Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs. Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville Jaguars. Those would be the 4 leaders right now in the division. I feel a lot better about those 4 quarterbacks, with the exception that Patrick Mahomes has kind of turned into, I don't know what he's turned into.
And we don't know if Trevor Lawrence is even going to be able to play.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, shoulder issue.
But we haven't talked about this. He got hurt in a 30-0 game on Sunday. Why is he in the game in the first place?
Especially after dealing with a concussion all week. And that was after the high ankle sprain. Like, he's had a high ankle sprain and a concussion, didn't miss any time, and it took the injury against the Bucks. And if they've got to go with C.J. Beathard, forget it. The Panthers won't beat them, but the Titans might in Tennessee.
So let's do the wild card quarterbacks in the AFC.
Okay, here they are.
Flacco, Josh Allen, Minshew.
I mean, Flacco and Josh Allen alone solves everything. Like, okay, they win. But Minshew, he's the kind of quarterback, Adam, that scares me to death. Because he's unique. He can run. But he gets in games, and I mean, I've seen it up close, where the game that we played against him in week 2, he comes in the game, and he just dinks and dunks. And it's like, oh, they're all the way down the field.
I mean, he can complete 90% of his passes on a given day.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of like the Jake Browning thing from the Monday night game against Jacksonville, where all of a sudden you come in and everyth's a positive play.
Absolutely. Now, to me, if the Colts don't have Michael Pittman for Minshew, it's a little bit more of a challenge. But Minshew in a playoff game, if you've got to face Minshew in a playoff game, which hopefully you don't, because the Texans would be in there instead. But let's say the Colts end up making it a playoff game. The Colts will be the one team I wouldn't want to play. Because I don't know if Zach Moss will come back healthy, but Zach Moss, Jonathan Taylor, relatively healthy, and Taylor's rested after missing, 4 or 5 weeks with the hand issue or wrist issue, whatever it was. The Colts have just enough defensively to make things tough on you. The Colts would be a team I wouldn't want to mess with in the playoffs, and it'll be tough for them to go to Miami and do that. But with their running game, they take care of the football. Minshew will take care of the football. Minshew gets in trouble. Minshew, to me, gets in trouble when he tries to pull his Minshew magic. When he just plays Gardner Minshew football, just zipping it to his guys, moving the ball up and down the field. And Shane Steichen, by the way, hell of a football coach. I know we all in Houston wanted DeMeco Ryans. We all loved DeMeco Ryans. We wanted DeMeco Ryans. There was no doubt. But I heard such vitriol at Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon. And those two guys are really good football coaches. Really good football coaches. And now we got to face Steichen twice a year, and that's not fun. But we'll have our playoff game with them week 18. That's our playoff game. Beat the Titans, and week 18 is a playoff game. It's just a matter of whether it's on Saturday or Sunday. That'll be the playoff game to get into the playoffs, week 18.
That'd be fun. That'd be a fun week. That'd be a fun week leading up to
a really fun week.
All right, we got one segment to go. When we come back, last year, the 2 Super Bowl teams were number 1 seeds. Is it possible this year that both 1 seeds won't go to the Super Bowl? And who would be the biggest threat? Because I feel like the wild card teams could be a bigger threat this year than years past. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans.
Clint Stoerner and Cecil Shorts will follow us. Quick update. Rockets Pacers tonight from Toyota Center. Really interesting matchup against teams that have very contrasting styles. Tari Eason was on the Rockets injury report as questionable. He has been upgraded to available, so he is good to go. He's been dealing with this leg stuff, really going back to training camp.
Yeah.
So it's kind of going to be a daily thing with him. He's going to show up on the injury report a lot. It's just a matter of can he play or can he not.
Is that one of those things that's going to bother him all year?
Yes. Yeah. It was a stress reaction.
Oh.
So it's one of those things where he's going to feel sore. It's just can he manage it? And they've got a bunch of
watch everything else he's impacting because of where he moves, where he's lined up, the problems he creates. It's kind of the same way with Tari. He may never average, 20 points a game. He may never be their top scorer. But in every single category, and the one you just mentioned is probably the biggest, when he's on the floor, there's more scoring done for the Rockets than not. And those kind of guys, glue guys, chess pieces, whatever you want to call them, if you got young dudes that fall in that category, rock on. Let's go.
You just mentioned Clowney. Did you see him last night?
Yeah.
He wrecked that game.
Yeah. I saw him. We saw him week one. It's funny, I had seen him for a while, even though I had played with some of the teams we had played. And I saw him, and he was working out with the outside linebackers down in the far corner of the end zone, and he just smiled. He's like, bro, what you doing? And I said, man, it's good. It's good to see you. I said, how you like it here? And he just looked down at me and goes, I love it. And I said, what do you love about it? He goes, they know how to use me. They know how to use me. This is a good spot. He said, this is a good spot for me. He still got game. There's no doubt. And I've always said this about Clowney. The one thing I'll never forget about Clowney, and we went to Philly in 2018, and I'll never forget, Clowney was going off the field, and he walked up to Anthony Weaver, who at the time was coaching the D-line, and I could hear him even through my headphones as we were getting ready for the game. They were going into the locker room right after pregame. And he's like, I'm ready, Weave. It's my day. I'm ready. Like, Clowney could call his shot whenever he wanted. And then in that game against Philly, he was the best player on the field, not named Nick Foles. He was unbelievable that day. I mean, Philly fans are like, we're worried about Watt, and Clowney's just killing them throughout that game. He could pick and choose his spots. And now that he's a little bit older, and he's not playing 50, 60 plays a game, now they bring him in for pass rush situations to do kind of the same thing. They move him around. They get him matched up on guys that he knows he can beat. He's in great shape. He was in tremendous, holy cow. He was in great shape. So he's one of those pieces that you've got to have on a championship team. So I was glad for him. Baltimore's a good spot. I'd like to see him go win a ring. That'd be kind of cool for Clowney to be able to do that. He took a lot of heat here because he was never a big 10-sack-a-year guy, but that dude was a hell of a football player. He still is. He still is, man. He can absolutely change a game for sure.
So we were going through it during the break, and you asked me to pick every single game, and we came up with the playoff matchups that way.
Yeah, we did. We did. I said, I told you nothing else. 2 weeks. And we came up to the games that mattered were Jacksonville's 2 games. Jacksonville's got the Panthers and the Titans. So our first run through, we gave the Jags 2 wins. And then we gave the Raiders beating the Colts, a little bit of upset. And then we had the Texans winning both games. So Jags win both. Colts split and go 1-1. Texans go 2-0. In that situation, the Texans ended up with the 7 seed, and they ended up going to Buffalo.
Which would not be fun.
The last time we were up in Buffalo was in 2021.
Davis Mills, that was the first start?
It was 40-0, and it was a downpour for at least 2 full quarters of that game. It was miserable. Adam, it was miserable. I mean, absolutely miserable. Then we changed one outcome. We had the Jaguars losing to the Titans on the road in Week 18. And that flipped from going to Buffalo to winning the division and playing the Cleveland Browns in the division, or in the wild card round here. So those are the 2 outcomes that we came up with based on just picking all the games. Now, I focused on those, but because the AFC is such a jumbled mess, there are going to be a ton of other games that get played that are going to factor in to the wild card at least. Now, as the division goes, it's pretty much as simple. You would think somebody's going 2-0. If somebody goes 2-0 and the Jags lose a game, say the Colts or the Texans go 2-0, the Jags lose a game, that winner of that game wins the division. The Jags win both, Jags win the division. And then it comes down to, Week 18, whether the Colts can beat the Texans beat the Colts. So now that we've got it down to 2 weeks, we kind of know what it is. I mean, you're in the playoffs right now. Win these 2 games. It's playoff game Sunday against the Titans, playoff game Sunday up in Indianapolis, and then you'll see if you make the big playoffs. This is like the NCAA tournament. What's the first 4? It's like we're in that first 4. Our first 4 game against the Titans, that will see whether they can get us in the tournament or not.
All right, so I have a dumb hypothetical for you.
I love hypotheticals.
Jacksonville is falling apart.
Totally.
And Trevor Lawrence might not play. Who knows what's happening there? He got hurt in a 30-0 game on Sunday.
Stupid.
Would you be shocked if they lost these 2 games?
No, not at all.
If they do, and they aren't in the playoffs at all, is Doug Peterson in any sort of trouble?
Interesting you brought this up. So, having lived in Jacksonville, known some people there, I follow some people on Twitter. And so I saw one of my people from Jacksonville put this out there. Now, this is wild. They put a Twitter poll that said, win out and keep Trent Baalke. Miss the playoffs, get rid of Trent. That was the Twitter poll. So it's not really, like, to the fans at least, it's not really about Doug Peterson. Now, say what you will and how you want to go about it, but that was just how it was posed. It was not like 80-20, but it was like 59-41. Miss out, get rid of Trent. That was that's where the Jaguars fans are right now. Lose out, get rid of Baalke, reset with a new GM with Doug, and move forward. That obviously was an arranged marriage with Doug Peterson and Trent Baalke. It seemed to work last year, and obviously it hasn't this year to this point. But that's where their ire is. Their ire is not with Doug Peterson. Their ire is with Trent Baalke.
And they're probably not wrong. And if you're that fan base, they're not winning the Super Bowl this year. So you might as well miss the playoffs.
Get it right. Yeah. Get it right in your GM and head coach situation. And I feel like the Texans have gotten it right. Took a little while to get there. But with Nick and D'Amico, I feel like they seem to work well together. They think on the same page. They seem to have been on the same page. The thought of we'll figure it out no matter what happens has really kind of paid off for them. So I think it's a really good, even though that was an arranged marriage too, I think it's been a good one, to be honest. So, I just find it interesting what's going on at Jacksonville. You're right. That team as constructed, forget it. That team's not winning. They're not winning a championship. They're not kind of in the same boat the Texans were. Now they were last year. For them, it was just get into playoffs last year. Win a division, get in. I mean, that was a high ride. They were riding high for a while. What I find fascinating about the Jaguars, and I guess, I don't know, maybe we would have done the same thing. I don't know. But about week 8, 9, 10, somewhere in that range, they were talking about, hey, what's our seeding in the playoffs? Do we want to end up with a 2 seed? Because then we'll have this team come to us. Do we want to be the 3 seed? They were talking about seeding in the playoffs. And now They're talking about, well, I think we'd rather miss the playoffs so we get rid of our GM.
They were thinking 1 seed.
Yeah, they were thinking they could get the 1 seed. Well, if this happens, and then we'll play Baltimore, and it will be Baltimore, and it's exactly how they were thinking.
Had they won that Monday night game against Cincinnati, and this is when this whole little free fall started, if they had won that game, they'd have been the 1 seed.
Yes, that's right. They would have been the 1 seed that night with a game against Baltimore coming up at home on Sunday night. And they didn't show up in either game, to be honest.
And we talked earlier about how you can't screw up building around a quarterback when he's on that rookie deal. And the Texans kind of did it when they had Deshaun Watson.
Yep.
You can't do it now with C.J. Stroud.
Correct.
But it almost feels like the Jags have completely messed up the building process around Trevor Lawrence.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that Trevor is absolutely, unequivocally, without question, the guy in Jacksonville?
Yeah, I think he is.
I think
is
they
there
believe
another
that.
option?
It certainly isn't C.J. Beathard. I know that.
Oh, so look, here's a dumb hypothetical for you. Chicago calls. We'll give you the 1 pick for Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, I might do it. I might be crazy to do it, but I might do it. Now, that is if Caleb Williams comes out, so I've got a choice of Caleb Williams and Drake May. Absolutely. Hell yeah, that actually would scare me down here if they ended up with Caleb Williams or Drake May with Doug. Oh boy.
And you start the clock over on the rookie quarterback.
Correct.
So then all those mistakes that you made with some of the free agent signings that they made,
they can all go right back in and give more. Do the Jacksonville thing, which is what Jacksonville does.
Yes.
It's exactly what Jacksonville does.
Now that said, I still think Trevor Lawrence is
You think
good.
the Bears are going to want Trevor Lawrence? I mean, after Justin Fields, maybe, but I don't know.
Again, it's a dumb hypothetical.
That's not dumb. It's not dumb.
I just, whenever I see Trevor Lawrence, I'm like, wow, this guy's really good, and he can really throw the ball.
Let's ask QB here. QB1.
What up, fellas? What's going on?
What's up, Clint? It's good to see you, man.
Good to see y'all, man.
So here's our hypothetical. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
Chicago Bears call Jacksonville and say, we'll give you the 1, which they're getting from the Carolina Panthers. We'll give you number 1 overall. You give us Trevor Lawrence. Which side does it and why? Or do they not do it?
They got to give more than 1-1 for Trevor.
Number 1 overall for Trevor, straight up. Where you go?
I mean, I ain't giving Trev up. What'd y'all say? I ain't giving Trev up for no 1. I mean, what is hell Stafford? What did Stafford go for?
He went for.
I mean, you got to give me more than 1, even though the 1 is number 1 overall.
Stafford was a little different because he had money thrown. There was money in there. They threw
and the Goff
Goff
contract.
in
The
to
Goff
match all
contract.
that.
So it was 1 first-round pick for Stafford, and then basically it was another first-round pick to take the Goff contract.
Gotcha.
So it was like a 1 for Stafford, basically.
I'll keep it easy. I can't give up Trev for number 1 overall.
Okay.
I don't know how much of an upgrade that number 1. So really, you're asking me if I'd give up the number 1, give up Trevor just to have another rookie run with
or if you've kind of given up on Trevor Lawrence.
Yes,
I'm not giving up on Trev. No, I don't see anything in Trevor's game that I'm giving up on him. I mean, I think he's very, very capable. I never thought he was as athletic and his athletic ability transitioned from college to pro anyway. So I knew he was going to be a guy that had to win from the pocket. So I would not.
So if you're the Jaguars, would you be intrigued by Caleb Williams, Drake May taking over your offense on a rookie deal as opposed to paying a boatload of money to a guy that's like, okay, but not what we wanted as number 1 overall?
Yeah, no, I would pay Trevor and roll the dice with Trevor. I wouldn't gamble with anything. I don't like Drake May near as much as everybody else does. I see the high ceiling tangibles. Yep. I mean the big body, the arm, I think there's some mechanical flaws he's gonna have to clean up if he's gonna spin the ball the way that the NFL requires you to do it. I think Caleb Williams is by far the best prospect this year, and the ceiling, the roll of the dice is a Pat Mahomes type.
Right.
I mean, you're gambling on that type of talent, and that's a big gamble for me.
What's the floor?
For whom?
For Caleb Williams.
I think it's high. I think it's higher than most. I mean, I think it's.
The floor for Caleb Williams.
I'm trying to think of somebody that plays with that style too. That would be a floor.
Cleveland, Deshaun Watson.
Oh wow,
that's the floor. Because I'm telling you, if it bottoms out
last year or this year,
if it bottoms out for Caleb, I don't think it's going to be because of the things he does or doesn't do on a football field. I think it's going to be some of the other things that quarterbacks get in trouble with You're seeing a little bit with Jalen Hurts now with the Eagles. There's just there's friction there for whatever particular reason. It's not meshing personality-wise right now. Like Jalen's locked in, and we see the talent and see the things that are going on with Philadelphia. But it's that to me is if that's how Caleb fails to me. But if you put Caleb Williams with Doug Peterson, and Doug's now got a little bit of a mobile, more so than he does with Trevor. Now Trevor's mobile. Caleb can flat out kill you with the run game, which ends up being a whole different ball game. I'm with you, Clint. I'd probably stay with Trevor and see if I can't develop him a little bit more. But I need to see that development before I'm going to sit down and give him $300 million for the next 5 years, because I need to see more development out of that guy. And I know he's been banged up, but I also need to put an offensive line around him, see what he can do.
Jay, I love your thought. Look, I'm not one that likes to give away $300 million contracts or whatever the market tells you.
I love giving away other people's money, though.
But I mean, there's so many guys. Like it makes my skin crawl when I hear people say, "Oh, well, he's next in line, so he's gonna get it." No, right? Like, come on, man. I mean, that's where we're at with quarterback play. Is our conversation is, well, he's next in line. No, I mean, there's a lot of guys that don't deserve $250 to $300 million.
Right. But they're going to get it.
But they're going to get it before they ever piss a drop in the playoffs, before they ever win consistently. So.
That's the price of hope.
Yeah.
To keep the guy, it's the price of hope.
I only say that, John, to say like in that with that context, I would be as comfortable paying Trevor as I would several guys that already got big contracts.
I agree with. It's like Justin Herbert getting the money that he's got.
I'll pay Trevor.
If Justin's getting that, then Trevor should. If Justin's getting that, then Trevor should get that. No
Bingo.
doubt. No doubt.
Bingo.
All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2, and Odyssey Station. Jay Samuels, thank you for producing. John Harris, this was fun. I'm going to stick around a little bit here with Clint. And first of all, Clint, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man.
Doing this on the fly.
I'm doing good. Yeah, I appreciate you sticking around for a couple with me, man.
I'm getting kicked out, man.
Look out, Johnny.
Come on, man.
Hey, Johnny, get the hell out of here. We owe you. We're gonna catch y'all tonight, though, right?
Yeah.
Texans All Access. Are y'all the 26th? Or y'all got something going on?
No, actually, we're going to be live tonight over at the Grove.
I'll be there.
8.
Hello.
6 to 8, yeah. Elijah Robinson's going to be there. Mike Gundy's going to be there.
Yeah.
So we got a lot going on. So we're going to be live from 6 to 8.
Texas Bowl he's talking about. Got an event tonight, game tomorrow. So we'll catch up on that. But Spo's going to stick around for a little while. And then my man PC, Patrick Creighton's going to ease on in and spend a couple of hours with me here on the day after Christmas, man. We'll see you, Johnny. Be good. We'll see you, Johnny. Be good. That was pretty damn good. I'm pretty proud of myself for that. That made me smile. I didn't even do that on purpose right there. All right. Well, welcome everybody into the drive for sure. Spo, again, appreciate you sticking around, guys. I got to tell you, man. This was a. By the way, we wish a Merry Christmas to everybody out there, and merry day after Christmas, and happy holidays and New Year rolling around. This is a great time of year, man. I absolutely love this time of year. Appreciate everybody plugging in and hanging out with us for a few hours today. But this is the first Christmas for me where, Spo, I feel old, man. I feel in a good way. This is a good way. Let's say I feel
a good old.
I feel mature. I'm gonna tell you, man. Two things happened this Christmas where I sat around gathering my thoughts, and I thought, I've officially taken that next step in life. I bought my wife, which she asked for Christmas. I bought my wife an expensive set of pots and pans.
Oh, wow.
And she was absolutely stoked about it. This has been one of them deals. I've been with my wife for a long time now, and Christmas is full of jewelry and shoes and shirts and gear, all kind of stuff like that. And this year it was pots and pans.
So is next year the washer dryer?
I don't know. I can't do a washer and dryer. I can't, unless she asked for it, but I don't think she'll ask for it. She asked for these pots and pans, and the price tag on them made me go ahead and pull the trigger. I thought, hell, I guess it's worthy, costing this much. But it's just one of those moments where I started, as I was buying those pots and pans, I thought, damn, I'm old. My wife is significantly younger than me. She's an old soul, but here I am at that stage in my life where I'm buying pots and pans for Christmas. That was number one. Number two, not only did I receive, but I got extremely excited about several gifts that were tools. I got an electric, like a legit electric screwdriver, like not a drill. Last one I called a drill electric screwdriver. Everybody beat me up on the text line, right? I got a screwdriver that's legit, got a little light on it, and it's electric. And then I got another screwdriver that has one of them necks on it where you, like, if you got to get it in a place where you can't go straight in with your screwdriver,
like bends.
Yeah, it bends. It turns the corner, and I was stoked about it. So whether it's because I'm buying my wife pots and pans or because I'm getting excited about tools, I feel like I've matured to another level given those two things this Christmas holiday.
You know, it's when you're younger, you buy stuff, material things.
Yes.
But now you're buying stuff that's like a necessity.
Yes.
That you're going to use.
Well, Spo, I don't know if you know this, but I was younger longer than most. I waited till I was 43 to get 44, I think. Yeah, I was 44. No, I was 43 still. I waited till I was 43 to get married and 44 to have kids. And so the last couple of years have come at me really, really fast. But I was younger. So I was buying colognes and gear, like I said, and shoes and jewelry and all this job, trips to such and such and tickets to such and such. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Old Dirty has reached pots and pans and power tools for Christmas. But it was a great Christmas. You guys have a great Christmas? You have a good one?
We're Jewish, so it was just Monday. I did laundry yesterday. I wasn't feeling great, so stayed in.
I feel like I should have known that, Spo. Well, Jace, how about you? How about you, Jace? You have a good Christmas?
I did. Family came over. Had to go back to work yesterday, so I just a good nap in for the Eagles and Giants game. But yeah, Knicks won, and who played first? Chiefs and Raiders. Yeah.
And that was an entertaining game, unless you're a Chiefs fan.
Oh,
that was an entertaining game for damn sure. But the other thing I did Christmas, guys, is I made a bad mistake, and y'all keep this in mind. Obviously, you don't need to, Spo, but I feel like I probably should have known that. By the way, gosh dang, I'm 1 for 2. I stayed up till damn near 5 a.m. putting together a playhouse for my daughter.
Well, that's a good thing.
Well, the bad thing is that it sat in my garage for 2-3 weeks, and I didn't realize, Spo, exactly how much was going to go into this thing, and I started putting this thing together. Good size, made out of real cedar, and I started putting this thing together, man, and I felt like pieces just kept coming and coming and coming. Next thing you know, I look up, and it's damn near 5 o'clock, and then baby's going to wake up at 7. So on the dot. And I look up, and it's almost 5 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, boy, I'm fixing to get 2 hours of shut-eye. So needless to say, when I put my head on that pillow last night about 9 o'clock, I didn't even catch the Baltimore game. I washed my tail and jumped in the bed and was done. So I missed a game that I was extremely excited about in terms of Baltimore and San Francisco. But it turns out San Francisco, Purdy and the company messed the bed a little bit, and Lamar Jackson ran away with that one. But nonetheless, it was an eventful Christmas. But let's get to this Texans game. I know it's been a couple of days since the Texans game, since the Texans really got skull-drugged by the Browns. Davis Mills was able to come in and make a little bit of noise and make it at least look better on the scoreboard. And to me, the game, big picture, is more about missed opportunities, right? I mean, you just had a huge missed opportunity with everybody else in division losing. You could have taken a big step in the right direction. Now, I don't know what it would have meant given that you got 2 division games left, but you could have made with about the third time this year where you've been in a position to where if you win that ball game, man, you can change the dynamic of the division and increase the odds of you winning the division. But the Texans let it fall by the wayside. But Spo, I got 3 things, man. 3 things that for me are the most concerning coming out of the Browns game. And I'm just talking about moving forward. I mean, there's clearly several things like what in the hell is C.J. Stroud's status? Which, by the way, everybody out there, we won't hear. No media availability till tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Can I add something though to that?
Yeah. So anytime, baby.
If you go by point spread, the line opened at Titans -1. So the Titans were favored when the line opened. It is now shifted to Texans -3.5. So that makes you think that Vegas believes C.J. Stroud is going to play in this game.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I think with D'Amico's
and he's trending towards
with D'Amico's comments late last week to Stacey Dales, I believe it was, that he was in meetings and back on the practice field Friday. for walkthrough or whatever, accelerated walkthrough, whatever they call it nowadays. So that's the good news, is that it appeared that C.J. Stroud was trending in the right direction. To your point, now the line has swung tremendously, so you got to think that C.J. Stroud is playing. So my point in saying that, Spo, was more about, I know there's more pressing issues with the Texans right now than these three things that I'm fixing to throw at you. But these are the three things that to pull directly from the Browns game on somewhat of a reaction Tuesday, if you will, right? The number of explosive plays. I don't necessarily care about Amari Cooper, and he went for 250. That's a bad look. It's a bad look, and I get it. But it's the number of explosive plays that have been allowed by this team. And this defense has shown the propensity to give up explosives in bunches. And they did it again on Sunday versus the Browns. Joe Flacco is a very, very formidable quarterback. I think Joe is significantly better, obviously, than most have ever thought. I've never disrespected him, but he went out there and took it to a whole other level. But just generally speaking, this defense, the explosives allowed, that's one thing that we hear D'Amico consistently talk about, is we got to limit explosives. He told us in the postgame that the whole plan going out there was to limit the explosives. And then you go out there and you give up a monster play, the second play of the game, I believe it was, or was it the first play? First play of the game.
They gave up the kickoff and then the 53.
Yeah. I mean, so I think that's first things first for me, is this team's going to hang their head on their defense. They're not going to win games where their defense doesn't play really, really well. Not against good opponents, I don't think. And so, to me, that's one thing that this team's got to get right, is you can't let Zach Wilson go out there and throw for 300. You can't let the explosives put you behind the eight ball consistently anytime you play a good football team. So I think that's one thing D'Amico Ryans and company's got to clean up sooner rather than later.
I think the Jacksonville game, the second one, the game that was here, they gave up 4 plays of 40 yards or more in that game. And
it was like 12 of 20 or more.
Yeah, and so you need to make teams drive on you. You need to make teams put together 10, 12-play drives. If you can do that, then you can win. Yep. But if you're just going to let teams get explosives on you and score easily, it's really hard to keep up.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up. It puts a ton of pressure on your offense. And as good as C.J. Stroud is, I mean, you're putting a ton of pressure on him. And he's not, the more, obviously he's gonna give you a chance in those situations, but you don't want to consistently put that pressure on this particular offense and expose them when the injuries have piled up at times, whether it was the offensive line early or Tank Dell and Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz all here recently. You don't want to continue to put that pressure on your offense, and you're going to struggle if you do. The second thing for me, and I think this, again, coming straight from the Browns game, this is a bigger picture for the Texans in terms of what they do, but the Jalen Petrie benching. I mean, are you of the belief that was a benching and not some kind of rotational deal?
No.
Right, okay.
The explanation D'Amico gave was nonsense. It was a nonsense thing. Just because, and he had played every snap since the Pittsburgh game.
Yeah.
The last time that he did not play every single defensive snap was Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And so for him to have played 19 snaps Sunday, 23%, that's there's something to that.
Well, the something to that for me with Jalen Petrie is the fact that he's at a spot where D'Amico Ryans is even entertains benching him, right? Is troublesome for me because I thought Jalen Petrie, I thought it was hook, line, and sinker. This dude is your leader defensively. Will's great. Don't get me wrong. Will is great on the defensive side of the football. Now that he's here, he is a pillar of that defense. But I thought without a doubt that Jalen Petrie was going to be standing right next to Will Anderson as it pertains to being a pillar on that defense. And the fact that for whatever reason they've gone to a point where he's been benched, it's not that I don't think he's not going to play and D'Amico's not going to get him back on the field. All that's that'll work itself out. But it's hard for me to think that a dude that's getting benched week, what was that, 14, 15? What was this past week?
16.
16. Good God, I'm all over the place. Week 16, you're getting benched when the expectations, at least my expectations, were for you to be a pillar in this defense, somebody that they can build around in the secondary. That's a little bit of a concern.
He's ranked 64th by PFF when it comes to safeties.
Okay.
That's not something that you would have expected. when the season started. And I think what's probably been most concerning, you could point to, well, it's a new coaching staff and it's a new system, but okay, that's fine, but you're supposed to be getting better.
Yeah.
And I think the big problem is that he's gotten worse as the season has gone along.
Yeah, two guys, right? Jalen Petrie on the defensive side of the football and Damian Pierce on the offensive side of the football. I understand guys regressing. I understand change in systems, putting guys in a position where they don't play with the instincts, and so they have to take a few steps back in order to get going forward again. I get all that, but these two guys have completely fell off the map. These two guys were the two guys that I sat down across the table from and said, these two dudes got alpha leader in them. These two dudes are going to be instrumental in the rebuild of this program organization moving forward. And now they're both spending more time on the damn sideline than they are on the field. I mean, they're not getting – it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen with both of those guys. I'm overly concerned about Jalen Petrie moving forward, big picture of I thought you had a staple safety that was one of the alphas that was a difference maker moving forward for the next 3 years. And now all of a sudden it's like, hell, he's standing next to D'Amico on the sideline. So that to me is something to keep an eye on. Here's the other thing, and this is really a Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryans deal for me. Who in the hell came up with the two quarterback rotation? It's idiot. Look, I just don't know how. I thought Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans both. I thought we as an organization were beyond sitting around for 5 days preparing for a game and going, yeah, man, let's put this Keenum Mills combo on that ass. Let's bring that. That's what the Cleveland Browns defense needs. And then throw Davis Mills out there. And you and I were sitting next to each other in the press box. And I don't know if it was you, maybe it was Sean, somebody down your way. I heard say, what are they going to do? Run the zone read with Davis Mills? And I'll be damned if they didn't run the zone read. So to me, I thought we were beyond
the Driscoll cat.
Oh, that's what you said.
Yeah.
You said the Driscoll cat. I said, man, get the hell out of here. And I'll be damned if they didn't try to put Mills and connect Mills to that damn cat. I don't know. That was hard to watch for me because I thought Bobby Slowick was above that.
What was, I guess, disconcerting after the game, D'Amico said, yeah, the plan was to use both. Why? Like, why?
Well, when I hear that about this group, I think more along the terms of, hey, man, if you get in a situation where you're obviously going to drive the football down the field, like
what they did in Tennessee.
Well, yeah, what they ultimately ended up doing here. But yes, I mean, you get in a game, you get in this game, and I think in the first half, you saw that it was going to take a quarterback that could throw the ball off his back foot. It was going to take a quarterback that could drift a little bit more and get a little more pop on the football. I would have gone to Davis Mills at halftime had it been me, given what I saw. So when you say, oh, they're going to use two quarterbacks, that's I think both quarterbacks are available. And if we need one skill set over the other in terms of being able to drive the football down the field, in terms of not being able to get swallowed up by the pocket with all the chaos that was going on around the quarterback, then you flip to Davis Mills and give Keenum a little bit of a break to catch his breath. Okay, I can see that. But literally rotating play to play and running zone read with Davis Mills, like I didn't think Bobby Slowick had that in him. I didn't think Bobby Slowick would ever go that particular route. But what do you know, man? Everybody has a rough day from time to time. I hope like hell that quarterback rotation, the two quarterback system, the Mills Keenum combination, I hope that thing is shelved forever. The Texans, I'm sorry, the Texas Bowl. The Texas Bowl is coming up tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock. We got the Texas A&M Aggies versus the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Coming up tomorrow night, one of the best bowl games in the land, y'all. Something we ought to be really proud of here in Houston. But the general manager of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, David Fletcher, the man responsible for the Texas Bowl, he's gonna join us, and he's going to join us next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't
Welcome in on this Reaction Tuesday. I was joking in that first segment, Spo. I didn't know we had it tagged as a Reaction Tuesday. I should have known they just moved that money to the next day, baby. But here we are on a Reaction Tuesday, and Ron Hughley is out. Adam Spolane of Sports Radio 610. Obviously, you can hear him right here on the radio several times throughout the year. SportsRadio610.com does great work over there with Brandon Scott and I call him Johnny. Sean Bijani and company over there, man. Adam Spolane sitting in for a couple of segments here. But coming up tomorrow, one of the best bowl games in the land, the TaxAct Texas Bowl, is set to be played tomorrow at 8 p.m. It's your 7-5 Texas A&M Aggies versus your number 29-4 Oklahoma State Cowboys. Game will be on ESPN. And when I say one of the best bowl games in the land, I literally mean one of the best bowl games in the land right here in our beautiful city of Houston. And joining us now is the general manager of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, responsible for, along with many others, got a heck of a staff, the TaxAct Texas Bowl, David Fletcher. David, how you doing, my man?
Dirty Red, good to see you, buddy. All's well over here at NRG. We're getting ready for a big game tomorrow night, as you said. Going to be another great college football event in Houston in a year when we got a lot of college football in a big-time way happening here. So excited to watch that game here tomorrow night, or listen right here on Sports Radio 610 if you miss it out and you're driving around and can't get over to NRG for the party. So.
That's a great point right there, Fletch. You can listen to it right here on Sports Radio 610 if you're not in front of the tube. But Fletch, I mean, we've talked a lot about this bowl game. I've learned a lot about this bowl game being on the board this year with you guys. And look, I mean, I think there is a lot of information there that the city of Houston should be and will be extremely proud of in terms of how well this city has done, how well you guys have done. And I say you guys meaning you and your entire staff. But over the 10 years, how long has this bowl been going, David?
It's our 18th game this year, and our 10th with the Big 12 SEC matchup, Clint. So it's one of the biggest games in the country, a top 5 most attended game, thanks to the great support we have here in Houston. No doubt that Houston is a college football market, and a couple weeks from now, we'll show that on the biggest of stages as we host the College Football Playoff National Championship game. But a great event to kick off the college football bowl season here with this one. You mentioned it, Aggies and Cowboys, two teams that know each other really, really well. Old rivals playing for the 28th time, and played in this very game just 4 years ago when the Aggies took the championship for that one. So, going to be a lot of fun here tomorrow night. We are expecting a great crowd, but there are still tickets available to come out and enjoy this beautiful football weather. TaxActTexasBowl.com is the site. You can go and be a part of the festivities that kick off in downtown tonight with our Carbach kickoff concert. Roger Krager on the stage for that tonight. It is a free show, so get on over to the Rustic if you can tonight. And then if you are able to join us out here at game day tomorrow, you're going to see a lot of the staples that you see each and every week for Texans games. Lots of tailgating. Lots of live Texas music. Braxton Keith on the stage tomorrow afternoon here, and lots of great football. So it should be a lot of fun. And again, still a handful of tickets to be able to come out and enjoy it available. TaxActTexasBowl.com.
David, one of the things that I thought was really cool was obviously you're closely affiliated, if the game is, with the Houston Texans, sharing NRG and all the minds that be. And again, I think it's one of those things that Houston just loves to hear is the effort being put in to really showcase H-Town, showcase what Houston's all about. And it seems like this year, more so than the past, that there's a real emphasis on that, and it's showing through.
Yeah, look, this is an event that really brings Houston front and center on a national stage with our partners at ESPN. The game is broadcast every year nationally on ESPN. We got the primetime window for the 10th straight year tomorrow night, and that's well-deserved. But I think what it does, Clint, to your point, is it shows why Houston consistently is getting major events each and every year in the sporting space. Having the Final Four here earlier this year, we mentioned the College Football Playoff National Championship game on January 8th here in just a couple weeks. We've got FIFA World Cup on the horizon. We've had more major sporting events at NRG Stadium than any other venue in the country over the last 15 years. And that's really just a testament to how this community pulls together when we get these opportunities on these big stages. And nobody does it better when it comes to the hospitality side, and the Cowboys and Aggies that are in town right now, they're seeing it firsthand. Our great restaurants, our hotels are showing them through, all the attractions like NASA and the zoo and everything that we have here, and sometimes even take for granted, when it comes to daily life in a big city like this. But even the Rockets and Toyota Center have had a bunch of home games in this stretch, and I know Oklahoma State took their team out there the other night, had a great time over at Toyota Center. So, it's going to culminate tomorrow night with a great energy, a great crowd here for the game, and that's something that it doesn't happen by accident. Certainly, great support from groups like our civic leaders, our volunteers, and most importantly, our partners like Sports Radio 610, been helping to make sure we have a full house here tomorrow night. Should be a lot of fun.
David Fletcher from Lone Star Sports and Entertainment joining us on Sports Radio 610. David, what do you guys have planned for the championship game? We've got less than 2 weeks until that.
Yeah, we do. And man, how cool is it that for the first time ever, the 10th edition of the CFP National Championship game coming right here to NRG on January 8th. Harris County Houston Sports Authority and Chris Massey and Janice Burke and the whole crew over there, along with all of the major entities like Houston First and all the sports teams involved, certainly NRG Park. We're going to put on a show. There is a full week of activities that start well before the game itself. Preparations here at the stadium have already begun to some degree, but will really ramp up after Sunday's Texans game. So it will take every bit of the week after that for everything to get into place to host that type of event here at the stadium. But really, again, very similar to what I just said, Sean, the reality, or Adam, I'm sorry. The reality is that there are a whole lot of people that have put a lot of effort into that event, making it a true showcase of what our community can do on these big stages. And from the free fan events over at George R. Brown around the Fan Fest to free concerts over at Shell Energy Stadium on the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night before the game itself here at NRG on Monday. There's just so much going on, and really an earned opportunity, and one that I know Houston's going to show really well around, especially when you look at the caliber of the four teams that are sitting there left. Should be a heck of a football game too, if I don't say so myself, come Monday the 8th. So we'll see how January 1st unfolds. Four tremendous brands with great following, and two of them will descend upon Houston, and I think they're going to be coming in a big way, which is exactly why we put on those events, to bring a lot of people here to Houston and show them a heck of a time.
Well, I know you'll take what you can get as it pertains to the college football national championship. But boy, you fill it up with Aggies tomorrow. It sure would be nice to fill it up with some Longhorns in a couple of weeks, man.
We're equal opportunity when we can be here, Clint. I know that's hard for you to say for both of those as a Razorback. But listen, these are really important events for our community. We're really excited about tomorrow night's Tax Act Texas Bowl. Again, if you want to come out and join us, it's going to be a full house, but still a handful of seats left. TaxActTexasBowl.com. And if you can't make it out, just check out ESPN or tune in right here at Sports Radio 610. I think Brett Dolan and John Harris are on the call, which should be a fantastic matchup between the Cowboys and Aggies in the 2023 Tax Act Texas Bowl.
That's David Fletcher, GM of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, putting together that Tax Act Texas Bowl over at NRG tomorrow night. Y'all check it out. David, we appreciate you for joining us, man.
Likewise, guys. Happy holidays. Let's enjoy the next few weeks ahead. A lot of football here in Houston, and hopefully even a little bit more if the Texans keep it rolling. So I appreciate you guys. We'll see you soon.
You got it, man. Be good. All right, coming up next, we got Dameon Pierce. We had Dameon Pierce, the running back for the Houston Texans, kick returner now for the Houston Texans. We had him on the postgame show after the game Sunday, after his big kickoff return for a touchdown on Sunday, and he had some very, very interesting comments. He actually addressed taking a lesser role offensively, as well as how that kick return duty came about. So this is audio that you do not want to miss. Really, really good stuff from Texans running back Dameon Pierce. That's next.
It's a Reaction Tuesday. Up is John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Kickoff return at the 2, left side, over the 5, 10, 15, 20. Pierce still going, 25, 30, out to the right side, 40, 45, 50. To the right sideline, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, rock and roll, yes! Coast to coast, Dameon Pierce. And this place has exploded. Yes!
Well, at that point in time, we thought that Dameon Pierce might spark a little momentum and get us back in that football game. But nonetheless, that was about the extent of the excitement, if you will, with the exception of Davis Mills coming in and a couple of drives there late in the fourth quarter. But Dameon Pierce, look, he's been a topic of conversation for, I guess, last year, obviously, for good reasons. But this year, the Dameon Pierce, I guess the lessened role for Dameon Pierce, some chalked it up to an injury originally, but it turns out that it's a little more. It's a little deeper than that with Dameon Pierce, but it was good to see him get a little kickoff return action. Who knew he had that in his bag? We'll get to know Dameon Pierce, the kickoff returner, here in a minute. But again, Ron the Show Hughley is out. Now Adam Spolane is out, and my man Patrick Creighton is in the building with me for the rest of the show. Patrick, how you doing, man?
Doing good, brother. This is not what I expected to be doing when I was leaving the parking lot at Lowe's at 1:35 this afternoon, but you know what? Pretty cool that I can be A, unemployed, and B, get my own 10-day contract almost, right? Like a 1-day contract, pop in, hanging out here with Big Papa Stoerner. Yes. By the way, now that I actually got to see you in person, congratulations on the birth of your daughter. That is awesome. That's a little bit of an early Christmas present for you guys at that house. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, look, I'm still feeling it, man. I trying to catch up on some sleep. The little one ain't sleeping much, and the older, when I say older, she's almost 2. She don't give a rip. So she's getting up at 7, and she's a damn hurricane all day. But I tell you, PC, I absolutely love it, man. It's been an absolute blessing. Speaking of blessings, I appreciate you cutting your Lowe's trip short and getting in here and talking about these H-Town sports for a little while with me, man.
Well, listen, it was a tough choice. So I want to do chores and home improvement around the house. I don't want to come hang out on the radio and talk sports. It was really hard. It probably took me about a half a nanosecond to make that decision, and here I am.
Well, let me ask you this, because the first segment didn't go real well when I asked Adam Spolane, who is Jewish, what he got for Christmas. That didn't go real well. Did you have a good Christmas, man?
I did. I had a great Christmas. A lot of times we go up to New York. I'm from New York. All our family's up in New York. So a lot of times Christmas Day is getting up at the crack of dawn, having breakfast with the in-laws, then packing up the car, going to see my parents, then packing up the car again, going to have dinner at my aunt's, then packing up the car again, going back to and run all over the place. You know what I did on Christmas Day? Absolutely freaking nothing. I sat on my ass. I watched some football till about halftime when I said bleep this. All right, I watched important Christmas movies. I got to introduce my kids to things like Miracle on 34th Street and It's a Wonderful Life and Die Hard. And I ate everything that I could get my hands on, and it was awesome. This is a holiday. I didn't move. That's what a holiday is supposed to be. So I had a wonderful time, and I got, like you, I got important things. I got some new power tools.
Yes.
I got.
You get excited about them.
I did. Right after Thanksgiving, my wife's like, "Hey, listen, you gotta get the Christmas lights out. You gotta get the house decorated,
right?
And like the soffit around the garage needs to be replaced, and there's some other things in the patio that need to be replaced, and I had to just get to some things." And you open up the toolbox, and you're like, "Holy cow! It smells like a dead body in there," and like everything's all like rusted and old and stuff. I was like, "All right, I need new tools," and I was going to like just throw them out, go down. And I was like, "Why don't you wait a month?" Hint. Right. Okay, so why don't you wait a month?
Hey, let me make a list.
I got all kinds of new tools. I got an Xbox by accident. I've never played Xbox.
Okay.
I want to play Xbox. Apparently, that's the way to keep up with my teenagers.
Okay.
So my kid's a little older than yours. My son's 19. He goes to UTD. My daughter's 16. She's junior in high school. And they're always on the Xbox. They put the headsets on and they're talking.
Yes.
So if I want to communicate with my kids after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the only way I'm going to do so is to have an Xbox and a headset. So my daughter's Xbox was malfunctioning. and I brought it in to be repaired. The guy's like, look, based on what you're telling me, I don't know that we can fix this. So we're going to try, but I can't promise you we're going to fix it. And he had another Xbox right there that was on sale for $150. I was like, give me this one, and I'll buy this as an insurance policy in case you can't fix the other one. So I bought it, and I had my son test it, and it worked out fine, so everything was good. And they called me back 3 days later, and they're like, okay, we got your Xbox fixed. So I was like, you going to return that? I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
I said, well, I'm going to learn to play it. That's why.
That worked out well for one guy, Patrick Creighton.
That's right. I bought myself a new electric guitar. Thanks, Santa Me.
Okay.
Appreciate Santa Me.
Damn, man.
And,
Did you hit the lottery or what?
I did all right, man. I did all right.
Good deal, man. That's good to hear.
Interesting story, real quick.
No,
because I heard you talking about how you bought your wife a brand new set of pots and pans, and this wasn't like, listen, honey, I need you to be in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant and here's some pans. Right. This was, she came to you.
Yes.
And she said, honey, you see these pots and pans right here? I want these. Not those, not those, not those. These. And they better be under the damn tree. Your wife and my wife apparently know each other because they both did the same thing.
She actually sent me a link, Patrick. She sent me a link, so I knew exactly. The link took me exactly to damn near checkout. All I had to do was put it in my bag.
We almost got to, hey, you're going to get this for me, but it happened to be on a day I was not feeling well. So she was just like, I'm going to get them. Give me your credit card.
Oh, even better.
And I was just like, here you go.
Yes.
All you.
Yes. Yes. Hey, man, she sent me that because I was telling her, I said, look, I'm usually pretty good with gifts. I'm usually, because I'll spend a little bit of money. I would rather spend more money. I'd rather wait till the very last second, know exactly what I'm going to get, and spend a little money than to shop for a week. So usually,
with you,
right? So usually it works out well for my wife in the sense she gets whatever the hell she wants, really, and it's usually cost a little bit more than she expect and that kind of deal. So I said, but this time I couldn't think, man. Like because this time of year for me is we go her birthday, now the new baby's birthday, Christmas, anniversary. Actually, before anniversary is Valentine's Day, and then baby number one's birthday. So I mean, all of my stuff, all of my gift buying is all wrapped up in about a three month span. Oh, by the way, having the other baby, the push present. So that was another gift idea out the window, right? And so I was like, man, I usually don't do this to you, but I mean, I need some help. And for a week, she wouldn't respond. I said, look, I need some damn help. And she sent me that link, and I had, before that link quit bubbling, man, I had them damn pots and pans bought, boy. It was money. But speaking of new things, you mentioned my new baby and your new guitar and your new Xbox. Damian Pierce, he did something a little new to us all this weekend and did it in pretty impressive fashion. You heard it when we bumped in. Damian Pierce with a kickoff return, which, to be honest with you, the Texans scored 22 points, but really the only excitement that was there to really be had was Damian Pierce's kickoff return. I don't know about you, Patrick, but this Damian Pierce and now Jalen Petrie, by the way, who got benched on Sunday. Those two guys going from guys that I thought had like pillar alpha leader type possibility, type futures. Both of those guys today where we sit are like, one got benched and the other one is now a kickoff returner. He's not even getting run at the running back position. To think that was going to happen is wild. But nonetheless, Damian Pierce, he got that kickoff return. And the first thing that I had to ask him in the postgame was, how in the hell did 31 end up returning kicks? And to be honest with you, Patrick, it was about the way my question came across to him was like, how in the hell do you don't look like a kickoff returner? You're a running back. I don't remember you returning kicks in training camp. I don't remember you even catching a kickoff. Well, here's Damian Pierce talking about how his kick returning duties came about.
So I come in Tuesday. So I usually meet with my running back coach before everything gets started. So we in there chilling. He like, you checked the depth chart today? I'm like, depth chart of what? He like, they got you returning. That's nice. You know what I'm saying? I ain't did that since high school, but okay. You know what I'm saying? But that's how that went, bro. Just how it looked. That's exactly how it went. You know, I just came in Tuesday. I was like, well, that's another opportunity for me to go make plays, help the team, and all.
Patrick, it's crazy to think And I was never. I mean, I was a decent athlete, but I was never good enough to do like have a mentality like he just had. Like the thought of you hadn't done something since high school, and a coach or an NFL team comes to you and goes, "Hey man, we're gonna try you a kickoff return," and then literally that Sunday go out there and return one for a touchdown, return one period, and be decent at your job is one thing, but to go out there and return one when you hadn't done it since high school. 90-some-odd yards for really, to be honest with you, the only score that mattered in this game for the Texans is absolutely mind-boggling.
So much about that play. Like, there were so many emotions in that play, too, right?
Yeah.
So first, it's like, this is what's going to get the Texans out of their doldrums. This is going to be the catalyst. It didn't work out that way. But in that moment, this is the catalyst. Number 2, 31 still got it. Right, 31 still got it.
Yeah.
All this, he's washed, he's a bum, he's terrible, just all that nonsense, all that silliness. And look, as we're 16 weeks into the season, a lot of silly takes come out during the course of the year. And that Dameon Pierce was absolute garbage was one of the silliest takes that everybody has kind of pushed out there. We've heard since the offseason that he was struggling with the concept and hasn't quite found his niche in the concept yet. And for him to take it back on a kickoff return after you heard him say, not since high school, certainly you and I haven't seen him take kickoffs, certainly not with the Texans. I don't remember him taking any at Florida. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. I just don't remember him taking any at Florida. And he just goes right to that. Even the announcers on the game are talking junk. Does he have enough to get to the end zone? They thought he was just going to run out of gas because, he's a big running back. He's probably going to get tired at the 20. He just kept going. I was so happy for 31 in that moment.
Hey, PC, when you look at, and I think it's anytime we talk a lot about guys being fast in the league, but anytime that they break into the open field like that, that's when you find out, can they really run? I played with dudes that were like, I'm a 4.2, and then we'd go play Florida, and they'd get sucked up within 20 yards. Like, no, you ain't no 4.2. You might be a 4.2 on the track, but you're not a 4.2 in football speed. I mean, anytime Dameon Pierce is one of those guys that whatever they said he ran the 40, and I don't even know what his combine numbers were, but whatever they said it's significantly faster on the turf. It's significantly faster in cleats, and that's what you look for in a football player. And so I don't know what the hell is going to happen the rest of his career in terms of whether or not he plays the running back position or not anymore, but the fact that he can go out there and take 90+ yards to the crib on a kickoff is a speed that, to be honest with you, just very few have.
He ran a 4.59 40.
He ran every bit of a 4.4 yesterday or Sunday.
And this is one of those things. And look, you obviously played football at a much higher level than I ever played football. But when we hear guys say, this guy's a 4.4, that guy's a 4.55, they talk about guys who are 4.4 like they're lightning fast, and guys who are 4.55 like they're dragging ass slow. and I tell people, I'm like, take out your phone, go to the stopwatch thing, and as fast as you possibly can, hit start, stop. All right. And when you do that, think about how fast that is, because that's the difference between a 4.4 and a 4.6.
Yeah.
Like that. That's a 4.4 to a 4.6. When a guy is a 4.6, he's not dragging ass slow.
That's right.
And he gets a little bit of a head start out there when you're full speed going forward, and everybody now has to get behind you. You've got to have crazy closing speed to start making up distance on that. And you saw it. He does have the stamina to go all the way to the house. And you talked about football speed, actual game speed. He showed you that for all people like, he doesn't have that kind of speed. He very much does have game speed. He just hasn't found his fit in the system yet. And when he does, you're going to have a really good player again.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and Dameon Pierce, he went on some of the best audio that I've heard all year long, and there's plenty of football horniness in coming out of this locker room with Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. All that stuff turns me on. I'm telling you, Dameon Pierce has some of the best audio about his lessened role at the running back position that you're going to hear. We're going to play that a little bit later in the show, but right now we got coming up next, the Big Three at 3. We had some unbelievable football games, and look, some uncharacteristic or unexpected outcomes across the landscape of the NFL over the last couple of days. We'll hit those, and we'll do it next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from over.
You hope to have a chance with 2 games left. That's great.
presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number one.
All right, number one, I think, look, here's the deal, is what's going to happen with the Houston Texans at the quarterback position. Patrick Creighton joining me today in for Ron, the show Hughley, and Jay Samuel in for Tyler Milner as well. We're rocking and rolling. But the Houston Texans, we don't have any media availability. In other words, we're not going to hear from the Houston Texans until tomorrow, and that's just about anything. I don't expect them to tell us about C.J. Stroud, but the update is on C.J. Stroud is that we'll hear something from the organization tomorrow. Keep in mind that D'Amico Ryans did tell, I believe it was Stacey Dales, this weekend at some point, I don't know if it was right before the game or if it was Saturday, but that C.J. Stroud did participate in meetings and was on the field. I'm going to use that word participate a little bit lightly on the field. He was on the field for the Friday practice, accelerated walkthrough, whatever you want to call it. Patrick, I don't know where you stand on the concussion front, other than we're just not doctors, and so there's really not a whole lot of substance there for us to discuss. We just wait on updates. But I do know this. I talked to John McClain last week about this particular situation and about what the do's and the do's and don'ts are because I didn't know that players could practice if they hadn't cleared protocol. I didn't know that you put them out there. But now that you think back, they put them in a red jersey, no contact, obviously. But to me, it just didn't register that you could put people on the field before they clear the protocol. So here we sit. C.J. Stroud has not cleared protocol, but he is on the field. He is participating, and clearly this is a different football team with C.J. Stroud. But your thoughts on what him being on the field and being involved on Friday before the game this past Sunday. So 5 days ago.
I thought that him not playing last week was kind of when he didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday. I said, all right, they're definitely not going to play.
Right.
I thought that was kind of a signal, though, that, hey, we're going to take a little extra careful with him. It's his first year. I thought it's important they didn't have like a Tua situation from last year where he's got a concussion. They go right back out there. He gets another concussion that's even worse. And you see him in that like fencing position. It's like we're not going to scramble the brains of the guy that we hope is going to quarterback this team for the next 10, 15 years. So that they took it a little more conservatively, I like that. I know it cost them a game this week. But it cost you a game. It didn't cost you the season. It didn't cost you his career.
Yeah.
So that I thought was more important. I do think that C.J. Stroud is going to play this week.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be ready to go. The fact that he was out on the field tells you, the NFL concussion protocol, it's 5 stages. For him to be out on the field, he had to get through at least 3, if not the 4th stage. So the 5th stages are clear, totally clear. So if he is on the field, he's at least through 3, if not 4 of the stages, and now it's just, okay, get that final hurdle and you're game ready. Yeah. So hopefully that's what we'll see by tomorrow is CJ at least a limited participant tomorrow, and then by Thursday fully cleared and ready to play.
I agree with you. I think there's no I agreed with him not playing him this week, even if he would have had come out and like Trevor Lawrence, hey, you're cleared to play on Friday, and all of a sudden he's back out there Sunday after really focusing on just clearing protocol in order to get back. There was no reason to rush him out there. I agree with you that he's going to play this Sunday, but isn't it crazy, Patrick, like because I immediately thought about Mike McDaniel, the Tua situation you brought up, and not just from Tua's perspective, but from the head coach's perspective. Because remember, Mike McDaniel, he got drug over the coals a little bit because he quote-unquote allowed it to happen, which I know from being in the world of like, the head coaches, they go straight to the doctor like, Doc, what do you think? He's cleared. Okay, then he can go play. So, I mean, it's not like Mike McDaniel didn't sit around and go, man, should I or should I not put this guy out there? I mean, the doctor said he was cleared. Boom, they put him back out there. But the point is like DeMeco Ryans and the Texans had to be looking at it like this is about a lot more than just the player clearing protocol. We as an organization got to make sure we got our T's crossed and I's dotted and make sure that nothing gets squirrely here on us.
100%.
Yeah.
Right? The health and safety of CJ, duration of the season, and then history for him going forward is way more important than – I mean, look what the Jags are doing with Trevor Lawrence. When he had that ankle injury, I was like – and then they were saying, oh, he's going to play the next week. I was like, if they try to play him the next week, they could lose out. Because they're going to – he's already playing hurt. He could barely walk off the field. The next week he gets a concussion. And they lose. And then this week, they run him out there again, and AC injury comes out of the game. They lose again. Like they're playing. The margin of winning and losing in the NFL is so razor thin. You're sending your quarterback out there. He's not close to 100% because you have no faith in your backup whatsoever. And you're putting him in danger, and you're putting your season in danger. And their refusal to just give him a week has cost them 3 games.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's just a different world we live in, man. It's right now, and I think everybody's got to for their personal reasons. I know DeMeco Ryans isn't selfish about it, but as a head coach, you got to look at it and say, I got to handle this the right way, because if not, they're going to drag my ass over the coals. Not just the doctors and the trainers and the player, they're going to drag me. So anyway, nonetheless, hopefully C.J. Stroud is back. Hopefully we hear that from the Texans tomorrow. And look, to be honest with you, what is tomorrow? Wednesday? I'm trying to remember what day it is we hear from C.J. Stroud. Typically, it's the same day that we hear from DeMeco Ryans, which I believe is Wednesday. So hopefully we will hear from C.J. Stroud. That may be asking for a little much, right? 2 weeks, no games because of a concussion. To think that we may hear from him tomorrow may be a little much, but hell, we can dream big.
I listen, if you're not going to dream big, what are we dreaming for here?
Right. That's right.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
There was some monster games this weekend. I don't know, Patrick. I'm trying to figure out personally if I'm interested in as many middle-of-the-pack football games more so this year because the Texans are in the middle of the pack and it's what I do for a living and I've got to watch it, or is the fact that the Bills are fighting for their playoff life and they're going to have to be a wild card this year when a lot of folks thought they were still in that Super Bowl caliber range. Is that really as sexy as one may think, or am I just covering it a little bit close and a little bit more into it because the Texans are part of it? But there was some big time games this weekend. None bigger than, in my opinion, you may disagree, but none bigger than the Cowboys-Dolphins game this past weekend. In terms of what was at stake, the Cowboys needed it to keep pace with the Eagles, obviously, in the division. The Miami Dolphins needed to prove that they can, one, win the division, but to prove that they can beat a above 500 football team. And so I look at that. I looked at that football game right there, Patrick, and I watched a good chunk of it. By the way, are you a believer in the Cowboys?
I'm not a believer in the Cowboys. I love Dak. I love Dak. Yep. But I don't believe in the head coach.
Boy, we may have too much of the same opinions. Right? I love Dak from jump. I disagree with how they used Dak throughout his career. I know he blew a leg up, but I disagree how they used him. I was not a fan of the Jerry Jones move with going from. I liked him getting rid of Kellen Moore. But I didn't like the move of going to Mike McCarthy. But I'm gonna tell you, I've watched a lot of their games this year. McCarthy's made a little bit of a believer out of me. He's made a little bit of a believer out of me. Now you still have the Cowboy inconsistent, just like this Miami game. You can go back and it was two really good football teams, and the team that made fewer mistakes is who won this football game. The Cowboys always seem to shoot themselves in the foot when it matters the most. But overall, I'll be honest with you. Mike McCarthy's made me a little bit of a believer.
My issues with the Cowboys are they don't seem to handle success well. All right, they got off to the hot start. Oh, yeah. They beat the snot out of the Giants, who are an awful football team, especially early in the season. They were they were so out of whack. Yeah. They smashed the Giants, and they smashed the Jets, who didn't have Aaron Rodgers and hadn't figured out anything yet. And then they go on the road and they lose to the Cardinals. And they didn't just lose, they got spanked.
Right.
You got housed by the 49ers in San Francisco. Win a couple of games, lose to Philly in Philadelphia. Beat up on the Commanders, who stink. All right, nice win over the Seahawks. Gave up way too many points. We gave them 35 points to the Seahawks. Then you get a big win at home against Philly, and you followed it up exactly as I thought you did, which was laying a colossal egg going to Buffalo. Oh, we beat the Eagles. The season's over. We're champs. And they got run over by the Buffalo Bills. And I was concerned about them going to Miami. How are they going to stop the run game? Because, they'll get a pass rush going. Yep. They could probably rattle Tua. But how are they going to stop the run game? And here's the Cowboys finding a way to lose a game they probably should have won. I think the Cowboys have as much talent as the Miami Dolphins. That's a game that they should not have lost. Now they're going to play a Lions team look, they're hungry. They're good. People don't realize that is a really good Lions team, and they can go to Dallas and get a victory. And now you're already back to being a game back of Philly. That team, for whatever reason, when things are going well, they can't handle it.
Yeah. The inconsistency with the Cowboys has always been my problem with the Cowboys, whether it's Romo or Dak. They're as talented and can beat anybody in the league on any given Sunday, but the question is, when you're a Super Bowl caliber team, the question is, can you rattle off 3 or 4, or it's going to be 4 for them, obviously. Can you rattle off 4 straight wins versus the best opponents the game has to offer? And the Cowboys just, in my opinion, There's no way. They're too inconsistent. They're not going to. Could they beat any of those 4 teams on any given Sunday? Yes. But can they beat them? Can they do it 4 straight Sundays or 4 straight games? I don't believe they can. So I got the same concerns with them. But I'd be lying if I told you that McCarthy didn't make a believer out of me. He is doing much. They are doing much better with him calling plays than I ever expected. A couple of feel-good stories out of the NFL. You mentioned one of the teams, and Dan Campbell. I'm a big fan of Dan Campbell. We crossed paths with the Cowboys late in his career. I'm just a big fan of the way he goes about coaching, how authentic, and whether you love him or not, he's authentic as hell. He's genuine, he's sincere, and I think that plays in locker rooms, and it's clearly playing in Detroit. Man, they beat the Vikings 30-24, and now only the Browns have a longer run since they've won a division title. 30 years since the Detroit Lions have won a division title. They can now call themselves division champs. It's a hell of a feel-good story, and I'm stoked for Dan Campbell out there in Detroit.
Have you ever seen Dan Campbell bite anyone's knees?
I have not, but I believe he would. That's the thing. When Dan said that, I'm like, that's kind of odd. I mean, you got to be half a bubble off to even say that. But would Dan? Yeah, I think at the bottom of a pile, if Dan didn't have a face mask on, he'd take a bite out of somebody's knee if he needed to.
You don't have to do it. Just the credible threat of it happening has to be in somebody's mind.
That's right. Hey, the other feel-good story, Patrick, which I thought was, again, the Antonio Pierce situation in Las Vegas, taking over that team. There's nothing more difficult, I think, than a guy that's never head coached before, especially if you're a former player and you kind of climb the ladder a little bit quicker than maybe other coaches have, to all of a sudden be thrown into, hey, man, you got the reins for the rest of the season. Go get them. You better be cut from the head coach cloth, or you're going to be overwhelmed very, very quickly. It looks like Pierce is definitely got head coach in his future, and he's got the Raiders playing well above board relative to what we had seen. And I'm going to tell you, man, they made I don't know if you got a chance to watch much of that game last night, but they beat the Chiefs 20-14, and they beat the Chiefs. Like that game, it shouldn't have been 20-14. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, they had them boys as flustered as you could possibly imagine. That game probably should not have been that close. But nonetheless, the Raiders still have playoff hopes. Their playoff hopes are still alive, although it's thin, but their hopes are still alive. That's a hell of a story that Pierce has got going in Las Vegas.
Man, I'm so happy for Antonio Pierce, a guy who's been a leader his entire career. Every team that he's won, I got to see plenty of Antonio Pierce in the New York Giants, where he was a team leader there and was a big part of their success. He is a guy that is kind of universally considered to be almost like a D'Amico Ryans, right? A guy who's been a leader at every stop he's ever been, respected by his teammates, respected by football people, doesn't pull punches. And these guys, I mean, look, they had no business winning that game. They won because they got a fumble return for a touchdown, they got a scoop and score, and they got a pick six like 7 seconds apart.
Yes.
They don't have a quarterback right now. Aiden O'Connell for 62 yards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he basically had the same kind of game the third-string quarterback for Georgia had, where he threw for like 60 yards.
Yes.
And they beat the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead, and that should never, ever happen.
Yep.
You were talking about why am I watching all these mid-games? Why am I watching these mid-level games? Because a lot of the teams that before the season were expected to be the elite echelon, they're not. They're in the middle of the pack, like the Kansas City Chiefs. And we're watching these games because the Chiefs and the Bills, they have not elevated where they were supposed to. They're stuck in the mud, in with the pack of all the other teams who were, 8 wins, 9 wins, battling for those 3 wild cards.
Yeah, and there's just something about, look, I've enjoyed, and I love giving my daily co-host here, Ron, hell about it when we get a chance with the Kansas City Chiefs. But just they've found a way to sustain winning with that life on the edge approach to football. And it's like I've never been able to relate to it. I just, the no look passes and like yesterday the snapping the ball to the running back and then him handing it to Pat Mahomes, and that was the fumble scoop and score, I believe it was. I don't know if did they score on that one or did they just give them a no? They did score on that one.
They got score and then they got the pick six.
Yeah. But the whole razzle dazzle thing in the middle of the game for no reason, it backfired on them. And I think there's some level of joy in me there's some level of joy that I get out of that when it's just like, man, at the NFL level, you're not supposed to be doing that stuff, and they've been doing it for so long and winning with it. I'm tired of it, and so it was good to see that. And look, like you said, Antonio Pierce, I'm a fan. And then the last but not least, man, last night, do you think the MVP was decided last night?
I don't know if MVP has been decided yet, but I have thought Lamar Jackson should be in the conversation a lot longer than he has been. I think the MVP conversation has been a wild roller coaster of whoever had the best game this week, like they suddenly are the number one guy. I think Christian McCaffrey should have been in the conversation. I don't know. Call me crazy. I don't think Brock Purdy should be in the conversation. I'm not saying he's not having a good year. I don't think he's the MVP. Like, do you look at that team and say, if I took the starting quarterback of 6 other teams, that they would completely fall apart if I swapped them out? I don't think they would.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think when MVP is an interesting award and term, because I think we can even look at Lamar Jackson having a good year, getting better consistently. I think he probably ends up winning it, but there are other guys that are more important to their team right now. In terms of their win, like I was listening to these guys this morning talk about Josh Allen. Josh Allen scored over 80% of his team's points this year.
Josh Allen's probably given away 20% of his team points this year.
No, true. I agree with you, but it's just one of those where there's two different ends of the spectrum, right? The guy that, to your point, scores more than anybody but gives it up, and the other guy that's ultra conservative and all he does is put up huge numbers, and he's got a great supporting cast. And then you got your oddball positions, your running backs, your defensive ends, your receivers that are in the conversation this year. It's a very interesting conversation, and it's real this year because there's no quarterback that's just your front runner.
As I dangle the lollipop here in front of the Texans fans, what would the Texans be if C.J. Stroud entered an offense that had Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and said, here you go, Rook. You have every Lamborghini in the shop.
Yeah, look, the truth of the matter is we wouldn't know how good C.J. Stroud is because he would just be distributing, right? He wouldn't have to put the team on his back like he has multiple times here. All right, I'm absolutely blown away with something that's with his bowl season popping up again. No pun intended, but I'm absolutely blown away with one thing that I see on social media consistently and here in our world today. I'm going to tell you what that is. We've discussed it on this radio station before, but I got to circle back to it with you, Patrick. I'll tell you what that is, and we'll discuss next.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
You have to earn those spots to get into the playoffs. So if we go and play better and earn a spot, then we can talk about possibly the playoff race and what does that look like. But until then, right, we got to do a much better job collectively.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for Yingling Flight, the best light beer on the planet that you're going to find. We love the numbers with Yingling Flight, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't taste good, and Yingling Flight tastes amazing. It's my beer. We're right on the cusp of the holiday season, right in the middle of football season. Nothing goes better with either of those things, holidays or football, than Yingling Flight. Go get yourself some wherever it is you get your beer and load up that bottom shelf of the fridge just like I do. It's Yingling Flight, and drink responsibly. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my friends at Soda Weight Loss. It is the holiday season, and look, I know what it's like to look at those holiday pictures, see yourself, and go, man, I hate looking at myself in these pictures. I want to look good for the holiday pictures, and I need a program that I'm going to see results right away. That's Soda Weight Loss, and that's what was so huge for me, is that I started seeing those numbers on the scale go down right away. That's what Aaron liked about it as well. Aaron, tell them what you love about Soda Weight Loss.
Come in and try it, and if it's not working for you, I'd be shocked. The motivation really comes after the first week, and you see the first set of numbers dropping off of your weight. It's a great way to get things going, to start turning things in the right direction again.
You've heard me talk about how easy the Soda Weight Loss plan is to execute, and it's true. It's a blueprint to eat better, live a better life, mix in some exercise, and most importantly, keep the weight off. Stepping on that scale each week and seeing that number go down and down and down right away is what really, really motivated me on Soda Weight Loss, and it'll motivate you. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com, click the Soda at Home tab in the upper left-hand corner. That's where your journey begins. Soda is state of the
it.
With Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, you'll be on the path to affordable healthcare coverage that's backed by thousands of positive reviews from people across the state.
I have a busy life. I appreciate the flexibility and the affordable monthly payment.
Don't get lost in the sea of options. Call 1-800-435-1900 or visit needcoveragetx.com. Last year, 4 out of 5 people were eligible for payments as low as $10 a month or less after tax credits.
They cover so much no matter where I go, even discounts on my prescriptions.
I get wellness benefits that make my gym membership and gear more affordable, even my shoes.
Don't wait. Open enrollment ends soon. Call 1-800-435-1900 or visit needcoveragetx.com. Follow the path to affordable with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Through it all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company. Health Insurance Marketplaces 2023 Open Enrollment Report.
Want to build on your own land? Our Vision Homes is Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. Our Vision offers a streamlined process in order to ensure the timeliness and quality of your home while allowing for the flexibility to customize any project. Our Vision works with you each step of the way. Learn how to get started today. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for our Build on Your Land seminar. Space is limited. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today to register. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley's out. Tyler Milner's out. Patrick Creighton is in for Ron. And Jace Samuel's in for Tyler Milner on this day after Christmas. Hope everybody out there is having a happy holiday. Hope you had a Merry Christmas and the holidays are not over. We got New Year's right around the corner. Thank you for tuning in. We hopefully we can be a small part of your holidays whenever you're in your car driving around, whenever you're in your office, if you're working, whatever it is you do. Use that Odyssey app. Download that Odyssey app. It's AUDACY. You can take us anywhere you go. Jog, you can tune in. And we appreciate everybody that chooses to do so and spend a little bit of their day, a little bit of their holidays with us. Guys, I've brought this up before. And I don't know why on social media, but this is kind of one of those things. And even when we talk about it on here, it usually has legs, right? And runs in several different directions. Are you a fan, Patrick? Are you a fan of Pop-Tarts?
I am a fan of Pop-Tarts. I like Pop-Tarts. I like multiple different kinds of Pop-Tarts.
Don't take offense to this, Patrick, but as I sit across the table from you here in the studio, I would have bet a good chunk of money that you like Pop-Tarts. Jace.
Can't imagine what would have given that away.
Well, I mean, the older white guys, we usually like Pop-Tarts. Jace, you like Pop-Tarts?
Yeah, I like some Pop-Tarts.
Okay, you're Pop. But to be honest with you, it's hard to look. If I look at somebody and go, now that guy doesn't like Pop-Tarts, that's disrespect. I probably don't like the guy. So I would have. Who doesn't like Pop-Tarts, right? Well,
people with no souls.
Right. It's crazy. So I've always been the strawberry Pop-Tart with sprinkles on top, and you toast it in the toaster. If you don't have a toaster, you can put it in the microwave. But you toast it in the toaster, and as soon as you get it out of the toaster, you hit that thing with 4 to 5 sprays of I can't believe it's not butter. And it's over. It's done with, right? I cannot believe how many people, and Patrick, you may be one of these, are Pop-Tart people but have never put butter on their Pop-Tarts.
I've never put butter on a Pop-Tart.
Never.
Not only have I never put butter on a Pop-Tart, when you said spray,
yeah, it's got to be spray.
I was just like, please don't be something really disgusting. and look, as someone who is well versed in I can't believe it's not butter, or I can't believe it's not butter light. Someone who's well versed in this.
I didn't know there was a light version, but okay.
It has an okay taste. You can eat it. It's not bad. It's not something that personally that I would do. I am more the kind of I don't even necessarily put them in the toaster.
Oh,
I just rip them and eat them like they're snacks.
Well, I've been known to do that as well. But
strawberry, the frosted strawberry, not just the plain strawberry. The frosted blueberry.
Yes.
The brown sugar cinnamon.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those are like the 3 go-tos right there. But yeah, usually I would just, hey, it's 9:30 at night. I don't really want to eat, but I'm hungry.
Right.
I just rip open a thing of Pop-Tarts and jam them down.
Well, here's the deal, Patrick. I this got sparked on social media again today. And my name, we talked about it enough to where when somebody talks about it on social media, somebody always tags me in, are you putting butter on your Pop-Tarts kind of deal. So it's not
like it's mayo. I mean, come on. It's just butter. It's not that bad.
Well, most of the time it's somebody that does it that can't believe that more people don't do it, right? But nonetheless, it happened again today. And the last time we had this conversation was when Pop-Tarts decided to sponsor a bowl game, which I thought is absolutely beautiful. I'd like to go play in that bowl game. I'd like to cover that bowl game so that I can get up every morning and in my hotel room, I've got me a big welcome basket of all the different flavored Pop-Tarts.
You just need a credential so that you can get all the goodies the day before.
That's it.
And then sit in the press box and hopefully munch on 20 different kinds of Pop-Tarts.
That's it. And here's the deal. In the everybody goes to a bowl game age that we're in, which I'm a fan of, by the way, this is actually a really good bowl game. The Pop-Tarts Bowl. North Carolina State sitting at 9-3 versus the Kansas State Wildcats 8-4.
Ah, there you go.
Number
ACC
18 versus number 25. The Pop-Tarts Bowl, bro. And here's where the conversation really started. I don't know if you saw this. Most bowl games, I'll be honest with you, most trophies that aren't your national championship trophy and your Super Bowl trophy, like they leave a lot to be desired.
Dilligaff.
What?
Dilligaff.
The hell does that mean?
Does it look like I give a?
Oh, that's good. I like that. I'll have to use that one. But yeah, most of the trophies are like, okay, yeah, whatever. Have you seen the Pop-Tarts trophy?
I have.
Bro.
It is awesome.
Jace, have you seen the Pop-Tarts trophy?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
So I'm going back and forth with these two guys this morning about butter on Pop-Tarts, and I'm like, what the hell? Where did this conversation come from? So I start hitting the back button and scrolling, and all of a sudden this beautiful trophy pops up. As you said, ACC versus Big 12. It's the stack, the wedding cake look with the different stacks, but it's got a big Pop-Tart logo on the front of it. It's got the two sides that I can see opposite the colorful logo has what looks to be just metal Pop-Tarts with a little bit of texture on them. No color, no nothing, which is absolutely beautiful. And then the big ball that sits atop is got two Pop-Tarts coming out of it as if it were a toaster.
This thing is so glorious.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
And whoever wins this game, somebody better be eating the Pop-Tarts out of the trophy.
How badass would that be if that actually was a plug-in toaster at the top?
And they actually look like the strawberry frosted
Those
Pop-Tarts.
They're my favorite
too, right?
ones. That is great. Well done, Pop-Tarts Bowl, though, man. You're going to throw Pop-Tarts on a bowl game, the trophy better be right, and you better be able to incorporate the toaster somehow, and no better way to do it than to throw a big-ass silver football on the top of your trophy that looks like a toaster. Absolutely beautiful. By the way, when I saw the Pop-Tart Bowl game, I thought this has got to be 5-win teams playing, right? I just assumed they slid in somewhere. They clearly got some good squads playing, NC State and Kansas State. That's going to be big. Hey, I got to get one more thing cleared up. We usually have a thing called Mad Dog Mondays here on the show. If you can't see all the Mad Dog 2020 back here, the bottles on the window. We typically have a Mad Dog Monday after a win, and I know the Texans didn't win, but I've got some neutral parties in the room right now. No Ron, no Tyler. We got to get some clarity on this week's picks. Not because anybody's buying Mad Dog, but because the records are being kept. I'm going to get these guys to clear something up for me on this Mad Dog Monday, Mad Dog Tuesday, I guess it is. We'll do that next right on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet, baby. Ron Kraft Chevrolet. It's red tag season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. They got big-time deals at Ron Kraft Chevrolet, as they always do. I'm here. It's my job. I'm here to tell you about them big-time deals, man. You can get a 2023 Silverado right now. You can save up to $15,000 off MSRP, or you can get rates as low as 1.9% through GM Financial. Also, right now, 2024 Blazers, you can take an additional $1,500 off. Ron Kraft, they're not hard to find, y'all. Ron Kraft Chevrolet, they're in Baytown on I-10 East next to Buc-ee's. They got red tag deals. Now's the time. Drive into the new year in a brand new Ron Kraft rig. Find new roads at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. It's Chevrolet, the Baytown way.
It's a Reaction Tuesday brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. We're breaking down Sunday's loss to Cleveland on Houston Sports Leader. The best reactions, opinions, and inside information are right here on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Vita Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by RonCraftChevrolet.com. Find new roads. 290 Northwest Freeway westbound at Gessner. It's a stall blocking a right shoulder. Big savings are at RonCraftChevrolet.com. Up to $9,000 off select 23 or 24 Silverado 1500s. And get another $1,000 off by trading in your 2014 or newer vehicle. Find new roads to Ron Kraft. It's Chevrolet done the Baytown way. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
The holidays are just around the corner, y'all. Shopping, family time, gift giving, festive parties, and unfortunately, people who choose to drink and then drive. It's not a fun topic. It's ugly, but it's serious. In our communities today, it's still a major problem. One person's poor decision to drink and drive can change someone else's life forever. It's not fair, and if a drunk driver should hit you, be sure and protect yourself. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222 to fight for your rights. Mokaram Law has over 20 years' experience navigating the legal process to get you the justice and compensation that you deserve. Call Mokaram Law for a free, no-obligation consultation at 281-222-2222. You pay nothing unless they win your case. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law.
Mokaram Law, principal office in Houston, Texas.
Mattress Mac, give you and your spouse the best gift ever this Christmas season. How about a new Tempur-Pedic mattress? Buy a Tempur-Pedic mattress, sleep great tonight for decades to come, and buy a Tempur-Pedic mattress $4,000 plus right now. If the team from Texas wins the big game on January 8th at NRG Stadium, your purchase is absolutely free. Buy the Tempur-Pedic mattress, sleep great tonight. If the team from Texas wins the big championship on January 8th, your purchase is free.
Ring in the new year with the ultimate timeless gift, a diamond from Diamonds Direct. Whether you're ready to pop the question or celebrating a lifetime of love in 2024, Diamonds Direct can make this New Year's one to remember forever. Diamonds Direct is the area's destination for exquisite diamonds in all shapes and sizes, and our nationwide price guarantee ensures you'll get the best value, period. To showcase that spectacular diamond, we have literally thousands of designer settings from all the top names like Tacori, Verragio, Simon G, A. Jaffe, and many more. And our experts will guide you every step of the way with the education you want and the respect you deserve. Engagement rings, wedding bands, eternity bands, fashion rings. At Diamonds Direct, we specialize in the ultimate symbol of love, and we welcome the opportunity to celebrate with you. So start the new year with some new excitement, new hope, and some new bling. Diamonds Direct. 2 locations inside the Loop and next to Baybrook Mall. Proud to call Houston home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Experience AT&T Playoff Playlist live at Shell Energy Stadium in downtown Houston, January 5th, 6th, and 7th. Part of the college football.
Ron Hughley is out. Patrick Creighton is in. And we're rocking and rolling. If you're out there, make sure you're putting butter on your Pop-Tarts, baby. Spray butter. I can't believe it's not butter. 4 to 5 sprays after taking them out of that toaster right there. Look, I'm not going to force the strawberry with sprinkles. I'm not going to frosting. I'm not going to force it on you. You eat whatever flavor you want, but you add that spray butter, it's going to be game over. Patrick Creighton, he's joining me today. He's going to be putting spray butter on them damn Pop-Tarts.
You know what? I'm going to give it a shot, right?
Here's the deal, though, Patrick. You said you just usually rip the bag and go to eating.
Yeah.
Like that, you just don't have the patience to put them in the toaster. Whenever you decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to take the handful of minutes it takes to prepare these things. And whenever you have that time, whenever it may be, not when you're running out the door and it's going to put you 2-3 minutes late. Whenever you got the time, put them in that toaster. Hit them jokes. You can use regular butter if you want. I usually can't believe it's not butter.
New Year's Day usually is a good time because you're really not going anywhere.
Fair. I mean, look, I told my wife not to keep them around the house because like one box in a day and a half, and they're gone. All of a sudden, I've eaten Pop-Tarts for 3 meals, so I'm just like, I can't.
Well, are you talking about the regular box that has like 2 packages in it, or are you talking about the family-size box you get from Costco?
We definitely don't do the family size. I think it's the one with 3 2-man packets in it. I can knock one of them out pretty quick. So, and I'm definitely one of those guys, by the way, which we find out a lot around the holidays. I'm one of those guys that if it's around the house, I'm going to eat it.
And Pop-Tarts are very versatile, right? You can grab them as you're running out the door.
Yeah.
You can eat them in the car on your way to work. If you're going on a road trip, the perfect thing to throw in a bag because, you don't have to refrigerate them or keep them in a cooler or anything. So they're very versatile snack. So that's part of the appeal of Pop-Tarts. You can eat them anytime.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to stick your hand in a box of Cocoa Puffs at any time. But Pop-Tarts, yeah, you can get away with it as an adult. That's important.
I greatly appreciate your love and your excitement over Pop-Tarts. It usually doesn't get matched when we start talking about it. Tyler will eat whatever. I mean, Tyler eats like a damn 12-year-old, really a 2-year-old. Tyler doesn't eat half the time, and then when he does eat, but Ron just kind of turns his nose up at my Pop-Tart conversation. So I greatly appreciate that. But speaking of them 2 jokers who are out today, I want to get this cleared up before those 2, get here because y'all are 2 neutral parties. We do this thing called Mad Dog Mondays, right? And what we do is on Friday we each pick a player, the player that you think is going to have the biggest impact ultimately, right? And then if the Texans win, because we don't give a rip if they lose, but if they win, whichever player had the least amount of impact on the game, that person has to buy the Mad Dog on their way in. Really, cheap-ass Ron. I think that Ron started this thing, and then I think Ron got tired of buying the Mad Dog on the wins because now the Texans are racking up wins as the season rolls along, and so he wanted to pass the buck to me and Tyler. We just sat back and agreed.
Was Ron a guy who, at the beginning of the year, had the expectation the Texans were going to win 3 or 4 games?
I can't remember what he predicted, but I think he was south of the Vegas line, which was 6.5. I do believe it was. I believe it was south. I don't remember what number it was.
Okay, so he's has to watch a team be better than he thought it was going to be, and has to buy booze every week. Yeah, that's a double-edged sword. I understand why he might be a little cranky about that.
Yeah, well, what he did, Patrick, he comes in the first time, at first win, and he's got 3 big bottles of Mad Dog, 1 for each of us. And Tyler can't drink, obviously, behind the glass over there, so he has to wait. Anyway, he comes in with 3 big ones. Well, then the next time the Texans win, he comes in with 1 bottle and styrofoam cups. Then the next time he comes in, it's like, oh, well, let's just whoever loses kind of deal's got to buy the mat. So here we are.
Right, not even red Solos, right? We're going to styrofoam cups.
We're the free coffee styrofoams in the kitchen back here, bro. Ron's about saving a buck now. Don't. That's a running conversation here with Ron. He's trying to decide whether he's cheap or not, if he wants to own it or not. But the Mad Dog player picks. Here's where we are. Is Tyler had Dalton Schultz. Ron had Jalen Petrie, and I had Jonathan Grenard. And I think this is the only time there's been players picked that had very minimal to no impact whatsoever. In fact, I think Tyler was trying to lose on purpose one time. This was when all the receivers were healthy. He picked John Mechie. I don't know what he was doing, but this is the first time where like legit players were picked that you expect to contribute, and they didn't. So it's going to come down between Ron, who picked Jalen Petrie, and myself, who picked Jonathan Grenard. Because you've got one guy in Jonathan Grenard who got injured, who, by the way, I hope that's another thing. We need to start making a list of everything that we need addressed by D'Amico Ryans tomorrow. Like, and C.J. Stroud is clearly – number 1 on the list, clearly priority number 1 of what we want to hear about. But damn it, Jonathan Grenard is far and away number 2. Is he healthy? How bad's the injury? He was walking around the sideline, but that dude, I mean, he's on. I need him to get 16 sacks, but he's on pace he's already had a big year. He's on pace to have a monster year for the Texans, and so we got to get that cleared up. But the Mad Dog picks. Let me stick on this. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. Jalen Petrie got benched. Jonathan Grenard got hurt. I need y'all to help me decide.
This is not a hard conversation.
What's worse, the guy that got benched or the guy that got hurt?
The guy that got benched. That's
Jace?
not even close.
Guy, they got benched.
Okay, so Ron, because see, here's what happens is I leave the show to have my baby for 2 weeks, and I come back and all of a sudden I don't know if it's Ron or Tyler, but they got whose records are up there, who's won and who your win-loss record.
I smell conspiracy.
Exactly.
Afoot.
Exactly. I don't know who was doing. That's typically a Tyler thing to keep score, but nonetheless, I got to make sure that we're not buying because the Texans lost, but somebody's got to take an L for the team here. And I agree with y'all, by the way. I thought it would be Petrie since he got benched because he was a non-factor as well as Jonathan Grenard was. But I thought the benched guy should buy or at least take the L for the Mad Dog Monday as well. Speaking of Jonathan Grenard, PC, we hadn't really – this is the first time I've been on with you. I know we hadn't had a chance to get your thoughts on Jonathan Grenard. I mean, this is a guy that I believe he has 12.5 sacks. He had 12.5 with 3 games to go. Look, at one point he was on pace to have 14.5 sacks. I picked the over, so I need 15 out of him. Not sure he's going to get there with this injury, but this guy's having a monster year, man. You think this is a guy that, given where the Texans are right now, that they should strongly consider giving him an extension?
This is a pay that man his money.
Oh, really?
I mean, look, you drafted this. It was a second-round pick.
Yep.
You drafted this guy hoping this is the guy he was going to be, right? And he's got 12.5 sacks. He's got 15 tackles for loss. He's got a couple of pass deflections. He's forced a fumble. He has been an impact player for you. And now you actually have a guy in Will Anderson who is an impact player next to him. You have Jerry Hughes, who comes in rotationally and gives you some impact. All 3 of those guys out of the lineup yesterday for most of the game, by the way. But you wanted John Grenard to be this impact pass rusher. Now that he's finally showing you, hey, look, I am this guy, well, why would you get rid of him now? He's finally fulfilled what you wanted. Is it, and would we be having this, if he had 3 sacks right now, would we be talking about anything about him? Like, get him off team last year,
let him ride,
not picking him up. He's got 12.5 sacks. And look, going against the Titans, if he plays, should be at least another sack and a half in there, right? So I'm feeling like 14 sacks, 15 might be tough, but I feel like 14 sacks, legitimate number for him to be able to get. That's a sack and a half over 2 games, so he could get more. Yeah. But he's got double-digit sacks. How long has it been since the Texans had a real double-digit sack guy who also made impacts in other ways?
Sure, and a guy that the way in which I heard John Harris on the way in, I was listening in the loop with Adam Spolane and John Harris today, and I heard John Harris kind of having the he was running down the edge rushers for the Texans right now and describing each player. And when he got to Jonathan Grenard, obviously talking about playing the run and rushing the passer, he talked about his ability, like his toolbox, I believe is the term that he used to describe his pass rushing abilities. And having a monster year. Now, you also get to throw in there, if you're the team, hey, man, this is a guy that hadn't stayed healthy until this year. Well, I mean, obviously he's banged up right now, but he's been healthy for the majority of the year to earn some money. So, you may get him for a better deal than what you'd get him if he'd been healthy for 4 years and all of a sudden he explodes. So health has to play into that a little bit. But Jonathan Grenard, for me, I agree with you. I tell you, Patrick, one of the things for me, and I talked about this with Ron a couple of weeks ago, is when you get a guy that can go out there and give you 12.5 sacks, and I believe his get off in the twitch that he plays with is unique and elite, if you will. So it's not one of those that I look at and go, is this a real double-digit sack season? No, I firmly I believe that if the dude stays healthy, when he's in uniform and when he's active, I believe what you see right now is what you're going to get for the next 3-4 years.
And I think there's a possibility it could be better.
Sure.
Will Anderson is going to get better.
Significantly.
He's already a major impact player in the run game. He's wreaking havoc behind the line of scrimmage. He's gotten a few sacks. People forget, J.J. Watt had 5.5 sacks his rookie year. It's not like rookies just come out and get 20 sacks. He comes out, let's say he gets 5-6 sacks this year and winds up with, 12 the following. That's a reasonable increase from year 1 to year 2 for a guy who has his kind of ability. Well, if he's going to get 12 off the other side, Grenard could wind up with 17. Because you can't double both.
Yeah.
At some point, one of those guys is going to be making a bigger impact than the other because one of them is going to get single coverage where they're going to get a running back chip or whatnot.
Yeah.
And that guy is going to be causing them problems. They'll have to rotate the coverage to the other side. When they do, well, you can't double Don Grenard anymore, and he's going to start roasting guys.
He's a problem, man. It is going to be interesting to see how the Texans choose to spend their money in a couple of different spots. And Jonathan Grenard is going to be one of them where they're going to be able to go in-house, or are they going to go elsewhere? Devin Singletary. And look, I don't think he's a back that you hit your trailer to necessarily. I think he's probably he's a little inflated right now with what's going on over there. But he's a guy that's on a 1-year deal. Blake Cashman has had a hell of a year and had a couple of highlight reel games. Is he a guy that they keep? I mean, that they extend? Dalton Schultz is on a 1-year deal. Do they extend him? Steven Nelson, I believe, is on a 1-year deal. Do they extend him? I mean, so you got some key players that are very instrumental in the early success that the Texans have had in the DeMeco Ryans era. That's going to be like, hey, do we keep on keeping on with these guys? Do we pay these guys bigger contracts? Do we extend them, or do we go elsewhere? It's going to be interesting to see how Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans decide to spend that extra money that they got. Since I've been covering the team, this is the first time that I believe that they're going to have they're going to be able to go out there and spend some money pretty freely. So we'll see how they end up spending that money. I told you guys a little earlier that Dameon Pierce gave us some football horny audio, and it was a couple of days ago, but I'm going to bring it back on this beautiful Tuesday, day after Christmas, because Dameon Pierce, I think he's one of the biggest stories with the Texans this year. Unfortunately, at this point, it's been a negative story, but with his kickoff return, we'll turn that thing into a positive. But Dameon Pierce had some beautiful, beautiful comments after the game in the post-game presser with Sean Pendergast, and I'm going to have that audio for you, and we'll discuss. We'll do that next.
The Texans may have lost an important
Well, while we're in here talking about Pop-Tarts, strawberry, frosted, 4 to 5 sprays of can't believe it's not butter, the Texans are out there working. Surprise, surprise. We're over here fiddle-farting around, and Nick Casario and D'Amico Ryans are over there doing work. Here's the breaking news. Aaron Wilson reports the Texans have been awarded safety Kareem Jackson off waivers from the Broncos. League sources confirm. He dropped out on about 14 minutes ago. It's getting confirmed over and over again as we speak. Big shout out to Justin Voorhees down in Corpus Christi, man. He's one of our loyal listeners, and he tagged me a couple of times, tagged the station on it a couple of times. Appreciate you doing that, Justin. Patrick, man, welcome to the show, baby. We got a little news, and you damn right I used the breaking news sound. It's Kareem Jackson, baby. This is Ream Boy right here. This is big news. Look, I think it's big news on several fronts. And first and foremost, for all of us Texans fans out there, damn it, the Texans needed help. Jimmy Ward, injured again. Last time it was a concussion, comes back this week, gets smoked on the first play of the game and leaves the ball game, and he's got a quad injury, right? So clearly they need some help at the safety position. Oh, by the way, Jalen Petrie, in the game where Jimmy Ward leaves with a quad injury, Jalen Petrie is benched. You got Houston Carson and Amos are your two starting safeties, are not starting, but two safeties that played the majority, damn near all of the game last week at the safety position. So clearly the Texans, their DB room, their safety room is in need of some help, and in comes a familiar face to all of us Texans fans, Kareem Jackson. Obviously, head coach D'Amico Ryans is very familiar with Kareem Jackson and what he's capable of doing. But for those that didn't know, Kareem got suspended, hit with a good sized fine. What would you say he did again? I know he obviously. Oh,
it was a head-to-head
deal again. But there must have been. I don't know exactly what went on in Denver, but when he came back and was cleared to play, he wasn't active for the Broncos. They release him. The Texans claim him. I am a big Kareem Jackson fan. I understand that you got to play the game a little bit cleaner, yada yada yada. I get it. It's a violent sport. It happens, and this is much needed help, Patrick, for the Texans in the secondary.
First of all, welcome home, 2-5. Former first-round pick. All right, as a guy who he was once a part of one of the best defenses we've seen the Texans field. Bama guy, obviously knows Miko well, as you said. Look, they needed a veteran presence at the safety position. Jimmy Ward is that guy, and Jimmy Ward's having trouble staying on the field. And the fact that they went out and put the claim in for Kareem Jackson, a guy who's been suspended twice this year, who's been ejected twice this year for roughness rules. Man, this tells you, number one, Jimmy Ward might not be playing this week. And
just got put on IR, by the way. They just that was a corresponding move that they made, was he goes to IR, done for the year.
This is, look, we said probably wasn't going to play. Well, now he's not going to play the rest of the season. And having a guy like Kareem Jackson to be that veteran guy back there, that veteran leader, they know they're getting that kind of player. And it's great that Kareem gets to kind of come back home. And this is the kind of move that you hope to be able to make, to get a guy that can potentially make a positive difference for you off the scrap heap late in the season at a position you desperately need help at.
Yeah, a little bit of crossover, a couple of years of crossover there in D'Amico Ryans' time with the Texans and Kareem Jackson's time with the Texans. So there's obviously some familiarity there, and as we know, D'Amico Ryans, he leaves no stone unturned as it pertains to scouting players and knowing who's capable of doing what. I wonder, and I haven't done the homework because we just heard about it, but I do wonder how familiar Kareem Jackson is with D'Amico Ryans' defense. Just in terms of how quickly can this guy get plugged in and play. I know he can get plugged in and be a backup and be an emergency guy, and if you get in there, hey man, it's cover two. Your coverage has never changed, but there are a lot of moving parts with D'Amico Ryans' defense as in terms of pressuring pressuring a lot, dialing up a lot of different pressures, disguising a lot, whether it's zone or man. It's not just plug and play. We've heard the coaches talk about the defensive line. It's pretty simple. You plug and play. You see ball, chase ball kind of deal. But with the secondary, I think, as you see, Jimmy Ward, a veteran, being a guy that was brought in, trusted. Petrie, a guy that for whatever reason can't seem to grasp what the hell he's supposed to do, so he gets benched. Clearly, there's a little more to it in the back end of this defense, Patrick, to just be able to show up and start and play and be an impact player. I'm curious to see how quickly Kareem can get on the field, because I know if he can get on the field, he can be an impact player. I'm just curious to see how quickly he can get on it.
Well, I know you've probably talked a lot about the injuries on the Texans' offensive line and how many guys were on IR. Well, Jimmy Ward going on IR, that's the 5th defensive back to go on IR, like not coming back. Eric Murray, MJ Stewart, Braylon Arnold, Tabby Thomas, now Jimmy Ward. All these guys on IR. You saw they picked up Des King, who for whatever reason didn't fit in with the Steelers. I wasn't sure why they released him to begin with. He's played pretty good for this team. He comes back, and he's making plays. Yeah. If you had me right now, who would you rather have in the backfield as a starting center? Would you rather have it be Kareem Jackson or Adrian Amos? That's not a hard conversation for me.
Yeah. I mean, look, the Houston Carson kid and Adrian Amos, clearly they have picked it up quickly, and boom, they can get out there and play. But as these next 2 games unfold, you're going to need guys that are game changers, guys that are impact players, and we'll see if Kareem Jackson. We know if he gets on the field, what he can do. I don't think that's left him yet. I think he was doing that. Unfortunately, he was doing some of it illegally in Denver, and it cost him some games, multiple games. But hopefully, he can get on the field and be an impact player that we've seen Kareem Jackson be in the past. We'll see. Kareem Jackson claimed by the Houston Texans off waivers after being released by the Denver Broncos. You guys something else?
I'll tell you what. We know this about Kareem Jackson. He's looking to lay lumber. He's looking to lay a big hit. We talk about the Texans and the run defense, and how for the most part this year the run defense is massively improved from a year ago, but they have moments where they break down. Adding Kareem Jackson, a guy that big hitter, comes up, plays the run well, adding Kareem will only help them against the run, especially in big spots, and that veteran presence is going to help get those guys in the right spots, because when you got a lot of young guys out there, when it's Petrie and DHC and Adrian Amos, maybe they're not always in the right spot because young guys, they don't have the same experience as a veteran. Jimmy Ward was supposed to be, the quarterback back there, directing everybody, directing traffic, getting guys lined up. You see how different the defense is when Jimmy Ward is on the field and when Jimmy Ward is not on the field. You now get that presence back on the field with Kareem Jackson.
Yeah, you do. And boy, Patrick, as you rattle off how many safeties, how many defensive backs ultimately have been placed on IR this year, Jimmy Ward being the 5th one. Boy, it's crazy to think that you could still – I mean, look, I don't know what's going to happen with Jalen Petrie, but you could still look up right now and Derek Stingley, Steven Nelson, your 2 original corners coming out, Des King being your nickel defender. He's been the best nickel defender for this football team before he got cut and when he was brought back. That's obviously proven out. Those 3 guys. And then the back end of it, again, nobody knows what's going to happen with Jalen Petrie, but you could have Petrie and Kareem Jackson. With 5 guys being put on the IR at the safety / cover defender position, you could still be looking at those 5 guys being your starters if indeed you can make a playoff, a wild card spot, get one in wild card spots. That's wild, man.
It doesn't suck.
That's wild. I mean, you think like I didn't even. You would be like, you think the conversation with 5 guys going on IR is like, man, how are they going to survive this? But in reality, it's like, no, man. If Petrie gets his crap together, and Kareem Jackson ends up ready to plug and play, good God, this secondary, you can argue it's better.
And look, slot corner has been an issue for them this year. They're down a couple of guys, and Dez is really, like you said, he's been their best, slot corner, third corner.
Yes.
The guys who were supposed to play that role, had guys get hurt.
Yeah.
And that Stevie, Sting, and King, those three guys are going to be on the field the majority of your snaps. I feel pretty good about that. Those are three really good players. And if Petrie, look, I think that Petrie had a bad game, and he'll get straightened out this week.
Yes.
And to have Petrie and Kareem on the field at the same time, I think they're better. They're better.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be fun to watch. I mean, what a boy, if this one works out, if Kareem Jackson works out. I mean, again, there's been multiple injuries, but man, you got Teair Tart, who I heard again Johnny Harris talking on In the Loop earlier. I mean, there were games when he was the problem on that defensive front beyond Simmons in Tennessee. Now, I'm not in any way in shape or form saying he's better than Jeffrey Simmons or even in the same category as Jeffrey Simmons. But when you line those guys up on the same defense, there were times when Teair Tart still stood out in a big, big way. I mean, that's added depth at the very least, if not a frontline starter down the road for the Texans that you've claimed off waivers. And now you turn around and get Kareem Jackson. Two guys that could end up being really, really clutch pickups by Nick Caserio in these next two division ball games, as well as if you get a berth into the, a wild card berth in the playoffs. So we will see what happens there. But boy, that's some welcomed good news on December the 26th for our Houston Texans. White 80. The Taxac Texas Bowl. You guys ever been?
I have been. It wasn't the Taxact Bowl yet.
Okay.
It was still the Advocare V100 Texas Bowl.
I remember the Advocare. I remember when it was Academy, and now it's Taxac.
So I'd been to the Advocare, and I'd been to the Academy. I hadn't been as a Taxac Bowl. I've covered that game probably 4 times.
I did not realize. I should have known. Hell, I'm on the board. I should have known. It's been around 18 years. I did not realize that. I know the number 10 stuck out to me. We were talking to David Fletcher a little earlier. The GM over there that puts all this stuff together. They've been around 18 years, 10 of which they've been a Big 12 SEC matchup game. So I knew the number 10 stuck out for something, but SEC, Big 12 in this part of the country, it does not get any bigger than that. And this year, the Taxac Texas Bowl has got a tremendous matchup. The Texas A&M Aggies versus the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Say what you want about the Aggies. Yes, they've had arguably their best player on offense and best player on defense. Both of them have transferred out, or one of them's in the transfer portal. The other one already declared that he went to Ole Miss, the all-world defensive lineman that they had. But the Aggies, the way in which they've recruited the last 4 or 5 years, they're still as talented as damn near anybody in the country, maybe with the exception of some of the top 10 teams. They are unbelievably talented, and Mike Elko having a new head coach, and this is the first chance you get to really put it on the line for that guy. He's been in the role for a while now. How long has Mike Elko been in there? At least a month, right?
Yeah, he's been. Well, they fired Jimbo. What, about 4 weeks ago? 4 or 5 weeks ago?
Yeah, so it's been roughly a month since Mike Elko's been there. They're talented. They got talent in the locker room, and now those kids the kids have decided they're going to stay, and they've got a reason to give it everything that they've got for Mike Elko. I would be shocked if you don't see. And I know there's been some coaching changes. Hell, my alma mater, Arkansas, has their offensive coordinator from last year, Bobby Petrino. But all that change, I believe that this team will be hungry as hell. They'll be prepared. They'll come out and they'll put on a hell of a showing. And then Mike Gundy and them Oklahoma State Cowboys. Is Ollie Gordon playing? Is he an underclassman?
I don't know if he's going to play yet.
If he's playing, he is an absolute monster.
I will tell you, the first Texas Bowl I ever covered was the first year it was Big 12 and SEC, and it was your Arkansas Razorbacks putting a whooping on the Texas Longhorns. That was the year we got the championship belts.
Yes,
which was cool as hell. They've always had really cool things to give you. Like if you were covering the game, the day before the game, they'd have a media, meet and greet session and media reception, and everything was always first class. And you can tell, the difference in this game, how it's been taken over the last 10 years. That the very first year, it was SEC Big 12, they set an attendance record. Very first year, there were over 71,000 people in the building after only having 32,000 the year before for Syracuse and Minnesota, which, look, nobody down here gives a flying rat's tail. Syracuse and Minnesota. But since then, there's always been a Texas, if you want to adopt LSU as Texas team, because it's been UT, Texas Tech, A&M, UT, Baylor, A&M, LSU, Texas Tech, and now back to A&M. I know A&M had a very disappointing year this year, but I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that they really had no way of replacing Connor Wegman. And when they get him back next year, that offense is going to look a lot different.
Yeah, I agree. You'll get a little peek behind the Mike Elko curtain of the Aggies. We'll see. By the way, Ollie Gordon the second. Now, I'm assuming he's going to play. He's only a sophomore. I believe he won the Doak Walker Award this year. Best running back in college football. He is impressive. 1,600 yards this year as a sophomore for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. 20 touchdowns this year, y'all. He's fun to watch. So that's going to be a hell of a football game. If you're in the football mood on December the 27th, there's still tickets available. Get out there, take your son, take your kiddos, whoever it may be. Get out there and enjoy a little football in our beautiful city of Houston. All right, I talked about the Dameon Pierce stuff. This is, again, football horny audio. I like to bring it. I like to bring it to the folks. Dameon Pierce gave us a couple of clips. I'm going to have that for you, and we'll discuss next.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
You have to earn those spots to
All right, Ron Hughley is out. Patrick Creighton is in. Tyler Milner, usually behind the glass on them ones and twos. He is out. My man Jay Samuels back there doing his thing on the ones and twos. Greatly appreciate you two fellas for sitting in. Appreciate everybody out there for listening to us, whether you're listening on the AM dial, the FM HD 100.3 HD2 dial, or the Odyssey app. We greatly appreciate it any way you slice it. We appreciate you giving us part of your one of your holiday days, if you will. Day after Christmas is my favorite time of year, guys. This is my absolute favorite time of the year. And here we sit talking to our beautiful city of Houston about these Houston Texans. Look, I think anytime I hear a piece of audio from the Texans, I'm going to be honest with you, it's been hard to come by. My football horny clip of the day, that little bit that I lean into, my man Ron doesn't tend to lean into it as much, but I like to lean into it. And the first few years of its life were a struggle, Patrick. First few years, it was tough to get real horny about Lovie Smith, to be honest with you. It was tough. It's tough to get real. I love Davis Mills, no disrespect, but my man he don't give us much in the post-game presser, right? He doesn't give us much on the weekly meeting with the media. So it was tough. It was tough the first couple of years, but I'm going to tell you what, between Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, DeMeco's made it a couple of times, and I think really just DeMeco's willingness to let guys – now, I think he makes sure that there's certain guys that we don't hear from much because they're loose cannons, and they may say God knows what.
They get the JD treatment.
Sure. So I don't think DeMeco's reckless with it, but I do believe DeMeco allows guys to be themselves and encourages guys to be themselves and speak their mind and trust them with the media. And so we've got some great clips from the media, from the players. But Dameon Pierce, none better than this right here. This is a little bit more on a serious note with Dameon Pierce because we had him in. Obviously, he returned to kickoff for a touchdown, 90-plus yards. He's been a backup quarterback, backup running back after getting injured. Devin Singletary's been the starting guy, and Dameon Pierce has been relegated to very, very little work. I can't remember. I think you had one carry maybe. This past week, I think he had one carry.
He had one carry to 3 catches for 6 yards.
There you go. So one carry. That goes to tell you where Dameon Pierce is at after rushing for over 900 yards and really being on pace to rush for, I believe, 1,100 yards roughly last year. This guy was after an injury, just again one carry. That's a tough pill to swallow. But Dameon Pierce is doing a hell of a job. He returned the kick, so we got him as the post-game guest, the player this week, and we brought you guys the audio a little earlier of the kickoff return and how his first time he's had a kickoff return since high school and yada yada yada. But I'll be honest with you, the best part of Dameon Pierce's time on the post-game was spent addressing how he's dealing with the lesser load and being a backup running back instead of the starting running back. Here's Dameon Pierce and what he had to say in answering that question.
To be honest with you, bro, in my long time, bro, I think about stuff like this. Mm-hmm. It may not be the best year of my career, stat-wise, but honestly, I think this is the best year of my career mentally. It's giving me time to look at the game from different perspectives. It's teaching me life lessons. I'm like, okay, so how do I handle adversity? Because I really never had adversity up until this point. Yeah. So how do I handle adversity? And, speaking on that, how do I respond to adversity? I still come in, do I come in gear down? No. Still respond the same way. Keep working, keep chipping away. And, I'm surrounded by, I got a great circle surrounding me, keeping me confident, coaches and players, everybody just keeping me calm, composed and just there for me. So just being on this team has helped in that department tremendously. And, Slow, I appreciate Slow. Man, Slow take his time with me, bro. He ain't giving up on me.
I've very rarely do I sit across the table from a player, because typically in the radio business, right, we're trying to gas this thing up. We're trying to bring the juice. We're trying to keep it light. We're trying to just move the needle from an entertainment standpoint. But very rarely does somebody start answering a question and you go, it just got real in here, right? And you don't ever know how a player is going to answer a question But I was Patrick. My point is I was unbelievably impressed with Dameon Pierce's mindset and understanding of the situation and how he appears to be handling it.
Hey, Clint, if you could do me a favor, can you just look that way for like 30 seconds while I grab my hoodie and take care of some business? You talk about a young guy talking more mature than his age.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I always loved about Jalen Hurts was going all back to his, year at Alabama, where he gets pulled. Title game, and you get to answer all these questions about it, right? They win that game.
Before he got off the field, he got interviewed.
He asked a lot of questions for that, and then he had to sit back and be the backup for a year before he transferred out. And the answers he gave were always like that's a coach's kid type.
Sure.
And to hear Dameon Pierce, who this is a guy who was a four-star recruit out of high school, was part of a backfield by committee at Florida, and we always said, why was this guy in the committee? But the fact that you hear him say, I've never had adversity before, and instead of losing his mind and assigning blame, complaining about this guy, complaining about the coach, complaining about the system, says, you know what, I'm not having the best year on the field, but I'm learning, I'm staying engaged, I'm mentally engaged, and I'm going to be better because of this. If that's how he truly feels, that is an unbelievably incredible mindset, that blue-collar mentality that you want in a running back. If it's kind of how he feels, but he's really kind of ticked off about it privately, he's just not going to let anybody know about it, that's still an incredible maturity to keep that so that nobody outside the organization knows about that. That's still a maturity that you don't expect in a 22-year-old kid. So I thought that's a great answer.
Yeah. But Patrick, the thing is again, he's a very. I could tell when the question was asked, like it was pain, like it was. He wasn't real sure. He wasn't real comfortable sharing that. You know what I mean? But he went ahead and did it anyway. It's almost like he checked up and he's like, hell, man. Here's the deal, man. It's not been my best year statistically, but personally, I'm better. He wasn't done. There's actually more to it. This is because I followed up and I was like, hey, man, you said you needed to work on some things and. You understand, and it's a lot more complicated. Well, what exactly do you need to work on? This is Dameon Pierce telling us specifically what he's working on.
Because I can't even say it's like run scheme. It's just me being that much more detailed. This offense is requiring a version of me that I haven't attained yet. And I hate to say it, I hate to sound this way, but that's nothing I can fix during the season. So I'm kind of in a limbo to where, okay, I can't fix it during the season, but that don't mean I can't still try to work at it.
Sure,
That's kind of an off-season thing. Okay, let me get my playbook. Let me get my body back right. Let me, prepare physically for this. Because it's a bigger load. It's a way bigger load than last year. And it was kind of a shock to me, mentally and physically, and that kind of, made me stagnant. And then, like I said, I had got an injury. There was a lot of compounded things, but like you said, bro, it is really not the adversity, is how you respond to it. And I'm just trying to make sure I respond to it the best as I can and just grow from this. So next year, when I am where I want to be mentally and physically, my year can be that much more better. Our year can be that much more better, and we can go out and be lights out with CJ, man.
That's Dameon Pierce, running back for your Houston Texans, backup running back for your Houston Texans. Very obviously frustrated running back for your Houston Texans, but again, not the scheme. Just clearly, he needs to do some things personally to give himself a chance. As I say, personally, athletically, to give himself a chance to perform better in this in this system. I just tip my cap to Dameon Pierce for being a young dude, but clearly a mature dude that understands what the hell's going on around him. All right, last weekend was a tough loss for the Texans. I talked to Adam Spolane a little bit earlier about this. Three things that I got, Patrick, and you may be able to pull, you may have a list of your own, but three things that I got from this game specifically. Three of the most concerning things that came from the Browns game. Not talking about CJ. I know that's number one on the list, but there's things that we saw, that we witnessed, that have happened up to date, and it came to light in the Browns game, that are the most concerning things right now for me as a Houston Texans fan. I'll tell you what those are, and we'll cuss and discuss next. But before we do that, I got to tell you about Mo Karam Law Firm. Look, I'm talking about one of the premier personal injury law firms in the country, y'all, and they're right here in our backyard. They're right here in the beautiful city of Houston, and they're Texans, Houstonians, just like you and just like me. So if you've been in an accident, if you've been injured in any kind of accident, auto accident, big truck accident, slip and fall, accident at work, Mo Karam Law is who you need to call. Get the representation that you need and the compensation that you deserve, and do it right here in Houston with the fine folks over at Mo Karam Law. Look, they'll make it easy for you. Their goal is to make it easy for you. They understand that this is foreign territory for you. You probably hadn't been in many accidents to the extent where you need a personal injury lawyer, but you're there. You're between a rock and a hard place. You don't understand a lot of the legal jargon, a lot of legal mumbo jumbo. You're not real confident in the conversations that you're having. Look, Mo Karam Law is who you need to call. Your consultation's free. You pay nothing unless you win. They're available 24/7, 365. And this is what I love about Mo Karam Law. Many things, but this one sticks out. You call, you get a real person, not some automated answering service. Again, they understand the situation that you're in, how frustrating, how intimidating it can be. Bottom line is, if you've been in an accident and you need a personal injury lawyer, Mo Karam Law is who you need to call. Day or night, 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mo Karam Law.
It's a Reaction Tuesday brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. We're breaking down Sunday's loss to Cleveland on Houston Sports Leader. The best reactions, opinions, and inside information are right here on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Vita Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by RonGraffChevrolet.com. Find new roads. 290 Northwest Freeway, westbound at Gessner. It's a stall blocking a right shoulder. Big savings are at RonGraffChevrolet.com. Up to $9,000 off select 23 or 24 Silverado 1500s. And get another $1,000 off by trading in your 2014 or newer vehicle. Find new roads to Ron Craft. It's Chevrolet done the Baytown way. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Man, I can't tell you how great I feel. I haven't felt this great since I was a kid. And that's because of the SOTA weight loss program that's been outstanding to me. I'm John McClain. You've heard my spots because I love the SOTA weight loss program. I feel younger. I feel in better shape. I'm able to do things physically I haven't done in years. And I'm always full thanks to the SOTAweightloss.com program. And don't delay. Go today. Check it out. Before and after pictures. All the great nutritionists. I get a call every week to talk to me about the program, how my week's going. I love to talk to the nutritional experts who make me feel so encouraged. Now, check it out. You're going to love SOTA just like I do. All my friends do. And you know what SOTA stands for? It is State of the Art. Yeah.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for Yingling Flight, the best light beer on the planet that you're going to find. We love the numbers with Yingling Flight, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't taste good, and Yingling Flight tastes amazing. It's my beer. We're right on the cusp of the holiday season, right in the middle of football season. Nothing goes better with either of those things, holidays or football, than Yingling Flight. Go get yourself some wherever it is you get your beer and load up that bottom shelf of the fridge just like I do. It's Yingling Flight, and drink responsibly.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my friends at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, the new West Point location. Don't be fooled by gimmicks some people use. There's imitators out there, and when you Google, you wind up at some site that is definitely not West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. WestPointSales.com. Write it down. Use it. WestPointSales.com. Stop in and see them. Southwest Northwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection, and check out their inventory of over 500 new and certified pre-owned Lincolns to choose from. A vehicle for almost every budget. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Tell them Sean Pendergast sent you by.
At ASCO Equipment, we don't have offices. We have service and support centers because we're in business to do two things: serve and support our customers and do it better than anyone else. It's why we're on it with boots on the ground, not on the desk. We're on it with Case Construction Equipment. Together, we are hardworking partners who are willing to get their hands dirty to help you win. Case Equipment is practical and intuitive. Hardcore, versatile machines we're proud to serve and support. At ASCO, we're on it in Texas. ASCOEQ.com.
Thomas J. Henry is recognized across the nation for taking on serious cases and getting serious results. And after 30 years of practice, Thomas J. Henry works on his next case with the same passion and desire as he did to win his first case. If you or a loved one is in need of a personal injury attorney, call Thomas J. Henry. The name you know, the firm you trust.
Dallas-Fort Worth and San Antonio, Texas.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
It's Reaction Tuesday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive.
All right, it's a Reaction Tuesday. Obviously, Monday we were out for Christmas. Hope everybody out there had a Merry Christmas, and hope you're happy. Your holidays are happier than all get out. But it's the day after. It's Tuesday, so we're having a little Reaction Tuesday. Ron Hughley is out, and Patrick Creighton is in the building. And it's been fun, man. We got another hour and 15 minutes to go. First time I've ever done a little radio with you, PC. I enjoy it. And maybe who knows, man? Hell, maybe one day down the road with all these subs, we may get you in the building. Hey, I tell you what. When people join us in these situations, when folks are out on vacation and everything, the good ones have a tendency to stick around every now and then, PC. So hopefully we see you again and get to do a little radio with you again. But for now, man, I appreciate you being here, brother.
I appreciate you welcoming me in today. I said I know all of this came together beyond last second. So I appreciate that I was considered on the list to get a phone call in a disaster situation, and appreciate you having me in and having some fun talking some football. And
some of the most beautiful things in this world have been birthed in adverse moments, man. You're in the Lowe's parking lot thinking you do some honeydews, probably trying to think, well, if I just get you're probably like me and you got about 10 projects around the house that you started and didn't finish, and you made a trip to Lowe's, you're going to finish, and then you got that call, and you get that call, and here we are, man. Well, good to have you on this Reaction Tuesday, and there's nothing more in the business in the radio than I like to react to what we just saw. I love taking in the game, good, bad, or indifferent, and talking, cussing, and discussing what the hell we just saw. Unfortunately, this is more of a cussing because the Texans, they took a beating, 36-22, and if I'm being completely honest, that score, although even the final score isn't good, it's still 2 touchdowns. That score is not indicative of what took place in NRG Stadium on Sunday. The Browns, I told you last week on Friday, I told you I was nervous about this game. I think this is the best team, and now I know this is the best team that the Texans have played to date. And yes, the Week 1 Baltimore Ravens were not as good as that Browns team that we just watched Week 16 come into NRG Stadium. I understand they are now. I get it. We're not playing the Baltimore Ravens Week 16. We played them Week 1 with a new offensive coordinator and Lamar Jackson not in a new offense and missing some guys. The Browns in Week 16, when the Texans played the opponent, is by far, the best opponent that the Texans have faced. The only exception may be the Bengals, because Joe Burrow was healthy when they played the Bengals a little earlier. T. Higgins, however, was not. But nonetheless, the Browns put a whooping on the Texans. And PC, I talked to Adam Spolane a little earlier about this, but these are the three things, not the most pressing things that the Texans have, because clearly C.J. Stroud is at the top of the list of the most concerning things, but just as it relates to watching that game, what did I see in the Browns game that has me concerned moving forward that the Texans absolutely must fix? And I can't start anywhere other than the explosive plays. And I'll lay it out for you quickly here. The Broncos, the Jaguars, they came into NRG Stadium and they had 4 plays of 40-plus yards. I believe they had 12 of 19 or more yards. The explosive plays that we saw at NRG Stadium with the Jacksonville Jaguars, if everybody remembers that's the week that Tavier Thomas took an absolute beating in the media the next week. Those explosives you watch, then they can beat the Broncos. Okay, cool. Then they give up 30 to Zach Wilson and the Jets. Zach Wilson throws for 300, right? And then they have a good little game against the Titans. And then they come back in the Browns versus the Browns, and Joe Flacco looks like he's 25, and Amari Cooper goes for 250-plus, sets a Browns record for the most yards ever caught by a wide receiver in a Browns uniform. And there were several explosives, several monster plays in that game. I don't have the count, but we all know, we all saw it. PC, I'm worried about this defense from an explosive play standpoint.
I guess from a one-game point of view, they could not get any pressure on Joe Flacco.
None.
No Will Anderson, no John Grenard, no Jerry Hughes. Joe Flacco might be as old as the sun and me, but he has a cannon for an arm. If he has time to stop and survey the field, he can still rip it over a DB's head. He still has big velocity on his arm. He can thread that ball. He's one of the best deep passers of his generation. He was going to make those plays. And he has a guy in Amari Cooper who can get down the field and make those plays. You can't let any quarterback, especially one with his pedigree, sit back there, sit down, have tea and crumpets, survey the field, check out whatever the last, movie was on the Hallmark Channel, and then decide, I could throw the football. He had way too much time, and he knew he had all day. He was never in fear of the Texans' pass rush. Number one thing to stopping big plays on defense is going to be getting your pass rush back. And that's where the health of John Grenard and the health of Will Anderson and the health of Jerry Hughes all come into play. This was something, because early in the game, my first thought is, you're down pass rushers. Why not just let Sting shadow Amari Cooper? Mm-hmm. I know that's not what they normally do. Everybody's got their side per se, but where they're getting Amari Cooper matched up on the third and fourth corner and matched up on the safety, just put Stingley on him and say, okay, it's you and me. Everybody else can do their thing. It's you and me.
Yep.
And, okay, go ahead. Try and throw it over my head, because I got the closing speed. I'll contest every pass. And you heard D'Amico say after, that's not how we run the defense. And if you don't have your pass rush and you're not willing to do that, it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, offenses in this league are going to find the duck, right? And to me, here's the only reason that I can see where D'Amico was coming from was because Nelson came back. When I thought Nelson was out, I thought Nelson got hurt, right? And after he went out is when, I can't remember the kid's name, Ross, I believe, got smoked on the go route down the sideline. I thought, man, if clearly they're gonna move Amari Cooper around and they're gonna take their shots with Amari Cooper. Clearly they're gonna find somebody not named Derek Stingley. And if that somebody not named Derek Stingley isn't Nelson, now you're getting into some serious depth corner guys. Man, Joe Flacco and Amari Cooper are gonna have a field day. So I was thinking at half, man, you better go to Stingley shadowing, to your point, shadowing Cooper anywhere he's at. Even if you're gonna play zone, he plays the corner to the side that Amari Cooper goes to. And then I looked up and Nelson was back in the game. So I was like, okay, hey, you want to trust Nelson on that guy? Nelson hasn't given us a reason for 2 years now to believe that he can at least handle that load. And so I was okay once I saw 21 back on the field. But before that, I was like, ooh, I agree with your point. I don't think this game goes the way that it went in terms of Flacco and Cooper lighting it up had Jonathan Grenard been there and had Will Anderson been there. I think it's a whole different game. I do believe that. But I'm still worried about the explosives. For some reason, it wasn't just Tavier Thomas, right? There's other guys in this defense schematically. They're giving up shots. They're giving up big plays. The throw down the middle to David Njoku was just, I mean, you can see that sitting on your couch. They're fixing to go with Perryman, right? Those are things that they got to find a solution, because you're going in the play. If you do get into the playoffs, you're going to see those kind of guys and quarterbacks with those kind of weapons. You got to have answers. The second thing that I'm concerned with is the secondary. Clearly, Jalen Petrie gets benched in a day when Jimmy Ward goes out of the game early. Your top two safeties, guys that I think were this season, I'm looking at it and I'm going, those two guys right there are guys you build around. One, a veteran that's been in the system, knows it, in Jimmy Ward. Jalen Petrie, an alpha, no doubt about it. Guy was out there at training camp making big-time plays. He was living up to the hype of being that leader, that alpha. And then I look down there Sunday, Patrick, and he's sitting on the sideline. He's standing on the sideline next to the down marker waiting to go in the game midway through a drive. Jalen Petrie and what happens with him is something I'm waiting to hear from D'Amico on.
Now, I didn't see why he got benched. Like, I mean, I'm assuming there was a broken play, or did he, come off the field and then say something?
Yeah, I got the vibe from D'Amico after the game that he blew a coverage, or he wasn't where he was supposed to be. And it's just happened too many times, which go back to the explosive, go back to my number one. Like, I'll tell you this, the long throw down the sideline where Ross got beat by Amari Cooper, the safety, which was a Petrie, he came out of center field and bit down on a deep over route on Njoku, which gave it a one-on-one matchup down the sideline, which isn't necessarily blowing a coverage because you're man-free, you're a free safety, but you would be expected to help on that go route, especially as long as that ball was in the air. That was the last time I remember him being on the field.
Yeah, that's committing too early to the wrong route.
Biting down on a route you had no business biting down on and making the go route over the top. Because if you remember that play, the DB jumps up, Amari kind of stops, jumps up, catches it, and then he limps into the end zone. Even if Petrie doesn't make the play, he's over the top, he makes the tackle. It's first and 10 from the 20-25 yard line.
You've got a shot to make a play. You have a shot to make a physical play and separate the ball from the receiver.
Yep.
You have just to run interference and have a hand in his face to make it harder. Instead, he's not even in the picture, and
that's in the rest of the game. He's over there with his helmet propped up on his forehead and his arms crossed. So that the Jalen Petrie situation is going to be an interesting one. The third thing here is something that I thought we were better than. I thought the Texans were better than. I thought Bobby Slowick was well above and beyond going, man, we're going to throw two quarterbacks at him in the first quarter.
Dude.
We're not only that, PC, but we're going to throw two quarterbacks, not drive to drive, play to play, and then we're going to run the zone read, which, by the way, for the record out there, I've heard a lot of this. A zone read is totally different than an RPO. An RPO, there is a passing dynamic. It's run pass option. So that was not a run pass option. That was a true zone read. That was, I'm going to hand it to the running back. If the defensive end chases, I'm going to keep it off the end for a couple of yards with Davis Mills. Like that, you sat around a table all week long and said, yep, we're going to trot Davis Mills' ass out there and we're going to run the zone read. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm a big Bobby Slowick fan, but that was bad.
Everybody in my house, regardless of what room they were in, knew the Texans had a stupid play call. All my neighbors, now I live on the corner at the cul-de-sac, but I can tell you the neighbor who lives next to me and the neighbor who lives behind me, they knew the Texans ran a stupid-ass play, not once but twice, because I have a habit of, and it was a surprise, I get a little loud. I get a little rambunctious.
No, not you.
I get a little excited, and apparently when I watch sports, I use four-letter metaphors that are not FCC compliant.
Fair.
And let's just say I went full Brooklyn, and when they're like, "Why is Davis Mills in the game?" are you frick? And I didn't say frick. And it was on. It was on. And then they did it again like a few plays later, and I was losing it. I never want to see that crap.
Yeah, we'll hopefully we won't ever see it again. But I tell you what, we will see. Hopefully we'll see this new player that the Texans claimed off waivers. If you hadn't heard yet, you're going to want to hear. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll talk about the impact this player could possibly have sooner rather than later. It is a big-time sign of a player that you're going to recognize at a obvious position of need that we just discussed. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll discuss it next. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Mokaram Law Firm, baby. They're one of the nation's premier personal injury law firms, and, folks, they are right here in our beautiful city of Houston. I've been to a Texans game with them, drank a cold beer with them in a suite. I had a lunch with them a couple times. And I'm telling you, man, they're Houstonians, genuine, sincere, real Houstonians, just like you and just like me. So it's simple. If you've been in an accident, number one, I'm sorry. Number two, get out your pen and paper because I'm going to tell you who you need to call. It's Mokaram Law Firm, 281-222-2222. Look, if you've been in that accident and you need representation, odds are the other person has representation. The other insurance company has representation. They're probably throwing all this legal jargon, this mumbo-jumbo at you, and you don't really know or understand what the hell's going on. I'm telling you right now, get the representation that you need and the compensation that you deserve with Mokaram Law. They will take care of you. They will make you feel good about it. They'll make you feel confident about it. They'll make sure they keep you in the loop. Mokaram Law is the best in the business, man. Your consultation is free. You pay nothing unless you win. They're available 24/7, 365. You call, you get a real person, not some automated answering service. You just make sure you pick up the phone and call the right folks if, unfortunately, you've been injured in an accident. 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law.
The Texans may have lost. Radio610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
Yes, it is on this Reaction Tuesday. Ron Hughley is out. Patrick Creighton is in. My man Jay Samuels is on the ones and twos behind the glass for Tyler Milner. Hope everybody out there is having a happy holidays. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. The day after Christmas is always fun because you get home, maybe a little hungover, but you wake up, boom. It's your first day to really spend some time with all them gifts that you got or that you gave, and you can watch your kiddos. You can watch your wife. Watch how giddy she gets about them pots and pans, y'all. I can't wait. By the way, this is the first Christmas. Yeah, this is my number one, Jace. This is the first Christmas, boys, where I've matured another level. I don't want to say I'm old, but I've matured to another level. One, I gave my bride pots and pans. My wife sent me a link and said, I want these right here. And I'm going to be honest with you, boys. I took it up a notch. She wanted the cream-colored pots and pans. We got a black and white kitchen. Them old matte black pots and pans, they were a couple $100 more. A little upgrade. Had to spend a little more money. I brought it in matte black ones, boys. Big time. I bought pots and pans. I bought cooking utensils for my wife. Not diamonds, not Jordans, not boots, not purses, not flight tickets somewhere for vacation, some fancy vacation I surprised you with, weekend getaway. Pots and pans. I'm mature as hell, Patrick.
This is what happens when you have two.
Is that what it is? It's a kid
when you
thing?
have two. So when it's just the two of you, you're still like in the honeymoon phase.
Sure, yeah.
And you just, hey, you know what? Let's just go jet off to wherever this weekend because I ain't got nothing else to do. We can just go bail.
Yep.
Then you have one, and that is the porcelain princess. And anything that happens, get away from my kid. Leave my baby alone. The baby comes with you everywhere. Everything is about the baby. But now there's a new baby. Now it's not just about one. Now you are, quote, a family man.
Yes, of four.
And yes, now everything has changed. And it's like, all right, we're going to spend a little more time at home because we got two little ones now. I don't want to be jetting off because I don't want to put my kid through the airport and then have her breathe with the death drums on a flight. And then, I don't want to do any of that. So now you're looking at spending more time at home, taking care of the kids, and you're doing things like, all right, let me upgrade the kitchen. Let me get some pots and pans. I said, my wife, same thing. She picked out a set of pots and pans. In fact, I hadn't even seen them until she opened them. She told me what she wanted. I said, okay. We were going to go shopping the next week and go. I wound up being sick. She's like, I'm going to get the pot pans. Give me your credit card. Whip that bad boy out. Okay, honey, there you go. I did pick out a pair of boots for her because she wanted a new pair of cowboy boots.
Okay.
I have not ever purchased a pair of cowboy boots yet.
For you talking about?
For me. I've come around on the idea.
Sure.
When I first moved down here, I was like, man, I ain't wearing that stuff. But I've come around on the idea. I just haven't actually done it yet. But I'm open to it. This is her third pair of boots. She is all. As soon as we moved down here, I was still, hey, I'm from New York. She dove right into Texas culture right away. She got the hat, she got the boots, she got the belt buckle, she got the bright jeans. Man, yeah.
You say it's going to take you a little time to get into it, though, huh?
Took me a little time.
You're further along than Ron Hughley is. I can't even get him to commit to a pair of boots, man. But at least you're thinking about it. He don't even thinking about it. Number two, though, I bought my wife pots and pans. Number two, I am like geeked about these power tools that I got for Christmas. I got the electric screwdriver that has the neck on it that bends. So if you because I can't tell you how many times I can't get the screwdriver because I can't get around whatever I'm in. And then, boom, you got that little neck on it that bends, man. It makes the job so much easier. I'd seen them online and on Instagram and stuff, and I'll be damned if my mother-in-law got it for me.
Wish you'd have had that Christmas Eve putting together that Barbie house, huh?
Hey, bro, it was actually a full-size, like her house, so she can get in it kind of deal. It was like I was up until almost 5 a.m., I think it was like 4:48 when I laid my head down in bed, knowing that she was going to get up at 7 o'clock. But my little baby girl, she wasn't going to get up on the first Christmas that I think she might remember. She wasn't going to get up to nothing now. She wasn't going to get up to a half-built house. She was going to get the real deal. So I got the roof on. I got at least half the roof on. So, and then I was like, hell with it, man. I'll finish the rest of it tomorrow.
My daughter's 4th birthday, she got the Barbie dream house.
Okay.
It took me 6.5 hours to put that sucker together with all these tiny little pieces and little baby screws that my fat fingers can't freaking manipulate. And like I had to go out and buy like an eyeglass screwdriver that would actually fit this thing. It was so damn small. I broke 2 pieces that I used Gorilla Glue to put back together because I was getting that damn house together one way or another. And like you finished like 10 to 5?
Yeah.
All right. 4:30 in the morning, I'm finally done. And I mean, I put the screwdriver down. I sat my ass in the big recliner chair like, thank God that is over. And what do I hear coming down the stairs? Did Santa come? And I was just like, go to bed. And then I hear a brother come down the stairs like, all right, we are not sleeping today. It is going to be Red Bull and food. Let's go.
The good thing is, Patrick, mine's still in her crib. We hadn't let her get out into that bed she can get in and out of yet. So she may whine a little bit, but she wasn't gonna get out of that bed and come walking in on me. So
she hasn't flipped over the crib bar yet.
Not yet, but trust me, she is definitely one that when she figures that out, she is going to. She's off the charts, man. Hurricane Liv, man. She is absolutely nuts. There's all gas, no brakes on that one for sure.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, big news on the Texans front. I just talked about last segment about how concerned I am about the Jalen Petrie getting benched, Jimmy Ward hurt, going to IR, by the way. That's one part of the announcement. Jimmy Ward, starting safety, who was out for a concussion, came back, lasted a couple of plays, apparently injured his quad. Now he's on IR. Well, Nick Caserio, we've been enjoying Christmas. We've been having a couple of pops, opening presents, and Nick Caserio is out there working. The Texans claimed safety Kareem Jackson off of waivers from the Broncos. I don't have all the details of the whys. Why was Kareem Jackson on the street? I know that he got suspended. He got fined big time. I believe it's for the second time this year it happened. The last time, this most recent time when he got suspended, I remember it now, it was a reckless, almost throwing it in the face of the NFL type of move, and they whacked him again. And so I don't know what happened in Denver beyond what we know and what we saw. Kareem Jackson was cleared by the NFL to play this past week. He was not active, so clearly they weren't seeing eye to eye. But nonetheless, the Broncos waive Kareem Jackson. The Texans claim Kareem Jackson. So not only is this a guy, Patrick, that we all know, Kareem Jackson, was drafted here, played here. Hell, he crossed paths with D'Amico Ryans as a player, I think, for a year or two. When he started his career, I believe he was drafted here in 2010. A big-time impact player, a guy that can change a game, a guy that has been in the league for a long time, a guy that's familiar to D'Amico Ryans and all of us fans. And the Texans get him at a time when they need him desperately because of what I mentioned, Jimmy Ward being injured and Jalen Petrie being benched. To me, now this is a huge sign, Patrick. To me, it's how quickly can you get this guy up to speed and ready to play in D'Amico Ryans' defense?
You know, when we first started talking about Kareem getting awarded to the Texans, like, man, you know, that probably tells us Jimmy Ward's not going to play this week.
Yep.
And then, like, 2 seconds later, Jimmy Ward goes on IR.
Yep.
And it's like, man, now you know why they went and put the claim in for him. Look, he's a guy he's bringing the violence. And he's a guy who's definitely going to play the run for you. He's going to come up. He's going to make hits. He's been suspended twice this year. Apparently that burned out his welcome with Sean Payton and the Broncos. But a guy who's now in his 14th season in the league, he spent his first 9 here, obviously knows it. You said 2010 first-round pick, 20th overall. So, yes, he did cross paths with D'Amico. I think that getting that veteran presence in the defensive secondary, very, very important. They lose that with Jimmy Ward being out. They gain that by bringing Kareem Jackson in. I think he will have at the very least, he will have a positive influence on the backfield by being that veteran voice who can get guys on the right position, recognize some things, and get guys ready to go.
Well, PC, look, on this note, man, look, I've been critical of Nick Caserio, rightfully so. When you're the general manager and tasked with the rebuild and you and you do the things as an organization that they did when Nick was here the first 2 years, you deserve to be criticized. You deserve to be held accountable. But as we look at Nick Caserio today, from the hiring of D'Amico Ryans forward, this has been an absolute beautiful thing to watch. And I'm not just talking about the one-year deals that guys have signed that have ended up playing an integral part of what I hope is a playoff season for the Texans, which puts them well ahead of schedule. But along the way, like I think Tier Tart, the big defensive tackle that they signed, the claim that was waived by the Tennessee Titans, I think he's going to help this team. I think he's going to help the team the next 2 weeks. I damn sure think he's going to help the team if they squeeze into the playoffs for a week. The re-signing of Des King has meant the world to this secondary over the last handful of weeks. Clearly, they worked out whatever differences they had and brought him back in the building. Tipped the cap to Nick, D'Amico, and Dez to make that happen. Now you mess around in a time when you desperately need a safety, and you somehow get Kareem Jackson. We were talking about this earlier. All the injuries. You said there's 5 safety/defensive backs. Right? There's 5 defensive backs that have been put on IR.
That are currently on IR.
That are currently on IR. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Not that are currently are done for the season. They're done. Right? 5 defensive backs. And you could look up, and in week 17, in a must-win game, your starting secondary is going to be Derek Stingley, or could be, and not going to be, but could be Derek Stingley, Nelson, you're starting 2 corners. I don't know what's going on with Jalen Peacher. Assuming he gets right, you're starting safety. Kareem Jackson and Des King. I don't know that your secondary, if when those 5 guys right there are right and healthy and up to speed and know the defense, I'm not real sure that those 5 guys aren't better than the secondary that you started the season with.
It does make me wish that Jimmy Ward was not hurt, because when you then line up with 6 DBs, the 3 safety look, I love that 3 safety look. And to have, say, Jimmy Ward, Kareem Jackson, and Jalen Peacher, all 3 of those guys, there's so many different things you could do with that. And I hope that's something that, Kareem makes a good impact. Maybe they keep him around for another year, and it's something that they could do. But the injuries they've had, I think that's a really important move for them.
Oh, it's huge, man. Get these guys healthy, win these next 2 games, and get into the playoffs. And you just got a legit shot to upset some folks. You got a legit shot to make the playoffs and win these next 2 games when you got a chance to potentially run that secondary out there, man. I can't tip my cap enough to Nick Caserio for all that he's done this season, in season. Him and D'Amico have been absolutely tremendous.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, there was a little bit of football played over the Christmas holidays here, and the monster game was last night. There were some big games. Talked about Cowboys Dolphins earlier. Obviously, for us here, the Buccaneers beating up on the Jaguars was big. The feel-good stories of the Lions and the Raiders, absolutely big. The Eagles get a must-win against the Giants. Ravens and 49ers last night. I got 2 hours of sleep on Christmas Eve, so I didn't catch a whole lot of the Ravens and Niners, but I heard the talk and saw the highlights. There's an MVP trophy that I believe right now is up for grabs, and we are entering week 17. And I don't know. You put 3 people in the room and you start talking MVP, there's a good chance you come out of there with 3 different names on at the top of the list of who they think is going to win the MVP. Last night you had a game with Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and Lamar Jackson, all 3 in the game. I think all 3 candidates that would be in the discussion, whether you agree or not, but they're in the discussion, right? And it looks like right now what I'm hearing the most of is Lamar Jackson is the one emerging, obviously, after the Ravens beat the 49ers 33-19, a game where Brock Purdy, he had 4 interceptions. I know a couple of them were deflected passes kind of deal, bad luck, but he had 4 interceptions. You think Lamar is going to win this MVP, or what do you think about the MVP right now?
I think the MVP is still very much up in the air. Like every week, we've got a new leader in the clubhouse, right? I mean, we've seen it be Jalen Hurts. We've seen it be Dak Prescott. We've seen it be Brock Purdy. Now it's Lamar Jackson. Every week, it's like, okay, here's the guy who's number 1, and it is 100% all recency bias, what just happened this week, right? Brock Purdy is a guy whose name has been in the MVP conversation until he throws 4 picks and gets a stinger and winds up leaving the game early, and it's his second stinger in 2 weeks.
Yep.
But I don't think that we are. I don't think we have gotten to the point where one guy is head and shoulders above the class, because next week somebody else winds up going out there and having a monster game, and well, the whole conversation go turn again.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. Because now you can legitimately have a conversation about Christian McCaffrey. You can legitimately have a conversation about Tyreek Hill. I mean, there's a handful of guys that have stayed healthy for the most part that have. I think it's crazy because the team has underperformed. But if Josh Allen, if he wrecks shop the last 2 weeks of the season and gets these Bills back to where they're playing some of the best football, Josh is going to be in that conversation. I heard guys talking about it this morning. Josh Allen has over 80% of the points scored for the Buffalo Bills. To your point, he's also turned it over 8,000 times. But you can't argue the importance and the value he brings to that team or the drop-off if he's not there. Because now they're running him with his legs. They're doing some things differently. So one of the more fun stories in the NFL or fun follows in the NFL this year is going to be the MVP, because I truly believe it is a toss-up right now. Who knows who in the hell is going to win that thing? We shall see. Last night, I would imagine, is going to be a box checked for Lamar Jackson. All right, to hell with talking about the presents you got. It's the day after Christmas. What did you not get, fellas? What did you not get that you wanted, that you needed, that you're probably going to buy for yourself by this weekend? We'll discuss next. Before I do that, I got to tell you about something I damn sure had. I damn sure had a fridge full of silver bullets. There's no doubt about it. I had the cold Coors Light at a case in my outdoor fridge in my man cave, and then I had me a I think it was a Sixer, because that was hanging over from the last little gathering we had. I had me a Sixer in the fridge in the kitchen, and so I keep plenty of silver bullets, plenty of them wolf killers around the house, and I think you ought to do the same. I recommend that you do the same. If you're already drinking Coors Light and you've already got them in the fridge, in the ice chest, they're already a part of your family gatherings. Well, hell, I tip my cap to you, man. You got great taste. You're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you're looking damn good while you're doing it. If not, if you're looking for a new beer, or if you just want to wrap your hand around a cold Coors Light because you hear me talking about them every day, well, it's time. Let's do it. All we want's a chance, man. Take that next exit, hit that C-store, go to Kroger, go to H-E-B, get over the beer aisle. They're not hard to find. It's the most beautiful packaging in the beer business. As I mentioned, Silver Bullet got little blue mountains on the side of every can, bottle, or aluminum pint. And when those mountains are bright blue, that beer's at a perfect cold temperature for maximum refreshment. Get to that beer aisle, grab you a case, get them on ice, pop a top, and repeat. Coors Light, made to chill. Coors Light, celebrate responsibly.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Patrick Creighton is in for Ryan Hughley, and we're having us a hell of a day, man. 12/26, day after Christmas. I didn't tell you boys this, but I got my birthday's in 3 days.
What?
This guy right here.
How many times did you get screwed over as a kid with the birthday Christmas combo gift?
Well,
that was like the same thing you would have got for one or the other.
Well, it's interesting. My brother, who's no longer with us, R.I.P. Big Hank, but he was 4 days before Christmas. I was 4 days after Christmas.
So you both got hosed.
Well, no, we did. That's like it was almost. Now my mom and dad are definitely ones that be like, "Hey, your ass is getting one gift and you're gonna like it." But it was like 2 birthdays and cramming all that was too much. They even went the opposite of like they had to separate Hank's birthday not only from Christmas but from my birthday, and so it was. I think if I were an only child or if Hank's birthday would have been in a different month, it would have been, hey, we're going to wrap this celebration. We're going to celebrate you and Jesus, bro. We're going to do all that on I think it would have been, but because me and my brother, we almost celebrated the fact that we were all 3 of us were right there close. You know what I mean? So it actually turned out for the better, believe it or not, because my folks, which you've heard my mom, they are definitely the kind that would be like, hey, I'm going shopping one time and your ass is going to like it or lump it. So, but it worked out for the better. But yeah, December 29, man. December 29, I'll be 46.
That's pretty cool that you guys were able to keep that separated. My birthday's in the middle of the year, and growing up in New York, it was right around graduation time. So when it came birthday and graduation, not only did I get one gift, I got the same card that just said happy birthday and congrats. And I, every person in my family just like, yeah, here's a birthday card. Oh, and congrats.
Right.
And it was like the same $20 bill on there no matter what.
You got a congrats for congratulating. Good job. Well done. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, too. All in one. All right. Well, here's the deal. We spent a little time. I got some power tools. I actually enjoyed the hell out of it. Got some clothes. We've talked about that throughout the show today with a couple of different people. But I want to talk about what you didn't get. What's the one thing that you wish you'd had gotten, that you wanted, that you needed, but you didn't get it? I got one on the front of my mind, Patrick. I told the story here over the last, 6 months. I've realized that my underwear drawer is embarrassing. I mean, it is embarrassing. I ain't kidding you. I bet I've thrown away, Patrick. I bet I've thrown away 5 pair of underwear in the last month. Like I got home one day, and went and used the restroom, and I looked down at my damn britches, and I had a softball size in my damn underwear, and I didn't even realize it.
It's just an access point, man.
I mean, what the hell is going on here? I'm a grown ass man with kids. And I got a softball-sized hole in my – so I started, as every morning, I was like, damn, that's awful. Surely that –
Listen, where that hole is very important.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's not a whole – I guess I don't need a whole lot of support. That tells you a lot about me. But anyway –
It needs to be in the front and not the back, all right?
Yeah, right? It was a tweener. But nonetheless, I started looking. I bet I lost 5 pair of underwear in a month. And so I tell you, I was in desperate need of a pair of drawers, and multiple, and I didn't get not a one. And I made it known now. My wife knew, my mother-in-law knew, everybody in the family knew that I'm down to about 3 pair, and they're hanging on. The elastic stretched out. They're hanging on.
Listen,
I didn't get one, man.
I'm gonna give your wife and mom and mother-in-law a 10-star review here
for not buying
that they did not make underwear a Christmas present. I mean, they might as well just go find you like a red tie with some Santas and some like little like igloos and stuff on it, or get you like the white tube socks with the yellow and blue rims on the top. No, the fact that they did not demean you by getting you underwear for Christmas is such an amazing job by them. That is not a Christmas gift. That is, hey, honey, I got to go run to the store. I'll be back in 20 minutes. All right, that's what that is. So I give them a ton of credit. They did not do that.
PC, you're on those old $2 or $3 pair of draws like Ron Hughley.
Listen, I am not going to lie.
Ron was mad because he had to spend like $6 on a pair of draws one day. He was like, "Wait, how much you spend?"
Last year, I bought one of those Fruit of the Loom 10-packs on Amazon for $22, and I absolutely bought two packs of them.
You went back for more.
10 pairs for $22. Sign me up. Bought them for me. Bought them for my son. We were good. I have moral objections, almost like religious objections to paying $12 for a pair of underwear. I can't do it.
Well, I'm upwards of $12, man. Me and Tyler, we were on this. I mean, it's upwards of $20.
I mean, what are you buying? Are you buying a pair of like Burger King boxers, a Home of the Whopper right across the front? I mean, what are we buying here? Hey, those things made out of silver gold.
I wish I could walk in and with a straight face with some drawers on that said Home of the Whopper in front of my wife. She'd take a picture and post it. I've told this story before, PC. I don't remember how, but it was I was buying these Saks underwear is what they were called, and I bought them SAXX, and obviously there's a pouch in the middle for all you goods, and they're obviously really soft, and they got different designs and whatever. Well, I bought a pair from this gal that was running this men's clothing store. Right, it was kind of one of those. I was buying a $150 pair of jeans anyway. So it's like, hell, throw them in there. And I loved them. And I told her, man, these are awesome. I love them. Let me know when you get a new order in. She's like, all right. Well, I walk in and she's got a box. Like they sent me a box of these Saks. Like there was 10 pairs in them, right? And they gave them to me. So I started. It's all I ever wear. Well, then I had to obviously. Still have that's the five.
But the Saks have ripped out.
Yeah. 15 years later, I mean, I wore them for 15 years, bro. So anyway, that's how I didn't go out and start seeking $20, $25, $30 pair of underwear. That's how it happened. Now if I want a good pair of underwear that'll last me 15 years, and maybe I've gained 20, 25 pounds over that 15 years, then Saks underwear is the way to go. Bottom line is, I need to take my ass out and get some because I'm down to rotating about 3 that just ain't. It's been tough sledding here, man.
Of all the questions that you've asked me today, this was literally the toughest one. What did you not get that you wanted? Because I'll tell you, the only thing that I actually intend on going out and buying over the next week is buying a new amp for my guitar. That is the only thing I plan on buying. And an amp's going to cost me $40, $50. It's not going to cost a lot of money. But at Christmas time is I guess, and look, you're probably starting to feel this right now because now you got 2 little ones. 2 kids now, under 3? So
yep.
Christmas
I got
for
2
me,
under 2.
So my wife's birthday is a month before Christmas. Her brother's birthday is the week before hers. Then we've got Christmas. My parents' anniversary is the week after New Year's. My mom's birthday is a month after Christmas. And I've always been more focused on getting stuff for my kids and or planning my trip to New York to go see the family than I have been about getting anything for me. So this year, right, like tomorrow or Thursday, whenever the car comes in, I'm taking my son to go look at a car because coming home from school a couple of weeks ago, then he was coming home from Dallas and the navigation had him on this back roads avoiding the traffic in downtown Houston, and it's dark and he hit a deer. And thank God he was okay, not a scratch on him. The car was wrecked. And I'm like, buddy, look, you've got X for Christmas. Understand that's kind of what you're going to get because I'm about to go take a bunch of thousands of dollars here and go buy you another vehicle.
Right.
So just consider that like your other Christmas present. And my wife and I were concerned. You know, my daughter, his sister, has a stack of stuff, and he's got like half a stack of stuff, but he's getting a freaking car.
Right.
So, that's kind of how the only thing I'm probably going to go get is I'm going to go get myself an amp.
You're going to get some amp. I'm going to get some draws. Jace, your young ass don't care no more. You just want money anyway, don't you?
That's exactly what I asked for, too.
Amazon gift card for the win.
There it is.
But they did give me some good stuff, so I'm very happy.
There you go. Look, I know you're a grateful guy, man. You're always grateful for what you're giving, man. There's no question about it, Jace. All right, we got one more to go, y'all, and we've kind of saved this for the last bit here. We got some good news on the C.J. Stroud front. I'll share with you what that is. But we can't do a whole show, a Reaction Tuesday, after watching the Texans versus the Browns and watch how the quarterback situation, how the quarterback position was handled. We can't watch that and not discuss it at length here. Davis Mills looked pretty good in that fourth quarter. Looked pretty good in that quarter and a half he was in the ball game. Case Keenum, not so much. C.J. Stroud, is he healthy? What do you do at the quarterback position if you're the Houston Texans moving forward? We'll discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610. But before we do that, I got to tell you about Mo Karam Law Firm. Talking about one of the nation's premier personal injury law firms. And, y'all, they are right here in our beautiful city of Houston. And it's an office full of Houstonians just like you and just like me, man. I've hung out at the Texans game with them, had lunch with them a couple times, been on a couple of conference calls with them. And I'm telling you, if I'm ever stuck between a rock and a hard place, if I ever have an accident and I get stuck in the middle of these insurance companies going back and forth, and I'm intimidated. I need a professional to help me. Guess what? I'm calling Mo Karam Law without a doubt. They'll meet you. They'll meet you in person. They'll come to the hospital. They'll come to your house. You can video conference. You can do it by phone. Whatever you need to do to feel comfortable. Mo Karam Law is willing to go the extra mile. Bottom line is, if you've been injured in an accident, get the representation that you need. That's Mo Karam Law, and get the compensation that you deserve. Again, that's Mo Karam Law. Your consultation is always free. You pay nothing unless they win. They're available 24/7, 365, and I say this every time because I believe it. You call Mo Karam Law, no matter what time of day or night, you get a real person, not some automated answering service. Contact Mo Karam Law day and or night, 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mo Karam Law.
It's a reaction. Tuesday.
All right, Ron Hughley is out. Patrick Creighton is in. By the way, I've enjoyed the hell out of it, boys. I've enjoyed the hell out of it. Jay Samuel, he's behind the glass over here for Tyler Milner as well. The fella's taking a couple of days here after Christmas. I've enjoyed the hell out of it, man. Appreciate you guys for jumping in. Some were playing, some weren't. Actually, neither one of y'all were playing. So I appreciate you guys jumping in at the spur of the moment in the holidays.
Got me out of doing some chores and some home improvement around the house. So.
Well, it's okay. By the time you get home, man, hell, you'll have plenty of time to get it done, as long as it's inside, man. Turn the lights
it's all outside. That's dark is done. We're done until tomorrow.
Dark is done. That's great, man. All right, well, let's we got to talk about this quarterback situation. It's just too low a hanging fruit here, Patrick Creighton with the Texans. I mean, clearly there's a lot going on in the quarterback room, and I hope that C.J. Stroud is back healthy and ready to play this week against the Tennessee Titans. And all arrows are pointing towards that being the case. I don't know exactly when the conversation took place, but D'Amico Ryans did tell Stacey Dales of NFL Network. It was reported this weekend, but he did tell Stacey Dales of NFL Network that C.J. Stroud did participate in meetings, and C.J. Stroud was on the field Friday for that accelerated walkthrough, for that practice, if you will. I don't know how much he participated in the practice, but he was literally on the field. And, Patrick, to your point, part of the concussion protocol and the exit, if you will, part of that is getting back on the field in some degree, in some capacity, is part of actually being cleared by the NFL. And so I don't know if that were strategically done by the Houston Texans, but getting that done Friday, if that is a box that needed to be checked, getting that done Friday so that then you start this week, whenever it is they start this week, because it was the Christmas holidays. I don't know exactly what the schedule looks like. But whatever, getting that out of that part of that box checked, if you will, for concussion protocol before you start the Tennessee Titan week, I'm here for. I think it was a good idea.
And it's important. It's important that they have him healthy, right? This offense doesn't function without him. One of the things about this offense that we love about C.J. Stroud is how many times he's able to rip a big play, 20-plus yards down the field, whether it's a crossing route to Nico or, it was a deep post out to Tank, or it's Dalton Schultz up the seam. Like all these throws that he can make that the other guys can't make. Look, I know I'm going to offend all the Keenumites out there right now, but the truth of the matter is Case is kind of at the end of his career. You can see he doesn't have the arm strength that he used to have. He never had a cannon for an arm, but you can tell his arm's not as strong as it used to be. He can't rip it down the field the way CJ could, and they're not a great running team. When everything has to be short, defenses can pack down. That can make life real hard for a non-strong-armed quarterback who doesn't have a running game to lean on to be successful. We saw a lot of that. We saw it against the Titans, and we saw it in the first half, really for most of 3 quarters, against the Cleveland Browns. I thought they were going to go to Davis Mills at halftime. They waited until the end of the 3rd quarter. But to have CJ back and know, hey, this guy will take us deep. He will go over our heads, and he will thread it if we let him. To have that guy, that changes the entire dynamic of your offense. They can't cheat. They can't pack the box. They can't go, we'll just jam guys. They can't do that like they could do with Case Keenum, and CJ certainly more elusive than the other two as well.
Well, that brings me to my big point here is if CJ Stroud can't go. I know if ifs were fists. I know all the sayings.
Dude, we're not walking out of here if ifs are fits, right?
No, we may walk, but it's going to be crooked. Davis Mills versus Case Keenum. I don't care to have the conversation about should they have done this or should they have done that. I would have gone to Davis Mills at halftime of this football game versus the Browns for one reason, and that's because a couple of reasons. But my thought was if you were going to be productive offensively at all, it was going to come with the quarterback staring down the barrel of a defender, driving the ball down the field while he was hitting the chin, or retreating and throwing off his back leg versus cover 0 or cover 1 and laying a ball out, having enough arm to get it down the field to somebody, to get it out. I thought that if they were going to get any production at all from the quarterback, if they were going to move the ball at all offensively, they were going to have to do it with the quarterback contributing with his legs. And not that Davis Mills is Josh Allen by any means, but that context puts me in a spot where the decision is a no-brainer, Davis Mills. That pocket was chaotic, and it just swallowed Keenum multiple times. When he's not able to transfer his weight, there's nothing on the ball anymore. And I thought that Davis Mills would give them the best chance to move the football, not win the game necessarily, but move the football. So I would have gone to him at halftime. Truth of the matter is they waited a little bit later. Keenum got a couple of drives in the third quarter. Boom, Davis Mills goes out there, and make of it what you will. They pulled Myles Garrett. They pulled Zadarius Smith. Davis Mills drives them down on 2 touchdown drives. They come back, boom. Myles Garrett comes back in. Zadarius Smith comes back in. Joe Flacco comes back in, and it's a little different game. So I don't necessarily want to look at it and go, well, Davis Mills played well versus Case Keenum. But I do believe that we saw enough from Davis Mills to go, that's a little bit of a different product than what Case Keenum brings to the table. Davis Mills made 3 throws to the sideline that Case ain't even trying to make. Case knows his limitations. He's not even trying to make those throws. So I ask you this, Patrick. If you had to go into a game this week and there is no C.J. Stroud, he's still not cleared, you riding with Davis Mills or you riding with the veteran with all the experience in Case Keenum versus this team? Now, it's not the defense that the Cleveland Browns bring to the table. It's the Tennessee Titans. Different story. Who you riding with this week?
They've beaten the Titans with Case Keenum already, right? But Case also put them behind the 8 ball with a really bad pick 6.
Yep.
They got a tremendous defensive effort to win that game. I think the defense helped win that game far more than the offense did. After watching the way Case played this week, I think I'd roll with Davis Mills. I think I can do more offensively. I can at least have the threat that I can do more offensively with Davis Mills than I do with Case Keenum. I was always concerned about Case going all the way back to training camp. Why are they signing an extra quarterback to throw the football? Why is Case not throwing so much?
Yeah.
And I wondered, is Case's arm bothering him? Is he have an injury or something? And for him to be inactive basically all year long made me want, is Case's arm, just kind of shot at this point?
Yep.
Haven't seen much from his arm the whole time he's played. I think the book is out now. There's no more element of surprise with Case Keenum. You got to have a quarterback who throws the football.
Well, Patrick, I think I'm big on the veteran quarterback that's seen everything. So I had no problem with them jumping Davis Mills and going to Case Keenum before the Titans game. We hadn't seen him. We didn't know exactly. Now I feel like physically you're just Davis Mills brings more to the table and gives you a chance to win a game. If you were plugging somebody into San Francisco's offense, like I'd want Case all day. I mean, there's a level of I've seen it all. I'm going to be patient. I'm not going to blink when adversity hits. I'm not going to be asked to make a bunch of throws under pressure because it's not a Case. If you give Case a good, clean pocket where there's nobody within 3-4 yards of him, he can make all the throws. Now, he's not going to drop back and throw it 75 yards, clearly, but you should not complete a ball beyond 50 yards down the field if you're doing things on time, on schedule, on rhythm. He can make all those throws. The problem is when that pocket starts collapsing. Balls get tipped. He can't step and transfer his weight. Now the ball dies too early. The accuracy's out the window. The timing's out the window. And I've seen enough the last 2 ball games with Case Keenum to where I just believe Davis Mills gives you a better chance to win ball games if you need. Because the backup quarterback, that decision is going to be could end up being very critical moving forward.
To that
C.J.
point
Stroud's
about
concussion.
Having the clean pocket and being able to throw the ball down the field.
Yep.
Amari Cooper's 265 yards. 211 yards were in the air of the football. That's wow. Joe Flacco ripping it down the field because he had all dang day.
Great stat. That's Patrick Creighton right there. Appreciate the work, my man. Jace, big Jace behind the glass, appreciate the work, especially on short notice, man. It was a hell of a day. I was a little nervous before we got cranking. I was like, what are we going to do here? Sports Radio 610, boss man, where you at? But sure enough, he pulled it together. and we had us a hell of a show. Again, Merry Christmas to everybody out there. Happy holidays. Texans All Access is up next, 6 to 7 p.m. Y'all make sure you stay plugged in. In the meantime, I'm going to go party with the boss lady. I'm going to go party with them Taxac Texas Bowl folks and listen to a little Roger Craig, Texas country music. Y'all have a good day. We'll see y'all tomorrow, same place, same time. Take care.
And the world's all right with me.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns,